Chapter 1. Upon logging in early in the morning, Linley adhered to his usual practice of first accessing his Mage Alt account. On Sundays, the bustling Moonlight City was particularly vibrant, with a continuous influx of players that exceeded the usual numbers by more than double. Even the expensive private storage facilities were crowded to the brim. "Could you please assist me with?" Linley finally managed to squeeze his way to the front of the line to address the beautiful administrator, Solon, intending to request the retrieval of his mailed items. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly shoved from behind. "Did you even read the sign outside? This is a private storage area. What business does a low-level all have here?" The speaker was a warrior of around level 40, flanked by 4 or 5 players, evidently the leader of a small faction. As the warrior spoke, his companions chimed in with their grievances. What's wrong with this little mage? Why is he crowding into a private storage? Who knows? Perhaps he thinks this place is filled with wealthy players, hoping to beg for some coins for potions and leveling up. If he wants money, why not head to the auction house? That's where the affluent gather. If he encounters someone in a good mood, they might toss him a few dozen gold coins, and he wouldn't have to worry about potion costs. Linley merely cast a disdainful glance at these nuisances before regaining his composure and addressing Solon once more. "Could you please retrieve the items I mailed yesterday?" "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, various types of ore began to emerge from the private storage. Among them were the common mithril and silver, as well as the rarer refined gold and magic iron. The unique luster of these magical metals dazzled within the confines of the storage, captivating all players present. The previously clamorous chatter fell silent, leaving only the sound of swallowed breaths echoing through the room. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the sheer volume of ores before them, the beautiful administrator produced a pile of meticulously arranged black dragon hides, over 100 of them. The delicate scales shimmered under the glow of the magical metals, reflecting a breathtaking luminosity. These were genuine black dragon hides, the perfect amalgamation of magical and physical defenses. Any equipment crafted from them would be at least of legendary quality. Thus, the presence of these 100 hides implied the potential for crafting over 100 legendary items. But that wasn't all. Beneath the 100 black dragon hides lay over 20 pieces of divine metal. The moment the divine metal made its appearance, the private storage erupted into chaos. Look quickly. Those items seem to be the legendary divine metal. Seem? That is undoubtedly divine metal. My heavens! Over 20 pieces. Did this little mage just rob a dragon? This individual had guessed correctly to an extent. Linley had indeed just raided a dragon's lair, but he had also conveniently defeated the annihilation dragon, Azidus, in the process. Among the spectators were many players proficient in smithing. They were acutely aware of the value of divine metal. While the attributes of equipment forged from divine metal might initially appear unremarkable, over time, as the user's level increased, the terrifying growth characteristics of divine metal would gradually reveal themselves. Many expert blacksmiths on the official forums had predicted that if a player began using equipment forged from divine metal from level 1, by the time they reached level 70, even if that equipment wasn't an artifact, it would at least be of epic quality. And this beast had just taken over 20 pieces. How could one possibly compete with such fortune? The crowd could only watch in disbelief as Linley stuffed the 20 pieces of divine metal into his backpack, their expressions akin to witnessing their wives entering a hotel with another man. When Solon retrieved a scroll from the storage, the onlookers gazed with a mixture of awe and trepidation. A being capable of casually producing 2 pieces of epic equipment, along with over 100 dragon hides and 20 pieces of divine metal, what couldn't such a person accomplish? Yet, when that scroll was handed to Linley, the crowd collectively collapsed in despair. "Wish spell. That's a wish spell scroll," a knowledgeable player shouted as soon as it changed hands. "How is that possible? Are you mistaken?" "No, it's true. That is indeed a wish spell scroll." The emergence of this scroll reignited the excitement that had just begun to simmer down in the private storage. This was no mere display of wealth. A wish spell scroll meant the possessor could make a wish to the system's deity, and as long as it adhered to the game's rules, any desire could be granted. This wish could be for boundless wealth, a powerful piece of equipment, the assistance of the system's deity to slay a mythic creature, or even a vast expanse of land upon which to establish one's own kingdom. At that moment, the gazes directed at Lin Li began to carry an undercurrent of something else. However, Lin Li paid them no mind, casually pinching the wish spell scroll between two fingers and placing it into his backpack, striding out of the private storage with an air of nonchalance. As he made his way along the canal towards the trading district, he noticed a throng of players, each with their own ulterior motives, trailing behind him. "They really are following me," Lin Li chuckled as he glanced back. "If you're going to commit robbery and murder, at least keep an eye out for who's around. You'd better keep up closely once I'm done with my current business. It'll certainly be bringing my Hunter account to have a proper discussion with you all." In fact, Lin Li's Hunter account was currently stationed within the Moonlight City auction house, wielding the mythic weapon, Star's Furious Superlative Hunter, while the mage was merely a storage alt. Interestingly enough, perhaps due to sheer luck, the mage, which Lin Li had originally intended to use solely for storage, had inexplicably rolled exceptional attributes in intelligence and spirit, leading to Lin Li's ongoing dilemma over how to best utilize such an outstanding alt. After some consideration, he decided that this remarkable alt shouldn't go to waste. Thus, he set about training in various crafting professions. Remarkably, he excelled in each endeavor, mastering every available life skill without omission. Now, this level 1 alt had successfully elevated blacksmithing, alchemy, potion making, enchanting, and inscription to advanced levels, along with a plethora of miscellaneous skills such as herbalism, mineralogy, cooking, and scroll crafting, all exceeding advanced proficiency. Ambling leisurely into the trading district, Lin Li paused at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. Over 100 pieces of mithril were poured into the furnace with a clatter. Lin Li stood by, waiting for a couple of minutes, indifferent to whether the mithril had melted, before taking a piece and forcefully hammering it onto the anvil. Behind him, dozens of players watched as sparks flew, transforming hundreds of gold pieces worth of mithril into a mere lump of scrap metal. For a seasoned blacksmith to convert mithril into scrap was hardly surprising. However, for Lin Li, whether the mithril was forged into scrap or not was inconsequential. He didn't lack those few hundred gold coins, nor did he need the mithril. In fact, he possessed private mines in numerous locations such as the Glimmering Plains and the Thousand Needles, though no one was the wiser. Turning several pieces of mithril into scrap was trivial. What mattered was the increase in skill points. Amidst the expressions of disbelief from the blacksmiths, Lin Li continued his work, one piece after another. It took him a good half hour to completely render over 100 pieces of mithril into scrap, naturally resulting in a meteoric rise in his blacksmithing skill. After mithril came the silver, then the magic iron, followed by the refined gold. When ores valued at over 1 million were smashed into scrap, the delightful sound of the system notification finally rang out. "Congratulations, you have advanced to Master Blacksmith." Rubbing his sore arms, Lin Li turned back to the dazed onlookers before packing away his tools and heading toward the potion shop. Once again, he poured down over 1 million gold pieces worth of herbs, successfully elevating his alchemy to master level. Next came the enchanting, then the inscription. By the time Lin Li had raised all 5 skills to master level, it was nearly noon. A group of players who had been trailing him stood wide-eyed, watching him squander materials. Initially, they felt sympathy for him, but by the end, they were utterly numb, their speculations ranging from whether he might be a wealthy heir seeking solace in the game after a real-life incident. Having successfully elevated all 5 skills to master level, Lin Li finally paused to catch his breath. Just as everyone expected him to stop, he retrieved the wish spell scroll from his backpack. What does he intend to do? The power of the wish spell scroll was terrifying. As soon as Lin Li produced it, several players behind him readied themselves for a confrontation. After all, he didn't appear to be a normal person, and possessing such a monstrous item as a wish spell scroll raised concerns. What if he whimsically wished for a massacre from the system's deity? Wouldn't they be inviting their own doom by merely standing there? "You truly hold yourselves in high regard," Lin Li remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the players who appeared to be bracing for an impending confrontation. He mused to himself that he would only resort to using a wish spell scroll against them out of sheer boredom, questioning their worthiness for such an endeavor. As the wish spell scroll was delicately unfurled, a resplendent rainbow suddenly arched across the sky above Minhua City, its vibrant hues cascading down like a gentle shower of light, enveloping the entire city in a dreamlike aura. Amidst the solemn and sacred chants, a commanding voice resonated, seemingly echoing from the distant heavens, yet also feeling as if it were right beside him. "What is your desire?" Gazing at the celestial rainbow, Linley hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath, declaring, "My wish is to elevate the proficiency of all my life skills." At the very instant his wish was articulated, the rainbow above transformed into countless glimmers of light, which began to descend from the sky like a cascade of multicolored ribbons, enveloping Linley within their embrace. He could distinctly feel that with each breath he took, an abundance of brilliance flowed into him. When the last shimmer of light was completely absorbed, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded his mind, encompassing forging, alchemy, potion-making, enchanting, and inscribing, along with an array of miscellaneous knowledge regarding medicinal and mineral sciences. This newfound understanding felt innate, merging seamlessly with his existing memories, allowing Linley to wield it effortlessly. Upon reviewing his skill status, he found that his 4 primary skills had indeed reached the Grandmaster level, while various ancillary skills were predominantly at the Master level or higher. Considering the vast world had been open for over a year, it was no small feat finding even a single master in one discipline would be a daunting challenge. Life skills cannot be compared to personal levels, while one can accumulate experience and level up through relentless combat or task completion. Advancing life skills beyond a certain threshold is an arduous endeavor. Only someone as affluent as Lee could conceive of utilizing high-grade materials to enhance his skills. Reflecting on the 5 skills he had honed today, costing nearly 5 million gold coins, he pondered who else could withstand such expenditure, aside from himself, fresh from a dragon's lair. Moreover, reaching the master level serves as a critical juncture once skills attain this status. Financial resources alone cannot guarantee improvement. Perhaps even 1,000 successful forges might yield no progress, while a single failure could propel one's skills to unprecedented heights. No one could confidently assert they would eventually achieve Grandmaster status, even if they were but a step away. Naturally, the disparity between Masters and Grandmasters is immense. Master-level skills may at best craft legendary items, with a success rate that might not even reach 1 in 1,000, while Grandmaster-level skills can not only produce legendary items at will, but also craft epic items with relative ease, despite a certain failure rate that pales in comparison to that of Master skills. As for mythical items, they are beyond the realm of mortal imagination. Those capable of crafting divine artifacts, regardless of their profession, are eternally bestowed with the title of Divine Craftsman. The Wish Spell Scroll is indeed a remarkable artifact. Utilizing it to amass tens of millions in wealth, slay a mythical creature, or even establish one's own kingdom would undoubtedly be a commendable choice. Yet, Linley firmly believed that employing it to become a Grandmaster in all professions was the wisest decision. He cast one last glance at the dissipating rainbow before methodically stowing the remaining materials for skill enhancement into his backpack. Having witnessed such a miracle firsthand, the throng of onlookers had long abandoned their thoughts of thievery and violence, staring in awe as Linley collected his materials, too intimidated to make a move. How could one who casually produced countless premium materials and spent millions of gold coins with a mere flick of the wrist be someone they could provoke? Just the thought of casually producing several 100,000 gold coins was enough to hire someone to eliminate them, while the idea of thievery seemed akin to self-destruction. Having gathered all his materials, Linley was about to log off and switch characters to engage the onlookers as a hunter when a piercing alarm suddenly blared. System malfunction detected. All online players must log off immediately. System malfunction detected. All online players must log off immediately. System malfunction detected. All online players must log off immediately. The alarm echoed thrice, and just as Linley was preparing to log off, he felt an unsettling loss of control over his character. Before he could comprehend the situation, that sense of helplessness began to seep into his physical form in reality, as if his soul were being wrenched from his body. He could see himself, yet felt no connection to his own existence. Everything around him morphed into an amorphous haze despite his desperate struggles. He could not escape the overwhelming sense of futility. Gradually, Linley sensed a fragment of his consciousness drifting upwards. He even caught sight of another version of himself languidly reclining in a chair. In a state of sheer horror, Linley abruptly lifted his head, only to find himself engulfed in an abyss of darkness above Hymen absolute void, devoid of any impurities. Even the faintest glimmer of light would be inexorably drawn into that infinite darkness. Who could be so indecent as to conceal a black hole within my abode? As the last vestiges of consciousness were devoured by darkness, Linley found himself pondering such a question. He awoke in a wooden cabin, which, due to its hasty construction, appeared rather rudimentary, furnished with merely a chair and a bed. These were the only items in the room. The door was ajar, and a pungent medicinal odor wafted through the crack, rendering Linley unable to open his eyes for quite some time. Was it the Manicure strength potion? Yet, this scent seemed somewhat off. Linley inhaled deeply, and after a moment of reflection, he realized, what the hell? It must be a failed batch. No wonder it felt so wrong. But who in their right mind would add wisdom tree leaves to Manicure strength potion? Were they not satisfied with the inherent conflict among the 4 ingredients? Manicure strength is merely a high-grade potion. With Linley's mastery as an alchemist, he could easily deduce the cause of the failure from just a whiff. However, just because he could comprehend it did not imply that others could as well. Before he could even sit up from the bed, a frantic voice erupted from the doorframe. Impossible. There was not a single mistake this time. How could it still be a failure? Could the ingredients be at fault? Yes, it must be the ingredients. Damn you, old fool. Selling me counterfeit goods. I will certainly settle this score with you. The voice continued to vent its frustration, and just as Linley contemplated covering his ears and returning to slumber, the slightly ajar door swung open abruptly. Standing there was an elderly man, seemingly in his 60s or 70s, with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Yet, despite his age, he exuded a robust vitality with each movement. Clad in a white robe, which bore the stains of various potions due to frequent handling, the garment was speckled with shades of blue and purple, giving it a somewhat disheveled appearance. Young man, I know you are awake. Stop pretending to be asleep and get up. The old man pushed the door wide and sat down in a wrought-tin chair, his thoughts evidently still preoccupied with the failed Manicure strength potion. Realizing that the old fellow was in a fit of rage, Linley hastily rolled out of bed. However, as soon as he uncovered himself, his expression shifted dramatically. The robe of fiery wrath. What he was wearing was, indeed, the robe of fiery wrath. Linley was confident he could not be mistaken. He had spent nearly 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins to acquire this legendary robe, which boasted 30 scroll spaces, and had even sacrificed an epic piece of equipment to obtain this exquisite robe for a low-level mage. Could it truly be? Linley, trembling with trepidation, raised his right hand, thinking to himself that he must be hallucinating. There was no way such a thing could happen in broad daylight. Yet, the ring on his thumb once again affirmed that he was not seeing things. The Ring of Infinite Storms. A mythic-level space ring with unique attributes, possessed an almost boundless capacity, and it was said to harbor a significant secret within. During his venture into the Sunwell, Linley had acquired 2 mythic-level pieces of equipment. The Hunter's Fury on his hands and the Ring of Infinite Storms now adorning his thumb. This ring was far too familiar. Linley could not mistake it, gazing at the robe of fiery wrath draped over him, and then at the Ring of Infinite Storms on his finger. Linley felt he no longer needed to access the dimensional space, for he was entirely certain that it contained hundreds of dragon skins, dozens of divine metals, along with countless exquisite pieces of equipment and materials amassed over time. What on earth is happening here? In truth, Linley had already sensed something peculiar upon awakening, but he never anticipated that the situation would be this extraordinary. Everything from the infinite world had manifested in reality. Whether it was the robe of fiery wrath or the Ring of Infinite Storms, they were merely equipment from the infinite world, essentially just data. Yet now, this mere data existed tangibly in the real world. The sensation was overwhelmingly authentic. The robe of fiery wrath radiated its unique warmth, while the Ring of Infinite Storms rested quietly on his thumb. Linley could feel that with a mere thought, he could unlock the nearly limitless space within the ring. Might I inquire as to where exactly this place is? Linley's voice was dry, startling even himself. He dreaded that the old man in the white robe would utter a familiar geographical name. The manifestation of data in the real world was not frightening. What was truly terrifying was the possibility of becoming a mere set of data himself, much like the haunting specters often depicted in horror films. Lingering in the network, seeking a vessel through various murderous websites, You don't even know where this place is. A seemingly ordinary question caused the old man's eyes to widen in disbelief. I don't know. Linley nodded honestly. Then what are you doing here? This is the Sunset Mountains, one of the most perilous regions in the northern part of the aerial continent. Even I, this old fool, only dare to reside here for a few days each July. You, on the other hand, are quite bold to swagger in here without even knowing where you are, upon hearing the unfamiliar name of the aerial continent. Linley realized he had ventured too far. There was no explanation other than that he had traversed realms. Strangely, Linley even felt a sense of relief at becoming a traveler. The first thought that crossed his mind was, if I must traverse, then so be it. It is far better than being a vengeful spirit online. Very well, young man. Although I have no interest in understanding why you have come here. The old man glanced at the celestial staff on the bedside before addressing Linley with a hint of impatience. Sunset Mountains are not a suitable place for leisure. If you are merely seeking thrills or are bored and wish to hone your skills, allow me to advise you. Return from whence you came. Do not come to the Sunset Mountains to seek death. After speaking, he disregarded Linley's reaction, pushed open the ajar door, and immersed himself once more in his work with test tubes and beakers. You want thrills? Your whole family wants thrills. Linley glared at the open door, cursing internally. Yet, after finishing his curse, he was struck by a wave of worry. The fact of his traversal had become undeniable. Yet he possessed not even the most rudimentary understanding of this utterly foreign world. Return from whence I came, he wished to, but how could he possibly go back? Moreover, the old man's closing remarks, which sounded both like advice and a threat, were not lost on Linley. It was evident that the Sunset Mountains were not a tranquil place. Now, utterly disoriented and unable to distinguish directions. If he were to foolishly venture outside, he might very well encounter dire consequences. You have only 10 minutes. If I finish this Manicore strength potion and find you still here, do not blame this old man for chasing you away. Before Linley could make a decision, the old man outside began to usher him away unceremoniously. Linley caught a whiff of the medicinal aroma, realizing the old man had once again added wisdom tree leaves. If I were you, I would quickly retrieve those 2 leaves. Otherwise, I assure you, not even 10 seconds will pass before the flask in your hand explodes once more. The old man's laughter sounded exceptionally malicious. Immediately gather your belongings and get out of my house. The exasperated roar had barely faded when a muffled explosion resonated from outside, followed by a thick cloud of smoke seeping in through the door crack. The acrid medicinal scent inundating the air once again, rendering Linley unable to open his eyes. Just then, the door was flung open with great force, and the old man rushed in, heedless of the bumps on his head from the explosion, and seized Linley by the collar. Speak. How did you know it would explode? What's so strange about that? Linley's grin remained wicked, beginning a response but refraining from completing it. Merely gesturing towards the collar he had been grasped by. Apologies. I was too agitated. The old man chuckled awkwardly, a bit embarrassed as he released his grip and even helped Linley straighten his rumpled collar, ending with a forced smile. Now, can we talk? The reason is quite simple, Linley replied with satisfaction, finally taking a seat on the rattan chair and explaining without hesitation. The Manticore strength potion consists of 4 primary ingredients: Dragon's blood herb, Thousand Knots vine, Nightmare flower, and troll blood. Although these 4 ingredients have a strong medicinal conflict, they can maintain a delicate balance among themselves, while it is not impossible to enhance the potion's efficacy with some auxiliary materials. Introducing wisdom tree leaves. Well, I can only say you are a genius. Wisdom tree leaves are often used to balance medicinal conflicts, but their other function is to stabilize the mind. Incorporating a mind-stabilizing ingredient into a potion meant for physical enhancement is akin to placing a cat in a mouse trap. It was thus that the old man found himself astounded, for he had expected that a master of pharmacology would effortlessly and eloquently expound upon such matters, weaving a tapestry of knowledge that would leave him in awe. Yet, as he listened to Linley, he could not help but regard him with a peculiar gaze. This young lad was increasingly incomprehensible to him. Despite possessing nearly flawless magical talent, his own capabilities were woefully inadequate. Barely reaching the level of a novice mage, to label him a mere rookie seemed contradictory, especially considering his audacity to venture alone into the Sunset Mountains. What truly confounded the old man was Linley's ability to elucidate the principles of the Berserker potion with such clarity. Though he himself was not a true master of potions, the recipe for the Berserker potion was one he had unearthed from the depths of ancient elven ruins. It was a recipe so rare that even the Anreal Apothecary Association would struggle to procure information on it. Yet, to Linley, it was as simple as discussing common vegetables. This revelation led the old man to ponder whether there was still a semblance of fairness in the world. A.S. Linley concluded his explanation of the Berserker potion and began to analyze the merits and demerits of similar concoctions. The old man's gaze resembled that of one beholding a dinosaur. The old man had completely forgotten his initial intent to send Linley away. Observing the twilight outside the cabin, he graciously invited Linley to stay for the night and prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. During the meal, through subtle inquiries, Linley gradually began to form a clearer picture of this unfamiliar world. It was a realm of swords and sorcery, and the elderly gentleman named Anduin was a formidable wizard. Though he had not explicitly stated the extent of his powers, yet, from his self-assured tone, Linley could infer that this slightly disheveled elder was far more powerful than he had initially imagined. For the subsequent month, Linley resided in the Sunset Mountains, dedicating the majority of his time to the study of magic, aside from the occasional guidance he offered to Anduin regarding pharmacology. He discovered that he possessed a remarkable aptitude for magic, a talent so extraordinary that even the century-old Anduin had to concede that he had never encountered such a prodigious gift in his long life. In merely 3 days, Linley mastered 3 elementary spells, prompting Anduin to question the very nature of fairness in the world. Reflecting on his own arduous month spent merely achieving a meditative state, a feat for which he had been praised as a genius, he wondered what to call this young man, a monster among monsters, or a prodigy among prodigies. Perhaps only Linley understood the source of his almost supernatural magical talent, likely tied to his character attributes of exceptional mental acuity and intelligence, which allowed him to grasp complex incantations with ease and effortlessly arrange and combine magical elements. His ability seemed innate. Any intricate spell he heard once, he could recite flawlessly, and regardless of the difficulty of the elemental arrangements, he could master them in the shortest possible time. Thus, when Linley had acquired mastery over 10 basic spells, Anduin ceased to teach him any new magic. Instead, he directed Linley to practice the arrangements of those 10 elements. Such monotonous practice could easily lead to disinterest, yet Linley remained unperturbed. For he understood that despite Anduin's shortcomings as a potion master, he was an undeniable authority in the realm of magic, though his insights could not be deemed infallible. They were certainly preferable to Linley's solitary experimentation as an outsider. The tedious practice continued for nearly a month until one morning. After breakfast, Linley began his usual exercises in elemental arrangement. This was not the conventional practice of a magician, for typically, wizards would first arrange the elements and then release spells through incantations. However, Anduin's method diverged significantly. He instructed Linley to summon the magical elements and combine them using his mental energy, but instead of releasing them through incantations, he was to deconstruct and reassemble them, repeating the process until his mental energy was utterly depleted. While Linley engaged in this monotonous practice, Anduin did not retreat to his laboratory as usual after breakfast. Today, the old wizard appeared somewhat unusual, remaining indoors and silently observing Linley's practice. This scrutiny made Linley somewhat uneasy, prompting him to pause and inquire of the old mage, "Have you mastered the formula for the clarity potion I taught you a few days ago?" Upon being questioned about the clarity potion, Anduin's face flushed with embarrassment. In comparison to Linley's astonishing magical talent, his own abilities in pharmacology felt rather lackluster. Despite Linley having demonstrated the clarity potion repeatedly, Anduin had yet to grasp it himself, having wasted hundreds of materials in the process and nearly causing an explosion in the laboratory just yesterday. Now, facing the revelation of his failures, even Anduin's thick skin could not prevent him from blushing. "Are you all right? You still haven't managed to learn it?" Linley's expression conveyed disappointment, only deepening Anduin's embarrassment. "Then you should hurry back to the laboratory and stop dawdling. Do you expect me to demonstrate it again?" No, I will research it further myself," Anduin stammered, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. After a prolonged silence, he assumed a serious demeanor and said, But let us set that aside for now. I have something important to discuss with you." Having spent over a month together, Linley had never seen Anduin this serious, which piqued his curiosity. They exited the wooden cabin. Anduin pondered for a moment before asking Linley, "Do you know why I have refrained from teaching you new spells and instead insisted on practicing elemental arrangements?" "I do not," Linley replied candidly. "I know nothing of magic, so whatever you instruct me in, I will practice." "Surely, you would not harm me, would you? At least you have a semblance of conscience." Anduin nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile of approval gracing his face. "In my 100 years of life, I have never encountered anyone with talent as remarkable as yours. You are a true anomaly. I believe even the legendary Gresco could not surpass you in innate ability. Gresco, while Linley was aware of his own talent, he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. He had gleaned some knowledge of Gresco from the old man, a figure of immense power during the Dark Age and a sorcerer who single-handedly vanquished an entire army of high elves. The realization that his magical aptitude could rival such a legendary figure was beyond his comprehension. However, do not rejoice too soon, Anduin continued, observing Linley's puzzled expression. Having great talent is one thing. Achieving greatness is another. In my view, there are two areas in which you fall short compared to Gresco. First, your focus is lacking. In the realm of magic, only those with absolute concentration can achieve true success. Being too well-rounded can sometimes be a detriment. Take pharmacology, for instance. At your young age, you possess knowledge that surpasses even the ancient practitioners of the Apothecary Association. With so much of your energy devoted to pharmacology, how much time can you dedicate to the study of magic? The more critical flaw, however, is that you have come to magic far too late. According to records from the Dark Age, Gresco hailed from a family of mages, both parents being renowned sorcerers of that era. He was immersed in magic from birth, and by your age, he had already surpassed the level of a magus, while you were just beginning to learn the most elementary spells. Though talent can sometimes compensate for time, it cannot provide a solid foundation. In the world of magic, there are no shortcuts. Without a strong foundation, all your aspirations for power are mere illusions. This is the reason I have refrained from teaching you new spells. Anduin concluded, a hint of shame coloring his smile. Initially, my intent was merely to establish a mutual exchange. You would guide me in pharmacology while I provided you with some assistance in magic. While my aid may not be substantial, it should enable you to reach the level of a magus within a decade. However, I soon found myself filled with regret. Your talent is truly extraordinary. A gift that may not grace the world for millennia to come. I cannot bear to witness you embark upon a misguided path, so I have ceased imparting any spells to you. Instead, I have you practice the most fundamental elemental arrangements daily. Do not underestimate these seemingly tedious exercises. Every realm has its own rules, and the world of magic is no exception. Elemental arrangement constitutes the very foundation of these rules. Once you become familiar with and master this principle, you will discover that everything is remarkably simple. Regardless of how powerful a spell may be, it is merely a manifestation of these underlying rules. Having spent over a month in this unfamiliar world, Linley felt warmth for the first time in his heart. He respectfully bowed to Anduin and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. After a lengthy conversation with Linley, Anduin seemed to have forgotten the matter entirely. He continued to immerse himself in the potion lab, occasionally producing sounds that sent shivers down Linley's spine. Linley often pondered whether this stubborn old man would one day blow himself to bits with his reckless experimentation. Nevertheless, for the time being, despite the daily commotion, Anduin remained physically unscathed. On the seventh day following their conversation, the ever-intact old man called Linley outside the wooden cabin once more. Could you lend me a hand? Linley couldn't shake the feeling that there was something ulterior behind the old man's smile. However, upon reflection, considering that he had been living off Anduin's hospitality for over a month, and was even seeking to learn magic from him, it would seem rather unreasonable not to offer any assistance. Thus, he mustered his courage and replied, "Do tell, and if it is within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to help." It was not a particularly pressing matter. Anduin awkwardly rubbed his hands together. As you know, my luck has been rather poor these past few days. There have been several accidents in my potion experiments. Although these incidents were not severe, they did result in a significant loss of materials. Linley mused internally, doubting that mere bad luck was the sole cause. After residing here for more than a month, he had discerned that while Anduin's mastery of magic was unparalleled, his skills in potion-making were abysmally inadequate. Worse than that of a novice apprentice, at least a novice would understand the importance of taking gradual steps, whereas Anduin disregarded such wisdom entirely. Now that he had Linley, a master alchemist, by his side, the old man seemed even more reckless, treating the potion lab as if it were a festive celebration. If there were no explosions on a given day, one could be sure that Anduin had consumed the wrong potion. Fortunately, this morning, Linley had tallied the materials, and most were unharmed, with the only significant loss being a large quantity of wild steel flower. Losing only the wild steel flower was, indeed, a stroke of good fortune. Compared to the leaves of the tree of wisdom, wild steel flowers were far too common. They thrived in conditions of shade, flourishing in dark and damp environments that were prevalent everywhere, even in the Sunset Mountains. They were abundant. Thus, when Anduin hinted at needing something, Linley had already surmised what it was. It seemed a trivial matter, merely gathering some wild steel flowers, with little else to occupy his time aside from practicing elemental arrangements. Linley readily agreed. No problem. If you are unable to go yourself, I can collect them for you. Anjuin sighed with relief, somewhat embarrassed as he explained. I have been awaiting an important message these past few days, and I truly cannot spare the time to gather them. Your willingness to assist is greatly appreciated. After confirming the location where wild steel flowers grew, Linley wasted no time and set out. For the first time since his arrival, he ventured away from Anjuin's quaint cabin. As he traversed the dimly lit forest, Linley's emotions were a blend of novelty and anxiety, preoccupied with both feelings. He failed to notice that as soon as he stepped out of the cabin, Anjuin had recited a spell. Upon completion of the incantation, Linley's figure gradually materialized within the crystal ball before Anjuin. According to Anjuin, there was a nearby site where wild steel flowers flourished, merely a short journey from the cabin. It was said to have once been the lair of a pride of scorpions. But during the last black tide, they had perished, leaving no one to fathom the nature of the beast that had slain them. Even Anjuin could only speculate, deducing from the surrounding remnants that they had likely encountered their natural enemy, the Black Dragon, during that fateful event. Now, Linley stood before the remnants of that lair, which had become desolate in just a year. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, and a vibrant display of wild flowers bloomed nearby. Approaching the bramble-covered entrance, a chill and dampness enveloped him. As he drew near, Linley knew he had found the right place. The cave was dark and moist, an ideal habitat for wild steel flowers. Like most habitats of wild steel flowers, the cave was shadowy and damp, with slick stone walls that felt almost serpentine to the touch. Ahead lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of light, prompting Linley to ignite a torch to illuminate his path as he ventured deeper. It wasn't long before he encountered patches of wild steel flowers. However, he refrained from collecting them, instead continuing to probe further with his torch. He recalled that another herb shared a similar affinity for darkness and dampness, the ghost grass, which thrived in caves yet was more elusive than wild steel flowers. Based on Linley's experience, the most flourishing patches of wild steel flowers often indicated the presence of ghost grass nearby. He sought to ascertain whether his previous knowledge would hold true in this new world. Thus, he pressed on without turning back. As he journeyed deeper, the cave seemed to expand. What had initially appeared as a small cavern transformed into a labyrinthine expanse. Linley wandered through the intricate passages for quite some time until he suddenly felt an openness ahead. Before him lay an underground prairie, vast and expansive, with wild steel flowers blooming wildly across its expanse, interspersed with patches of a somber hue, the color of ghost grass. Upon recognizing the grayish hues nestled among the vibrant flowers, Linley felt his heart race with exhilaration. In this world, it was likely that no one could comprehend the intensity of his emotions, not even Anjuin, his closest ally. The experiences he had gained in the endless world were equally applicable in the Unreal realm. What did this signify? It meant that Linley was also a master of all trades within the Unreal world, not only in potion making and alchemy but also in herbal knowledge, an area primarily governed by intellect. He possessed a masterful level of expertise. Only after collecting all the ghost grass from among the flowers did Linley manage to suppress the overwhelming excitement within him. This was perhaps the most joyous moment since his arrival in this new world. He understood all too well what it meant to be a master of all trades. It was akin to becoming an omnipotent superhero. With such a background, the future of his existence in this strange land began to crystallize in his mind. Linley spent nearly an hour gathering ghost grass from the underground prairie, ensuring that not a single stalk went to waste. In comparison to wild steel flowers, ghost grass had far more utility. Besides being essential for crafting intelligence potions, it was also a key ingredient in various practical potions, such as swiftness and petrification elixirs. He casually collected a few wild steel flowers as well. But as a master herbalist, he found little interest in such inexpensive herbs. After gathering enough to satisfy Anjuin's extravagant tastes, he refused to waste any more energy bending down. Just as he was about to exit the cave, a foul stench assaulted his senses. It was a putrid odor laced with the metallic tang of blood, thick and rich, like fresh gore. Before Linley could react, a low growl echoed from behind him. In a flurry, he turned to see a shadowy crimson figure looming before him. Damn it! Just as Linley turned around, the dark crimson shadow surged forth, carrying with it a palpable scent of blood, pouncing like a ravenous wolf or a fierce tiger. Fortunately, having resided in the Anjuin cabin for over a month, Linley had not only mastered 10 rudimentary spells but had also become far more adept in his casting techniques than the average mage. Without waiting for the red shadow to close the distance, he swiftly retreated several steps, all the while rapidly chanting the incantation for the slow spell. Following the application of the slow spell, he immediately cast the light spell, originally intended merely for illumination. This low-level magic proved unexpectedly potent within the dim, damp confines of the cave. A piercing scream echoed as the ferocious creature was severely injured. Seizing this moment, Lindley retreated a further 10 steps, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them had widened to a safe range. It was only then that Lindley had the opportunity to clearly discern the appearance of the creature that had attacked him from behind. It was a dark crimson lion, but its tail was considerably longer than that of an ordinary lion, ending in a sharp barb that glimmered with a faint blue light in the residual glow of the light spell. Lindley observed with clarity that the creature had not used its claws or teeth to assault him, but rather the barb at the end of its tail. Even if Lindley were blind, he would have comprehended that this was the 5-level magical beast known as the lion scorpion, which Anduin had previously mentioned. That old bastard Anduin, Lindley muttered through clenched teeth, cursing him internally, feeling a surge of frustration for the old mage's irresponsibility in failing to ascertain whether the cave harbored a lion scorpion before sending him inside with such abandon. Meanwhile, within the small cabin, Anduin observed the scene through the crystal ball and could not help but exclaim, "Well done." Lindley's performance far exceeded his expectations, calm and efficient. He continued to chant the slow spell even as the lion scorpion's tail approached him menacingly, followed by an expertly cast light spell that seemed almost divine in its timing. Even Anduin himself had not anticipated that the light spell could serve such a purpose. To inflict significant damage on a 5-level magical beast using a first-level spell was an achievement that Anduin had never experienced himself. Thanks to this seemingly inspired application of the light spell, Lindley, who had only been practicing magic for a little over a month, had significantly narrowed the gap between himself and the formidable 5-level beast. Despite its grievous injuries, the lion scorpion remained ferocious, but having lost its sight, it was primarily venting its rage and ferocity, its frenzied roars reverberating throughout the cave as its lightning-fast pounces mostly met with air. Amidst the tempest of attacks, Lindley was still hard-pressed to evade. Alternating between the slow and haste spells, he repeatedly escaped the jaws of the beast. Though his situation appeared somewhat desperate, Lindley understood that he required merely one opportunity, the chance to chant his incantation. After a prolonged wait, that opportunity finally presented itself. To seize it, he even risked exposing himself beneath the lion scorpion's deadly claws. For he was acutely aware that the most fearsome aspect of the lion scorpion was not its claws, but rather the barb-laden tail. After casting yet another slow spell, Lindley suddenly halted, no longer retreating as he had before. This time, he stood firm, pouring forth incantations in great torrents as if oblivious to the charging lion scorpion. Amidst the creature's roars, a thick scent of blood assaulted Lindley's senses. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from its claws. In the instant the claws descended, a gust of wind sliced through the air, simultaneously tearing open the lion scorpion's soft underbelly. The creature's scream was filled with despair. Its sharp claws were but a hair's breadth from tearing apart the human before it. Yet that minuscule distance became an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Lindley did not forget to shoot forth an eye spike to seal the gaping wound in the lion scorpion's abdomen, preventing the spurting blood from splattering onto himself. Wasteful. Such extravagant behavior infuriated Anduin, causing the old mage to exclaim in exasperation. In the eyes of the old mage, magical energy was the most precious commodity. Even the slightest bit of it could enable the casting of a final life-saving spell. To waste it frivolously for the sake of cleanliness, as Lindley did, was tantamount to a crime in Anduin's view. Yet, amidst his scolding, there was a hint of helplessness. Anduin understood that the young man in the crystal ball was no ordinary mage. He was a born prodigy, a being with extraordinarily warped mental acuity. To this day, Anduin had yet to comprehend the limits of this young man's mental prowess. He only knew that the high-intensity elemental arrangement exercises that would exhaust any other mage within an hour seemed to leave Lindley unfazed. This young man appeared to possess an inexhaustible mental capacity, practicing for as long as he pleased, never once complaining of fatigue, only of boredom. Indeed, for Lindley, casting several low-level spells posed no challenge whatsoever. He now knelt beside the carcass of the lion scorpion, keenly examining the barb. The barb still shimmered with a ghostly blue light, and upon closer inspection, it emitted a sickly sweet aroma, a sure sign of potent venom. Lindley had always harbored a fascination for poisonous substances, for they signified immense lethality. Without hesitation, he extracted a dagger from the endless space ring and carefully severed the barb from the tail, subsequently placing it back into the endless space ring with utmost caution. Watching this unfold through the crystal ball, Anduin felt a sudden sense of bewilderment. Was this truly a mage endowed with arcane knowledge? The old man couldn't shake the impression that this young man resembled a thief more than a sorcerer. Regardless of Anduin's thoughts, Linley returned unscathed, clutching a bundle of wild steel flowers. I need an explanation. Linley remained troubled by the lion scorpion in the cave. What do you believe magic is? Anduin did not provide an explanation, but posed this question instead. A skill, a technique that amplifies power. Linley, no longer the naive novice he had once been upon arriving in this foreign realm, had developed his understanding of magic under Anduin's tutelage. And what is the purpose of amplifying that power? To kill. Linley suddenly grasped the essence. Exactly. Anduin smiled with satisfaction. To the uninitiated, magic may appear as a mysterious and elegant art, but to a true mage, its sole purpose is combat. Only a living mage can be deemed a successful mage. Over this past month, you have mastered a sufficient number of low-level spells and acquired a degree of skill, yet this is far from enough. Without experiencing the life and death struggle and the baptism of blood, one can never become a true mage. So, you didn't inform me that there were other lion scorpions in the cave. Anduin replied dismissively, just a 5-level magical beast. There was no need for special caution. In the subsequent month, Anduin found himself increasingly lacking in herbs. Under the guise of this flimsy excuse, Linley was continuously thrust into encounters with various magical beasts, from the scorpion lion to the three-eyed blood wolf, and from the thunder beast to the bloodthirsty lizard. Linley had nearly slain every magical creature below level 7 in the Sunfall Mountains within this span of time. Initially, he had struggled against a severely wounded scorpion lion, but now he could effortlessly dispatch a level 6 thunder beast. Although his repertoire still consisted solely of 10 low-level spells, Linley was acutely aware of his growing strength. As Anduin would put it, he was beginning to resemble a true magician. Each time he peered into the crystal ball, Anduin felt that this young man had become somewhat unfamiliar, from initially maintaining distance like an archer shooting wind blades from afar, to later employing magic to control his foes and allowing them to perish in despair. Linley had undergone this transformation in just over a month. It was worth noting that even within the current Mage Association, there remained a considerable number of individuals who, wearing the mantle of magicians, engaged in the activities of archers. Linley's progress was astonishingly rapid, so much so that even the old mage found it difficult to keep pace. If the earlier changes merely left the old mage feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, then 3 days prior, during Linley's battle with the Thunder Beast, when he completely liberated himself from the constraints of incantations and unleashed a slow spell with a mere gesture, the old mage began to experience genuine distress. What more can I teach him? Anduin stared blankly at the crystal ball, pondering for a long while without arriving at an answer regarding what he could still impart to Linley. Although it was merely a slow spell, the shock it brought Anduin was no less than that of an 18th level magic. He vividly recalled that he had first cast a low-level spell instantaneously at the age of 30. Shortly after becoming a magician. In the days that followed, the old mage was troubled, for he had no idea what else he could teach Linley. Due to the old mage's disquiet, Linley enjoyed a rare few days of rest. After completing his elemental arrangement practice, Linley stealthily entered the potion room, utilizing the ghost grass he had acquired days earlier to concoct several bottles of swiftness potion. Anduin had always forbidden him from using such items, arguing that an excessive reliance on potions and scrolls would severely hinder the advancement of his magical prowess. However, today, the old mage seemed somewhat distracted, while Linley busied himself in the potion room. The old mage stood lost in thought, gazing blankly out the door. It was only after the swiftness potions were completed that the old mage seemed to snap back to reality. How many times have I told you that an over-reliance on potions is of no benefit to you? Why do you refuse to listen? After uttering this, the old mage let out a slight sigh. Nevertheless, I suppose I can no longer monitor you with the crystal ball every day, should you encounter any danger. These potions might very well save your life. What has happened? Over the past few days, Linley had sensed something was amiss with the old mage's mood, and upon hearing such words, he suddenly realized something. Momentarily dazed, and even forgot to pack the swiftness potions into his bag. At that moment, Anduin appeared somewhat aged, slowly lowering himself into a chair while placing the ever-present crystal ball beside him. After completing these actions, he did not respond to Linley's query, but instead asked abruptly, "You have been here for about 3 months, haven't you?" "Approximately," Linley replied, yet his thoughts were elsewhere, as he noticed a hint of weariness in Anduin's expression. "When I first discovered you, I never anticipated that I would unearth a magical prodigy capable of rivaling Gresco." The old mage smiled, his aged voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. "I still cannot believe that you had never encountered magic before. That was merely due to limited circumstances. No one was available to teach me. I am aware that you harbor some secrets, and since you do not intend to reveal them, neither do I wish to pry. Perhaps viewing Lin Li's straightforwardness as a mere pretext, Anjuin waved his hand, signaling him not to explain, and continued speaking. Initially, I was simply reluctant to see your talent squandered. I could not have predicted that you would excel to this extent. That it was only until a couple of days ago that I suddenly realized I have nothing left to teach you. Lin Li wished to express modesty, yet sensing the atmosphere was off, he chose to remain silent and attentively listened to Anjuin. I have been pondering for the past few days about what more I could possibly teach you. And it was only this morning that I ceased to be troubled by this question, for I received a letter from an old friend, informing me of a matter of great importance that requires my attention. So, you intend to send me away? Essentially, that is the case. After saying this, Anjuin produced a thick envelope from his robe. After all, remaining in the Sunfall Mountains will not yield any further knowledge. It would be better for me to recommend a place where you can continue your studies and pursue your own interests. Where is this place? Take this letter to the Mage Association in Gallows City and seek out someone named Grayan. He will assist you in making the necessary arrangements. Anjuin handed the thick envelope to Lin Li. By the way, there seems to be some issue with your identity. However, it is of little consequence. If you prefer not to use your original identity, you may adopt this one I have prepared for you. The details are enclosed within the envelope, and you can familiarize yourself with them at your convenience. Thank you. Listening to the old mage's incessant reminders, Lin Li felt a sudden moisture welling in his eyes. To avoid an overly awkward atmosphere, he forced a smile and casually inquired, "When do you plan to leave?" "In about half an hour." The old mage chuckled and patted Lin Li on the shoulder. "However, it is of no concern. This matter will not delay me for too long. I expect to return to Gallows City in a week or two. At which point I will take you to my private potion room, where I have a set of amethyst flasks that I acquired at great expense." Afterward, Anjuin spoke a few more words. But Lin Li had begun to lose track of them. It was only when the old mage's silhouette gradually faded from view that Lin Li suddenly recalled something important. Anjuin's rambling instructions seemed to linger in his ears. Yet Lin Li found himself alone, navigating through a dense forest with great difficulty, muttering to himself, "Did the old man forget something? He even prepared a fake identity for me but forgot to provide a map?" The old mage was perhaps the most understanding of Lin Li in this world, as he recognized the issue with Lin Li's identity and prepared a new one for him. Yet, he likely could not fathom that Lin Li did not merely have a problematic identity. He had no identity at all. Stretching for thousands of miles, how could Lin Li, hailing from another world, possibly find his way in the Sunfall Mountains? It was no wonder Anjuin overlooked this. Who could imagine that a genius in potion-making would be so directionally challenged? Less than a day after Anjuin's departure, Lin Li had packed his belongings, but now, after several days, he still had not figured out the directions of the Sunfall Mountains. The forest was dark and eerie, the ground strewn with decaying leaves, and with each step, he felt as though he were sinking into muck. The repugnant stench made it nearly impossible for Lin Li to keep his eyes open. While sporadic glimmers of green light flickered in the darkness, accompanied by the chilling howls of wolves that sent shivers down his spine, Lin Li had been wandering this forest for 3 days. Ever since he had stepped into this cursed woodland, his mood had not improved. This infernal forest resembled a vast labyrinth, no matter where Lin Li began or how he tried to navigate. Whenever he thought he could finally rest, he would invariably find himself face to face with eerily familiar trees. It was not until this morning that Lin Li finally heard some sounds, just as he emerged from a dense thicket. He suddenly spotted a flurry of movement among the leaves ahead, 3 figures darting swiftly through the foliage. By the gods, live humans. Lin Li, who had always prided himself on being a refined individual, uttered 2 exclamations of surprise in quick succession, overwhelmed by emotion upon witnessing 3 living souls. Although these 3 individuals were likely on the verge of becoming corpses, the fact remained that they were alive. At least for the moment, he observed a rustling in the thicket ahead, as 3 injured humans desperately emerged from the woods. Among them, a middle-aged man wielding a long sword appeared to be gravely wounded. A long gash extending from his chest to his abdomen, with hot blood gushing from the wound, tracing a crimson line across the leaf-strewn ground. Supporting the injured man were a young couple, the male clad in an exquisitely crafted magical robe, suggesting a noble background for a sorcerer, especially with the staff he bore, which even Lin Li had to admit was impressive. Unfortunately, the dire circumstances rendered it exceedingly difficult for a magician to perform effectively. Amidst their frantic flight, the frail sorcerer had become more of a burden. Thus, it was predominantly the golden-haired beauty who tended to both men. This young woman, already strikingly beautiful, donned a snug red leather armor that accentuated her alluring curves as she sprinted, her left hand steadying the injured, while her right brandished a short sword, exuding a captivating aura that even Lin Li, concealed within the forest, could not help but admire. Pursuing them relentlessly was an enraged bipedal dragon, its fury stemming from a deep and lengthy wound in its abdomen, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. How exhilarating! The moment the bipedal dragon made its appearance, Lin Li's eyes widened in astonishment. During his stay in the wooden cabin, Anjuin had regaled him with tales of various magical beasts inhabiting the Sunset Mountains, joyfully mentioning the level 7 beast, the bipedal dragon, remarking that its blood was excellent for crafting rage potions. Of course, only Anjuin would dare to make such a statement. For most adventurers, a level 7 beast possessed the terrifying power to transform 3 living beings into corpses in an instant, with its razor-sharp claws, swift flight, and highly corrosive acid breath. The bipedal dragon was well equipped to survive in the treacherous terrain of the Sunset Mountains, with lesser beasts like the lion scorpion and thunder beast daring not to provoke it. A wrathful bipedal dragon raining down an endless stream of acid from the skies would spell disaster for anyone caught in its path. Truth be told, Lin Li was afraid. Yet he feared even more the thought of witnessing the bipedal dragon turn those 3 living souls into lifeless bodies within this cursed forest. Sometimes, the rationale for doing good is simply that straightforward. Naturally, given Lin Li's character, even if compelled to act benevolently, he would ensure his own safety first. He watched as the bipedal dragon swooped down, its spattering acid drenching the foliage, producing a thick plume of smoke, followed by the sound of sizzling as the verdant trees rapidly succumbed to decay. Although the 3 fleeing individuals were not directly splashed by the acid, their instinct to evade it caused them to momentarily halt, an ill-timed pause that allowed them to fall directly into the clutches of the bipedal dragon. As they looked up, they saw a shadow growing rapidly larger in their field of vision, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the darkness. At that moment, Lin Li completed the incantation for the ice armor spell. As he uttered the final words, an impenetrable layer of ice enveloped the middle-aged man, staunching the flow of blood from his wound and causing the bipedal dragon's assured strike to land harmlessly in the air instead. It felt as though the dragon's claws had struck steel, sending waves of piercing pain through its limbs, eliciting a series of anguished roars filled with rage. Meanwhile, the 3 bewildered individuals seized the opportunity to escape the bipedal dragon, swiftly retreating into the dense underbrush. Then, they beheld a young man clad in a mage's robe emerging from the woods, chanting obscure magical incantations. A shard of ice pierced the air, striking precisely at the wound in the bipedal dragon's abdomen. The ice shard, not particularly sharp, would normally fail to penetrate the dragon's resilient hide, and even now, it could not inflict significant harm. The sole purpose of this low-level spell was to exacerbate the injury, transforming the already deep gash into a gaping chasm, blood spraying forth like a torrential downpour, even causing the creature's innards to writhe in turmoil. Yet, the true lethal factor was the ice shard lodged within the wound, which not only harmed the dragon's entrails but also prevented the injury from closing, allowing blood to pour forth as though a dam had burst. After executing this act, Lin Li further compounded the dragon's misfortune with a slow spell. The bipedal dragon, already in a state of extreme weakness, found itself ensnared by the spell, rendering its desperate struggles futile, as the mere distance of a dozen paces became an insurmountable chasm. Its cries of despair echoed in the air, a haunting prelude to its final breath. Oh no! Realizing that the level 7 beast had succumbed, Lin Li suddenly had a thought. What a waste! So much blood wasted on the ground, enough to brew a significant quantity of rage potions. As the lifeless form of the bipedal dragon lay before him, the injured middle-aged man, clutching at nearby trees for support, staggered out of the thicket, eager to express his gratitude to his savior. Yet, as he took a couple of steps forward, he was taken aback to see the young mage fervently squeezing the corpse of the dragon into a glass vial. Is there really nothing left? Please, just a little more, just enough for me to concoct a bottle of rage potion and test it out. This vampiric display sent shivers down the spines of the 3 onlookers. Ultimately, it was the injured middle-aged man who mustered the courage to approach. Trembling as he spoke, "Esteemed mage, I thank you for your generous assistance." Upon hearing the man's gratitude, Lin Li was reminded of the matter at hand. "You need not thank me. It was but a small effort." He carefully tucked away half a vial of dragon blood into the pocket of his robe, then smiled and introduced himself. "You may call me Fei Le. By the way, may I inquire how the 3 of you came to provoke this bipedal dragon?" This was the identity Anjuin had prepared for him, and Lin Li had memorized it well. It rolled off his tongue with an ease that made it seem as if he had always been known as Fei Le. The middle-aged man was taken aback by how approachable this seemingly powerful and mysterious young sorcerer was, and he offered further heartfelt thanks before introducing his companions. The injured man was named Magrini, one of many adventurers from Gallows City. Their venture into the Sunset Mountains was in pursuit of a task from the Adventurers Guild, aimed at acquiring the stinger of a lion scorpion. The golden-haired beauty was his daughter, named Ina, who was also an adventurer. As for the seemingly well-bred sorcerer, Magrini's description was somewhat vague, merely stating that he was called Karenwire, a kind-hearted mage they had encountered along the way. Lindley couldn't help but chuckle at this. A kind-hearted mage indeed. More likely he was trying to woo your daughter. Otherwise, who would go out of their way to play the hero in the Sunset Mountains? Everything had gone smoothly until, after several days of searching, they had soon discovered a lone lion scorpion in the northern part of the forest. Thus, that very morning, they had set a trap near its lair. A faint smile of bitterness graced McGrady's face as he recounted. We hid in the woods, waiting for the trap to spring. But who could have anticipated that instead of ensnaring a scorpion lion, we would attract two bipedal dragons? Heaven knows how that came to pass. The trap, initially set for the scorpion lion, only served to enrage those two dragons. They launched an assault on the forest, and while I managed to slay one, I was gravely wounded by its dying counterattack. Mr. Cromwell had no choice but to flee the woods with me and Inez, and we were fortunate indeed to encounter you. Without your timely intervention, I shudder to think of what might have befallen us. Lindley, despite wearing a mask of regret, felt a secret relief that it was fortunate that they had encountered the bipedal dragons. Otherwise, he would have had no one to guide him through this infernal forest, which was far more daunting than the dragons themselves. With McGrady leading the way, Lindley found the journey considerably eased, for he was accompanied by a seasoned adventurer with nearly 3 decades of hunting experience. In McGrady's own words, he had spent more time in the Sunset Mountains over the past 30 years than in his own home. The once labyrinthine forest seemed to open up before them. The quartet traversed the dense woods in just half a day. Ahead, the trees began to thin, and the oppressive darkness of the forest gave way to warm sunlight filtering through the foliage, casting a gentle warmth upon them. Lindley's spirits lifted alongside the sun's rays. They were finally departing from the cursed Sunset Mountains. After examining the map, McGrady informed Lindley, we should require approximately another day to exit the Sunset Mountains. What about tonight? Lindley inquired, his concern evident. The Sunset Mountains were fraught with peril, teeming with fierce magical beasts, especially at night when many creatures rarely seen during the day emerged from their lairs to hunt the unsuspecting. Each night spent in the Sunset Mountains was tantamount to courting death. There's no cause for alarm. McGrady assured him confidently that I know of a very safe location, that if we hasten our pace, we should reach it before nightfall. That would be splendid, Lindley nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Mr. Fair, may I pose a question to you? Just as he was about to immerse himself in the journey, the golden-haired beauty from the rear of the group caught up with him. Clad in her red leather armor, her tall frame and elongated legs were accentuated, revealing an exquisite silhouette. Perhaps due to the urgency of their trek, a faint blush graced her fair cheeks, and her golden locks shone brightly in the sunlight. The narrow forest path forced them to walk closely together, and as Lindley caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Inez, he felt an unexpected headache. Throughout the journey, it seemed she had an incessant penchant for questioning him. Under different circumstances, he would have relished the attention. After all, before his reincarnation, he had been a reclusive otaku, having scarcely encountered any beautiful women, and since his arrival in this world, he had been faced with Anduin's aged visage daily. He was not a monk. After all, having a beautiful woman show interest was a rare stroke of fortune, not something one would wish to repel. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to Inez's inquiries. Mr. Fair, are you from the city of Galros? This question left Lindley perplexed regarding how to respond. Not quite, he thought to himself, feeling his head throb. Fortunately, he recalled something and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Inez, isn't your mission to hunt a scorpion lion? I believe I heard McGrady mention that you had just set the trap when those bipedal dragons appeared. What will happen to your mission now that you haven't captured the scorpion lion? It can only be deemed a failure, and we will likely incur some financial penalties, Inez replied, her expression revealing a hint of resignation. Scorpion lions are pack beasts, and the chances of encountering a solitary one are exceedingly slim. We tracked for days before finally spotting one, only to have our efforts thwarted by those 2 bipedal dragons. What a pity, Lindley thought, relieved yet determined to concoct a flawless backstory upon reaching Galros City. He could not afford to falter when questioned by a beautiful woman. That would be utterly embarrassing to evade further inquiries about his origins. Linley proactively initiated a dialogue with Inez, realizing that it was crucial to keep her engaged and distracted. Conversing was a skill Linley had mastered. Even Anduin, who was wise and venerable, often found himself outmatched in discussion. How much more so with a naive girl like Inez? With little effort, Linley seized control of the conversation. With the mere mention of the half-vial of bipedal dragon blood, the dialogue diverged far from its original course. He hadn't even needed to bring up the dragon blood himself. Simply discussing the formidable nature of seventh-tier magical beasts sparked Inez's curiosity. Her azure eyes sparkled with interest as she leaned closer, asking why they sought the dragon's blood. With that half-vial as a springboard, the topics became virtually limitless, having spent countless hours listening to Anduin's tales of wonder and intrigue. Linley effortlessly shared captivating stories, often interspersed with specialized knowledge, which lent him an air of authority. Even Anduin had little say when conversing with him, let alone Inez, who was merely accustomed to battling magical beasts. The potent yet enigmatic mage, with his wit and wisdom, was a veritable allure for a young maiden. As they strolled along the forest path, Inez listened intently to Linley's engaging narratives, feeling an inexplicable warmth radiate from him, causing her cheeks to flush. Meanwhile, another mage's countenance grew pale. Cromwell's heart twisted in agony. The first time he beheld Inez at the Adventurers Guild, he was entranced by the beauty of her long legs. The wild allure she possessed was an almost fatal temptation for Cromwell, who hailed from a lineage of esteemed mages. To win her affection, he had exhausted every means at his disposal. This time, he had even pursued her into the Sunset Mountains, hoping to demonstrate his worthiness. Cromwell believed he was on the cusp of success. Had it not been for Linley's emergence, he envisioned himself as the one to rescue Inez and her father. What tormented Cromwell most was that this sudden appearance of a rival mage seemed to pose a threat to him. Inez had never smiled so radiantly when conversing with him. Cromwell could not fathom what qualities the seemingly downtrodden mage possessed that surpassed his own. In terms of lineage, he descended from the most illustrious magical family in the Fran Kingdom, with a father who wielded significant influence within the Mage Guild. As for wealth, his family's long-standing affluence rendered them among the richest. With his uncle, Ferio, serving as the kingdom's minister of wealth, what did this fair possess? Beyond being slightly younger, he couldn't even afford a decent mage robe. This man must be eliminated. Cromwell's gaze fixed on Linley's back, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The four travelers, each bearing their own thoughts, continued their journey toward Galrose City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they entered a dense thicket. McGrady assured them that once they emerged from this grove, it wouldn't be long before they glimpsed Galrose City. Tonight, however, we have no choice but to make do in the vicinity, McGrady said, leading them onward until they soon discovered a cave. The cave was not particularly deep, and with a torch, its entirety became visible. The surrounding stone walls were remarkably dry, and remnants of a campfire on the ground suggested that others had sheltered there before. This is the place I mentioned earlier. You can all rest here tonight without worry. I have stayed here dozens of times and have never encountered any danger. Romagrini ignited a campfire and instructed the tall beauty beside him. Ina, there is a water source to the north of this forest, approximately 200 or 300 meters from here. Please fetch some water with the water bag. All right, father, the tall beauty replied. As Ina exited the cave, Cromwell could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly stood up, stating, I'll accompany you. Linley observed that Cromwell's expression seemed rather grim as he chased after her. Naturally, he would not pry into such matters, merely smiling before resuming his task of tending to the fire. Mr. Fry, just call me Fry, Linley replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had mentioned this countless times already, yet Romagrini persisted in addressing him formally. Very well, Fry. Is this your first visit to Galrose City? I suppose it could be considered that way. Linley responded vaguely. Someone asked me to go to Galrose City to find someone. You need assistance. My family has resided in Galrose City for decades. Helping to locate someone should not pose a problem. The middle-aged adventurer inquired with genuine enthusiasm. For now, I won't trouble you. That person provided me with an address, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find. Anduin had also failed to clarify exactly what the Mage Guild was, and Linley feared that it might be some clandestine organization. That if he recklessly brought Romagrini there, what if he were silenced? Once we reach Galrose City, if you need any help, do let me know. If it weren't for your timely intervention, my daughter and I would have been in a dire situation. Romagrini expressed his gratitude for Linley's life-saving assistance, which he would not easily forget. The two engaged in casual conversation, when suddenly a scream echoed from the distance. Oh no, something has happened. It was Ina's voice. and Romagriny's expression shifted dramatically as he seized his weapon and dashed out of the cave. Linley, not daring to delay, quickly cast a spell of swiftness upon himself and followed closely behind the middle-aged adventurer. The sound emanated from the vicinity of the water source Romagriny had mentioned as they emerged from the cave. They saw Cromwell rushing back like a frightened animal. A monster. A monster. It has taken Ina. Cromwell appeared utterly disheveled, his luxurious mage robe stained with mud and leaves, and he spoke as if he were struggling to catch his breath. Observing this scene, Linley couldn't help but shake his head internally. This fellow was utterly spineless. It was no wonder that Romagriny's face had looked rather displeased when he had followed after her. Such a weakling would not inspire confidence if he had a daughter of his own. What kind of monster? Be clearer. Romagriny, frantic with worry for his biological daughter, glared at Cromwell with a gaze that no longer held the previous distant politeness. Just as I was fetching water with Ina, a monster suddenly appeared. Cromwell stammered it. It took Ina. Damn it, Linley exclaimed. Abandoning concern for this coward, he cast another spell of swiftness upon himself and dashed through the dense underbrush like the wind. Beyond the thicket lay a babbling brook, presumably the water source Romagriny had mentioned. Beside the stream, a water bag lay quietly upon the fallen leaves, still half full of clear water that gurgled as it overflowed. Linley bent down to pick up the water bag, shook it near his ear, and realized it still contained a considerable amount of water. They can't have gone far, however, upon examining the chaotic footprints on the ground, some large, some small, some deep, some shallow. He felt a chill run down his spine. Leviathan gorilla. Linley was certain he had not misidentified the tracks. They were unmistakably those of an 8th-level magical beast, the Leviathan gorilla. He had seen such tracks once or twice outside Anduin's cabin before, though during those encounters, the old man had merely downplayed the situation, saying that a few ruffians had attempted to cause trouble, only to be chased away by him. While Anduin could dismiss them as mere ruffians, Linley was not so naive. An 8th-level magical beast was no trivial matter, even amidst the Sunset Mountains. It ranked prominently within the food chain. Yet upon confirming the presence of the Leviathan gorilla, Linley felt a slight sense of relief. If it were any other magical beast, Ina might have already been in grave danger. Only a Leviathan gorilla could provide a temporary reprieve from life-threatening peril. Compared to other ferocious beasts, the Leviathan gorilla was not particularly inclined towards bloodshed. As Anduin had said, they were merely a group of troublemakers. The creature that abducted Ina must be the Leviathan gorilla. Leviathan gorilla, an anomaly within the Sunset Mountains, a magical beast not particularly fond of killing. If I am correct, Ina is likely crying but should be in no mortal danger. Linley gazed at the disordered prints on the ground and added softly, "It appears there is only one." Hearing that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined, Romagriny felt a measure of relief. The two ceased to concern themselves with Cromwell and followed the trail of footprints alongside the brook. Linley's intuition proved correct. Not long after, they heard Ina's cries echoing from a dense thicket. The cries emanated from a grove of exceptionally tall trees with lush foliage, intertwined with resilient vines that formed a giant net. Linley recalled Anduin mentioning that this was the distinctive architectural style of the Leviathan gorilla. They wove vines into a grand net, expanding their territory wherever it spread. For the Leviathan gorilla, this net served as both its nest and its most formidable weapon, enabling it to accomplish feats that even higher-tier magical beasts could not. At that moment, the tall beauty, Ina, found herself ensnared within the giant net. "Get away, you monster! Leave me alone!" she cried, struggling desperately. Upon hearing Ina's distress, the two rushed forward. As they reached the base of the tree, they saw her bound within the massive net, the vines wrapping around her like a giant dumpling, while the Leviathan gorilla, having procured a paintbrush from somewhere, was drawing circles on her face while emitting eerie, cackling laughter. Damn it! Linley suddenly felt that this Leviathan gorilla was quite deranged. As a magical beast, it had captured a human yet chose not to tear her apart, instead opting to doodle on her face. Was this not insanity? Ina. As a father, Romagriny felt an urgent pang in his heart upon hearing his daughter's cries, growing increasingly anxious. Yet in his haste, he forgot that above him loomed an 8th-level magical beast. "Father, be careful." Ina's warning barely escaped her lips before Linley heard a whoosh of air, followed by a dull thud. Romagriny, who had just been calling out for his daughter, had no time to evade a coconut that fell from the sky, rendering him unconscious. Gagagagaga. The coconut had knocked down the human, and the Leviathan gorilla was beside itself with excitement, hopping about and cackling, even turning to shake its rear at the two, having witnessed Romagriny's misfortune. Linley quickly ducked behind a tree to avoid falling victim to another coconut assault. However, just as he sidestepped to conceal himself, he suddenly felt a lightness beneath him, and before he knew it, he was toppling over. Damn it! Linley could never have anticipated that beneath the tree where he sought refuge lay a vine, one end of which was fashioned into a noose, while the other was ensnared in the hands of the Leviathan gorilla. In an instant, the lifeless beast yanked the vine, hoisting Linley into the air. Reacting swiftly, he ascended rapidly, yet his mind remained unerringly calm. Without uttering a spell, he executed an unusual gesture, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade that sliced through the air with a piercing sound. With this wind blade, he severed the treacherous vine and cast a featherfall spell upon himself, narrowly escaping the trap. However, this reprieve was short-lived, as a barrage of coconuts descended upon him like a tempest. It was unclear how the dead gorilla had amassed such a plethora of coconuts, but the relentless assault resulted in hundreds of them crashing down. This chaotic bombardment left Linley in a state of despair. The Leviathan gorilla was a genuine 8th-tier magical beast, and a single coconut hurled from its grasp could render even the warrior Ramagran unconscious, let alone the comparatively frail Linley. Each coconut that struck him felt akin to being hit by cannon fire. The onslaught was brutally overwhelming, as coconut after coconut fell, pinning Linley down to the ground, rendering him unable to lift his head, although he had opportunities to counterattack with a couple of wind blades or ice spikes. Most of his spells were absorbed by the resilient vine. The Leviathan gorilla's control over the massive net was as fluid as an extension of its own arm, deftly twisting and turning to deflect the majority of Linley's spells. Even on the rare occasion that one or two spells managed to slip through the net and strike the Leviathan gorilla, they inflicted minimal damage. The resilience of an 8th-tier magical beast was incomparably greater than that of lesser creatures. And for Linley, the effectiveness of his spell seemed only to provoke the gorilla's ire, causing it to unleash even fiercer coconut assaults, after unleashing dozens of wind blades and ice spikes. Any other mage would have long since depleted their magical energy, yet only someone like Linley, whose mental fortitude was extraordinarily skewed, could persist amidst the downpour of coconuts. However, even Linley began to feel a sense of despair. The sheer might of the 8th-tier beast was overwhelming. Fortunately, he was contending with the peculiar Leviathan gorilla. Had he faced a more savage 8th-tier beast, he might have been torn to shreds by now. By the time Linley managed to catch his breath amidst the barrage of coconuts, his body was bruised and battered, resembling a canvas smeared with various colors. Cursing the dead gorilla, Linley huddled behind a tree, panting heavily while desperately devising a strategy. This gorilla was truly monstrous. An 8th-tier beast, it possessed a terrifying combination of strength and speed, all the more daunting given its home field advantage. The massive net acted like an impenetrable shield, and even his sharpest wind blades could not sever a single vine. This was dire indeed. Just as Linley caught a moment's respite, the Leviathan gorilla erupted into a cacophony of sinister laughter, and Linley glanced up to see the creature mysteriously returning with yet another heap of coconuts. The sight was enough to make Linley's head spin, if he did not resolve the issue of the massive net. He would surely be crushed to death by coconuts today. Wait, the net? A sudden thought flashed through Linley's mind, and he felt as though he had grasped a crucial insight at that moment. The Leviathan gorilla launched another fierce assault, and this new barrage of coconuts was even more ferocious than before. Although none struck Linley directly, they crashed into the nearby giant trees with resounding thuds, sending shivers down his spine. It was now or never. There was no time to ponder the effectiveness of his plan. He needed to act, regardless of the outcome. Amidst the storm of coconuts, Linley finally found an opening. With a daring leap, he narrowly slipped between several colossal trees, which formed a perfect concealed haven for the time being, shielding him from the gorilla's relentless coconut onslaught. With a momentary chance to breathe, Linley wasted no time. He activated the endless storm ring and retrieved a vial of blue potion from within. This potion, a blend of ghost grass juice and wisdom tree leaves, significantly enhanced his casting range. However, given Anduin's admonitions against excessive reliance on potions, he had only managed to procure 3 bottles in total, and consuming one felt like a painful sacrifice. Upon drinking the restorative potion, Linley glared defiantly at the massive net above him. "You think you can get away with this, you dead gorilla?" The Leviathan gorilla, unconcerned, cackled maniacally, while Linley, emboldened by his potion, brandished his staff for the first time since leaving the wooden cabin. This was the sole gift Anduin had bestowed upon him, a staff embedded with the magical crystal of a frost giant. which he aptly named Winter's Chill. As Linley grasped Winter's Chill, a familiar surge of magical energy coursed through him, and a deep, resonant incantation echoed through the woods. As the arcane words flowed forth, the surrounding air plummeted to freezing temperatures, and sensing this formidable magical force, even the weeping Ina ceased her tears, gazing at Linley in awe. While the Leviathan gorilla seemed to momentarily forget its sinister laughter, as its primal instincts warned it of impending danger, frostbind, Linley shouted the final incantation, and the crystal atop his staff radiated a blinding light. Releasing a wave of frigid air that swept through the massive net, where the cold passed, a blanket of white descended, and under the chilling grip of the frostbind spell, every vine within the area crystallized into solid ice. Although the range was limited to merely a dozen meters, it was sufficient for Linley's purposes. Following the frostbind, he unleashed another wind blade. This time, the target of his spell was not the Leviathan gorilla ensnared within the net, but rather the frozen vines. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, ice shards flew in every direction. The vines, having been immobilized by the frostbind spell, had lost all moisture, and while the wind blade could not sever the resilient vines, it proved more than capable of shattering the ice that a relentless barrage of wind blades struck, and gradually, a gap began to form in the massive net. As the jubilant Leviathan gorilla finally sensed something amiss. It was already too late. The net, losing its balance, began to collapse, and no amount of frantic jumping could prevent its disintegration. With a wail, the Leviathan gorilla plummeted to the ground, accompanied by Ina, who had been ensnared like a dumpling. Linley rushed forward to catch her, and without hesitation cast a slow spell upon the Leviathan gorilla. Deprived of the cover of the massive net and lacking any coconuts to hurl, the once mighty creature was rendered far less threatening than a toothless tiger. Let us see you laugh now. As Linley untied the bonds restraining Ina, he did not forget to continue launching his blades of wind. Throughout the day, he had been tormented by the incessant rain of coconuts. And now that he had gained the upper hand, he saw no reason to show courtesy to the Leviathan gorilla. With a series of swift and precise strikes, he unleashed over a dozen wind blades that struck the hapless beast relentlessly, rendering it incapable of even lifting its head. Although the wind blades were merely low-level spells, once Linley was free from the constraints of incantations, they became his most direct and effective means of attack. Coupled with his extraordinary mental prowess, the wind blades cascaded forth like a relentless river. Even a formidable 8th-level magical beast found it difficult to withstand such a deluge, while it could endure a strike or two with its resilient hide. When faced with dozens of these whirling blades, its tough exterior became little more than a jest. Countless wind blades sliced repeatedly, and no matter how tough the skin, it could not endure the onslaught. The anguished cries of the Leviathan gorilla echoed with a haunting sorrow as blood seeped from its wounds, staining its fur crimson in the blink of an eye. To make matters worse, Linley interspersed his assault with spells of slow, further tormenting the Leviathan gorilla, which found itself in a dire predicament. It could neither flee nor pursue, and remaining still only resulted in further lacerations from the wind blades. The once proud 8th-level magical beast was reduced to a pitiful creature, rolling on the ground in agony, its earlier bravado completely extinguished. Eventually, the mighty Leviathan gorilla abandoned all pretense of dignity, its cries filled with a desperate plea for mercy as it prostrated itself. Bowing and scraping, nearly begging Linley for reprieve, this defeated creature, aware of its inability to win, left Linley astonished. No wonder Anduin had described them as a band of mischievous rascals, drawing circles on the faces of those they could defeat, and begging for mercy from those they could not. Was this truly an 8th-level magical beast? Linley found it difficult to treat such a lazy creature with any seriousness. Reluctantly, he considered letting it go. Yet the thought of killing it seemed devoid of satisfaction. This conundrum left Linley somewhat vexed, and in his frustration, he directed his anger once more at the Leviathan gorilla. This time, he resorted to no spells. Instead, he simply seized a vine and began to whip the creature, berating it all the while. This is for kidnapping. This is for hurling coconuts at me. This is for that mocking laugh. The beating continued, mercilessly, until the pitiful Leviathan gorilla was left reeling, its once formidable presence reduced to a mere shadow. When Linley finally ceased his onslaught, the wretched beast had buried its head deep into the ground, utterly cowed. Meanwhile, Magrini and Ina looked on in shock. Throughout their journey, they had come to appreciate Linley's formidable powers, yet they had never imagined his strength could reach such heights. The scene of the unending wind blades left them feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. As a seasoned adventurer, McGreeny had encountered many mages, yet he had never seen one as extraordinary as Linley, whose earlier display of wind blades was even more dense than the coconuts hurled by the Leviathan gorilla. By the time Linley had reduced the Leviathan gorilla to a state of utter submission, McGreeny and his daughter were left utterly numb in their eyes. This young mage was nothing short of a monster. "Let us see if you dare to be so brazen again," Linley thought. Feeling exhilarated after venting his frustrations, he tossed aside the vine and glanced around, preparing to summon McGreeny and Ina to leave. However, the Leviathan gorilla misinterpreted this gesture. Believing Linley was merely seeking a different vine for another round of punishment, terrified after enduring a thorough beating, it quickly abandoned its act of feigning death. Hopping up and whimpering, pointing towards a giant tree in the distance, "What is it?" Linley inquired impatiently, giving the Leviathan gorilla a kick. Following its pointed direction, he quipped, "You're not hiding a beautiful female Leviathan gorilla there for me, are you?" The creature's only response was a series of distressed whines. Linley, unable to tolerate the incessant noise, decided to follow the beast to the base of the giant tree. There, he found a thick layer of leaves, considerably drier than those decaying in the dense forest, with some still bearing a hint of green, evidently freshly plucked. Before Linley could issue any commands, the Leviathan gorilla hastily cleared away the leaves, revealing a deep, dark hollow within the tree. "Goodness!" Linley exclaimed, peering into the hollow and realizing that the creature had ingeniously transformed it into a treasure trove. Inside lay an assortment of rusted weapons and armor, shimmering glass beads, vibrant paints, and even a piece of canvas that had been haphazardly smeared with color. After all this commotion, the creature had merely led him to this pile of junk. Linley found himself torn between amusement and irritation. Just as he was about to turn away, he caught a faint magical aura emanating from the disarray of items. This sensation was all too familiar, whether it was the endless storm ring on his finger or the robe of fiery wrath draped over his shoulders. Both always seemed to exude a subtle magical energy. Could there be something valuable hidden away? Linley paused, realizing that any object radiating such magic could not be ordinary. Even the staff gifted to him by the old mage did not possess such qualities. In a state of excitement, Linley bent down to rummage through the hollow. His instincts proved correct. Upon pulling aside the colorful canvas, he soon discovered a ring among the glass beads. The ring appeared somewhat dull, its material unknown, yet its craftsmanship was exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns that encircled a black diamond. The faint magical aura emanated from this very gem. The moment Linley laid eyes on the ring, he was captivated by the diamond. It was an instinctive reaction. He knew this was undoubtedly a powerful magical artifact, at the very least on par with his robe of fiery wrath. "All right, since you've shown such sincerity, I shall not be impolite," Linley chuckled, playfully patting the Leviathan gorilla on the head. Perhaps due to the discovery of the ring, he no longer found the creature as repulsive as before. The Leviathan gorilla merely grinned foolishly, appearing quite pleased, though it was unclear whether it was relieved that Linley accepted the ring or simply overjoyed to be rid of this troublesome human. Having unexpectedly acquired a magical item, Linley felt elated and had no desire to further torment the Leviathan gorilla. He merely kicked it lightly, saying, "Be gone," receiving the kick. The Leviathan gorilla felt as though it had been granted a reprieve, hastily scampering into the depths of the forest. Just as Linley prepared to leave with the ring, he caught sight of the haphazardly painted canvas. It was then that he noticed, beneath the chaotic splashes of color, some peculiar markings. Upon closer inspection, he realized they resembled the elegant curves of High Elven script. Linley was taken aback. Within Anduin's small cabin lay numerous spell books, some inscribed in High Elven. Yet he had never been allowed to touch these due to his still shaky grasp of magic. While he could not decipher the text, he understood that anything associated with the High Elves was far from ordinary. Without hesitation, he tucked the grimy canvas into his belongings. When the trio returned to the cave, they found Crenweir staring vacantly at the campfire. Ina, upon witnessing the McGreeny father and daughter safe and sound, the enthusiastic magician was taken aback. The creature that had abducted Ina was overwhelmingly powerful, its speed akin to lightning, and in an instant, he found himself sprawled on the ground. While it seized Ina away, he could hardly fathom how the three of them managed to return her unscathed. The mere thought of that terrifying beast brought to mind his earlier cowardice. Recalling how he had abandoned Ina and fled in disgrace that moment, Cromwell felt a flush of shame on his face. Standing there rigidly, neither able to sit nor stand, until Linley ultimately came to his rescue. It was getting late. Everyone should retire early. By midday the following day, the quartet arrived in Gallows City. "Faylay, this is Gallows City," McGreeny enthusiastically introduced as they strolled through the bustling streets. "Just up ahead is the Adventurers Guild. When I'm not on a quest, I usually wait here. If you need any assistance, you can find me at the nearby Emerald Tavern." Goodness, Gallows City is enormous. Having grown accustomed to towering skyscrapers and urban life, Lindley felt a sense of novelty in this city brimming with exotic charm. Following closely behind McGreeny, his eyes darted about, taking in the sights with unrestrained enthusiasm. Observing Lindley's wide-eyed wonder, Cromwell, trailing behind, could not suppress a frown. Truly, he was a country bumpkin with no worldly experience. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of regret and resentment, but above all, it was a deep-seated hatred towards Lindley. He lamented his decision to pursue into the Sunset Mountains. Had he not done so, he would not have encountered the Leviathan gorilla. If he had not faced the Leviathan gorilla, he would not have abandoned Ina to flee in disgrace. There were countless ways to pursue Ina. Yet he had chosen the most foolish path. The moment the Leviathan gorilla snatched Ina away, he was utterly paralyzed. The 8th-level magical beast was immensely formidable. Merely standing before it made Cromwell tremble uncontrollably. He yearned to rush forward to rescue Ina, yet his legs would not obey him. His former confidence had evaporated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. Ultimately, fear triumphed over reason, and Cromwell chose to flee. Everything thereafter felt like a nightmare. He had returned to the cave in a state of utter disarray, while this downtrodden magician had successfully rescued Ina. From that moment on, Ina's demeanor towards him had shifted. The usual politeness was replaced by disdain, as if he were nothing more than a ir.to this day. Ina had not deigned to look at him directly. Cromwell was not a fool. He comprehended the implications of this. It meant he had irrevocably lost the hope of pursuing Ina. After the initial wave of regret subsided, it was only natural for Cromwell to blame Lindley for everything. It was his presence that had caused him to lose the opportunity to defeat the bipedal dragon and save the McGreeny pair. Furthermore, it was because of Lindley that he had displayed such inadequacy before the Leviathan gorilla. He even suspected that this entire situation had been orchestrated by Lindley, this damned magician who had long harbored intentions to compete for Ina's affections. Thus appearing in the Sunset Mountains at that critical moment, lost in his conspiracy theories, Cromwell had no time to ponder the daunting task of communicating with an 8th-level magical beast, the enthusiastic magician. Lindley was the root of all evil. Once he was eliminated, he could smoothly pursue a relationship with Ina. Lindley's entry into Gallows City was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. As the heir of his family, Cromwell was acutely aware of the vast influence the Merlin family held in Gallows. Even among the higher echelons of the Magic Guild, their opinions could not be disregarded. Once Lindley entered the Magic Guild, he would be at their mercy. This thought crossed his mind. A glimmer of a smile finally broke through Cromwell's sullen expression. Perhaps it was this very notion that prompted Cromwell, who had not spoken a word to Lindley throughout their journey, to unexpectedly inquire, "Faylay, are you going to report to the Magic Guild shortly? If you need any assistance, please feel free to ask. Our Merlin family still holds some sway in the Gallows Magic Guild." Report? Lindley, who had been gazing around, was momentarily taken aback. "Don't you know?" Cromwell cursed him inwardly for his ignorance, yet maintained a facade of cordiality. "The Supreme Council mandates that any wizard above the 5th level must report to the Magic Guild upon arriving in a new city." Wait, what is the Supreme Council? You don't even know about the Supreme Council. Lindley's ignorance astonished Cromwell, satisfying his vanity while prompting another internal rebuke of the country bumpkin. The Supreme Council was established after the Dark Ages, officially known as the Annual Magic Guild Supreme Arbitration Council. Its purpose is to oversee and manage the Magic Guilds effectively. Of course, magical families are exempt from such oversight, such as our Merlin family. Lindley nodded. Then, somewhat puzzled, asked, "So the Magic Guild is a subordinate institution of the Supreme Council?" Essentially, yes, but the Supreme Council typically does not engage in direct management. Lindley chose not to press further, pondering that the unreal world was even more complex than he had imagined. Lost in thought, the group soon arrived at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. It was an imposing structure, occupying a considerable portion of the street. Its decor was simple and unpretentious. From the outside, one could hardly guess it was the most formidable and affluent institution in Unreal. Upon entering through the main door, they found a spacious hall bustling with adventurers of all kinds. Some awaited new tasks, while others had already accepted quests and were preparing to depart. These adventurers encompassed nearly every profession Lindley knew. From wizards to warriors, archers to rogues, most bore a faint sin of blood, a testament to their years of battling magical beasts. Fei Lei, please wait here for a moment while I take Ina to submit our quest. We will be back shortly, McGreeny said, turning to leave, but Linley interjected, pulling him back. But didn't you fail your quest? Even failed quests must be reported. Otherwise, we cannot accept new tasks. Will there be any complications from failing the quest? McGreeny shook his head. Not really. It's just a minor financial loss. Wait for me here. With that, Linley found a secluded corner and discreetly opened the endless storm ring, retrieving a half-stinger from a lion scorpion. This was taken from the creature he had assisted Anduin in hunting, merely as a precaution for future weapon crafting. However, given that the McGreeny pair had served as his guides, he felt it was only right to offer it now. Will this suffice for the report? Linley asked, handing the half-stinger to McGreeny. The middle-aged adventurer had not anticipated that his greatest concern would be resolved so effortlessly, remembering Linley's assistance along the way. This usually inarticulate man found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. There's no need for formality. I have no use for it anyway. Linley smiled that I have some matters to attend to. So I want to accompany you further. If you require anything in the future, you can find me at the Magic Guild. I plan to stay there for a while, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Mr. Fei Lei, just as Linley stepped outside the Adventurers Guild, he noticed Ina rushing after him. The long-legged beauty, her golden hair flowing, had a flushed face, her expression a blend of shyness and reluctance to Mr. Fei Lei. Ina's fair hand clenched tightly as she mentally steeled herself, but after a moment, all she could muster was, Mr. Fei Lei, goodbye, goodbye, Ina. Linley smiled and turned to leave, only to be caught off guard by a sudden rush of fragrance. The previously blushing Ina finally gathered her courage and pressed an object into Linley's palm. This is for you. As Ina shyly pressed the item into Linley's hands, her ears flushed a deep crimson. Without waiting for him to inquire, the long-legged beauty darted back to the Adventurers Guild like a frightened little rabbit. Staring at her graceful retreating figure, Lin found himself momentarily dazed, lingering on the street for quite some time before he remembered to examine the object in his hand. It was a newly crafted scroll pouch. Although its workmanship was somewhat coarse, it was sewn with great care. Holding it, Lin could almost feel the faint warmth of Ina's presence lingering upon it. The Mage Guild was situated at the southern end of Gallows City, a grand edifice that rivaled the Adventurers Guild that in Gallows City. The Mage Guild was often referred to as the Emerald Tower. From afar, one could easily spot its towering spire. Linley inquired with several passers-by, and soon found his way toward the Emerald Tower that in stark contrast to the bustling Adventurers Guild. The area beneath the Emerald Tower was eerily quiet. Lin stood outside the grand entrance for a long while, not hearing a single sound, only a faint magical aura emanating from within. This magical energy exuded an air of majesty and mystery, as though he were facing an insurmountable mountain. Upon entering the Emerald Tower, Lin found himself in a spacious hall. However, a mere glance revealed an emptiness devoid of any presence, just as he stood at the entrance. Bewildered, a commotion erupted from the upper floor. The City of Shadows seeks to seize control of the Demon Slaughter Valley. Very well, but you had better be prepared for bloodshed, the furious roar echoed from above, prompting Lin to glance upward, where he beheld a rotund gray figure. President Gran, you are being utterly irrational, exclaimed a middle-aged man, in his 40s, clad in a tight black leather armor that emanated a strong scent of blood. When he turned his head, Lin felt as though he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Wait, President Gran. Lin suddenly recalled the name the middle-aged man had shouted, and it seemed to be the very person Anduin had instructed him to seek. With this thought, Lin cast another glance at the plump figure. At that moment, Lin noticed that the figure in the gray mage's robe appeared to be of considerable age, with a kind and gentle visage. Plump and jovial. Even in his anger, he somehow retained an air of amicability. Lin felt somewhat dizzy. This chubby old man, who resembled a merchant more than a mage, was indeed the president of the Gallows Mage Guild. The Grand Magus Gran, President Gran, you are truly being unreasonable. Rejecting the friendship of the City of Shadows will only bring calamity to the Gallows Mage Guild. With that, the middle-aged man stormed out of the Emerald Tower, not sparing Lin a second glance. However, as he brushed past, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin, instilling an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. How can he move without making a sound? Is he possessed? Lin, not one to easily accept being intimidated, felt uncomfortable under that gaze and found himself cursing inwardly. If you dare come, Just know that if you touch the demon Slaughter Valley, I will not hesitate to sever your claws." Yet, even before Lin could finish his thoughts, the middle-aged man had already retreated to a considerable distance, while the chubby old man continued to rant and rave. After a considerable time, he finally noticed Lin's presence in the hall. Narrowing his eyes and demanding, "Who are you?" "You must be President Gran," Lin promptly replied, rummaging through his pockets to produce Anjuin's letter and hand it over. "My name is Fei Lei, and I was sent by Mage Anjuin to find you. Here is a letter he wrote for you. That old fellow." Upon hearing Anjuin's name, the old man's eyes lit up, and the frown that had previously marred his face transformed into a broad grin. Resembling a shrewd merchant, "Where's that old coot? Why have you come alone?" Anjuin mentioned he had some matters to attend to and would not return to Gallows City for another week or two. "Oh," Gran nodded, beginning to peruse the letter in his hand, that he found it curious. Although Anjuin was a member of the Gallows Mage Guild, this old man was notoriously absorbed in alchemy, having accomplished little of substance during his decades in the guild. It was uncommon for him to even show his face, except when he sought materials or recipes. Today, however, he was writing an introduction letter. What could have prompted such a departure from his usual behavior? Yet as Gran continued to read, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he alternated glances between the letter and Lin.B. By the time he reached the end of the letter, his hand trembled as he held it. If this is indeed true, then is this young man even human? The old fellow has written of magical talents rivaling those of the god of mages. Gresco, upon reading this line, Gran's pupils dilated. From childhood, he had grown up hearing legends of the god of mages, the greatest sorcerer of the Dark Age. He could recount the legendary feats of that singular mortal who had vanquished an entire high elf magical legion. Gran had always believed that such a figure belonged solely to myth. If anyone else had claimed such a thing, Gran would have dismissed it as folly. However, he knew Anjuin's character well. He was a man of his word. Having lived over 100 years, Anjuin had never uttered an empty boast that "I've struck gold. I've struck gold." Although Gran's eyes remained glued to the letter, his heart was already soaring. The Gallows Mage Guild had languished for decades, but now a chance for revival had finally presented itself. Yet before Gran could finish reveling in his excitement, another line caught his eye. "Moreover, he is an alchemy master, an alchemy master. What nonsense is this?" Gran rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. After finishing, he lifted the letter again, and to his astonishment, it truly declared him an alchemy master. Gran was utterly flabbergasted. This was more shocking than a magical prodigy. Since the Dark Age, who had ever encountered an alchemy master under 70 years of age? Gran discreetly peeked over the letter at the young man named Fei Lei, although his mage robe appeared somewhat worn. The magical aura it emitted was remarkably clear. With Gran's discerning eye, he could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary magical item. The young man was tall and slender, with a face that still bore traces of youth. He couldn't be more than 20. Moreover, the letter stated that this young alchemy master's prowess was unmatched by anyone in the Alchemist Guild. I've hit the jackpot. I've hit the jackpot. Just the thought of a sub-20-year-old alchemy master sent Gran into a frenzy. From now on, what did he need the Alchemist Guild for? He would no longer have to beg for a few vials of mediocre potions or deal with those pompous alchemists who were all show and no skill. Now, he had an alchemy master to rely on. Fei Lei, was it? Having finished the letter, Gran was completely beside himself with excitement. His gaze toward Lin was filled with a fervent intensity that sent a chill down Lin's spine. "The letter from Anjuin has informed me of your situation. It seems you have yet to undergo a level certification." Level certification. Upon seeing Lin's puzzled expression, Gran realized he had spoken something redundant. Frustrated, he slapped himself on the forehead, cursing his own foolishness. This young man had only been dabbling in magic for 2 to 3 months, studying under Anjuin. How could he possibly know what a level certification entailed? Simply put, it's a confirmation of your magical level. I personally believe it is essential for you, as only after undergoing a level certification can you obtain spells of corresponding levels from the Mage Guild. While Gran explained what a level certification entailed, he maintained a smile, yet internally he was beset with anxiety. This concerned a talent that could rival Gresco, as well as a master alchemist not yet 20 years of age. Gran felt more nervous at this moment than he had when he ascended to the rank of Grand Magus. "When can I undergo the level certification?" Lin replied decisively, for he too was eager to discover his current level. "Anytime," Gran exclaimed, pulling Lin upstairs. His chubby face, contorted from suppressing his excitement, seemed ready to burst out. He longed to embrace Anjuin and shower him with gratitude upon his return. "Kevin, the moment Gran reached the upper floor. He bellowed, "You lazy bum. Get out here now. There's work to be done." After calling out for quite some time without any response, the patience of the rotund old man began to wear thin. With a resounding crash, the tightly shut door was violently kicked in half. Linley, standing beside, was left astounded. How could this old fellow possess such strength? Was he a wizard or a beast? In the room, resembling a ruin, only a somewhat frail young mage, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, stood there, wide-eyed in disbelief at the door. Just as he attempted to speak, he was met with a fierce glare from the old man, causing him to swallow his words. "Come, let me introduce you. This is the newcomer, Mage Fei Lei. He has decided to undergo level certification at the Garros Magic Guild. You will escort him through the formalities while I find someone to arrange the certification." These little rascals have become increasingly audacious, lazing about in their rooms early in the morning, which made it impossible for me to find a helper to deal with that scoundrel from Shadow City. By the way, Fei Lei, this is Kevin, the renowned, good-natured fellow of the Garros Magic Guild. You should follow him to handle the paperwork, and I will come to find you shortly. The old man grumbled his way out, leaving Linley and Kevin in a state of bewilderment. The president has a rather straightforward personality. You will gradually get used to it, Kevin remarked as he picked up the two pieces of the door and smiled at Linley. Indeed, quite straightforward, Linley chuckled, finding the old man far more entertaining than Anduin. That kick from Gran was fiercer than any beast, and the lock behind the door had been utterly destroyed. After examining the door panels for a while, Kevin realized it was impossible to repair them, so he leaned them against the wall with a wry smile, saying, "We should wait for the president to send someone for repairs. Let me take you to complete the level certification process." "Thank you for your assistance." They made their way to handle the formalities. The two engaged in casual conversation, gradually becoming more acquainted. The old man was not mistaken. This young mage named Kevin was indeed a kind-hearted person. Linley bombarded him with a barrage of questions, and while anyone else might have been annoyed, Kevin patiently answered each one, repeating explanations until Linley fully comprehended. So, after completing the level certification, "I will officially be a member of the Garros Magic Guild." After Kevin elucidated the basics of level certification, Linley finally grasped the underlying significance behind the old man's earlier smirk. "That's the official stance," Kevin nodded, continuing, "However, the Magic Guild operates as a relatively loose organization. To be precise, a mage's rights within the guild far exceed their obligations. After you undergo level certification, you will have the right to utilize various guild facilities, such as the library, laboratory, and meditation area. If you make notable contributions in your research, the guild will even provide you with substantial funding." That sounds quite appealing. So, what obligations do I have, other than acknowledging your membership in the Garros Magic Guild? It seems there are no real obligations, at least within the Garros Magic Guild. The president will not compel you to undertake any tasks, and even if he were to insist, you would have the right to decline. After all, the Magic Guild is a loose organization, and the relationship between mages and the guild is not one of strict hierarchy. Yet, why do I get the impression that you seem rather fearful of President Gran? "He is my uncle," Kevin replied with a wry grin. "Don't mention him kicking down my door. Even if he were to physically assault me, I would have to endure it." The level certification process proved to be simpler than anticipated. Filling out a single form was all it took. The questions on the form were primarily related to magic, with little concern for personal details aside from name and age. This left Linley anxious for no reason, as he had even reviewed the false identity Anduin had provided him. After completing the form, Kevin led Linley to the third floor, where they encountered Gran, who had been waiting impatiently. The old man was in a fit of rage, gesticulating dramatically while hurling a stream of invectives. Not far from him, a middle-aged mage stood frozen in fear, his expression a mix of distress and trepidation, nodding and cautiously inching away, as if terrified that the old man would unleash his wrath upon him. "Go tell those fools from the Merlin family to get lost immediately. If they dare to make such absurd requests again, I will set their nest ablaze." The irate old man finally noticed Linley's arrival and momentarily tempered his fury, sparing the unfortunate middle-aged mage. "Go now." The middle-aged mage, as if granted a reprieve, turned and fled faster than a rabbit, casting a curious glance at Linley as they brushed past each other. The Merlin family? Linley furrowed his brow, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar, but despite pondering for a while, he could not recall where he had heard it before Linley could delve deeper into his thoughts. Gran approached, his demeanor shifting with astonishing rapidity from fury to affability, his previously stormy visage now adorned with a beaming smile. "So, Fei Lei, have the formalities been completed?" Yes, Linley replied. Wonderful. Gran's face lit up with joy. And without allowing Linley to inquire further, he hurriedly led the two to the hall on the third floor. In the center of the hall lay a crystal ball, surrounded by two intricate magical runes. As a runesmith master, Linley was exceedingly familiar with these runes. One was a magical protection field designed to weaken spell potency, while the other was an elemental nullification field that mitigated elemental conflict. When these two advanced runes appeared together, they would create an effect akin to magic suppression. Impressive. Even though Linley was already a runesmith master, he could not help but be astonished at the sight of these two runes. The complexity of advanced runes was significant, and to have two laid out simultaneously was no simple feat. We shall now commence your level certification. You need only focus on channeling your magical energy into the crystal ball. Gran declared, his impatience palpable. Do not fear about damaging the crystal ball. Just exert your utmost effort, and I'll handle the rest. Linley nodded and placed his hand on the crystal ball. He was not concerned about damaging it, as with the protection of these two advanced runes, neither he nor even Anduin could possibly harm it. Magical energy surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the crystal ball to gradually glow with light. As the brilliance intensified, Gran's smile widened. 5 minutes elapsed, and Linley showed no signs of stopping. After 10 minutes, beads of sweat began to form on Kevin's forehead. By 15 minutes, Gran's pupils had begun to dilate. At the 20-minute mark, both men were driven to the brink of madness. They found themselves pondering whether Linley was human or some monstrous entity. The hall was eerily silent, save for their hurried breaths. The crystal ball emitted a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire hall, leaving Gran and Kevin in a stupor, staring blankly at the crystal ball, completely forgetting to record Linley's data amidst this terrifying display. This astonishing performance continued for nearly 30 minutes before Linley finally exhaled deeply, ceasing his input of magical energy. When he turned around, he found both men utterly dazed. What happened? Are you truly human or a beast? Kevin asked cautiously, as if fearing Linley might suddenly transform into a monster and pounce on him. 28 minutes. Gran gazed at Linley in astonishment, mumbling in disbelief. A miracle, a miracle. Any mage would recognize what a continuous output of magical energy lasting 28 minutes signifies. Aside from a few guiding spells, most magic requires only a momentary burst of energy, meaning during the casting moment. Magical energy is only needed for an instant. A 1-minute continuous output equates to at least 100 instances of instantaneous bursts. The mental capacity of mortals is finite. Even a top-tier mage like Gran, when ascending to the rank of Grand Magus, managed only a 5-minute sustained output. He could never have imagined that a creature like Linley existed in this world. A continuous output lasting 28 minutes meant thousands of low-level spells. Even if converted into legendary spells, it would suffice for a dozen or so. Gran desperately wanted to inquire of Linley. Are you truly human? The most astonishing part was that, after an extensive 28 minutes of output, Linley exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The lad even eagerly leaned forward and asked, "So, how did I perform?" As Gran was about to respond, Kevin beside him suddenly slapped his forehead and let out a cry of despair. Oh no, what have I done? I've forgotten to record his mental strength. In that moment, Kevin felt as though he might as well be dead. He had been so engrossed in watching that he neglected his primary duty of recording, and he wished he could just bang his head against the wall in frustration. This was a monumental blunder, and given Uncle Gran's temperament, even if he escaped with his life, he would likely face severe repercussions. You fool! Yet surprisingly, Gran did not explode in rage. Instead, he cursed in exasperation. What does it matter? No one would believe a mental output that can sustain for 28 minutes, even if you did record it. After a brief glance around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he fixed Kevin with a menacing glare and instructed, aside from the magic level, destroy all other records. Moreover, today's events are not to be disclosed, under no circumstances, not even to your father, if any word gets out. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Kevin, drenched in cold sweat, hastily agreed. In the end, the towering magic levels became the least significant aspect of the matter. With a flourish, Gran inscribed an 8-character symbol, thereby completing the certification for an 8th-level mage. Fear, I now officially welcome you to the guild on behalf of the association. From this day forth, you are a member of the Galros Magic Guild. If you have any questions, feel free to consult that rascal Kevin. With the level certification secured, Gran announced with a satisfied smile. In the following days, Linley found himself exceedingly busy, although Gran had arranged for Kevin to assist him with errands. Many tasks still required his personal attention, such as transcribing spells at the library. As he gazed at the mountain of magical tomes before him, Linley truly comprehended why that old coot Anduin always remarked that the world of magic was endless. Just perusing the table of contents could take several years, let alone studying the spells contained within. Linley had been seated in the library for 2 days, and he had identified approximately 20 to 30 spells from the magical texts that he deemed useful. His criteria for selecting spells were quite simple. The incantations needed to be short, and their elemental structures should be straightforward. Most mages would likely scoff at such criteria among spells of the same level. Longer incantations with more complex structures naturally wielded greater power. Since they all consumed the same amount of magical energy, who wouldn't prefer the more potent option? It was akin to playing mahjong. When dealt a good hand, who would wish to pursue a perfect meld? However, for Linley, the magnitude of power was not his primary concern. He sought not the best, but the most, with his immense mental strength backing him. Linley never feared depleting his magical energy, nor did he worry about overexerting his mental faculties. In fact, prolonged incantation would only increase his vulnerability, unable to resolve the issue of chance speed in a short time. Linley opted to focus on simpler spells. After all, if one spell failed, he could always cast several. With dozens of spells unleashed, what could withstand such an onslaught? During this time, Gran had taken a moment to check in on him. After witnessing Linley's peculiar selection criteria, the portly old man felt a chill run down his spine. Glancing at the collection of spells, he noted Mind Control, Wizard's Eye, Arcane Missile, Weakness, Limb Paralysis, Magical Protection, Magic Amplification, Madness, Mental Turmoil, and Stone Skin. Aside from a few purely offensive spells like Arcane Missile, the rest were insidious control spells. Gran said nothing further, merely rubbed his nose, and slipped away, muttering to himself. Is this kid truly Anduin's disciple? Since when did Anduin have such interests? Transcribing spells was quite a tedious endeavor, especially for someone like Linley, whose linguistic foundation was lacking, aside from the common tongue. Other languages appeared to him as indecipherable hieroglyphs. Thus, he had to simultaneously peruse various introductory texts while copying incantations into his spellbook. This process of transcribing those 20 to 30 spells took nearly 2 days. By the time he lifted his head from the stack of books, it was already the following evening. Linley stretched languidly, returned the volumes to their rightful places, and was just about to leave the library when he saw Kevin walk in. Fear, have you finished transcribing the spells? Kevin asked upon entering. Perfect timing. President Gran asked me to inform you that he is waiting for you in the lobby on the first floor. He seems to have something he wishes to discuss with you. What could be so urgent? Linley wondered, somewhat perplexed. The old man had only visited the library that morning. Why hadn't he mentioned anything then? He didn't specify. He just asked you to come down. Oh, thank you. After exiting the library, Linley quickly made his way to the first floor lobby, where he found Gran in a good mood, instructing 2 young mages. You fools, can you possibly be any more foolish? You can't even complete such a simple elemental arrangement. What on earth have you been filling your heads with? As always, Gran's method of correction was rather unique. The 2 young mages were berated mercilessly. Yet they dared not defend themselves, merely lowering their heads in dismay and obediently absorbing the old man's tirade. Upon seeing Linley approach, they appeared as if they had found a savior. Casting desperate looks in his direction, President Gran, I hear you were looking for me. Seeing the 2 mages in such a pitiful state, Linley shook his head and decided to greet the old man first. Fear, you've arrived. This indeed provided a reprieve for the 2 mages. Upon Linley's arrival, Gran had no time to continue his reprimand. Come, I need to discuss something with you. As the 2 mages were dismissed, Gran seemed to recall something but hesitated before reluctantly waving his hand at them. Just get as far away from me as you can. Gran appeared quite cautious, and to avoid any disturbances, he led Linley into the Guild's reception room. That if one were to identify the safest place within the Galros Magic Guild, it would undoubtedly be this reception room. Outside, 7 wizards' eyes monitored every movement, while the closed door concealed a magical detection array, emitting faint magical waves. Under the influence of this magical array, no magical surveillance could evade Gran's notice. Seeing Gran's solemn demeanor, Linley understood that this was no trivial matter. He pulled up a chair and sat down, patiently awaiting Gran's words. Today, Gran seemed particularly cautious. Even in the guild's safest reception room, he remained uneasy and cast a life detection spell to ensure no other living beings were nearby. Only when he was satisfied did he lower his voice and ask, Tell me, when did you provoke the Merlin family? The Merlin family. This was the second time Linley had heard Gran mention this name. The first was during his level certification days prior, when the old man had seemed quite furious, threatening to take action against this Merlin family. As he pondered, Linley suddenly recalled a name. Crenware. Yes, it was indeed Crenware. Upon arriving in Galros City, this enthusiastic mage had mentioned the same name. If Linley remembered correctly, Crenware had said something along the lines of, "If you ever need assistance." Dante hesitated to ask. The Merlin family holds considerable sway in the Galros Magic Guild. Are you referring to Crenware? Indeed, that's him. Graham nodded in affirmation. You remember the day you first arrived? Yes, that day you had just gone with Kevin to handle your paperwork, and Crenware's people came knocking. Humph, that fool actually demanded that I expel you from the guild. What an utter blind fool he is. I didn't have time to deal with him then. I merely sent Colin to relay a warning that this fool better not entertain any ideas about you. Graham grunted in annoyance. I never expected this idiot to be so lacking in sense. This afternoon, he sent someone again, and this time he even dared to threaten me, claiming that if I didn't comply with his wishes, he would convince his family to terminate their business dealings with the guild. Linley said nothing, merely gazing at Gran with a smile. Gran, having presided over the Gallos Magic Guild for several decades, was certainly no ordinary figure. If he could not even deal with Amir Cromwell, he would have long been devoured, leaving no bones behind. Since he had voluntarily broached the subject, it was evident that he had already formulated a plan. In Linley's eyes, the old man's furious demeanor was nothing more than an expression of support for him. Thus, Linley chose to remain silent, waiting for Gran to speak. Humph, he truly must be blind to threaten someone like Gran. Indeed, Gran, filled with righteous indignation, declared with great fervor, though the Gallos Magic Guild has endured these past few years with great difficulty, we have not yet fallen to the point of being threatened. Since it was I who brought you into the guild, I must take responsibility for you. Whoever dares to lay a hand on you must first seek my consent. Thank you, President. After leaving the reception room, Linley felt somewhat taken aback. Ever since the incident with the Leviathan gorilla, Ina had not shown Cromwell any goodwill. At that moment, Linley realized that this enthusiastic mage had wasted his fervor. However, he had not anticipated that Cromwell, having failed in his pursuit of Ina, would unleash his ire upon him. Linley felt quite aggrieved, as if he had been inexplicably bitten by a rabid dog. Throughout it all, he had never harbored any feelings for Ina, yet he found himself targeted by Cromwell. That mad dog. If one dares to bite me, one must be prepared to face the consequences. The more Linley thought about it, the more he felt wronged. Just as he was lost in his grievances, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Fele, do you have a moment? Kevin approached with a smile. Greeting Linley. If you're free, would you accompany me to the city? I plan to buy some things. Linley pondered for a moment and realized he truly had nothing to do. He had nearly finished copying spells at the library, the procedures for joining the Magic Guild were complete, and Kevin had been quite helpful these past few days. If he were to refuse such a modest request, it would indeed seem rather ungracious. No problem. I was just thinking of visiting Gallos City as well. After exchanging pleasantries with Gran, the two exited the Emerald Tower and strolled along the quiet streets towards Gallos City. The streets outside the Emerald Tower were remarkably desolate, with only a few hurried passers-by. Kevin and Linley were of similar ages and were among the first acquaintances Linley made at the Emerald Tower. After several interactions, they had become quite familiar with each other, and as they walked, their conversation flowed easily, naturally revolving around magic, as both were 8th-level mages. Of course, Kevin's experience as an 8th-level mage differed vastly from Linley's. One had only recently begun exploring the magical arts while the other had dedicated over a decade to it. In terms of magical knowledge, Linley could not compare to Kevin, so their discussions mostly consisted of Linley posing fundamental questions, with Kevin providing the answers. Their exchange of inquiries and responses kept the journey from feeling tedious. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the street began to bustle with activity. Not far ahead lay the Adventurers Guild, a place Linley had previously visited. This area was arguably the most prosperous in all of Gallos City, with numerous shops scattered about. Daily, countless adventurers came and went, generating immense demand and supply. Adventurers could purchase various equipment at nearby stores and sell materials obtained from their quests, thus fostering significant prosperity for the street. After surveying the shops, they entered a magical store called the Gilded Rose. In Gallos City, more than half of the magical shops bore the name Gilded Rose. As Kevin explained, they were all part of a magical family known as Manus, which, like the Merlin family, was one of the most prominent families in the Frank Kingdom, albeit one engaged in commerce while the other engaged in politics. Since the Dark Ages, the Manus family had been operating a magical business, amassing great wealth over the past 13 centuries. The Gilded Rose magical stores could be found in every corner of the Frank Kingdom. Even in the most remote villages, one could spot the Gilded Rose sign. The Gilded Rose was adorned with an aura of mystery. Upon entering the spacious hall, Linley could easily sense the unusual magical fluctuations around him. A result of numerous magical items interacting and repelling one another. As he stepped into the hall, Linley was dazzled by the array of magical equipment on display, truly, as the largest magical shop in the Fran Kingdom. The various robes and wands were impressive, even to Linley's discerning eye. After observing the counter for a while, a uniformed female clerk approached him. "Esteemed mage, how may I assist you today?" Just as Linley was about to respond, he suddenly froze, for it dawned on him that he had forgotten something crucial. He had no money, not a single coin, since being rescued by Anduin and moving into the small cabin. He had not spent a single cent in the 3 months leading up to his joining the Gallows Magic Guild. As a penniless traveler, he had not had the opportunity to earn any money. And it wasn't until he stepped into the Gilded Rose that he realized he was utterly broke. Initially, he had set his sights on a necklace, intending to ask the clerk for a closer look. But upon checking his pocket, he was abruptly confronted with this embarrassing truth. Linley's smile immediately froze, and after a moment of awkwardness, he had no choice but to chuckle awkwardly and say, "I'll just take a look for now." This was indeed a rather embarrassing situation, but fortunately, at that moment, Kevin stepped in to rescue him. "Fei, do you have a moment? Could you help me check out this wand?" Kevin held up an ancient-looking wand, its shaft engraved with intricate magical runes, and at its tip was set a red magical crystal. The intense heat emanating from the crystal indicated that this wand was likely designed to amplify fire spells. Aside from a slight deviation in the magical rune structure, the wand was quite commendable. Linley nodded. "It's a good wand, but I wonder what the price is." "The price is quite reasonable. Around 300 to 400 gold coins. This price. It's hard to find a wand of this quality." Observing Kevin's expression of having snagged a bargain, Linley felt a shiver run down his spine. 300 to 400 gold coins were deemed reasonable. He recalled how the Magrini father and daughter had fought fiercely in the Sunset Mountains, slaying a lion scorpion, and their reward was merely 50 gold coins. For such a wand, they would need to kill nearly 10 lion scorpions to afford it. The profession of a mage is like this. It requires substantial financial backing. You will get used to it. Seeing the expression on Linley's face, Kevin seemed to have guessed his thoughts. As he called the uniformed clerk to process the payment, he quietly explained, "A wand like this would cost at least 500 gold coins at other magic shops." After purchasing the wand for 30 to 50 gold coins and acquiring some additional items, Kevin had spent over 1,000 gold coins in total. While Kevin was at the counter, Linley suddenly felt it was high time he earned some money as well. "By the way, Kevin, you're quite familiar with Gallows.do. You know where adventurers typically process magical materials, like magical crystals and such. Magical materials, generally, they are handed over to magical shops like the Gilded Rose for processing. However, a portion of the fee is deducted after the transaction. If you wish to avoid this fee, there is a black market behind the Adventurers Guild. You can trade everything from various herbs to magical crystals there. Shall we go take a look? I was just planning to buy some materials." Adjacent to the Adventurers Guild was a deep, dark alley. After exiting the Gilded Rose, the two walked along the alley, and soon they heard a commotion. Compared to the mysterious and opulent Gilded Rose, the black market behind the Adventurers Guild felt like an entirely different world. There was no rich magical aura here, nor were there uniformed clerks. Instead, the air was thick with the smell of sweat and the sound of endless bickering. As they entered the black market, it felt as though they had stepped into an arena. Often, a mere difference of a few silver coins would incite a heated argument, with people shouting at each other, their faces flushed with anger. "Hey, are you blind? This, my friend, is the genuine hide of a spiny beast. 100 silver coins, and you dare to claim it is exorbitant. You could craft a suit of leather armor from it that would serve you a lifetime. What kind of world is this, where a life can be bought for a mere 100 silver coins, yet you quibble over such a valuable item? Perhaps it would be better suited as a diaper for your child. Spare me your prattle. Will you sell it for 50 silver coins or not? If not, I shall take my business elsewhere. 50 silver coins for a piece of spiny beast hide. Are you still half asleep at this hour? Fine. I shall consider this a charitable act. I only ask for 80 silver coins. What say you? If you refuse, be off with you, and do not obstruct my path to fortune." The vigorous haggling left Linley astounded. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, one might assume the two were sworn enemies simply from the tone of their voices. The surroundings were a cacophony of noise, and Kevin had to shout into Linley's ear to be heard. "Squeeze forward a bit." "What?" Kevin raised his voice further and pointed ahead. "I said, squeeze forward a bit." With all their might, the two finally managed to carve out a small gap in the throng. This is it. Kevin, panting heavily, halted before a ramshackle hut. Lindley looked up and saw a sign outside, elegantly inscribed with the words Galros Exchange. Lindley nearly gasped in disbelief. How could such a dilapidated structure be associated with an exchange? What business could it possibly conduct? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he was about to step inside when two burly men approached, raising their hands to block his entry. Both men were bare-chested, with fierce expressions and a body language that spoke of a life steeped in violence. Lindley touched his nose, feeling a twinge of trepidation, and whispered meekly, "I'm here to sell something." "Vendors, be gone," they barked. "Do you even look in the mirror? The Galros Exchange is not a place for the likes of you." They shoved Lindley back out onto the street. Lindley stumbled backward, protesting, "Can we not discuss this civilly? No need for shoving. Get lost." Seeing Lindley persist in his protests only ignited their anger. They clenched their fists, ready to escalate. Kevin, catching sight of the brewing conflict, raised his head just in time to witness the altercation, but by the time he attempted to intervene, it was too late, and upon seeing the burly men make a move, the young mage could only sigh in resignation. "Ah!" Then came two piercing cries, silencing the previously raucous marketplace as if a spell had been cast. Did they truly believe that one clad in a robe is merely a scholar? Lindley grinned broadly, and the onlookers could hardly fathom how this seemingly innocuous young mage could strike with such ferocity. The two hulks barely had time to react before each was sent sprawling several meters away by a well-aimed arcane missile. Now groaning in agony on the ground. "Now, may I enter to conduct my business?" Lindley approached with a cheerful demeanor, bending down to inquire of the two pained men. The unfortunate duo, mere thugs who often bullied downtrodden adventurers, had never encountered a true mage before. The arcane missiles, though low-level magic, struck hard enough to leave even the stoutest of bodies reeling. Seeing Lindley now was akin to confronting a specter. They nodded vigorously in fear. "Yes, yes." Lindley beamed with satisfaction, taking a few steps forward, still somewhat apprehensive as he asked, "You want to throw me out, will you?" "Of course not." Beside them, Kevin watched in stunned silence, finally exhaling a resigned sigh. This young mage bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Gran, both sharing a penchant for vengeance and ruthlessness. No wonder Uncle Gran held him in such high regard. Amidst the groans of the two misfortunate souls, Lindley walked into the exchange with a spring in his step. Kevin hurried to catch up, a bitter smile on his face. "The Galros Exchange is a members-only establishment. Before I could even retrieve my membership card, you've already dispatched those fellows. Your hands move rather swiftly." "What? Is there a backer?" Lindley asked with a grin. "Indeed, a place like the Galros Exchange must be under the protection of a certain force." Kevin sighed. "The protector here is Old Odin, the head of Galros's largest underground faction. But that's beside the point. The key issue is that Old Odin has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Magic Guild, being old friends with President Gran since childhood. Now you've gone and assaulted someone without a word. President Gran will not find it easy to explain this to Old Odin. Well, I've already done the deed. I'll deal with the consequences when they come knocking." The interior of the Galros Exchange was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence except for an elderly man dozing at the counter. Lindley knocked persistently on the counter for several moments before the old man, groggy and yawning, finally opened his eyes, grumbling about the audacity of today's youth for disturbing an old man's nap. Lindley, feeling exasperated, thought this old coot could rival Gran in his rambling. "Speak quickly. Do not waste an old man's rest." The old man's voice was weak, as if he were on the verge of collapsing. "Hearing from a friend that the Galros Exchange buys various magical materials, I happen to have a few magic crystals and wished to see if I could exchange them for some coin." Despite his internal irritation, Lindley forced himself to suppress his anger, recognizing the man's age and frailty compared to the two hulks outside. Without further ado, he pulled out the scroll pouch gifted to him by Ina. With a clattering sound, dozens of magic crystals rolled onto the counter. Kevin's scalp prickled upon seeing the radiant crystals. He could sense, solely from the elemental fluctuations emanating from them, that they were all of at least level 5. Magic beasts are not like the cows one keeps at home. You cannot simply milk them at will. A collection of such high-quality magic crystals would require a mercenary team several days to gather. Kevin could not fathom how Lindley had acquired such an impressive haul. The most astonished, however, was the old man behind the counter. Just moments ago, he had appeared half asleep, yet upon seeing the avalanche of magic crystals, his eyes sparked with life. He leapt from his chair and lunged across the counter, his agility and speed belying his age. Bloodthirsty lizard, thunder beast, and even a bipedal dragon? The old man's eyes gleamed as he eagerly counted the crystals, whispering to himself in awe and occasionally exclaiming in astonishment, "Are all of these yours?" After what felt like an eternity, the old man finally raised his head, gazing at Linley with eyes wide like a wolf spotting a rabbit. Essentially, yes, Linley nodded, bracing himself to ask about the price when the old man abruptly slammed his palm on the table. 8,000 gold coins. Will you sell? 8,000 gold coins? Linley was bewildered. Having little understanding of the monetary system in the world of Unreal, he turned to Kevin with a look of desperation. 10,000. Kevin declared resolutely. Wait, I need to discuss this. 10,000 gold coins was a substantial sum. And the old man, cautious, informed the two that he needed to confer before making a decision. After a lengthy wait, he returned with a beaming expression, and without hesitation, he swiftly collected the magic crystals. Deal. Upon emerging from the so-called gallows exchange, Linley felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Back in the days of the Sunset Mountains, Anduin had relentlessly compelled him to venture forth and slay the beasts. Never once considering the monetary value of the magic crystals he collected, he merely thought it wasteful to leave them scattered about, diligently gathering them after each encounter. Little did he anticipate that. Just a month or two later, he would earn his first income from these very crystals. Due to his unique experiences, Linley perhaps understood the power of money better than most mages in this world. Initially, he simply lacked the time to ponder this matter, but prompted by Kevin's reminder, he soon recalled his experiences in the endless world. Without that almost limitless wealth, he would never have been able to acquire such exquisite materials. Nor would he have reached the pinnacle of all his life skills. Many 10,000 gold coins might seem a staggering sum, yet for Linley, it was merely the beginning. That afternoon, Linley scoured over 20 herbal shops. And when he hired a carriage to transport the herbs back to the Emerald Tower, Gran was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his face. After decades of waiting, he had finally seen the emergence of a master alchemist from the Emerald Tower. To hell with the Alchemist Association, he exclaimed. The two then retreated to the reception room, where their conversation was so confidential that even Kevin remained oblivious. Kevin only knew that when they exited the reception room, Gran wore a satisfied grin and proclaimed that from that day forth, all within the Emerald Tower would be unconditionally accessible to Fei Lei, allowing him to roam freely and consult any materials he desired. This was arguably the highest privilege granted within the Emerald Tower, especially for a novice mage who had only recently joined the guild. Indeed, it was nothing short of a miracle. Almost all the mages of the Emerald Tower failed to comprehend why Gran had made such a decision. To them, it seemed ludicrous. Even the pride of the Gallows Guild, the legendary mage Anduin, had never enjoyed such generous treatment within the Emerald Tower. What merit did this young mage, having only recently joined, possess to warrant such exceptional conditions from Gran? In a flash, chaos erupted within the Emerald Tower, with rumors swirling fervently. Some speculated about the nature of the relationship between the two, while others questioned Gran's fairness in handling the situation. A few hot-headed individuals even threatened to withdraw from the guild unless Gran rescinded his decision. The Gallows Magic Guild had already been suffering a talent drain, and the departure of several mages of at least level 9 would spell a catastrophic disaster. Most believed Gran would inevitably compromise. Otherwise, the Gallows Magic Guild would vanish entirely from Unreal before the highest council's assessment 3 months hence. Yet, they were all mistaken. This time, Gran not only refused to yield, but also adopted an unusually firm stance. Within just 3 days, the internal rumors were forcefully suppressed, and those mages who had threatened to leave were expelled from the guild that very afternoon. The disturbance flared up quickly and extinguished just as swiftly. As if it had never begun at all, everything seemed to return to its former course. Linley continued to frequent the library daily, occasionally strolling outside the Emerald Tower with Kevin to peruse the magical shops for intriguing items. The plump old man remained enthusiastic about mentoring young mages, employing the same unique methods as before. The only discordant note was the group of mages who had been expelled from the guild. Not only had Gran heard about them multiple times, but Linley had also caught wind of their frequent gatherings, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Aside from this soul dissonance, everything appeared unchanged. Under Gran's strong-handed approach, the minor upheaval was quelled, yet everyone was aware that the suppressed voices had never truly vanished. They were merely biding their time. Should Linley falter, or if Gran failed to provide a compelling rationale, those voices would inevitably resurface, louder than before. However, for Linley, this was not a matter of great concern. Since returning from the Gallows Exchange, he had been exceedingly busy, with little time to attend to such affairs. Each morning, he would head straight to the library, burdened with the need to catch up on knowledge. Seated in the tranquil library, he felt as though he had returned to the days leading up to the college entrance examination. often lifting his head from the piles of books only to find he had neglected meals, rushing back to the alchemy room where herbs worth thousands of gold awaited him. His task was to transform these thousands of gold's worth of herbs into potions. Even as a master alchemist, Linley found himself overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of herbs before him. Moreover, Gran, that old rascal, frequently visited the alchemy room under the guise of concern, showing up more often than anyone else. Particularly when gazing at the finished potions, his drooling visage made Linley wish to evict him from the room. In the reception room, the two had reached an agreement. Linley would hold privileges second only to the guild president within the Gallows Magic Guild, while the guild would possess the right of first purchase for the potions he produced. This was the real reason the old man visited the alchemy room daily. In essence, both the old and the young shared similar traits. Both were rather mercenary in nature, albeit one was boisterous while the other preferred discretion. Their agreement was, of course, steeped in utilitarianism. One sought to maximize the benefits brought by the master alchemist, while the other aimed to exploit the guild's resources for his own gain. Neither of these scoundrels could be deemed virtuous. Linley was relatively content with the terms of their agreement. As a transmigrator, he understood the power of publicity better than most, particularly in a world of swords and sorcery. With the Gallows Magic Guild backing him, even purchasing potions could yield greater success than for others. A plethora of herbs were meticulously organized, and the once empty alchemy room was once again infused with the fragrant aroma of herbs. According to Linley's plan, this first batch of herbs would primarily be utilized for low-level potions, as it was merely the beginning, far from the time to showcase all his capabilities. Yet, with his prowess as a master alchemist, even low-level potions would be sufficient to dazzle Anduin. Heaven knew how long it had been since the mages in the Emerald Tower had inhaled the scent of calming potions. The faint fragrance wafted through the alchemy room as the potion in the beaker gurgled. Linley added calming flower juice to the beaker while meticulously calculating the proportions of the 3 potions, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow before plunging back into his tasks. Behind him stood a collection of prepared arcane potions. Gran dropped by several times, and upon seeing the array of arcane potions, the old man nearly bit his tongue off. He had been yearning for them even before seeing them. And now that they were visible, he became insatiable, resembling a long-starved woman clinging to him, insisting on trying a couple of potions. After much persuasion, Linley finally relented and provided him with a potion, successfully sending the old man on his way. Aside from the old man, Kevin also visited a few times, though compared to Gran, the young mage was considerably more subdued. After greeting Linley upon entry, he quietly squatted in the corner, sketching circles. Whenever there was a task at hand, he would assist Linley, merely seeking to witness the skills of the master alchemist. The thousands of gold's worth of herbs took nearly a week to process. By Wednesday, Linley emerged from the alchemy room, utterly fatigued. After exiting, he immediately sought out Gran once more, and the two retreated into the reception room, where they engaged in conversation for nearly half the afternoon. Emerging with mischievous grins, having completed these tasks, Linley finally felt he could indulge in a good night's sleep. After so many days of relentless busyness, he was utterly exhausted, and once he fell asleep, he did so deeply until Friday morning. Upon waking from his slumber, Linley discovered that a rumor had already spread like wildfire throughout Gallows City. It was said that not long ago, the Gallows Magic Guild had uncovered a high elf relic, from which they had procured numerous master-level potions. No, that is not correct. I have heard that they have unearthed a master alchemist, and this time the Magic Guild shall truly prosper. It is said that not only has the master alchemist been brought here, but he has also brought along a batch of potions from the Alchemist Guild. You can boast all you like, but who among us is unaware of the dire state of the Magic Guild in recent years? Those fellows from the Alchemist Guild are all exceedingly perceptive. If they could truly recruit an alchemist, I would be able to gnaw off the spire of the Emerald Tower. I cannot fathom their reasoning. Such masterful potions are not merely to be hidden away for private consumption, yet they dare to sell them. Damn it, you lot. Don't leave just yet. Bring forth your money and lend it to me. I too wish to purchase a bottle. Don't be foolish. With the meager sum we possess, we cannot even afford a single bottle. Well, perhaps a bottle cap might be within our means. And all of this stems from a single proclamation made by Gran. This Sunday, the Magic Guild shall auction 30 bottles of arcane potions within the Emerald Tower. The mages of Gallows can hardly remember the last time they heard the name arcane potion, particularly those hailing from magical families, though the Gallows Magic Guild has fallen on hard times in recent years. Due to agreements made during the Dark Era, they still managed to obtain some assistance from the Alchemist Guild, albeit typically by trading on Gran's weary visage. Nevertheless, when compared to the magical families. They still count themselves fortunate. The magical families possess immense wealth and enviable power. Yet how could the alchemist guild be swayed by mere riches and influence? Any alchemist has the right to disdain such trivialities. Their craft, inherited from the High Elven dynasty, is in itself the most precious treasure in this world. Should a master alchemist wish, they could easily bring a magical family to ruin with but a flick of their wrist. There are countless powerful individuals willing to brave peril for a single potion. Only a colossal entity like the Merlin family might stand a slight chance of acquiring master-level potions, and even that is merely a sliver of hope. Since Grayan made his announcement, the entire city of Gallows has been thrown into an uproar. Those factions eligible to compete are scrambling to amass wealth. The Merlin family, who view the 30 bottles of arcane potions as an absolute necessity, are even willing to liquidate several prime properties located in the heart of Gallows, all to gain an edge in this fierce competition. After all, Grayan has stated clearly that this time the Gallows Magic Guild will only recognize monetary bids. The highest bidder stands the greatest chance of success. Alliances and friendships can be discussed once the items are sold. It is said that even old Odin was rebuffed when he approached Grayan. Who in Gallows is unaware that these two old codgers are essentially of one mind? Rumor has it that even old Odin faced rejection, and just as the Merlin family was about to extend a hand of goodwill, they promptly withdrew it. How has the liquidation of the properties in the city center progressed? Matthias Merlin, 53 years of age, and the head of the Merlin family for the past decade, has seldom felt as agitated as he does today. Throughout this day, he has paced back and forth in the living room countless times, his footsteps sinking into the plush carpet, yet his heart remains in turmoil. 30 bottles of arcane potions represent an extraordinary opportunity for the Merlin family. He has never witnessed any faction produce so many arcane potions at once. Even the Alchemist Guild has never been so extravagant. Upon hearing this news, the usually stoic Matthias Merlin was so overwhelmed that he shattered the wine glass in his hand. 30 bottles of arcane potions mean 30 chances for a permanent enhancement of magical power. Although this opportunity is limited to mages below level 5, does the Merlin family not possess the greatest number of mages in this category? For most, level 5 is a formidable chasm to cross. Those who succeed gain the right to don the long robes of a mage and be addressed as the esteemed mage sir. However, those who fail remain mere pitiable apprentices. The gulf between mages and apprentices is but a step from heaven to hell. With the current might of the Merlin family, should they suddenly gain 30 additional mages of level 5 or higher, Matthias envisions a splendid future for the family. You are incredible. Roll about in the afternoon and find yourselves on the leaderboard by evening. Thank you all for your support. I shall endeavor to write more and update frequently to repay your kindness. The properties have been mostly handled. Only a couple remain troublesome, with the buyers steadfastly refusing to budge on price. I have dispatched someone to negotiate, and I anticipate good news shortly. Cullenware appears respectful, yet his eyes betray a hint of pride. He has long sought to prove himself not only as a wielder of magical talent, but also as a capable family manager. Thus, in handling this property sale, he has striven for perfection, managing to sell 5 properties worth over 180,000 gold coins in just a single day, even under such urgent circumstances. He has ensured that the family suffers minimal losses. In Cullen's view, even his father's direct involvement might not yield better results. Fool. Yet awaiting him is the furious roar of old Merlin, who once more shatters a wine glass upon the floor. Amidst his rapid breaths, he points a trembling finger at Cullen. Who authorized you to negotiate with them? Who granted you the authority to engage in such discussions? Do you not realize that this concerns the very survival of the Merlin family? In such matters, you dare to act independently without regard for my authority? Have you no respect for your elder? Cullenware is left utterly dumbfounded. The fury of old Merlin strikes him like a rod of darkness, leaving him dazed and overwhelmed. A wave of grievance surges within him, yet he stands there speechless for a long moment. Alas, he is but his own flesh and blood. After venting his ire, Matthias' anger subsides somewhat, and with a weary sigh, he remarks, "Why can you not consider that if it were not for the pressing time constraints, I would never have sold off our central properties? Do you think the Merlin family is in need of money? What we lack is time. The time allotted to us is exceedingly short. Only 2 days remain before those 30 bottles of arcane potions are to be auctioned. If only we had a few more days, I could have liquidated additional properties, thus enhancing our chances at the auction." Yet Cullen never anticipated that old Merlin would resolve to take such significant action. Are these 30 bottles of arcane potions truly so vital to the Merlin family? Even without them, we already possess 40 mages of level 5 and above, a strength unmatched in Gallows save for the Magic Guild. Why must we contend so fiercely for these 30 bottles? Humph. Old Merlin rolls his eyes, gazing at Cullen with a mix of disappointment and ire. I have long warned you not to get too close to those old fools within the family. Why will you not heed my counsel? Look at what they have taught you. These short-sighted individuals see 40 mages of level 5 and above as a splendid sight, with these 30 bottles of arcane potions. We would possess 70 true mages, no longer merely laughable apprentices. As he speaks, a glint of menace flickers in old Merlin's eyes. And have you considered what fate awaits the Merlin family should these arcane potions fall into the hands of another family? The gravity of old Merlin's words plunges Cullen into contemplation that he stands there, dazed, carefully contemplating the implications of his father's statements. Cullen is not a fool. After a moment, he begins to grasp the critical significance of his father's words. Suddenly, he feels a chill course through his limbs, and as he opens his mouth to speak, he finds his throat parched. Are you suggesting that the position of the Merlin family will be supplanted by other factions? Indeed, old Merlin's countenance bears the weight of gravity. These 30 bottles of arcane potions may represent an opportunity for the Merlin family, or they may spell disaster. I understand now, Father, in these next 2 days. You must not only expedite the sale of the properties, but also make an effort to frequent the Magic Guild. If you can uncover the origins of this batch of arcane potions, that would be ideal. If not, you must at least establish a good rapport with them. This time, they have truly unearthed a master alchemist. When you visit, be sure to bring along those 14-level spells from our family. Gran should comprehend my intent. Old Merlin's voice carries a tinge of melancholy. From this point forward, the Magic Guild shall no longer be the same as it once was. Very well. I shall attend to it at once. As Cromwell was about to depart, old Merlin called him back. A few days ago, I heard that you had an unpleasant encounter with a young wizard concerning the Magic Guild. This matter, which he could have explained away, was abruptly unveiled by old Merlin, causing a flicker of panic to cross Cromwell's face. What do you know about that young wizard? Judging by the expression on old Merlin's face, there seemed to be little reproach. I know a bit, Cromwell replied, feeling somewhat reassured. This wizard is named Feyle. I met him while in the Sunset Mountains. He was beset by a bipedal dragon, and I intervened to save him. However, rather than expressing gratitude, he has repeatedly sought to challenge me. Later, I heard he joined the Magic Guild and intended for Gran to teach him a lesson. What is his strength? Approximately level 6. Merely an inconsequential figure. Old Merlin shook his head. Your mistake lies in allowing Gran to become aware of this. First, try to see if you can win him over. If that fails, he gestured with his bony fingers, indicating a decisive termination. Remember, if you act, do so cleanly. Understood. Although he had received a harsh reprimand, Cromwell felt rather elated as he departed old Merlin's study. What he had initially believed to be covert machinations had unexpectedly garnered old Merlin's approval, a validation of utmost importance to Cromwell. With the formidable support of the Merlin family, eliminating a fallen low-level wizard would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The thought of attempting to win over such a figure had never crossed Cromwell's mind. With a few level 14 spells in hand, even Gran would have to regard him with newfound respect. Why would he need to align himself with a downtrodden low-level wizard? The storm unleashed by the arcane potion had engulfed much of Gallows City, from 11 magical families to 6 underground factions. Nearly everyone was desperately gathering funds, properties and prime locations, high-level magical beasts crystals, rare magical materials, and uncommon magical equipment. These once scarce items seemed to flood the market overnight, with prices plummeting as if diving from a high platform. The entirety of Gallows City had descended into madness, with any faction capable of competing striving to push into the Emerald Tower, the eye of the storm. After Gran disseminated the news, he retreated into the tower, feigning illness. Visiting, alas, I must apologize. President Gran is gravely ill, suffering from a virulent infectious disease. We would feel terrible if you were to catch it as well. Perhaps it would be best if you returned home and came back in a few days. Sometimes, the environment can be truly terrifying. Even Kevin, who was usually quite honest, found himself weaving lies, his expression anxious and pained when discussing the infectious disease, as if Gran were plagued by a pestilence. Everyone knew the truth, yet no one could confront the rotund Gran. In this situation, he was the knife, and they were the fish on the chopping block, waiting for the moment to strike during the auction. Thus, representatives from the 10 magical families arrived, only to depart again, followed by the 6 underground factions, who also came and went. Meanwhile, the ailing Gran, blissfully unaware, remained hidden in the basement, counting arcane potions repeatedly, his smile growing broader with the cacophony from the living room. He could hardly remember the last time the Gallows Magic Guild had been so lively. Over the past 20 years, while the Magic Guild had remained the foremost power in Gallows City, astute observers recognized that this was merely due to the existence of the Supreme Council. Should the Supreme Council withdraw its support, this leading faction would crumble in an instant before the emergence of the arcane potion. Who truly regarded the Magic Guild with any seriousness? Even old Odin, with whom he had a good rapport, would hardly pay the guild any heed if Gran were not seated in the president's chair. Even the young scion of the Merlin family dared to approach him with demands. How audacious to suggest expelling Fei Lei from the guild, Gran mused, reveling in his own brilliance, reflecting on his initial decision. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. It was this very choice that had led to the present glory of the Gallows Magic Guild. 30 bottles of arcane potion had made the guild the focal point of all Gallows City. If those desperate individuals knew that over 100 bottles were concealed in the basement, what expressions would adorn their faces? As the architect of this potion storm, Gran possessed more insider knowledge than anyone else. And he understood the true value of Lin Li better than anyone. To him, the arcane potion was merely a beginning. The time to reveal Lin Li's true worth had yet to arrive. In fact, even Gran himself was curious about what further surprises this near-miraculous potion master might bring to the Magic Guild. While everyone was in a frenzy over the 30 bottles of arcane potion, Lin Li found himself secluded in the potion room, seated for the entire morning. He had heard whispers of the commotion caused by the arcane potion, and under different circumstances, he might have indulged in a moment of satisfaction. However, his mind was wholly occupied with something intriguing he had discovered in the potion room. Among the remnants of various potions lay several black petals, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the previous days. Lin Li had stumbled into the potion room that morning in a daze. When he finally came to his senses and attempted to leave, he unexpectedly found these petals amidst a pile of potion residue. The black petals, intermingled with the remnants, would have been nearly indistinguishable had it not been for Lin Li's keen eyesight. Initially, he thought little of it. After all, herb gathering was a tedious task, and except for someone with his mastery of herbal lore, most individuals would inevitably collect some weeds along with the desired herbs. Over the past few days, he had discarded countless weeds while preparing the arcane potion. Picking up the petals was an almost instinctive action, akin to a natural response when one reaches out to a beautiful woman. It was not lewdness. Rather, it was an innate reaction. In any case, Lin Li found himself holding one of the petals. Yet, he soon realized that something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, the petal resembled that of the fabled Black Lotus. This was too incredible to fathom. Lin Li never would have imagined discovering Black Lotus petals amid a heap of calming flower remnants. Although the potion made primarily from the calming flower yielded decent results, the herb itself thrived in rather unremarkable conditions. To be blunt, it grew almost anywhere there was a mountain and water. In stark contrast, the legendary Black Lotus required an extraordinarily harsh environment for its survival, demanding an abundance of magical elements and temperatures capable of melting steel. Most crucially, it needed to be nourished by magma flowing from the Earth's core. But this magma had to flow gently, at least a meter away from the Black Lotus. All these conditions were absolutely essential. Any deviation would cause the Black Lotus to wither in a remarkably short time. Even if it managed to sprout, given these nearly absurd growth requirements, the existence of the Black Lotus had long been deemed impossible. Lin Li had previously sought to acquire Black Lotus flowers at a high price, offering a bounty of hundreds of thousands of gold coins, yet not a single one had surfaced. After several months of waiting, Lin Li had resigned himself to the mythic nature of the Black Lotus. Little did he expect that after inexplicably finding himself in another world, he would stumble upon traces of the Black Lotus. What astonishing luck! Lin Li gazed at the petals in his hand. Unable to contain the excitement swelling within him any longer, he had discovered several Black Lotus petals within the tranquil flower, and if such fortune were to be disclosed, it would surely send a wave of madness through many. Hastily, Lin Li opened the ring of endless storms and retrieved 2 vials, one red and one blue. He carefully poured them into a beaker in a 3-to-1 ratio. As the 2 potions mingled, a pungent aroma began to pervade the alchemical chamber. This was a technique Lin Li had mastered long ago. By combining a restorative potion with a clarity potion, he could intuitively ascertain the properties of a particular herb through this simple, yet intensely contrasting mixture. With utmost caution, Lin Li took a black petal and slowly submerged it into the beaker. The instant the dark fragment made contact with the liquid, a soft hissing sound echoed, and the potion within the beaker surged violently. releasing a cloud of misty white vapor. The previously sour scent that filled the chamber vanished instantaneously, replaced by a refreshing and fragrant aroma. Indeed, it was a black lotus. Linley quickly set the beaker down, fearful that he might accidentally drop the precious petal into the mixture. The black lotus is renowned for its use in mental enhancement, with its most potent product being the legendary transient divine potion. Under the brief span of 20 seconds that this divine state lasts, the user possesses nearly limitless mental power and becomes immune to all earthly spells. Such a concoction is undoubtedly a formidable weapon, capable of obliterating foes effortlessly. However, this remains merely a legend. Even the most esteemed alchemists could not locate the recipe for the transient divine potion. Perhaps only the divine craftsman might have a chance. Moreover, the black lotus can also be used to concoct various mental enhancement potions, such as the infinite magical energy and those pertaining to the arcane domain. While these are not as grotesque as the transient divine potion, they are far more practical compared to the elusive recipes of divine craftsmen. At the very least, by the time Linley reached the level of master alchemist, he had already mastered their formulas. Furthermore, these potions are not to be underestimated. Although they may not rival the transient divine potion, they are certainly the pinnacle among the lesser variants, especially the infinite magical energy, which is as alluring as it is potent. 3 instantaneous legendary spells are sufficient to enable a magic apprentice to effortlessly defeat a legendary mage. Of course, such a terrifying potion requires materials of extraordinary rarity. In addition to the legendary black lotus, a plethora of scarce herbs are equally elusive, particularly since the concoction must also incorporate the sap of the eternal tree, as only this sap can provide the necessary magical energy to support the 3 legendary spells. Nevertheless, the black lotus is a rare find. Even these few petals could drive most alchemists to madness. And they also signify a lead that might allow Linley to discover a location where the black lotus flourishes, a coveted secret among alchemists. The petals were gently placed within the ring of endless storms. Linley's hands steady and cautious, fearful of damaging this treasure. Upon completing his task and exiting the alchemical chamber, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. To his surprise, this fellow dared to visit the Magic Guild. Spotting Crinwell entering the Emerald Tower from afar sent a shiver down Linley's spine. Hadn't this man just threatened Gran a few days prior? How is it that he so quickly made his way to the Magic Guild? The Gran of now was not the same as the Gran from just days ago. Ever since he acquired the arcane potions, the old man had become like a veteran soldier meeting a seasoned medic, unable to feel at ease unless he had a good shake or two. This brash character had the audacity to stroll in here, utterly unconcerned about Gran potentially leveraging this opportunity against him. The rotund elder, with the arcane potion in hand, was now the center of attention in the entire city of Gauros. Given his vindictive nature, Crinwell, who had previously offended him, was unlikely to escape unscathed. Fei, I've searched everywhere for you. I didn't realize you were hiding here. Linley overheard Kevin's voice echoing from the hall. Linley looked up to see Kevin wearing a troubled expression. What was with that countenance? Knowing all too well the burdens Gran had imposed on Kevin these past few days, Linley couldn't help but chuckle at Kevin's furrowed brow. Well, have you been reaping quite the benefits these past days? Don't even mention it, Kevin lamented, his handsome face twisted in dismay. You have no idea how I've been getting through these days. I haven't had a moment's peace from dawn till dusk, with people constantly coming to inquire about Uncle Gran's condition. I must have repeated the lie about the so-called infectious disease at least 800 times. I even fear I might dream about it tonight. Well, that's only if you have time to sleep, Linley remarked, unfeelingly mocking Kevin, gesturing towards the bustling crowd outside the Emerald Tower. Look at all these people. By the time you finish placating each one, it will probably be dawn. Engrossed in his banter with Linley, Kevin was caught off guard by Crinwell's sudden approach, after a severe reprimand from old Merlin the night before. Crinwell's eagerness grew more intense. Early this morning, armed with several level 14 spells, he entered the Emerald Tower, even planning how to present them. In his mind, all he had to do was present these spells to Gran, and the old man would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Then, he could casually strengthen their rapport, discussing the deep and enduring friendship between the Magic Guild and the Merlin family. When the atmosphere was just right, he would diplomatically and sincerely request to purchase 30 vials of arcane potions on behalf of the Merlin family. Perfect. As he envisioned the splendid scenario, a restrained smile graced Crinwell's face. Alas, no amount of restraint or perfect planning could be realized without the opportunity to execute it. Upon entering the Emerald Tower, Crinwell quickly realized that the situation was far from what he had envisioned. Those mages who typically greeted him with courtesy now treated him as if he were invisible. the warmest acknowledgement being a mere nod. Initially, Crinwell thought he must have mistaken the individuals, but after several encounters with the same dismissive attitude, he began to panic, having already bungled the property matters. Failing here would jeopardize his standing within the family. Thus, Crinwell, uncharacteristically, let go of his pride, forcing a smile as he attempted to ingratiate himself with the mages within the Emerald Tower. As he smiled, his heart bled. The son of Matthias Merlin, reduced to seeking the favor of these lowly mages. Such a reality was more painful than death for the proud Crinwell. What he found most unbearable, however, was the disdainful attitude of these wretched mages, their condescending smirks driving him to the brink of madness. He could not fathom how those who once fawned over him could now smile so scornfully in his presence. Crinwell had long since lost track of how he spent the morning. Time and again, he forced smiles and attempted to ingratiate himself, only to be met with cold gazes. Just then, he finally spotted Kevin. Having dealt with Kevin on several occasions, Crinwell knew that if there was an honest soul within the Galros Magic Guild, it was surely Kevin. Crinwell. Honest individuals are always easier to converse with. Kevin the Mage, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Crinwell, Kevin responded, feeling a sudden wave of dread upon seeing Crinwell. If it were possible, he would have preferred to change his greeting to, I wish we hadn't met. But alas, they had already crossed paths, and in a moment of desperation, Crinwell rushed forward, fervently shaking Kevin's hand. Long time no see, long time no see. As for Linley, he was naturally overlooked in this exchange. In Crinwell's eyes, with Grayan gravely ill, the de facto leader of the Magic Guild was undoubtedly his nephew Kevin. Why would he divert his efforts to engage a down-and-out mage when he could be cultivating a relationship with the head of the guild? Moreover, as the heir of the Merlin family, it is truly beneath Crinwell to initiate a conversation with a lowly mage. Linley's discerning gaze and Crinwell's expression betrayed his thoughts, leaving no doubt in his mind about what was on his mind. However, being overlooked might be for the best, as it would spare him the embarrassment of having to deal with Crinwell's forced joviality later on. He had meticulously prepared his speech before arriving. Yet he had spent the entire morning suppressing it, nearly causing him internal distress. Now, having finally caught Kevin, he was not about to give him a chance to resist, once Crinwell seized Kevin with both hands. He never let go, discussing their childhood friendship before transitioning into the profound and enduring alliance between the Merlin family and the Magic Guild. This barrage of words and sentiments had Kevin feeling drowsy and utterly beleaguered. To be frank, Kevin, my elder brother, I truly admire you. My father once told me that in the city of Gallos, you are the only young mage whose magical talent surpasses mine. That I was skeptical at the time. But it wasn't until last year, when you broke through to level 8, that I realized my father's judgment was indeed astute. Upon hearing this, even the honest Kevin could not suppress his urge to curse. Thinking to himself, for heaven's sake, can't you distinguish between slapping and striking? He cast a guilty glance at Linley, wondering if last year's breakthrough to level 8 had truly intimidated him. If he knew that this individual had only been exposed to magic for a little over 3 months before achieving the same level, he would surely have fainted on the spot. Not only would you be shocked, but even your father would likely have been rendered speechless upon seeing that crystal shine for 28 minutes. Praising me as a magical genius in front of this person is akin to pushing me into a pit of fire. As the sun began to set, Kevin finally saw a glimmer of hope when Crinwell inquired about Grayan. I apologize, but the president has been quite overworked lately and is currently recuperating within the Emerald Tower. As he uttered these words, Kevin's heart surged with excitement, akin to those oppressed races who had been enslaved for millennia, suddenly glimpsing the dawn of victory. What a pity, Crinwell lamented, his expression heavy with sorrow. May I go visit him? My father asked me to bring him a small gift this morning. After enduring a torturous afternoon, Kevin finally received the opportunity he had been waiting for. Visiting him. Oh dear, I must apologize. President Grayan is truly gravely ill, afflicted with a malignant infectious disease. If he were to catch it as well, we would be deeply troubled. Perhaps it would be best if you returned and came back in a few days? This phrase had been repeated thousands of times over the past 2 days, yet never before had it been delivered with such delight. He spoke without a shred of psychological burden, unconcerned about the possibility of sleep-talking later that night, and even felt a sense of relief afterward. The smile on Crinwell's face froze. He had never anticipated that after meticulously crafting his speech and showering compliments, he would be met with such a response. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, his gaze fixated on Kevin, his eyes beginning to glaze over. He simply could not comprehend why things had taken such a turn. Even Linley, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief. The environment was truly dreadful. as even an honest person like Kevin had been corrupted to the point of speaking lies so effortlessly. Yet, this initially exasperated smile appeared rather ironic in Crenwell's eyes. The breath that had been trapped in his chest after Kevin's rejection suddenly found its release. "What are you laughing at?" Crenwell's fair visage contorted with rage, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Li as if he wished to devour him whole. Kevin, who had moments ago been in a jovial mood, was taken aback by how swiftly the situation had escalated. By the time he realized he needed to intervene, it was already too late. Crenwell's gaze was fierce, his expression twisted, and the spittle from his impassioned tirade had splattered onto Lin Li's face. Recalling the two unfortunate souls outside the gallows exchange, Kevin understood that trouble was brewing. After spending so much time together, he had come to decipher Lin Li's character. This young mage was strikingly similar to Grayan. As long as one did not provoke him, any conversation could flow smoothly. However, once riled, this individual would not hold back, and when he moved, he would strike with lethal intent. Though there were some frictions between the Magic Guild and the Merlin family, they were nonetheless the two most significant forces in Gallows. Should anything untoward happen to Crenwell here, Kevin could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue in Gallows. "Oh, you have any sense of propriety? The conversation I was having with Mage Kevin pertains to the confidential matters between the Merlin family and the Magic Guild. What is your standing? Just recently infiltrated the Magic Guild and already lost track of your own surname. You dare to eavesdrop on such confidential discussions, and yet you do not take your leave immediately." The most troubling aspect for Kevin was that Crenwell remained blissfully unaware of his own actions, continuing to shout recklessly, "I overslept. I apologize for being late." He shared a secret with everyone after reading. If you press enter, you'll be transported to a mysterious place where two impressive options await. One to cast a recommendation vote, and the other to join the bookshelf that if you choose both, you might trigger a hidden task. Listening to Crenwell's venomous tirade, Kevin felt as if he might perish from despair. He yearned to leap up and slap this fool, asking him if he even realized whom he was insulting. That was the most privileged individual in the Magic Guild, a person whom even Grayan would treat with utmost respect. Now, to be berated and told to leave, Kevin felt his sanity teetering on the brink. As Lin Li maintained his placid smile, Kevin's heart raced with dread. Amid Crenwell's raucous shouting, the Magic Guild's hall seemed to descend into an unnatural silence. Everyone paused their activities, their gazes converging upon Crenwell. Their expressions were laden with sympathy and pity, as if they were gazing upon a congenitally disabled fool. Though Grayan had said nothing in recent days, they had long since equated Lin Li with the 30 vials of alchemical potions. It was unmistakable. Grayan had just conferred upon him the greatest privilege in the Magic Guild, only to have news of 30 vials of potions circulate immediately afterward. Even a blind person could see the connection. If there were anyone in the Magic Guild who should never be trifled with, it was undoubtedly this young mage clad in an old robe. Not to mention Crenwell, even his father, the elder Merlin, reputed to be equally skilled in magic as Grayan, would find himself in dire straits if he crossed paths with this young mage. A person who could casually procure 30 vials of potions would certainly not hesitate to produce another 30. Under such a deadly temptation, countless assassins would be lined up waiting for their chance. Yet here Crenwell was, still babbling on, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation, among all present. It seemed only Crenwell remained oblivious to the unfolding reality. Since returning from the Sunset Mountains, Crenwell had never felt this jubilant. The pent-up resentment that had accumulated over time erupted today, and the pent-up frustration found its release. Every word he uttered was laced with venom, aimed at ridiculing and mocking Lin Li, from the tattered robe to the fact that he couldn't even afford a proper staff, insulting him to the point of questioning his very identity for daring to partake in such an important conversation. What a delight! Crenwell hadn't experienced such exhilaration in quite some time. The sensation of exhilaration is indeed a wondrous phenomenon, akin to an intense climax that often culminates in an inevitable release. Cromwell experienced such a moment, however, just as he reached the zenith of his euphoria, he suddenly noticed Lin Li raising his right hand. There were no extraneous gestures or convoluted incantations, only a sudden surge of magical energy accompanied by a muffled thud. In the blink of an eye, Cromwell felt as though he had been struck in the face by a hammered iron. In that fleeting instant, he perceived that his entire visage had been shattered by an unparalleled force that surged upon him without warning. The might of that power was so overwhelming that he barely had time to emit a cry before being violently propelled away, his body soaring several meters like a severed kite, ultimately crashing heavily onto the steps at the entrance, all under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Cromwell felt cold and damp, his mind swirling in a haze, as if he had just been struck by a door. His nose seemed to be broken, a warm stream flowing from his nostrils, mingling with the moisture on his face. He could not discern whether it was blood or mere water. He distinctly observed that the force that had sent him flying was a column of water. The peak of exhilaration indeed leads to a release, yet Cromwell was unluckily on the receiving end, and rather unpleasantly. Right in the face. A profound silence enveloped the hall, the dozens of wizards present, including Kevin, who had devoted over 20 years to the study of magic, could hardly fail to recognize that Linley had just executed a level 2 spell, the water burst. While a level 2 spell was not particularly fearsome, what was truly alarming was the manner in which Linley had employed it. There were no superfluous gestures, no incantations, just a simple raising of his hand that effortlessly unleashed the water burst. This was the essence of instantaneous casting. Even novice apprentices understood that what constrained a wizard's combat effectiveness was not merely mental acuity or magical energy, but rather the preparation time required for spells. The intricate gestures and lengthy incantations rendered wizards in combat perpetually precarious. And the overwhelming majority of wizards were engaged in the same pursuit: how to cast spells with utmost swiftness. The epitome of speed was undeniably instantaneous casting. Yet, it was an immensely arduous feat, demanding absolute control over mental focus, precise allocation of magical energy, and comprehensive analysis of elemental structures. This transcended the realms of mere knowledge and technique, belonging to an entirely different dimension. Perhaps a select few wizards of level 10 or above could, through decades of accumulated experience, manage to instantaneously cast a couple of level 1 or 2 spells, but for the vast majority, instantaneous casting remained an elusive dream. Yet today, all bore witness to a level 2 spell erupting in an instant, executed by a young wizard not yet 20. This reality exceeded their wildest imaginations. A seasoned wizard with a grizzled beard gazed vacantly, his expression mirroring the collective astonishment of the assembly. His words encapsulated the sentiments of all present. Aside from the term genius, they found no other fitting description for the young magician. The hall was rendered eerily quiet, the only sounds being the hurried breaths of the crowd and Linley's soft footsteps descending the stairs. Linley maintained a smile, and as he approached Cromwell, he politely greeted him. "Long time no see, Wizard Cromwell." "Long time no see." Cromwell instinctively recoiled, his voice punctuated by a nasal tone due to his injury. Although Linley had previously slain a bipedal dragon before his very eyes in the Sunset Mountains, Cromwell had always perceived this downtrodden wizard as inferior to himself. The slaying of the bipedal dragon was merely a stroke of luck. That ice lance had fortuitously found its mark in the creature's wound. Had it not been for that, he would have been torn to shreds by the dragon. Cromwell steadfastly believed that the only young wizard worthy of comparison to him within the Magic Guild was Kevin. 3 years his senior and having reached level 8 3 years prior, thus representing his sole rival in Gallows City. As for Linley, he was merely a low-level wizard. However, at this moment, facing such a low-level wizard, Cromwell felt utterly defenseless. Without reason or justification, it was simply a straightforward and brutal water burst that shattered Cromwell's pride, built over 2 decades. Lying on the ground, he suddenly realized his own frailty. Linley bent down to gaze at Cromwell, his smile unwavering. Yet the glint of menace in his eyes left no doubt in Cromwell's mind that he could be killed with a mere flick of Linley's hand. An overwhelming fear surged within him, as if, in an instant, he were transported back to the Sunset Mountains, confronting the terrifying Thunder Gorilla. Instinctively, he recoiled once more. Enough, at that moment. A voice resonated from the bottom of the stairs. Hearing that familiar voice, Cromwell, trapped in his fear, felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. "Father, silence. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Old May stepped forth from the crowd, clad in a black wizard's robe, his right hand tightly gripping a cerulean staff, an aura of immense power radiating from him that even Linley, positioned far up the stairs, could feel an insurmountable pressure. "Thank you, Mage Fay Lay, for assisting me in disciplining my son," Old May expressed sincerely, bowing slightly to Linley. However, when he lifted his head, a glint of murderous intent shone in his eyes. "But some matters should be left to me. As his father, young man, it is always prudent to be magnanimous." As Old May's words fell, the surrounding magical elements erupted in a violent fluctuation, as if a colossal vortex was expanding. Within the vortex, Linley felt an unprecedented pressure, compelling him to grit his teeth to resist succumbing to its force. Simultaneously, Old May's mental energy surged like tumultuous waves, crashing upon Linley at the center of the vortex in relentless waves. "You were too kind." Linley gritted his teeth, suddenly igniting an extraordinary mental force that barely allowed him to maintain a stark contest against the venerable old Mei Lin. However, the chasm between a level 15 archmage and a level 8 mage was far too vast to be bridged by mere mental prowess. It represented a comprehensive disparity, encompassing not only strength and experience, but also an understanding of the rules governing their craft. At that moment, old Mei Lin resembled a seasoned veteran, well-versed in the game's intricacies. Bullying a novice who had only just set foot in the arena. Once one ascended to level 15, entering the realm of archmages, their comprehension of the entire magical world transcended to an entirely different echelon. Even if Lin Li's mental force was formidable and his magical energy seemingly boundless, he could not surmount such a disparity in rank. All he could do was to hold on, but even that perseverance could not last much longer. For Lin Li felt acutely that the immense vortex was spinning with an ever-increasing ferocity. Under wave after wave of mental assaults, he was teetering on the brink of collapse. It was a sensation bordering on despair. Within that colossal whirlpool, Lin Li felt utterly devoid of any means to resist. Indeed, the archmage was formidable. Since his transmigration, this was the first time Lin Li encountered an opponent he could not contend with. A profound sense of defeat welled up within him. In truth, old Mei Lin's state of mind was scarcely more tranquil than Lin Li's. Before him stood a young mage, scarcely 20 years of age. Even younger than Karenwire, yet in controlling power, he surpassed the extraordinarily gifted Karenwire by an unfathomable degree. Moreover, during their earlier exchanges, old Mei Lin had discovered that this young man's mental force was astonishingly potent. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not ascertain the limits of Lin Li's capabilities. Old Mei Lin understood well that his advantage in this lopsided contest stemmed solely from a more profound grasp of the underlying principles. With nearly a 10-level difference between them, it was absurd that the outcome should be determined in such a manner. One must recognize that mages inhabit a profession with a rigid hierarchy, where each level signifies a quantum leap in power. The gulf between an archmage and a mage is more distant than the abyssal sea itself. True contests of skill occur only among equals. As seen in the battles between old Mei Lin and Karenwire, where the focus is on the rules of engagement. An archmage bullying a mage is unequivocally a case of overwhelming domination. Yet, the anticipated crushing victory had devolved into the present situation, leaving even old Mei Lin secretly astonished. The sole consolation for old Mei Lin was that this ridiculous and uneven contest was nearing its conclusion. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of sadness. Here he was, a distinguished archmage, taking pride in having finally bested a mere mage. The colossal vortex spun wildly, each mental assault crashing down more violently than the last. Just as Lin Li thought he would be engulfed by that immense whirlpool, a familiar voice resonated from within the Emerald Tower. Mateus, I see you've truly regressed. Instantly, Lin Li felt a sudden lightness, as if the tremendous vortex had abruptly vanished, as though it had never existed at all. Meanwhile, old Mei Lin stood at a distance on the steps, his gaze shifting from Lin Li to the depths of the Emerald Tower. Karenwire emerged from the tower, still bearing the same clumsy demeanor as before. His rotund figure seemed to be shuffling rather than walking. Cut the small talk, Karenwire. You owe me an explanation for today's events. I'll give you a fork, Karenwire retorted, eyes wide with indignation. I say, Mateus, you're getting on in years. You should know better. You bully my guild members, and you expect me to give you an explanation? Do you really think I'm easier to push around just because I've gained a few pounds in the last 2 years? As Karenwire's words fell, the atmosphere outside the Emerald Tower became charged with tension. Everyone's heart raced. This was not akin to the earlier skirmish between Lin Li and old Mei Lin, which was merely a father stepping in for his son. Now, the two individuals standing before each other were both archmages of level 15 and above, leading the two most significant factions in Gauros. Should these two great powers come to blows, Gauros would plunge into chaos. Are you certain? Old Mei Lin stepped onto the stairs, yet did not cast a glance at Karenwire, who lay nearby. A cyan staff pointed toward Karenwire, its tip adorned with a massive magical crystal emanating a faint azure flame. Under the violent fluctuations of magical energy, the air around the Emerald Tower seemed to whip up a tempest, lifting paper scraps and dust from the ground into a swirling dance in the sky. An unassailable aura radiated from old Mei Lin, more ferocious and potent than when he had confronted Lin Li. Feeling the power encapsulated in that aura, Lin Li realized how fortunate he had been earlier. Had old Mei Lin chosen to engage him directly, without the use of mental pressure, Lin Li would have never been able to await Karenwire's timely intervention and would likely have already been sprawled on the steps. The divide between a level 8 mage and a level 15 archmage is a chasm of two entirely different worlds. Old Mei Lin erred in choosing the domain where Lin Li excelled, a mental force so potent that even legendary mages would envy it. Yet, even in this realm, Old Mei Lin, with his profound understanding of the rules, would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Lin Li gazed at Old Mei Lin from a distance, and all he could perceive were two words: disparity. As Old Mei Lin ascended the steps, Cairnwire tightened his grip on his staff that a powerful aura emanated from Cairnwire, rivaling that of Old Mei Lin. His once cumbersome form now exuded a weightiness akin to a mountain. The two strongest mages of Galros clashed in a brilliant spark of power in a fleeting moment that you've held back for so many years. You've longed to teach me a lesson. Haven to you? Under the immense pressure, Cairnwire's expression remained composed. Enough with the nonsense. Cairnwire. Old Mei Lin's demeanor was resolute, though internally he sighed. Had it not been for Cairnwire's lack of ambition, he would never have dared challenge another archmage without being certain of victory. 30 bottles of arcane elixirs were critical, but Old Mei Lin valued even more the association with a guild possessing an apothecary. After all, a withered camel is larger than a horse. A magic guild that had fallen for decades still stood toe-to-toe with the Merlin family in Galros. If they were to acquire an apothecary, what kind of scene would that yield? Despite being an esteemed archmage, Old Mei Lin still sent Cairnwire to extend a cautious goodwill gesture, even offering 4 level 14 spells from the family's secret trove. Beyond the 30 bottles of elixirs, his true intention was to mend relations with the magic guild. With Old Mei Lin's wisdom, he could not fail to recognize that a magic guild with an apothecary would inevitably dominate Galros, leading to a situation where the Devil's Guild would reign supreme among the many factions in the future. Given that the rise of the magic guild was unstoppable, it seemed wise to extend a hand of friendship beforehand. Moreover, in the past 20 years, Old Mei Lin had conducted himself admirably, avoiding disputes with the magic guild and even facilitating some business collaborations. He believed that if he demonstrated sufficient sincerity, Cairnwire, with his character, would undoubtedly make a similarly astute choice. Thus, he dispatched Cairnwire, entrusting him with 4 level 14 spells. Yet, that little rascal had managed to botch everything. How could he have so confidently assured Old Mei Lin just days prior that the young mage named Fei Lei was merely at level 5 or 6? Having only joined the Magic Guild less than 10 days ago, the thought of it nearly made Old Mei Lin's lungs explode with rage. Just look at the power he had displayed earlier. A level 2 spell, the Water Curtain Impact, was executed with such swiftness. Was this truly the capability of a level 5 or 6 mage? Even many archmages would find such prowess formidable. And what of Kevin's expression when he stood before him? That was Cairnwire's nephew, the unequivocal second-in-command of the Magic Guild, and even he had to tread carefully around others. How could he be dismissed as an inconsequential figure? However, it is now too late to speak of anything. In truth, even old Merlin had not anticipated the fierce ruthlessness with which the young sorcerer named Fei Lei would strike. Without a word of warning or negotiation, he unleashed a torrent of water. This surge not only shattered the pride that Cromwell had nurtured for over 20 years, but also obliterated old Merlin's prior plans. The moment Cromwell was expelled from the Emerald Tower, old Merlin realized that it was over. Everything was lost. The Merlin family had irrevocably forfeited their connection to the competitive alchemical potions and utterly sealed off any path to mending relations with the Magical Guild. No one would choose an ally harboring resentment, not even if that resentment belonged solely to the ally's offspring, unless old Merlin was willing to disinherit Cromwell and select another heir from a different family, which everyone knew was impossible, for old Merlin had but this one son. Cromwell was his only option. Now, old Merlin had but one choice: to defeat Gran. He and Gran had always been the two mightiest sorcerers in Gallows City. Only by vanquishing him could he secure his position as the foremost mage of Gallows, ensuring the Merlin family could weather future crises unscathed. In the face of the absolute power of the leading sorcerer, those magical families that had long been restless would surely be subdued for a time. Simultaneously, Gran's defeat would plunge the Magical Guild into a period of silence, necessitating their reaccumulation of strength while they awaited their next opportunity to rise. Though this interlude would not be lengthy, it would provide ample time for the Merlin family to prepare for many things. In old Merlin's perspective, this would be the best possible outcome. Yet, if circumstances allowed, he truly wished to avoid such a path. After reaching the realm of the Grand Sorcerer, many matters no longer required visual confirmation. Merely relying on his instincts, old Merlin was certain that Gran's power was no less formidable than his own. This duel between grand sorcerers would most likely be determined by fortune. Throughout his life, old Merlin had never engaged in endeavors lacking assurance. Never before had he entrusted everything to chance as he did now. The azure flames rising from the magic crystal blazed fiercely, while the surrounding magical fluctuations finally reached their zenith. As a brief and hurried incantation echoed forth, a red flame suddenly ignited from the tip of old Merlin's staff. He thrust his staff forward sharply, causing all present to perceive the surrounding space twisting, as if hellish red lotuses were soaring through the air, trailing long tails of flame towards the Emerald Tower. Just as the blossoms were about to explode, Gran swung his staff horizontally, uttering a brief and urgent chant. In an instant, a cerulean barrier surged up outside the Emerald Tower's entrance, and the red lotuses struck the water curtain, creating ripples akin to pebbles dropping into a pond. Damn you, old Merlin! A furious roar erupted from within the tower, accompanied by Gran's irate inquiry. What is your surname, you old bastard? Do you intend to demolish the Emerald Tower? Yet old Merlin paid him no mind, continuing to chant swiftly. The azure flames at the staff's tip blazed anew, unleashing a torrential rain of fire that caused the cerulean barrier to sizzle ominously. You've got guts, Gran bellowed, as the cerulean barrier was pushed to its limits. Without hesitation, he formed an intricate hand gesture, summoning a surge of magical elements from the ground beneath Cromwell's feet. Old Merlin's expression shifted abruptly. He extended his staff forward, resting it on Cromwell's shoulder. Before Cromwell could comprehend the situation, the crystal atop the staff twisted peculiarly, resembling a pair of large hands that grasped Cromwell tightly. In an instant, Cromwell felt a sudden lightness as he was yanked to stand behind old Merlin. Almost simultaneously, two sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing upward with ferocity. Cromwell turned to glance back, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had those spikes pierced his body, even 10 Cromwells would have met their end. Seizing the opportunity, Gran darted out from the tower, buoyed by levitation magic, his corpulent form floating in midair. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of incantations, his hands weaving complex and arcane gestures. Old Merlin, pushing Cromwell aside, fearlessly advanced to meet him. In an instant, the magical elements outside the Emerald Tower surged wildly, and a series of dazzling magical collisions erupted, casting magnificent light as old Merlin ascended into the air. The two had already exchanged nearly 10 blows, each attack an expression of powerful high-level magic. From a distance, Linley observed the duel between the two grand sorcerers and suddenly recognized that his previous combat style was far from perfect. While a multitude of instant-casting low-level spells could indeed catch an opponent off guard, in the face of absolute power, low-level magic became a mere jest. Not to mention, old Merlin's rain of fire, you wondered what he could use to block it. Even if he shot wind blades at the cerulean barrier raised by Gran, he couldn't predict when they would reach their target. This was a quintessential sorcerer's duel, their combat styles undeniably traditional. There was no control, nor counter-control. It was a contest of sheer might, where the greater the magical power and the more abundant the magical energy, the more likely one was to emerge victorious. Of course, this is not to say that instant-cast spells were without merit. There were times when swiftness was not everything. Both grand sorcerers possessed the ability to instant-cast low-level spells, perhaps even more proficiently than Linley. Yet throughout the battle, they had not cast a single instant spell, fully aware that their instant-cast magic posed no threat to one another. In this level of combat, prolonged incantations were tantamount to courting disaster. Even a mere second's delay could lead one to an irretrievable downfall. Choosing the middle path, both opted for brief, rapid incantations and swift gestures, culminating in a grand yet ever-changing spectacle. Upon grasping the key to this dynamic, Linley became wholly absorbed in the battle, not once blinking as he etched every gesture and incantation into his memory. With each fierce clash of magic, he gradually unraveled many previously unfathomable questions, while new inquiries emerged, ones he had never contemplated before. If anyone in attendance were to benefit most from this clash, it was undoubtedly Linley. The legendary sorcerer's teachings had laid a solid foundation, and his extraordinary magical talent granted him an unparalleled capacity for comprehension. To the onlookers, the battle appeared a dazzling display, yet to Linley, it was profoundly enlightening. As the battle reached its zenith, Linley even forgot his own existence, immersing himself entirely in the clash of magic, every fiber of his being resonating with the ebb and flow of the conflict, each nerve vibrating with the magical elements. It was a near meditative state, and in this realm, Linley felt as though he had entered an independent world, where he was approaching the essence of magic at an incredible pace, with a thunderous roar. The two forces collided once more, the resulting waves of magical energy radiating outward, pushing Linley back several steps, sparks of fire scattering and tracing beautiful arcs across the sky. This earth-shattering blow finally concluded the magnificent battle. Amidst the fiery spectacle, two figures descended slowly, a sign of their expended magical strength. Linley never anticipated that such a classic and flawless confrontation would conclude with both parties exhausting their magical powers. Countless formidable spells had ultimately drained the last vestige of magic from the two combatants. Their magical energy waned almost simultaneously, and they descended from the air, relying solely on the cushioning effect of levitation. Gran, one hand bracing his robust waist, gasped desperately for breath, his corpulent frame heaving with each labored inhale. A pallid, overweight visage glistened with cold sweat. Although he glared fiercely at old Merlin, the onlookers were acutely aware that he was now at his wit's end. Old Merlin fared little better. Upon landing, he required the support of Clunwell to stand upright. Yet, inexplicably, a subtle smile lingered on old Merlin's sallow face. Gran was incensed, for the situation was abundantly clear. Both were grand magicians who had depleted their magic, rendering them incapable of harming one another. What right did old Merlin have to smile with such composure? In fact, the moment both had exhausted their magic, Gran had felt a flicker of triumph. Neither was a grand magician anymore, and behind him stood dozens of allies, ready to surge forward and easily subdue old Merlin. After all, considering his physical advantage, the thought of 200 or 300 pounds of muscle bearing down on old Merlin was enough to flatten him. Thus, Gran could not fathom why, with such a significant advantage, old Merlin continued to wear a victorious grin. The old man glared back. After being beaten to this state, you can still smile? Are you a bloody ostrich? Although old Merlin, with Clunwell's assistance, managed to steady himself, he appeared notably weakened, ignoring Gran's taunts as a fit of violent coughing erupted from his chest. At that moment, old Merlin resembled a frail, elderly man, aging and feeble, devoid of any trace of a grand magician's grandeur. Yet, regardless of his frailty, a knowing smile persisted on old Merlin's face. Gran's irritation grew as he, bracing his weakened body, advanced toward old Merlin. He resolved to prevent the guild's magicians from intervening. He would personally crush the old rogue. However, as old Merlin's smile widened and a withered right hand delved into his pocket, Gran's expression suddenly froze. For he beheld old Merlin extracting an object, a sky-blue crystal, shimmering under the fading rays of the setting sun, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in its wake. The radiant aura was resplendent and enchanting. Reminiscent of the most exquisite of dreams, the pure magical essence emanated from the crystal, devoid of any impurities, pure, clean, gentle, and soft, akin to a babbling brook quietly nourishing the earth. Old Merlin's knowing smile, illuminated by the crystal's aura, became increasingly inscrutable. If you too possessed a power crystal, I dare say you would share my smile. While responding to Gran's inquiry, old Merlin's gaze remained fixated on the crystal, its dazzling hues entrancing him. Evoking a sense of longing, his voice resonated throughout the Emerald Tower, casting an unexpected stillness upon the assembly. All eyes gravitated toward the point of light, a tapestry of emotions, confusion, shock, greed, and curiosity, intertwining to create an eerie atmosphere beneath the tower. All present were at least fifth-level magicians, and aside from Linley, who was somewhat inept, who among them had not heard of the power crystal's illustrious reputation, it was an object coveted by every magician. Renowned for its extraordinary ability to soothe the mind and significantly mitigate magical backlash. For a magician, the threat of magical backlash was often more daunting than any adversary, and the power crystal further amplified meditation effects, elevating them to staggering levels when kept nearby. However, the true strength of the power crystal lay in its ability to fully restore magical energy. For a magician, there exists no treasure more precious than magical power. A complete restoration at a critical juncture could alter the course of events entirely. Just as in the current duel between the two grand magicians, both the most formidable in Gallow City, who had exhausted their last reserves of magic. Old Merlin's condition was even more precarious than Gran's. He could scarcely stand. Yet, at this dire moment, he revealed a power crystal. The sky-blue power crystal emerged. Gran's countenance shifted dramatically. His already pallid face turned a ghastly shade of ashen green. An expression of utter despair etched upon it. In such a scenario, who could fail to feel a profound sense of hopelessness? Both adversaries had simultaneously exhausted their magic. Yet the enemy now possessed the opportunity to completely restore his magical energy at the most critical moment. There could be no more disheartening predicament. Gran stood motionless, his gaze toward old Merlin vacant and dazed. He had never felt so powerless. A seemingly equal foe might, in the next heartbeat, snuff out his life as effortlessly as crushing an ant. After a brief moment of shock, The magicians within the Emerald Tower suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The power crystal signified that old Merlin could, at any moment, eliminate Gran and plunge the magic guild into irreparable ruin. But as they grasped this reality, deep fear washed over the faces of nearly all the magicians. They understood that the magic guild was, in essence, Gran's sole domain, its survival over the past 20 years amid such adversity, standing in defiance against the illustrious Merlin family, relied entirely on Gran himself. Should he falter, the magic guild would be irrevocably lost at this juncture. Only Lin Li, the inept apprentice, remained oblivious to the unfolding crisis. He gazed curiously at old Merlin, pondering how the old man could smile with such malice, wondering if he had acquired some secret weapon. Inquisitiveness is a commendable trait, so Lin Li nudged Kevin beside him. Earnestly seeking clarification, "What on earth is that old fellow holding?" "Power crystal," Kevin replied distractedly, his mind consumed with concern for Gran. Yet, under Lin Li's persistent inquiries, he succinctly recounted the origins of the power crystal, in addition to calming the mind and enhancing meditation effects. It possesses the power to fully restore magical energy. Although this ability can only be utilized once, under the current circumstances, Uncle Gran is likely. "Restore magical energy?" Lin Li exclaimed in astonishment. Gran, who appeared to be quite astute, usually adept at extracting every ounce of value from him, had now been rendered speechless by a mere crystal. Had the clash with old Merlin somehow scrambled his wits? "Restore magical energy?" Lin Li mused, rubbing his nose, yearning to ask Gran, "How many times do you intend to restore it?" "After coding until 6 in the morning, I inadvertently fell into a deep slumber that lasted until 3 p.m. If I find myself coding until 6 again tomorrow, I shall indeed update at that hour. My apologies to everyone. I will revise and release the next chapter shortly." Old Merlin tightened his grip on the powerful energy crystal in his right hand, and a glimmer of light began to seep through the gaps between his fingers. The pure and pristine aura of magic surged into old Merlin's body at an unimaginable speed as this force coursed through him. His previously pale and frail visage transformed, becoming noticeably more vibrant in an instant. Everyone present could distinctly sense that old Merlin's magical power was recovering at an astonishing rate. The depletion from the earlier battle was about to be replenished by the energy crystal. Within mere seconds, this seemingly weak old man would once again transform into the mightiest sorcerer of Gallows. The sky above the Emerald Tower was shrouded in thick, dark clouds. Gran wore a bitter smile. The duel among Gallows' greatest sorcerers hinged solely on a single crystal. Despair had enveloped everyone, including Kevin. Before a fully restored Archmage, everything else seemed inconsequential. Although the Emerald Tower boasted sheer numbers, not a single soul could rescue Gran. The smile on old Merlin's face gradually widened, signaling that matters had reached an irretrievable state. Just as everyone believed that the defeat of the Emerald Tower was inevitable, Lin Li shook his head in resignation. "It seems I truly must have lost my wits." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated enough for those nearby to hear. Instantly, 4 or 5 sorcerers turned their heads, their gazes toward Lin Li filled with fury, including Kevin, who was the most familiar with him. It was precisely this familiarity that made him acutely aware of how much Gran valued Lin Li, and he understood the immense pressure Gran endured in bestowing such privileges upon him. He could never have anticipated that Lin Li would utter such words at Gran's most perilous moment. Kevin's expression darkened, a blend of anger and disdain in his eyes as he glared at Lin Li. "Master Fei Lei, you truly disappoint me. Why are you all looking at me like that? Besides, Kevin, if you're to be disappointed, it should be directed at that old man." Lin Li shook his head helplessly, slowly retrieving a sky-blue vial from his pocket. "If your wits weren't addled, you would have sought assistance long ago. Did you really think an Archmage could single-handedly contend with the city of Gallows beneath the fading rays of the setting sun?" The sky-blue glass vial emitted a radiance even more dazzling than the energy crystal. Equally resplendent and enchanting, it exuded a pure essence of magic as that beam of light radiated from Lin Li's hand. Those who had been glaring at him were momentarily rendered speechless. Kevin's face flushed with color, followed by a look of astonishment, while the sorcerers behind him erupted into a chorus of cheers. The jubilant clamor startled everyone, including old Merlin and Karenwire, who cast a myriad of glances, some filled with confusion, others with surprise and skepticism. Then, they beheld Lin Li emerging from the crowd. "It seems age has begun to dull my senses." Lin Li muttered quietly, and in the astonished gaze of Gran, he thrust the sky-blue glass vial into his hand. Gran was initially taken aback, but he quickly felt a surge of magical energy swirling within the vial. A sensation as pure and pristine as the energy crystal in old Malin's grasp. Something akin to the energy crystal, if I recall correctly, is called a waking potion, Linley added in a hushed tone. Though I prefer to call it Red Bull at such a critical juncture, who had the leisure to ponder the nuances of a beverage. Almost as soon as Linley finished speaking, Grayan had already uncorked the vial and tilted his head back, pouring the entire contents of the waking potion into his mouth, savoring the pure magical essence while relishing the sweet and tangy flavor. The moment the potion touched his tongue, Grayan realized the tide had turned. The rate of magical recovery induced by the waking potion far surpassed that of the energy crystal in old Malin's possession. In an instant, his depleted magic surged back to its peak. As the crowd outside the Emerald Tower sensed the resurgence of Grayan's magical fluctuations, another wave of cheers erupted. This was the miracle of the potion master. Hearts brimmed with relief at their narrow escape. Had it not been for this vial of waking potion, the future of Gallows might have seen the demise of all magic guilds. Life's dramatic twists were undeniably exhilarating. The sorcerers who had previously been on edge now dared to entertain thoughts of victory. They even envisioned a scene, a fully re-energized Grayan clashing with old Malin once more, both exhausting their powers, only for the collective might of the Emerald Tower to overwhelm and obliterate old Malin. Of course, aside from President Grayan and Master Fei Lei, the most glorious position must be reserved for oneself. Regrettably, Linley had no intention of granting them that opportunity, just as the sorcerers were lost in their imaginings. They soon witnessed Linley's hand delve into his pocket once more. This time, he produced yet another sky-blue vial, equally radiant and exuding the same pure essence of magic. Seeing how splendidly you've performed today, allow me to bestow upon you another vial. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd outside the Emerald Tower, particularly for old Malin, who clutched the energy crystal. A wave of anguish surged through him. The energy crystal was a rare treasure, and despite the Malin family's wealth and influence, they had only managed to acquire a single one over the years. Yet here, within the Magic Guild, this young mage named Fei Lei had achieved what seemed impossible. To casually hand over a potion of equal rarity to the energy crystal, and to do so immediately after Grayan had just consumed one, felt inconceivable. Old Malin felt an overwhelming urge to question whether any semblance of justice remained in this world. Everything seemed lost. Sensing the potent aura radiating from Grayan, old Malin sighed softly and relinquished his hold on the energy crystal. It had become meaningless, even if he could absorb all the magical energy contained within it. He would merely stand on par with Grayan at his peak. For old Malin, this was tantamount to failure. Old Malin possessed only a single energy crystal, one that could be used but once. Whereas the Magic Guild had a master capable of effortlessly dispensing waking potions, and not just one, but two. If the earlier vial had brought him disappointment, this one undeniably plunged him into despair. A fully restored Grayan was already a considerable threat, and now with another waking potion in hand, how could old Malin possibly contend? Gazing at the young mage, whose face was alight with a smile, old Malin was suddenly overwhelmed by regret. He had long speculated about the identity of the mysterious potion master within the Gallows Magic Guild. He had considered Grayan, pondered Kevin, who was nearing 30, and even thought of the many aged sorcerers within the Emerald Tower who had consistently underperformed. However, he had never imagined that it would be this young mage, who appeared to be scarcely 20. It was no wonder old Malin was taken aback. Everyone knew that the field of potion-making required time and experience, with no shortcuts or so-called geniuses. Even the most brilliant minds needed to learn from repeated failures and seek a path to success through prolonged exploration. A potion master so young was something old Malin had never even dreamed of. Had he known that the potion master was Linley, he would have acted decisively, disregarding any assistance from Grayan. If he could eliminate this potion master, the Malin family would have no rivals in Gallows. Even if it meant a mutual destruction with Grayan, what did it matter? Did the Malin family of today truly fear a Magic Guild stripped of Grayan's support? At this juncture, it is too late to utter any words. Grayan has fully recovered, and under his protection, I have no opportunity to confront that apothecary. For the first time, a look of frustration surfaced on the face of old Merlin. He recognized his defeat, and it was extraordinarily suffocating. From the initial attempt to extend goodwill through Cromwell to the final challenge against Grayan using the potent crystal, every step had been meticulously calculated. Yet each one had gone awry. Cromwell was swept out of the Emerald Tower by a wave of force, and Grayan once again rose with the aid of a vial of awakening potion. This entire debacle could be traced back to a young mage named Fei Lei, who had inadvertently become the most formidable enemy of the Merlin family, even more so than Gran, the most powerful mage of Gauros. To navigate the impending crisis for the Merlin family, this terrifying young mage must be eliminated. Old Merlin glanced at Cromwell beside him, then at the smiling Linley, and finally, gritting his teeth, made a painful decision. I have lost. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet it resonated clearly for all to hear. Ha ha ha. Gran laughed without any semblance of decorum, his arrogant voice echoing through the street. Did you really need to say that? You should take a look in the mirror. Even your face is nearly swollen from my blows. Despite having mentally prepared himself before speaking, old Merlin felt an urge to spit blood upon hearing Gran's words. Did this old fool even understand the concept of dignity? Old Merlin desperately reminded himself to endure, to hold back. Have I truly lost to you? With a fierce glare directed at Gran, old Merlin shifted his gaze to Linley. I have lost to this young apothecary. What difference does it make? Gran responded with unabashed arrogance. You have regained your magical power. If you're dissatisfied, you can challenge me again to see who truly is the strongest mage in Gauros. Old Merlin's face darkened, and he inwardly cursed Gran's ancestors. To fight you again, especially when you possess the awakening potion, would be the act of a madman. Very well, Gran, I concede that you are the most powerful mage in Gauros. To swallow his rage, old Merlin nearly bit his teeth to the point of bleeding, and he spoke, each word tinged with sorrow. But what significance does that hold? Even if you're the strongest mage in Gauros, does that grant you the right to shield and condone? Everyone can see clearly that this apothecary has insulted the heir of the Merlin family, and if the Magic Guild fails to provide an explanation, I assure you, a true war will erupt between the two mightiest forces of Gauros. This course of action offers you no benefits. Gran's tone was firm, yet his expression shifted, with the apothecary master in hand. The Magic Guild had a chance to rise by capitalizing on the auction of 30 vials of arcane potions. The guild could develop significantly in a short period. To that point, the 11 magical families and the 6 underground factions would all have to heed the guild's authority. In such a critical moment, Gran had no desire to engage in conflict with the Merlin family. Although Gran did not fear the Merlin family, especially with Linley's assistance, he felt confident in their total annihilation. This did not align with the interests of the Magic Guild. The struggle between the two most powerful factions, even if victorious, would only be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving an opening for other forces to exploit. It was precisely for this reason that Gran refrained from hasty actions. Even though he held the upper hand, he could easily eliminate old Merlin and his son outside the Emerald Tower with the advantage of the awakening potion. But what would that achieve? The Merlin family was not the Magic Guild. Their strength stemmed from wealth and power. Losing old Merlin, a grand sorcerer, would not be fatal for them, but the ensuing retaliation would plunge Gauros into chaos. For the dignity of the Merlin family, I occasionally engage in futile endeavors. During the exchange, old Merlin finally gained the upper hand. Dignity? Indeed. Old Merlin's expression grew serious as he pointed his staff toward Linley amidst the crowd. Since this apothecary has the audacity to insult the heir of the Merlin family, I believe you should possess the courage to accept the challenge of the insulted. Upon hearing this, Gran cast a peculiar glance at Cromwell, then suddenly burst into laughter. Is this what you call dignity? Surely, you must be still dreaming. Do you think your little brat stands a chance against Mage Fei Lei? I seek only a fair opportunity for battle, just the two of them, with no one allowed to intervene. After all this, is this what you were after? Gran felt a surge of delight, finally comprehending that the old man had threatened him merely to arrange a duel between his worthless son and Linley. Recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths, he was nearly eager to agree, but suddenly recalled that Linley was not an ordinary member of the Magic Guild, which restrained him from immediately expressing his consent. Instead, he quietly inquired of Linley, "What do you think?" "Let them fight," Linley replied nonchalantly. Although he did not share Gran's optimism, he was acutely aware of Cromwell's capabilities. As long as old Merlin did not directly interfere, everything would be manageable. No matter what schemes were devised, it would be challenging for Cromwell to pose a threat to him. After today's battle, he had gained a deeper understanding of magic. Absolute power far surpassed mere technique. Even without extraordinary talent, one could sweep everything aside with sheer strength. Just as old Merlin had demonstrated to him at the beginning. In a month's time, I will invite the leaders of all factions in Gauros to witness this duel. Gran, do you believe this is fair enough? Doesn't matter. Your son is merely a piece of meat. Humph, at long last, old Merlin could no longer contain himself, and amidst Gran's boisterous laughter, he swept away with Cromwell. The second was left rolling on the ground, desperately seeking support for recommendation votes in the frigid winter. Following the clash between old Merlin and Grain, the Merlin family seemed to abruptly fall into silence. And with them, the alchemists of the Magic Guild also became quiet. The identity of the illustrious alchemist, Linley, had spread like wildfire since the strongest mage battle in Gallows. And now half of Gallows City was aware of a young alchemist named Fei Lei, who was not even 20 yet. Perhaps due to the brilliance of his alchemist persona, many overlooked the fact that he was, in reality, an 8th-level mage, though, in truth, he was a 9th-level one during the confrontation between Grain and old Merlin. Linley absorbed an abundance of knowledge. In the days that followed, he confined himself within his quarters, neglecting even the auction of arcane potions, as he immersed himself in deep contemplation of every detail from that battle. The incantations and gestures exchanged between the two combatants were meticulously scrutinized by Linley. Long before departing from the Sunset Mountains, Linley had sensed an elusive barrier hindering his magical progression. It was an odd sensation, akin to being obstructed by an unseen force, despite his diligent practice and innate talent. This obstacle remained insurmountable, leaving him feeling frustrated and helpless. All he could do was to practice with even greater fervor and devour numerous tomes on magic, hoping to compensate for his stagnation with sheer diligence. Yet, the results of such efforts were disheartening. His relentless practice of elemental arrangements had indeed elevated his grasp of magical elements to an impressive level. He could even instantaneously conjure a 2nd-level spell, a feat unattainable by many mages of the 10th level. His fervent reading of various magical texts also allowed him to shed the embarrassing title of a second-rate mage, as he often no longer needed to consult Kevin whenever a question arose. However, that barrier persisted, an unyielding mountain standing before him, no matter how he attempted to navigate around it. This state of affairs continued for quite some time, until a few days ago, during the battle for the strongest mage in Gallows. Held outside the Emerald Tower, in that encounter, Linley gained an immeasurable wealth of knowledge. The direct exchanges between the two great magi were even more enlightening than the teachings of legendary sorcerers. The subtle control over magical elements, the precise allocation of magical power, and the versatile application of various spells opened Linley's eyes to a world he had never imagined before. It felt as though a tightly shut door had suddenly swung open, bringing with it a sense of clarity. It was only at this juncture that Linley comprehended why Anduin had remarked, during his time in the Sunset Mountains, that there was nothing more to teach him. Some concepts simply could not be encapsulated in words. Understanding was understanding, and without it, no amount of explanation would suffice. Once one's magical prowess reached a certain level, language seemed to lose its potency. No amount of lecturing could rival the effectiveness of actual combat. He sensed that mountain beginning to shift. Linley was engulfed in a state of exhilaration. For several consecutive days, he locked himself away in his room, consumed by thoughts of the battle between Grain and old Merlin. It was not until the 4th morning that he finally emerged from his confinement. When Kevin saw him, Linley's eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared alarmingly haggard. Yet, in this weak and weary figure, Kevin could only perceive an overwhelming strength at first glance. Kevin almost mistook Linley for someone else, though Linley had always been exceptionally gifted. Possessing the hidden identity of an alchemist, Kevin had never felt outmatched in his presence. In fact, in some respects, Kevin believed he had the upper hand over this young mage. However, only 4 days had passed, and now Kevin sensed that Linley had far surpassed him in magical capabilities. That a mixture of surprise and disappointment washed over him. Spending days with such a prodigy inevitably left Kevin feeling disheartened. Among the youth of Gallows City, Kevin was considered a top-tier talent, having been acquainted with magic since childhood and becoming an 8th-level mage by the age of 25, a speed that even the arrogant Cromwell would begrudgingly admire. Yet, in the presence of Linley, his own brilliance suddenly felt insignificant. "Good morning, Fei Lei." "Good morning, Kevin." After exchanging pleasantries, Linley wasted no time and dragged Kevin to the level certification hall. The luminous orb confirmed Kevin's earlier suspicions. Linley had indeed surpassed the 9th level and had reached its pinnacle. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Kevin could not suppress a sigh of resignation upon witnessing the orb's glow. It was simply too extraordinary. A young man not yet 20 years of age had attained the peak of 9th level magic. With just one more step forward, he would achieve the coveted rank of Magus, a dream held by countless mages. Only someone like Kevin, who had grown up steeped in traditional magical education, could truly appreciate how many mages spent their entire lives chasing the dream of becoming a Magus. only to never realize it. If they were to learn that a young man had approached magic for merely 3 months and was already on the brink of that realm, one could only imagine the extent of their humiliation and fury. Fortunately, Kevin had grown accustomed to it. Ever since he met Lindley, this young mage had consistently performed miracles, a once-in-a-lifetime magical genius, an enigmatic master of alchemy. After countless surprises, Kevin had become somewhat desensitized. Even if one day Lindley were to pick up a hammer and start forging metal beside a furnace, Kevin would likely just mutter about the prodigy and return to his own tasks. By the way, Fei Lei, I heard from someone in the guild that it seems someone came looking for you yesterday. Upon exiting the level certification hall, Kevin suddenly recalled something. Looking for me? Lindley paused slightly, wondering if he had any acquaintances in Gallows aside from those in the Magic Guild. They say it's a very beautiful female adventurer, blonde, long legs. Lindley was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that among the beautiful female adventurers he knew in all of Gallows City, there was likely only one. Ina.it seems so. Why, your girlfriend. Kevin, you've been influenced by Grayan. Why are you so nosy? Where is she now? I had someone arrange for her to wait in the reception room. I'm not sure if she's still there. Lindley understood the characters of this father-daughter duo all too well. Unless they encountered an insurmountable problem, they would never come knocking at his door. Thinking of this made Lindley somewhat anxious, and he hurriedly exited the level certification hall, making his way to the reception room while grumbling, "Why didn't you inform me sooner? I would have informed you." But Kevin rolled his eyes. "You just locked yourself in your room, and the guild leader issued a decree that anyone who dared disturb you would have their head twisted off. Do you think I had the courage to come?" That old coot, Lindley muttered in complaint, though he felt a touch of warmth in his heart. Grayan had been considerate, fearing that he would be disturbed during a critical moment of breakthrough. The two quickly arrived outside the reception room. As Lindley pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of a beautiful face, tear-streaked and pitiful. "Fei Lei, please, you must save my father." Yana's voice trembled as she spoke, nearly reduced to sobs. "Please, calm down, Yana. What exactly happened?" Upon hearing the distressed cries of the long-legged beauty, Lindley felt a headache coming on and quickly tried to soothe her. "First, tell me what has transpired with Mr. McGreeny." Upon hearing the sorrowful news, Ina wept, her beautiful eyes swollen and red. Under Lindley's continuous reassurances, she managed to suppress her grief and recounted the events that transpired. After parting ways at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, armed with the scorpion tail gifted by Lindley, the McGreeny father and daughter successfully completed their task. Typically, they would take a break before embarking on another mission. But for reasons unknown that day, McGreeny insisted on visiting the quest announcement board. Fortuitously, as they arrived, a new batch of quests was unveiled. Among them, one task stood out: to search for an ancient castle in the Whispering Forest. McGreeny was immediately drawn to this quest. The Whispering Forest was a stark contrast to the Sunset Mountains, where the most formidable monsters barely reached level 10 and were exceedingly rare if luck did not favor one. One might wander the Whispering Forest for 2 or 3 years without encountering a monster. The task was straightforward. Merely to ascertain the castle's precise location. A detailed map of the Whispering Forest was available for purchase at the Adventurers Guild for a mere 10 gold coins. And the task description clearly outlined the castle's features. It was a black castle that materialized only after dusk. With these 2 clues, completing the task seemed merely a matter of time. Especially with a reward of 100 gold coins, far more lucrative than hunting scorpions in the Sunset Mountains. Thus, McGreeny promptly accepted the task, and without resting in Gallows City, they briefly resupplied before venturing into the Whispering Forest. As McGreeny had anticipated, the mission proceeded remarkably smoothly. The father and daughter encountered little danger, and within a week, they located the ancient castle described in the quest. Elated, McGreeny marked the castle's position on the map and planned to return to Gallows City. However, at that very moment, disaster struck. Without any forewarning, McGreeny collapsed suddenly after stowing the map in his backpack. Ina was left utterly stunned. The most alarming aspect was that McGreeny bore no visible wounds. Nor did it appear he had fallen victim to a magical attack. Everything seemed unchanged, save for the fact that he had fallen into a deep slumber. According to Ina's account, McGreny's condition could only be described as sleep. Even upon their return to Gallows City, she occasionally heard him emit faint snores. Yet, this slumber had lasted far too long. Since the day they discovered the Black Castle, McGreeny had been asleep for 7 days, during which he had not awakened even once nor consumed any sustenance, gradually succumbing to a state of frailness. Ina lamented that by the time she arrived this morning, Magrini had become alarmingly emaciated. Furrowing his brow, Linley listened to Ina's account but could not recall any magic that could induce such an effect. After pondering briefly, he decided to see for himself. Ina, please lead me to Mr. Magrini. I cannot think of a solution at this moment. Yes, Ina nodded obediently. Since her father's collapse, her heart had been in disarray, but under Linley's continued reassurances, she had regained a semblance of her previous composure. Linley, feeling a sense of urgency, did not take the time to greet Gran but instead found Kevin and briefly explained, "A friend is in trouble? I must investigate the situation. Could you please inform Gran on my behalf?" "Oh no, I forgot to mention this to him." As Linley exited the Emerald Tower, Kevin suddenly recalled something important, but when he attempted to chase after Linley, he discovered that the two had already disappeared without a trace. The location where the Magrini father and daughter had taken refuge was not far away. After leaving the Emerald Tower and navigating a few streets, they soon arrived at an old, dilapidated house. The structure appeared to have some age, and as Linley ascended to the second-floor bedroom, he felt the wooden boards beneath his feet tremble slightly. The interior was clean and tidy, yet the furnishings were somewhat sparse, with the blanket covering Magrini bearing several patches. Recalling Magrini's earlier comments about the meager rewards for hunting level 5 monsters in the Sunset Mountains, Linley began to grasp the plight of the father and daughter. However, he chose to keep this observation to himself and did not share it with Ina. Magrini lay beneath a thick blanket, emitting faint snores that indicated he was in a deep sleep. Yet, his complexion was alarmingly pale, devoid of any color, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, rendering his face unrecognizable. Had Linley not been informed by Ina, he would have struggled to connect this frail figure with the Magrini he once knew. Given Magrini's physical prowess, it was astonishing that he had deteriorated to such a state. After all, he was a warrior of level 6 or above, possessing a physical constitution far superior to that of the average person. Linley furrowed his brow and cast a detection spell, but the results were disappointing. There were no traces of magical fluctuations surrounding Magrini, indicating that his slumber was unrelated to magical assault. Gazing at the waning Magrini, Linley felt at a loss. "Have you consulted a physician? We did so a few days ago, but they all claimed my father was in perfect health," Ina replied, tears glistening in her eyes as she fought to keep them at bay. "Do not worry. Mr. Magrini will be all right," Linley reassured Ina, before shifting his gaze back to Magrini. Suddenly, Linley noticed something unusual. A faint, almost imperceptible black line appeared on Magrini's right hand. Slender and elusive, had he not been observing closely, he might have overlooked it entirely. Upon seeing this black line, an ominous premonition struck Linley. Without bothering to explain to Ina, he abruptly seized the sleeve of Magrini's shirt, and with a sharp rip, he tore it open. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a thin black line indeed extended from his arm towards his chest. So it was this. The conjecture in his mind was confirmed, and Linley felt a surge of dread. He had never anticipated that the cause of Magrini's deep slumber was the Dusk Curse. Linley recalled this curse's name due to a herb known as the Heart of Death. The Heart of Death typically flourished in areas saturated with deathly energy, the denser the deathly aura, the more readily it would give rise to the Heart of Death. Where the Heart of Death thrived, high-level undead creatures were often found, and once it had sprouted, it required the power of curses to grow. The Dusk Curse was one of the few curses capable of nurturing the Heart of Death. During his studies of herbalism, Linley had also perused some literature on curses, including the Dusk Curse. To wield the Dusk Curse, one had to be at least a level 20 being, who, in a final act of defiance, would curse any creature that entered their domain to fall into an eternal slumber. Using their own blood and power as the catalyst, with this realization, Linley understood that the Black Castle was likely far more complex than the quest had suggested. Having identified the cause of Magrini's slumber, Linley felt a slight relief. While the Dusk Curse was formidable, it was not entirely insurmountable, as he was aware of 2 methods to counter it. Admittedly, one method was rather tedious. To purify the remains of the curse's originator with flames to eliminate the source of the curse's power. This was indeed rather dull, given that those who cast the Dusk Curse were almost certain to transform into undead beings upon death. One could only imagine the peril of confronting an undead creature birthed from a level 20 entity, especially if that entity had been a spellcaster in life. The alternative method was undoubtedly more pragmatic. A vial of purification potion could completely resolve this predicament. It is all right, Ina. I have devised a plan. Really? Ina's eyes glistened with tears, her delicate face adorned with a radiant smile of astonishment. Ever since Magrini had succumbed to slumber, Ina had been in a state of panic, exhausting every conceivable method to seek Linley. Clinging to a flicker of hope. In her heart, this young sorcerer had always been a pillar of reliability. He had rescued her from the clutches of a wyvern's talons and again from the grasp of a leviathan gorilla. Perhaps this time he could save her father as well. Thus, she ventured to the Magic Guild, fully aware that her hopes were but a mere whisper in the wind. Despite the countless strategies she had devised, her father remained ensconced in his dreamless state. Mr. Fry, although a formidable sorcerer, could he truly awaken her father? Not a problem, Linley affirmed, counting the herbs in his pocket with unwavering confidence. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from downstairs. That must be Dr. Roland. Please wait a moment, Mr. Fry. I shall attend to her. Inna shyly wiped away her tears and dashed down the stairs with renewed vigor. Observing Inna's restored spirit brought Linley a sense of satisfaction, prompting him to pull various herbs from his pocket and lay them upon the table. The ingredients required for the purification potion totaled 4: silver whiskergrass, sungrass, dreamflower, and taro fruit. Among these, both silver whiskergrass and sungrass possess similar properties, exuding a potent sanctifying effect. Alone, either could concoct a potion to amplify divine power, and when combined, they could nearly purify all negative influences. However, due to the overwhelming strength of this purifying power, it necessitated the accompaniment of dreamflower and taro fruit. The former to soothe the spirit and the latter to protect the body, thereby preventing the excessive divine energy from harming the imbiber. The 4 herbs complemented and counterbalanced one another, and thus, potion makers of average skill often hesitated to brew purification potions, as the precise measurement of herbs was crucial. Any minor error could endanger the drinker. Yet, for Linley, this posed little challenge, and the brewing process was rather straightforward, involving mere extraction and mixing, hardly requiring any assistive tools. Resolving that no additional tools were necessary, Linley decided against returning to the Magic Guild, instead retrieving 4 glass vials from his pocket and placing them on the table. As he prepared to extract the juices, footsteps echoed up the staircase. Linley turned, catching sight of a cascade of fiery red hair. Beneath the flowing locks lay a visage of exquisite beauty. In a fleeting glance, Linley could only describe the impression as stunning and almost lethal allure, proud yet aloof, inciting a desire to conquer. Even with Linley's composure, he found himself momentarily entranced upon noticing the unfamiliar figure by the bedside. The red-haired beauty's elegant brows furrowed slightly, a hint of wariness in her expression. Inna, who is he? The esteemed Mr. Fry from the Magic Guild. How did you allow him entry? The red-haired beauty's tone held a trace of discontent. Yet upon seeing Inna's innocent gaze, her dissatisfaction morphed into resignation. Sister Inna has mentioned numerous times that Mr. Magriny's ailment is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. If sorcerers were effective, I would have sought one for you long ago. But Mr. Fry, Inna's expression was one of helplessness, her large, fluttering eyes casting a pleading look towards Linley. Inna, be obedient. I will surely find a way to cure Mr. Magriny. The red-haired beauty reassured Inna, her autumn-like eyes shifting back to Linley. I warn you, do not harbor any intentions towards Inna, or even Grayan may not be able to protect you. As she concluded, a chill lingered in her voice, the unintentional aura of power emanating from her left Linley inwardly astonished. This was unmistakably the presence of a being of level 10 or higher. That moment, the red-haired beauty resembled a resplendent sword, her gaze shimmering with deadly intent. This was indeed a warrior of considerable strength. Linley felt a flicker of surprise, yet his expression betrayed none of it as he smiled slightly and said, If I were to leave, would you be able to cure Mr. Magriny? This is none of your concern. None of my concern? Linley chuckled suddenly. Mr. Magriny is a friend of mine. Without him, I might still be trapped in the Sundown Mountains. You truly believe this is not my concern? Moreover, since you wish to take responsibility for his treatment, may I inquire if you know the nature of Mr. Magriny's affliction? Humph. I thought you possessed some ability to discuss your area of expertise. The red-haired beauty raised an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing her stunning features. There are no wounds on him, nor has he suffered any magical attacks. Mr. Magriny's current condition can only stem from one of 2 sources, a mental assault or a curse. Quite astute. Recognizing that much makes you a commendable physician, Linley remarked with a grin, only to pivot the conversation. But alas, your eyesight seems lacking. As he lifted Magriny's right hand, he said, What do you see here? The red-haired beauty followed his gaze and was struck with horror upon spotting a thin black line. A curse. Do you know what this is called? Linley left the question hanging, his expression playful as he sat at the bedside, his eyes twinkling with mischief, as if to say, Want to know? But I shan't tell you. The contemptuous expression that crossed the red-haired beauty's face was palpable. She cursed inwardly, deeming him a petty individual who would soon regret his arrogance. Yet, her curiosity could not be quelled. The proud red-haired beauty momentarily set aside her haughtiness. "Pray tell, what curse is this?" Her polite inquiry delighted Linley, akin to savoring a refreshing drink on a sweltering summer day. After a brief moment of revelry, he solemnly pointed out, "Observe closely. A black line extending from the arm towards the heart is known as the dust curse, regardless of how powerful a creature may be. Once afflicted by the dust curse, they will inevitably fall into a deep slumber and gradually weaken until death claims them." Seeing Lin Li's rapture, the red-haired beauty felt a swell of humiliation. After her brief internal chastisement, she was quickly drawn to his words. Coming from a distinguished background and having received mentorship from a master, she had attained an impressive level of power at a young age. Her medical expertise far surpassed that of her peers, and she had even received guidance from a renowned potion maker in her teens. However, she had never encountered the so-called dust curse and had never imagined that such a curse could claim lives in slumber. To her, everything the young sorcerer spoke of felt as though it came from another realm. Initially, she felt a mixture of anger and embarrassment, suspecting that this young sorcerer was fabricating lies to deceive her. Surely, there was no such thing as a dust curse in this world. But as Linley elucidated the process of the dust curse, the red-haired beauty's skepticism began to wane. After all, she had been trained by a potion maker and understood that some truths could not be conjured from thin air. Even if the dust curse were a fabrication, any intricate detail would be impossible to contrive without true expertise. What this young sorcerer described echoed the teachings of her own mentor, and in some aspects, he elucidated more clearly and thoroughly than the potion maker had. A whirlwind of emotions surged within the red-haired beauty. Surprise and admiration mingled with a renewed sense of indignation upon seeing Lin Li's smug expression. In summary, the dust curse is not a grave matter. It is simply beyond the reach of your medical knowledge that I suggest, dear red-haired sister, that you return to your practice as a mediocre physician and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your grasp. Lin Li, indifferent to her feelings, made his conclusion bluntly after a lengthy discourse, his tongue sharpened by his prolonged interactions with Gran. "You call me a mediocre physician?" The red-haired beauty's eyes widened in disbelief. Her stunning face etched with incredulity. Born into a prominent family and wielding immense power, who in their right mind would dare to speak to her in such a manner? Since opening her clinic, she had saved countless lives. She had only ever received praise for her medical prowess. Who had ever deemed her a mediocre physician? To her astonishment, the young mage boldly uttered the term quack in Ina's residence today. Recalling his earlier demeanor, which exuded the arrogance of a petty man who had found momentary success, the crimson-haired beauty could no longer suppress the fury bubbling within her. In a fit of rage, her enchanting eyes glimmered with an insatiable killing intent, and a formidable aura radiated from her, enveloping her in a fiery essence that made her appear as a phoenix rising from the flames. Yet, standing resolutely against the overwhelming pressure of her aura, Lin Li remained unperturbed and spoke without a hint of courtesy. "What is this? If you cannot argue your point, do you intend to resort to violence? You cannot even ascertain the cause of Mr. McGreeny's ailment, yet you dare to claim responsibility for his treatment. Do you think this is a trivial matter? This is not about a mere animal. This is a human life. Have you even considered what would happen if I were to leave today and you fail to cure Mr. McGreeny? I truly cannot fathom how your mentor has instructed you to treat lives as trifles. If you are not a quack, then what are you?" The crimson-haired beauty's murderous intent slightly subsided, yet her delicate visage flushed with indignation as she attempted to defend herself, only to be abruptly interrupted by Lin Li's unrelenting words. "What do you mean, what? Are you suggesting that you will surely devise a solution? Very well, I shall humor your confidence, but I implore you to open your eyes and observe Mr. McGreeny's current state. Ponder whether he can afford to wait for you to concoct a remedy." Lin Li harbored a deep-seated disdain for incompetent healers, stemming from the suffering inflicted upon his father by a wretched quack. Though he now lived a second life, the pain and loathing embedded in his heart were indelible. In the course of confronting the crimson-haired beauty, he unconsciously began to equate her with that detestable charlatan. "Due to your ludicrous suspicions, Mr. McGreeny's life now hangs in the balance. What do you perceive yourself to be, and what do you consider the life of your patient? You claim you are not a quack. Then what are you, a butcher?" By the end of his tirade, Lin Li's complexion had turned ashen, his tone saturated with unbounded resentment, as if standing before not a captivating beauty, but the very quack who had rendered his father disabled for life. His words struck with such weight that even the crimson-haired beauty felt her resolve waver on the sickbed. Mr. McGreeny appeared pallid and emaciated, Each breath seemed to require every ounce of his strength. Witnessing his frail condition, the crimson-haired beauty experienced an unsettling loss of faith for the first time. She repeatedly questioned herself, wondering if Mr. McGreeny could truly afford to wait for her to devise a solution. The answer was brutally clear. It was wholly improbable. She had not even grasped the nature of the dust curse, let alone formulated a remedy, yet Mr. McGreeny might not endure even a single day longer. If this young mage truly possessed the ability to save lives, and she continued to obstruct him, would that not be tantamount to the crimson-haired beauty was paralyzed by this chilling possibility? As the swirling flames gradually extinguished, the distinctive aura of a 10th-level warrior dissipated into the ether at that moment. The crimson-haired beauty was no longer a formidable figure, but rather a remorseful young woman who had erred. Clinging tightly to Ina, her voice quavered with a hint of tears. "I'm sorry. Ina, that I genuinely wish to help Uncle McGreeny, that I never intended, I truly never meant to Sister Rowan." I understand. Ina comforted the crimson-haired beauty, gently placing a hand on her fragrant shoulder. "If you recognize your mistake, retreat to a corner and weep. Do not linger here in the way." Linley shot her a cold glance before dismissing her entirely. The preparation of the purification potion required meticulous precision, and Linley dared not be negligent. After carefully measuring the quantities of silver beard grass and sunflower, he weighed 2 taro fruits in his hands. With the tactile skill honed through countless potion-making sessions, he immediately sensed that one of the fruits was too heavy. Thus, he retrieved a silver knife from his pocket and cautiously sliced off a small portion of one fruit. Once he completed this task, a beaker suddenly appeared in his hand, leaving both Ina and the crimson-haired beauty bewildered as to its origin, as if witnessing a magical illusion. With a flick of his wrist, the taro fruit was dropped into the beaker, followed by the incantation for a gas explosion spell. Linley exercised utmost caution, releasing his magical energy gradually, transforming an aggressive gas explosion spell into a gentle compression. Had this scene been witnessed by Gran, the rotund elder would surely have been taken aback by such nuanced control of magic, an ability that typically required a decade of rigorous training for most mages. Under the pressure of the gas explosion, the 2 taro fruits began to morph slowly. As Linley increased his magical output, the round fruits ultimately flattened into delicate sheets, with a gentle flick of the silver knife. The 2 sheets of taro skin were extracted, revealing a rich taro juice swirling within the transparent beaker. "What are you doing?" The crimson-haired beauty, still teary-eyed, could not help but timidly inquire, unable to contain her curiosity at this peculiar sight. "Mind your own business." Linley, wholly engrossed in his task, brusquely rebuffed her before adding the dream flower into the beaker. Moments later, he recited an incantation for the flame hand, still maintaining careful control over his magic, allowing only a small flame to ignite at the bottom of the beaker, gradually roasting the contents as the taro juice began to boil. Linley meticulously grasped the silver beard grass and sunflower. Tossing both herbs into the beaker simultaneously, a white mist immediately rose, and a potent medicinal aroma permeated the room, evoking a sense of reverence even in the warrior Ina and the crimson-haired beauty. Linley administered the majority of the purification potion to Mr. McGreeny, followed by a gentle massage to expedite its effects. Hearing Mr. McGreeny's breathing stabilize, Linley finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "It's all right. In about half an hour, Mr. McGreeny will awaken." "Thank you, Mr. Fry." Ina's voice brimmed with a mix of joy and relief, her lips quivering as if she might burst into tears. "Mr. McGreeny is fine. You should be elated." "Not crying." Linley tucked the beaker into his pocket and gently reminded Ina, however, although he is out of danger, his body will remain weak. "I estimate he will need a period of recuperation to fully recover. You should encourage him to refrain from taking on any tasks for the next 2 to 3 months. Mr. Fry. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly would not know what to do." Gratitude filled Ina's gaze. "You have helped us so many times, yet I have nothing to repay you. There is no need for thanks. Had it not been for your assistance, I might never have made it out of the Sunset Mountains. If anyone should express gratitude, it should be me." Linley's character was such that he was keenly aware of debts of gratitude. He would remember favors for a lifetime. Although the McGreenys had merely offered incidental help, Linley held it firmly in his heart. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, when your father awakens, he is likely to express his thanks endlessly." Linley prepared to return to the Magic Guild after tidying up. With a chuckle, Ina could not help but laugh at his words. Linley insisted on departing, and despite Ina's attempts to persuade him otherwise, she could only accompany him to the door. As she watched Linley's figure disappear into the distance, Ina returned upstairs with a hint of reluctance. As soon as she entered, She heard Roland's tearful apology. Ina, I'm so sorry that it's all right, Sister Roland. You had good intentions. You wanted to save Father. Ina offered words of comfort until she managed to soothe the crimson-haired beauty's tears. Who exactly was that mage? And how do you know him? Roland wiped away the tears from her eyes. Unable to suppress her curiosity about Lin Li's identity, I've introduced him before. He is Mr. Fry, whom I met with Father in the Sunset Mountains. He is an incredibly skilled mage who has helped both me and my father numerous times. Yet I have had no opportunity to repay him. Fry. This time, Roland finally grasped the name. She could hardly believe that the youthful mage she had just encountered was none other than the renowned potion master Fry, who had recently been the talk of the town in Gallows. At that time, my father and I were being pursued by a bipedal dragon, and it was Mr. Fry who suddenly appeared to save us. Not to mention, I was later captured by a massive gorilla as Ina recounted her experiences in the Sunset Mountains. Roland absorbed none of it, remaining lost in shock. In no wonder he could immediately ascertain the cause of Mr. McGreeny's affliction and concoct such an unusual potion. It turns out he is a true potion master. As she contemplated the other identity of the young mage, Roland's elegant brows knitted together once more. Before even stepping into the Emerald Tower, Kevin emerged to greet her at the door. Fear, you have finally returned, he exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice tinged with lingering dread. If you had delayed by another half hour, Uncle Gran would have certainly beaten me to a pulp. What happened? Linley inquired, noticing Kevin's urgency. You left in quite a hurry, and there was something I forgot to inform you. As they made their way into the Emerald Tower, Kevin recounted the situation. The auction for the arcane elixirs has been postponed. Why? Linley was taken aback, pondering whether Gran had perhaps taken the wrong potion. This old fellow had waited for decades, anticipating the day the Magic Guild would finally gain recognition. The auction of 30 bottles of arcane elixirs was precisely the opportunity he had longed for. How could he possibly choose to delay it? Linley had always assumed that after the clash with Old Merlin, those 30 bottles had been sold off. Just moments ago, while returning to the Emerald Tower, he had been contemplating when to approach Gran for his share of the profits. Completely unaware that the old man had actually postponed the auction, a wry smile crept onto Kevin's face. Because you weren't here. What a ridiculous excuse. Just because I'm absent, you postpone it. That's the exact words of Uncle Gran. As for the reason behind it, he never disclosed it to me, and I didn't dare to inquire further. Linley understood that Kevin, upon encountering Gran, was as fearful as a mouse before a cat. If he claimed ignorance, it was undoubtedly true. Thus, Linley ceased to press the matter but asked once more, when has it been postponed to? Today, in half an hour. That's why I mentioned earlier that if you had returned any later, Uncle Gran might have beaten me to a pulp. Kevin's fair face displayed a sense of relief. That day, when Uncle Gran learned you had locked yourself away, he remarked that you would achieve your final breakthrough today, thus setting the new auction date for today. Where is he now? He just went to the reception room. He intended for me to inform you to find him after you left the level certification hall. But I completely forgot. Then you carry on. I'll go find him. Linley entered the reception room and immediately spotted Gran's plump visage. What excuse did you use? Gran appeared taken aback. What excuse? The excuse for postponing the auction of the arcane elixirs. Oh, I was in a bad mood. Gran shrugged nonchalantly. I told them that old Merlin came knocking, which greatly displeased me, hence the postponement of the auction. You must be joking. Linley internally wiped the sweat from his brow. Such an excuse could only have been concocted by Gran himself. In any case, those 30 bottles of arcane elixirs still resided within the Magic Guild's possession. Any discontent from others would have to be swallowed in silence. Who would dare to voice their grievances? What is the actual reason? Did I not mention? It's because you weren't here. Gran's face took on a serious demeanor for the first time. This auction will attract all forces within Gallows. If you are absent, how can I introduce these factions to you? Linley was somewhat puzzled. Introduce them to me for what purpose? I am growing old, though I have long resisted acknowledging it. After that skirmish with old Merlin, I realized I truly am aging. If I were a decade younger, I wouldn't even need your so-called awakening elixir. I could crush him with a single hand. Gran seemed somewhat disheartened. Consider this. I am already over 60 at my age. How many more years can I manage the guild? Sooner or later, leadership will change hands if the new president cannot even comprehend the factions within Gallows. How can they effectively manage the guild? You seem quite unwell. Should I prescribe some medication for you? I'm not joking. Gran fixed his gaze upon Linley, his expression unusually earnest. You know the guild lacks capable individuals. Just look at those useless mages in the guild. Old ones are mediocre, and the young ones are fools. None of them possess any potential. I've aged a few more strands of gray hair due to these imbeciles. Luckily, I managed to recruit you into the guild, a legendary mage, Anduin's disciple, a master of elixirs. Who else in the guild is qualified for such a position? Kevin might be. Stop joking. Kevin quakes in his boots at the mere sight of me. Who in the guild could command his respect? Once you sit in my position, having Kevin assist you wouldn't be a bad idea. He does quite well as a subordinate. Lindley scrutinized Graham's plump face for a long while, finally confirming that Graham was serious. Are you truly earnest? Absolutely. Goodness, can you not choose someone else? I could perhaps manage some other tasks, but becoming president, I might just squander your entire fortune in a few years. Not my concern. Graham glared, responding with a lack of accountability. By the time you ruin the guild, I might have already passed on. After I'm gone, let the floodwaters rise. Absolutely not. Lindley adamantly refused. He had no desire to assume the role of guild president. That position was not so easily occupied, and to perform it well would surely lead to exhaustion. Fumbling through it may not be tiring, but he would likely earn the ire of many. Lindley wished to avoid both exhaustion and blame, making the decision to refuse the presidency the wisest choice. Don't rush. Don't rush. It's not as if I intend for you to take the position right now. I merely have this idea. Consider it for now. If in a few years you still do not wish to take it, we can discuss it then. Graham knew better than to pressure him too much, offering a few comforting words before deftly changing the subject. Aside from this matter, there's actually another reason. What reason? The other day I overheard that some families are already selling their heirlooms to secure the arcane elixirs. At that moment, I thought, rather than letting them benefit, why not let the Magic Guild take advantage instead? So, I told them that if they lacked funds, they could exchange items, be it materials or equipment. Anything useful would be accepted by our guild. I reckon the items brought to us will be quite diverse. As he spoke, Graham shamelessly began to embellish his own reputation, though I am well versed. I cannot guarantee I recognize everything. Besides me, you are the only one in the guild with acceptable discernment. Please keep an eye out for me and see if I miss anything. Lindley mused that Graham could have simply asked him for assistance in identification, rather than going about it in such a roundabout manner. Thanks to everyone's support, last week he garnered a fair amount of clicks, collections, and recommendations, leading him to believe that next week's essence would not be too scarce. To avoid waste, after 12 o'clock, he planned to acquire several buildings as a means of enhancing the essence, while also providing an additional chapter as a token of gratitude for everyone's support throughout the week. He hoped that when the time came, everyone would show their support. However, Lindley did not outright refuse this matter. He was, after all, a master of the 5 elements and a polymath. His discernment regarding specialized subjects would naturally surpass that of someone like Graham. Furthermore, he was genuinely intrigued by the items that various factions would present. It felt akin to treasure hunting, filled with excitement. The two scheming individuals held a fervent discussion in the reception room, and when they emerged, their eyes gleamed with excitement, giving the impression that they resembled wolves eyeing their prey. By the time the two exited the reception room, the auction was nearly set up. Every one of the 17 factions in Gallows was present. Even the Merlin family, who had clashed with Graham just a few days prior, mustered the audacity to send representatives upon entering the guild hall. The two who should have been the protagonists slyly avoided greeting anyone at the front and instead crept to the back row, seating themselves among a throng of guild mages. President Graham. A nearby group of mages turned, only to be met with the sight of Graham's arrival. Instantly, a chill ran down their spines. How had this old fellow managed to come over? Be quiet. Sit properly and watch. No one is to make a sound. Anyone who dares to betray me will have much to answer for after the auction. Graham glared, instantly silencing the group of mages. Do you see that fellow with the little mustache? The one in the red robe, looking rather flamboyant? Graham, hiding among the mages, pointed toward the middle of the second row. That is Evan, the third son of the Merlin family. Brother to Mathis. Among the 3 brothers, he is the least accomplished, still merely a mage at this point. And what about the second brother, Lau Falu, the most inscrutable among the 3 brothers of the Merlin family? Has always maintained a low profile. In my youth, I even had the occasion to thrash him a few times, believing him to be nothing more than a good-for-nothing. However, to my astonishment, he has ascended the ranks significantly and now occupies the esteemed position of Minister of Finance in the Kingdom of Fran, overseeing the economic lifeblood of the realm. Rumor has it that he harbors some discord with Matus and has not returned to Gallows for several years. while the two engaged in hushed whispers. A sudden commotion emanated from outside the Emerald Tower. Raising my gaze, I observed a middle-aged man, resplendently dressed, entering the tower. From a distance, he appeared to be in his 40s, with a pallid complexion that nonetheless exuded an air of authority. What truly astonished Linley, however, were the two attendants accompanying him. One was clad in a black mage robe, his entire visage obscured by a hood, rendering it impossible to discern his features. Yet, the aura emanating from him could only be described as powerful. Among the sorcerers Linley had encountered, aside from the likes of Anduin Grey and the Elder Merlin, this individual was undoubtedly among the most formidable. The other attendant, likely also in his 40s, sported an unkempt beard and appeared somewhat disheveled, with a broadsword slung diagonally across his back. A searing heat radiated from the blade, and with Linley's discerning eye, he could immediately ascertain that it was undoubtedly a superb fire element magical weapon. "By heavens!" exclaimed Grey, his eyes widening in disbelief upon sighting the middle-aged man. Since arriving at the Magic Guild, Linley had seldom witnessed Grey display such a lack of composure, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Who is this notable figure?" The Lord of Gallows, Isaac Grey, appeared somewhat flustered and gestured towards the two attendants behind him. "Do you see those two? Elliot, the strongest warrior in Gallows, broke through to level 14 last year, and I now lack the confidence to contend with him. As for the other, the chief mage of the Lord's office, Andrew, is perhaps the most formidable among Gallows mages, following old Merlin and myself. At this juncture, Grey's expression turned grave. This could spell trouble. Should the Lord take an interest in those 30 vials of arcane potions, who would dare compete with him? "I doubt it," Linley replied, shaking his head in denial of Grey's speculation. "The limitations of arcane potions are too significant. As you well know, only magic apprentices below level 5 can consume them for a permanent boost in magical power. The primary demand comes from the 11 magical families. As the nominal highest authority in Gallows, he would hardly regard such items with any seriousness." "That is a valid point," Grey conceded, scratching his head. "However, what if there is nothing to worry about? Send someone discreetly to engage him privately. Gauge the situation first. Once interests are involved," Linley became animated. Take a step back. Even if he were genuinely interested in the arcane potions, the demand would likely be minimal, at most a few vials. You can quietly procure a few from the basement for him. No need to fuss over money. Consider it a personal favor. It could yield benefits in the future, as long as he refrains from publicly competing. We should be fine. Indeed, let us proceed with that plan. Grey nodded in agreement, contemplating sending a mage on an important errand before hesitating. Perhaps it would be more respectful if I were to go myself. Once Grey departed, the assembly was nearly complete. The 11 magical families, 6 major underground factions, the Lord's Office of Gallows, the Gallows Magic Guild, alongside numerous smaller factions, and a host of unruly individuals, all qualified contenders for the arcane potions, were gathered in the guild hall, creating an atmosphere that felt rather congested. To Linley's astonishment, the typically unassuming Kevin had shed his mage robe today, donning a long-sleeved, high-collared white shirt, layered with a black vest, and brandishing a small wooden mallet as he stood upon the stage, audaciously posing as a temporary auctioneer. "Ladies and gentlemen, the grandest auction in the history of Gallows is about to commence." The usually reticent Kevin, now impersonating an auctioneer, exhibited no signs of trepidation, his words laced with an irresistible fervor. "What is about to be auctioned is nothing short of a miracle, a creation by our guild's potion master, Mr. Fay Lay." Kevin's impassioned declaration sent ripples through the hall, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake. Ever since the confrontation between Grey and old Merlin, the entirety of Gallows had learned of the emergence of a potion master within the Magic Guild, known as Fay Lay. Yet, this was merely hearsay. The guild had never formally acknowledged or openly declared the existence of a potion master, until now, when Kevin finally affirmed it with his own lips. Even those present who were somewhat privy to the underlying truths found it hard to conceal their astonishment upon hearing Kevin's admission. What did it mean to be a potion master? Such individuals transcended the mundane, capable of elevating a faction from decline to resurgence with just a handful of potions, or causing a sprawling family to crumble in an instant. The figure, once relegated to mere rumor, had now been confirmed as fact by Kevin, plunging the guild hall into a state of chaotic excitement. With whispers and glances exchanged among the attendees, the atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos. Kevin remained remarkably composed, watching the audience with a patient smile, awaiting their quietude. Meanwhile, Gray was engaged in an animated discussion with Lord Isaac not far off that a few heads of various factions, eager to curry favor, were attempting to inch closer to Gray. The Magic Guild of today was a far cry from its former self, before Lin Li's arrival. Who would have dared to cultivate relationships with the guild? Lacking both funds and personnel, they bore the title of Gallo's foremost power, yet lived in dire straits. The 11 magical families and 6 underground factions, not to mention lesser factions, had little interest in engaging with the guild. However, since the news of the Potion Master spread, the guild had transformed from a mere underdog to the most sought-after force in Gallows. Who wouldn't want to ingratiate themselves with Gray, after all? He was associated with the Potion Master, and just by fostering a good relationship with this venerable figure, one could secure significant advantages, especially with this auction potentially yielding at least 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, the Potion Master would surely possess more than just a few vials of arcane potions. Forging a connection with Gray would equate to an endless supply of potions, considering the guild's previous state of decline. Having been relegated to a meager existence due to a pact made during the Dark Ages, which allowed them to procure a small batch of potions annually, it had established their standing as the foremost power in Gallows. With a continuous influx of potions, who beyond the Magic Guild could rival their strength, regrettably, the current Gray appeared oblivious to these dynamics. The heads of various factions, hesitant and shrinking back, found their attempts to approach thwarted by the Lord's 2 attendants, leaving them to cast pleading glances at Gray for assistance. Yet, Gray was far too engrossed in his conversation with the Lord to spare them a glance. Isaac, since you've called me Uncle Gray, I cannot be stingy. Just a few vials of arcane potions. If you require them, feel free to ask. Though I may not possess much prowess, this small favor is within my capacity, Gray declared, his words flowing freely. Isaac Gray found himself both amused and exasperated. He had merely hinted at a past meeting between his father and Gray when the latter was still a fledgling mage, to his surprise. The old rogue had seized the moment to elevate their relationship to that of family, even referring to himself as Uncle Gray. Is it not curious that I am nearing 50 this year? While you, Gray, are barely 60, can one truly have an uncle so young? However, Isaac's ability to hold the position of Lord of Galros for an entire decade speaks volumes of his exceptional character. Galros is a tumultuous battleground, rife with conflicts among powerful factions. Without a modicum of cunning, he would have long since been devoured by his rivals. While he found the situation somewhat amusing and absurd, he maintained a perfectly composed exterior, seamlessly acquiescing to the idea of recognizing Gran as his uncle. Given Gran's current standing, such a gesture did not come at too great a cost. Uncle Gran. You jest. I harbor no ambitions regarding the arcane potions. My visit to the Magic Guild today is solely to witness the legendary Master Alchemist, Isaac remarked. Remarkably, he managed to address this newly minted uncle with an ease that suggested a familial bond. As if Gran were a long-time acquaintance of his family. That simply won't do. It would be remiss of me, as your uncle, to allow you to leave the Magic Guild empty-handed. Upon discerning that Isaac did not intend to contest the arcane potions, Gran's heart swelled with joy, though he meticulously concealed it behind a mask of indifference, determined to present the Lord with a token of appreciation, embodying the role of a doting uncle. After a courteous exchange of refusals, Isaac ultimately capitulated to Gran's insistence. Finding himself with a vial of arcane potion thrust into his hands, Gran left, thoroughly satisfied, leaving the Lord of Galros in a state of bemusement. Much later, the chief mage of the Lord's estate approached him, whispering a few words in his ear. You cannot find him? When Isaac finally lifted his gaze, the embarrassment had vanished, replaced by an air of solemnity and authority. Are you saying you cannot locate that individual? Indeed, my lord. I have followed Mr. Green's instructions, yet I have been utterly unable to find him. Could it be that Mr. Green has erred? Isaac's expression darkened as he scanned the faces in the hall, then lowered his voice to query the robed figure beside him. Do you think it possible that this person does not belong to the Alchemist Guild? That seems unlikely. Outside of the Alchemist Guild, who else could possibly concoct the arcane potion? Is there truly no other possibility? Isaac rubbed his temples, his expression tinged with distress. After approximately half an hour of unrest, the hall gradually fell silent. As Kevin, still smiling, struck his hammer against the podium. The auction for the arcane potion is now officially underway. This simple declaration proved more effective than any spell of silence, instantly quieting the vast hall, rendering it devoid of sound. Just as Lin Li patiently awaited the commencement of the auction, Gran returned with a sigh. What happened? I lost a vial of arcane potion. Grayan plopped down into a chair. His face contorted in pain. Damn, this is a hefty loss. Just one vial. Linley rolled his eyes, thinking it hardly a significant matter. Akin to a mere theft of eggs. 1 vial is still worth something. 5,000 gold coins. As Grayan lamented his loss, bids began to emerge from the crowd. The moment this amount was announced, Linley was taken aback. He understood the value of the arcane potion and recognized that these individuals could afford such prices. Yet he had not anticipated that the very first bid for the first vial of the arcane potion would soar to such staggering heights. 5,000 gold coins. What does that signify? In terms of Adventurers Guild tasks, for McGrady and her daughter to hunt down 100 lion scorpions and discover 50 black castles in the Whispering Forest, they would only earn a chance to compete for an arcane potion. Furthermore, 5,000 gold coins was merely the starting bid. The one making this bid was a young man, perhaps in his 20s or 30s, clad in a well-crafted mage's robe. Grayan recognized him but could not place his name. Likely a leader of a minor faction, this fellow, akin to Linley, seemed inexperienced with large sums of gold. After declaring 5,000, he believed victory was within his grasp, sitting amidst the crowd with an air of smug confidence, as if the arcane potion were already his. However, before he could settle into his triumph, another voice called out a new price point: 10,000 gold coins. The challenger was a middle-aged man. Grayan glanced at him and whispered to Linley. That is Aaron Marzies, leader of the Blood Brothers Society, one of the 6 underground powers in Galros, primarily controlling the gambling business. This man is no trivial opponent. Old Odin has contested casino control with him several times, yet has never emerged victorious. Just watch, that young man is in for trouble. The sudden doubling of the price evidently surpassed the young mage's expectations. When he looked up, confusion flickered across his face. Yet he gritted his teeth and announced a new bid. 12,000 gold coins. 15,000 gold coins. Aaron Marzies responded without a hint of hesitation. For the young mage, this unwavering display from Marzies was a fatal blow. Although 15,000 gold coins was not necessarily the limit, the tone of his opponent imbued a sense of despair, as though it were not 15,000 gold coins, but rather a mere 15 silver coins. 15,000 gold coins. Going once, the hammer struck the podium, resonating like a death knell in the young mage's heart. 15,000 gold coins. Going twice, 20,000 gold coins. The young mage now broke into a sweat. This was all of his wealth. He had initially hoped to acquire at least 2 vials of the arcane potion, but now found even that hope slipping away. Reflecting on his earlier ambitions, he began to grasp just how deep the waters of this auction truly ran. 30,000 gold coins. Aaron Marzies blinked not once, delivering a verdict of despair upon the young mage. The hall fell into an astonishing silence, punctuated only by the sound of the hammer striking the podium. All eyes turned to Aaron Marzies. Even the leaders of several magical families couldn't help but be taken aback. The Blood Brothers Society had always operated under the radar, their reputation not nearly as illustrious as that of old Odin. Yet here they exhibited such financial prowess and audacity. 30,000 gold coins. Going 3 times. Kevin's hammer fell heavily, marking the completion of the day's first transaction. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Aaron Marzies. 30,000 gold coins already? Linley gaped, astonished at how easily the wealth had been amassed. This is merely the beginning. Grayan scoffed at Linley's astonishment. While the 6 underground powers conduct various profitable enterprises, they pale in comparison to the wealth accumulated over centuries by the 11 magical families. Just wait and see. When they truly unleash their resources, that will be the zenith of the auction. How can these people possess such riches? Linley pondered. The 6 underground powers aside, nearly every lucrative business in Galros was under their control, yet compared to the 11 magical families, they were mere nouveau riche. Have you ever seen old Merlin? Do you know how much he paid for that staff of his? Grayan's eyes shimmered with envy upon mentioning old Merlin's staff. 1 million gold coins. What? Linley nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. 1 million gold coins for a staff? No wonder he spawned a son like Sinwell. Dio not dismissed the price as exorbitant. Were it not for old Merlin's standing, even at double that price, he might not have been able to procure it. Grayan seized the opportunity to enlighten Linley. To prevent his continuous astonishment, he pointed to several mages nearby. Just look at these wastrels. Who among them doesn't possess gear worth at least 100,000 or 80,000? The mage profession relies heavily on wealth, though, of course, you are an exception, as I have never seen you invest in equipment. What need have I for equipment? Linley murmured, thinking it beneath him, a master of 5 elements, to purchase someone else's equipment. What would they think if word got out? Upon hearing this, Linley couldn't help but reflect on the dire state of the Magic Guild. Not at all. The guild is not impoverished. The 3 rare mines in the Demon Slayer Valley alone can yield a steady income of 3 million gold coins annually. Then why do they all appear so gaunt and haggard? Have you been mistreating them? By the way, why does the name Demon Slayer Valley sound so familiar? Who on earth has the time to torment these useless fools? Grayen's eyes widened, and the few mages who feared being caught in the flames quickly shrank back. It was then that the plump old man continued. When you first arrived at the Magic Guild, was I not negotiating with the people from the City of Shadows? At that time, we were discussing the control of the Demon Slayer Valley, and I suspect that is when you made a note of it. Oh, yes, I remember now. That place belongs to our Magic Guild. A surge of joy washed over Grayen at the thought of the Demon Slayer Valley belonging to their guild. This indicated that Linley had gradually begun to see himself as a member of the Magic Guild, which Grayen regarded as an excellent development. He believed that with a bit more effort, he could certainly place the hat of the guild leader upon this young lad's head. Indeed, in his elation, Grayen responded to questions with newfound patience. The reason the Magic Guild remains the foremost power in Gallows to this day is that we possess control over the Demon Slayer Valley. That area boasts 3 rare mineral veins, a plethora of herbs, and most importantly, it produces various high-grade magic crystals. Once the alchemical potions are sold out, I shall take you there, and you will understand. As the two conversed, 3 vials of alchemical potions were sold, with the lowest price exceeding 30,000 gold coins and the highest reaching a staggering 60,000. From this auction onward, the number of alchemical potions would rise to 3. Kevin's hammer struck heavily upon the podium. Starting price 50,000, increments of 5,000. Let the bidding commence. 50,000 gold coins, 70,000 gold coins, 80,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins. As Kevin's hammer fell, the bidding escalated rapidly, the prices climbing ever higher, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 vials of alchemical potions reached the lofty sum of 100,000. Do you see? The Roland family has entered the fray. The previous bids were mere trifles. Now the real spectacle begins. Watch closely. If the final price for these 3 vials is less than 200,000, I shall twist my own head off. Grayen chuckled with pride nearby. 120,000, 140,000. The head of the Roland family was now utterly consumed by the thrill of the competition. Facing off against a beautiful young woman, seemingly in her 30s, whose beauty was enchanting and whose voice was sweet and soft, exuding allure in every gesture. Only a seasoned man like Grayen could recognize that this stunning lady was none other than Daphne, the leader of the Dark Moon, one of Gallows' 6 underground factions, who controlled all the thieves in Gallows. Grayen advised Linley, "Did you remember what that woman looks like? If one day you find your wallet missing on the street, you can be sure to find her. Just make sure you don't mistake her for the madam of a brothel." Anthony Roland felt his blood boiling with frustration. He had never anticipated that the very madwoman he feared would emerge at this crucial moment. Especially as the families he had been most worried about had not yet made a move, he was even more astonished at how fiercely she was bidding, raising the price to 14,000 without any sign of relenting. If this continued, he might truly be unable to withstand the pressure. Though 14,000 gold coins had already surpassed the Roland family's limits, Anthony Roland had no choice but to hold firm. These 3 vials of alchemical potions represented his best opportunity, with the likes of the Merlin family, the Manus family, and the Saruman family yet to enter the bidding. Once they did, the Roland family would stand no chance. Moreover, Anthony Roland was in dire need of these 3 vials. His youngest son was already 16 years old but remained merely a 4th-level magic apprentice, just a single step away from the 5th level, a step he could not seem to take. What parent does not wish for their children to succeed? Thus, when he learned of the Magic Guild's imminent auction of the alchemical potions, he was elated, quickly raising a significant sum of money, even going so far as to sell off several profitable properties, all in hopes of enabling his 3 sons to become mages. However, the Roland family was not the Merlin family, and the total funds he could muster were only around 200,000. If that madwoman continued to raise the stakes, Anthony Roland found it hard to imagine the outcome. Yet, such is the nature of the world, the more one wishes for something not to happen, the more likely it is to occur. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Daphne made another bid. 200,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this figure, Anthony Roland felt a sudden darkness cloud his vision. In that moment, He even contemplated lunging at the madwoman and throttling her to death. But that was merely a fleeting thought. Not only was the madwoman's strength not inferior to his own, but such an act would likely result in his own demise. Just the act of disrupting the auction could lead to dire consequences. This was not the former Emerald Tower. The Magic Guild was now at the zenith of its power, and even the Merlin family dared not confront it directly. Provoking the Magic Guild was akin to courting death. Given Graham's temperament, he would likely incinerate Anthony with a fireball before he ever reached Daphne. After much hesitation, Anthony Rowland finally slipped his hand into his coat pocket. 200,000 for the first, 200,000 for the second, 200,000 for the third. Just as Kevin was about to strike the hammer for the third time, Anthony Rowland suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. "Wait, Master Kevin." "What is it, Mr. Rowland?" Kevin's heart leapt with joy, though he feigned a look of concern. "Oh, you have a question about the auction process?" No, I absolutely do not mean that." Anthony Rowland waved his hands vigorously. This was no jest. Questioning the auction process would be tantamount to questioning Graham's integrity, a direct provocation of the Magic Guild. With 10 times more courage, he would not dare to provoke the guild in its prime. "I recall Mr. Graham mentioning that if cash is insufficient, one may substitute with items of equal value. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Graham to appraise this item and determine its worth in gold coins." He produced a delicate silver necklace, which hung at an angle from Anthony Rowland's thumb, glinting with silver light. However, what truly drew attention was the blue gem embedded in the necklace, an oval-shaped stone roughly the size of a thumb, wrapped in silver filigree that resembled flower petals, radiating a mysterious and elegant aura beneath the soft silver glow. The moment the silver necklace was revealed, the eyes of several mages widened in astonishment. Even Graham could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such a large piece of mystical blue gemstone. The hall fell eerily silent as all eyes fixed upon the gemstone, including the beautiful young woman competing for the alchemical potions, whose gaze betrayed a hint of awe. This was undoubtedly a coveted treasure for any mage, as storing magical power is of utmost importance to them. A gemstone of this size could scarcely be filled even by a sorcerer. The group of mages began to murmur amongst themselves, "At least worth 100,000 gold coins, such a size. It must be worth more than 100,000. The Rowland family typically operated discreetly, yet at this pivotal moment, they managed to produce such a remarkable item. Clearly, the depths of the 11 magical families ran deeper than one might expect. It's a pity, such a large piece of mystical blue gemstone is set in a silver necklace. It should at least be placed in a mithril necklace. Otherwise, how could it do justice to the gemstone? Does anyone still have money? If not, shall we all pool our resources to purchase this necklace? Then we can take turns using it today." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a sudden silence around him. Puzzled, he looked around, only to see that his colleagues, who had previously conversed with him so amiably, were now distancing themselves, their expressions filled with trepidation, as if they feared catching a plague. What's with all these faces? A group of mages genuinely wished to leap forward and strangle him. To entertain such thoughts in front of Graham was akin to reaching into the guild leader's pocket for money. The very notion of sharing the necklace was simply foolish. If Graham did not find someone to share it with, one could consider themselves fortunate. Come, everyone chip in. I think I still have 30,000. How much do you all have?" He continued to plead, oblivious to the desperate gestures of those around him. That it was as if they could already foresee Graham's brow furrowing in displeasure under the imposing presence of the guild leader. No one dared to uphold their usual camaraderie, and, without hesitation, they cast him aside. "Master Guild Leader, we swear, we truly do not know him." "Greetings, esteemed President." Has the sluggish wizard finally remembered who it is that sits beside him? In that instant, he felt a cold sweat break out upon his brow, desperately tugging at his own visage to conjure a smile that was more grotesque than weeping. He, why are you all so tense? It's merely a jest." Fortunately, at that moment, Graham was engrossed in conversation with Lin Li and remained blissfully unaware of his treacherous thoughts. "What do you think about offering him 50,000 gold coins?" "Make it 80,000, Lin Li calculated silently, ultimately deciding to propose a higher price. That fellow probably has around 200,000 gold coins on him. If we offer too little, I fear he may not outbid the thief leader. This necklace is something I absolutely must acquire. Are you also interested in the enigmatic blue gemstone?" Graham raised an eyebrow, for he knew this lad all too well. He had always thought that even if every mage in the world desired the enigmatic blue gemstone, this young man would never have use for it. The scene in the certification hall had left an indelible impression on him. The 28 minutes of full-force output had transcended the realm of mere monsters, verging on the extraordinary. You can have the gemstone. I only want that necklace. Linley's eyes were fixated on the delicate silver chain, its aura unmistakably familiar to him. He had once felt the same energy in the hands of the enchantment master in the endless world. If his guess was correct, the metal used in that necklace was undoubtedly the elusive deep silver. In the endless world, deep silver was a rarity that one could only hope to encounter. In pursuit of his enchanting profession, Linley had nearly exhausted all his connections to acquire a layer of deep silver for his gold touch wand. Yet this precious material was so rare that it seemed no one had ever laid eyes on it. During that time, Linley had spent countless days loitering at the auction house, with personal commissions at the Mercenary Guild perpetually posted, offering rewards that increased daily. Yet no one ever presented this material. Reflecting upon it, Linley felt remarkably fortunate. Given his wealth and status in the endless world, he could summon storms at will, yet he found himself thwarted in acquiring a single black lotus or piece of deep silver. To think that after his transmigration, he would encounter both within a month. Just the thought of the gold touch wand adorned with deep silver made Linley beam with delight. That would be a genuine instrument of destruction. Beyond enhancing enchanting attributes, it would elevate the success rate of enchantments to a terrifying degree. While claiming 100% might be an exaggeration, at least a 90% success rate was assured. Just imagine, an enchanting master with a success rate of 90% would be nothing short of a prodigy. Let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing Linley's words, Gran merely nodded, refraining from inquiring further about the necklace's peculiarities. Then, the attendees in the hall beheld Gran, who should have been the star of the auction, rising from a rather dubious position. In my opinion, this enigmatic blue gemstone should be valued at around 80,000 gold coins. Thank you. President Gran. Upon hearing this figure, Anthony Rowland's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. With 200,000 in hand, plus the 80,000 gold coins, it would be sufficient to procure 3 bottles of arcane potion. Let the auction resume. Kevin's hammer struck the podium once more. Lady Daphne bids 200,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than Lady Daphne? 250,000. With Gran's endorsement, Anthony Rowland unhesitatingly raised the bid to 250,000. This staggering amount immediately sparked a flurry of whispers in the guild hall. To purchase 3 bottles of arcane potion for 250,000 was already far beyond the previous transactions. To many, this was not an auction but a gamble. Having finished a chapter, I'll upload it right away. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. If anyone has recommendation tickets, could you lend your support? That position is truly dire. The figure of 250,000 was indeed rather ruthless. Even a thief leader as affluent as Daphne dared not pursue further. After receiving the arcane potion from the guild's mage, Anthony Rowland's expression was ecstatic as he clutched the 3 glass vials to his chest. Reluctant to release them, Kevin's hammer fell once more. The briefly interrupted auction resumed at that moment. However, Gran suddenly noticed that his cheap nephew was approaching. My apologies, Uncle Gran, but I have some matters to attend to and may not be able to wait until the auction concludes, City Lord Isaac expressed with a hint of regret. Linley awaited the arrival of the deep silver necklace, only to be startled by the unexpected address of Uncle Gran, nearly biting his own tongue in shock. How had he not realized before that Gran possessed a talent for socializing? Just moments ago, he claimed to have no connection with the esteemed City Lord, and now he had returned, upgraded to Uncle Gran. Business is of utmost importance. You attend to your affairs. Uncle will not detain you further. But do make a point to visit the Magic Guild when you have the time. Gran smiled warmly and kindly, resembling a benevolent elder. Certainly, City Lord Isaac felt a twinge of pain in his temples. Hastily brushing Gran off and escaping the Emerald Tower, once outside, Isaac inhaled the fresh air and silently vowed never to return to that cursed place unless absolutely necessary. After exiting the Emerald Tower, the black-robed mage hesitantly inquired in a low voice, "What if we can't find that person? Will it be difficult to explain to Mr. Green? Mr. Green is magnanimous. He won't hold these trivial matters against us. Besides, with Mr. Green's capabilities, how could he fail to locate someone if he truly wished to?" It seemed they had indeed been overly meddlesome. After departing the Emerald Tower, Isaac's demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed, in his view. No matter how dire the circumstances, they paled in comparison to facing that old scoundrel Gran. After uttering those words, The city lord furrowed his brow once more and quietly addressed the black-robed mage, Andrew. If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you should keep an eye on the Magic Guild. I am quite intrigued by Mr. Green's search for that individual. Understood, City Lord. After watching the three depart, Graham's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Laugh if you wish. Holding it in so painfully might just cause internal injuries. Lindley smirked and, feeling curious, leaned in closer. Come, tell me, how is it that the City Lord refers to you as uncle? Do you truly know his father? Of course. Graham beamed with pride. The City Lord himself stated that his father met me 20 years ago and supposedly offered me some guidance. Damn it, with so many mages having given me guidance 20 years ago, how could I possibly remember which one was his father? And thus you became his uncle. Lin Li's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Gran, reflecting on the City Lord's age, and could not help but sigh deeply at the audacity of the old man. This cannot be blamed on me. He insisted on establishing a connection. Since he wished to do so, I granted him that opportunity. Besides, with his enthusiasm, if I did not accept his designation of uncle, he might have felt quite disappointed. Lindley, thoroughly convinced, remarked, You are indeed a talent. While the elder and younger exchanged whispers, yet another transaction was completed in the hall. This time, the competitors included the beautiful young woman and a magical family. Though the beautiful woman's opponent had shifted from the Roland family to the Kareka family, the outcome remained unchanged. When the price reached 230,000, the lovely thief once again conceded defeat. She has run out of opportunities. Lindley observed Daphne with a discerning eye and softly voiced his judgment. Graham paused momentarily, puzzled, and inquired, How do you know? Have you not noticed? On both occasions, she raised the bid to 20,000, seemingly attempting to intimidate her opponents. Unfortunately, her efforts were less than successful, if I am not mistaken. Her available cash is precisely 200,000 gold coins. This is apparent to me, and any other magical family would discern it as well. Just watch. If she attempts to compete again, someone will surely outbid her by 20,000 in an instant. Lin Li was indeed correct. At the start of the second round of bidding, Daphne was the first to call out a price. 100,000, 210,000. Competing with her is the Merlin family, specifically the third son of the family. Clad in a striking red robe of a mage, who was described by Graham as ostentatious. Without so much as a furrow of his brow, he proclaimed an astonishing price. The hall was engulfed in a profound silence. Although Daphne's countenance was grim, she refrained from bidding higher. At that moment, it was evident not only to Graham but also to the neighboring wizards that this thief leader truly could not muster any additional funds. Damn, Graham exclaimed, astonished by the precision of the young man's calculations. 210,000 for the first time, 210,000 for the second time, 210,000 for the third time. Kevin's hammer struck the podium with a resounding thud. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Evan. This was perhaps the most peculiar auction of the day. From start to finish, there were only 2 bids, and the price surged to unprecedented heights. 5,000 above the base price in one instance, and an astonishing 11,000 in another. However, after a brief lull, Kevin, with a piece of news, propelled the entire auction to its zenith. To ensure that everyone could procure sufficient arcane potions, the guild decided at the last moment to release 3 additional potions for bidding. And the upcoming auction would consist of 10 potions per round. No one anticipated that the Magic Guild would be so audacious, escalating the offering from 3 to 10 potions. Even with the 3 extra potions, the families would have a total of only 2 opportunities to compete. Did you teach him that? Lindley glanced quizzically at Gran, wondering when the old man had become so astute, capable of employing strategies reminiscent of the tale of 2 peaches killing 3 scholars. Heh. I discreetly informed him through telepathic messaging, Gran replied, a smug grin upon his face. Among the 3 great families, there are only 2 chances. Let us see how they contend. Gran's maneuver was indeed masterful. Aside from the Merlin family's initial foray, the other 2 prominent magical families of Gallows, the Manus family and the Saruman family, had yet to make a single bid. The reason for their silence was not difficult to fathom. As fellow members of Gallows's 3 great magical families, they shared an unspoken understanding regarding the distribution of potions. Each family knew precisely how many potions they were entitled to, and none would dare disrupt the delicate balance of this tacit agreement. Unfortunately, Graham was determined to deny them this opportunity. You enjoy playing the humble game, do you? Then allow me to give you a gentle nudge, he mused. The Merlin family had just acquired 3 potions and would undoubtedly seek more, while the other 2 families, having secured none, were unlikely to relinquish this chance. After all, these were arcane potions. Who knew when the next opportunity would arise? The three families could hardly avoid a fierce competition now. The once tranquil hall now crackled with an air of tension. The representatives of the three families occupied the front row, their proximity fostering a sense of camaraderie. Initially, they exchanged idle chatter, but with the revelation of this astonishing news, an invisible barrier seemed to rise between them, silencing their conversation as their gazes fixated on Kevin, awaiting the fall of his small wooden hammer. The atmosphere in the hall became stifling, reminiscent of the oppressive calm before a storm. Leaving one feeling anxious and breathless to be why this stage in the auction, the 6 underground factions and the 8 magical families had lost their chance to compete, that in terms of wealth and power. They were vastly outmatched by the 3 great magical families that in truth, even if they had the opportunity, they would not dare to approach. Who in all of Gallows City would challenge these 3 colossal entities? Aside from the Magic Guild itself, this quiet guild hall was destined to be the stage for the 3 great families. Yet, their nerves remained taut. This auction of arcane potions could very well alter the course of Gallows City. And even the slightest detail could determine the fates of thousands. Do you see that figure in the black mage robe? Is who concealing his face? That is Reuben Saruman, the current patriarch of the Saruman family. At this moment, the only ones seemingly unfazed were the elderly man and the young boy lingering at the back. Gran appeared at ease, gesturing with his pudgy finger towards the front row while patiently introducing Linley. Peering from a distance, Linley noticed something peculiar about the Saruman patriarch. There was an unusual aura surrounding him, a pure essence that transcended mere strength or magical fluctuations, an unsettling vibe that evoked discomfort. You feel it too? Gran chuckled upon observing Linley's puzzled expression. To be precise, this fellow is not a true magician. He is a curse caster. A curse caster. Linley was taken aback, recalling the McGreeny father and daughter. Are you suggesting he specializes in curse magic? Indeed, isn't it curious that the patriarch of a magical family is actually a curse caster? You have insider knowledge. Linley discerned from Gran's expression that the old man possessed some inside information. It's not exactly a secret. Much of Gallows City is aware of it, Gran replied, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. In this city, aside from that old scoundrel Matthews, Reuben is the one I fear the most. However, in his youth, he exhibited little magical talent. Even at 20, he was merely a level 4 apprentice. Back then, not only did we outsiders doubt him, even his father had given up on him. Shortly after his 25th birthday, old Saruman declared his heir, his half-brother, Sosa. On the day this announcement was made, Reuben vanished from Gallows City, disappearing for 5 years, and no one knew where he had gone or what he had done during that time. Until he resurfaced at the age of 30. At this point, Gran paused momentarily before continuing. Upon his return, his first act was murder, from his half-brother to his own father. Anyone who could claim the position of patriarch was ruthlessly eliminated overnight. Following this, Reuben employed iron-fisted methods to seize control of the entire family, and over the subsequent 30 years, he transformed what was once a modest Saruman family into one of the 3 great families of Gallows. Ruthless was Linley's sole assessment of Reuben Saruman. This man is a lunatic. Gran shook his head, a note of frustration evident in his tone. While Matthews is formidable, he at least has weaknesses, his son, his brother. But this lunatic from the Saruman family is a different story altogether. I have no means to contend with him unless I possess absolute strength to eliminate him in an instant. Yet this madman is exceptionally adept at patience. He would never provoke an opponent he could not defeat without absolute certainty. Gran's final evaluation barely registered with Linley, as his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Did the curse afflicting the McGreeny family have any connection to the Saruman family? However, despite his best efforts to reason it out, Linley could not discern the rationale. The McGreeny father and daughter were merely ordinary adventurers. Their influence at best around levels 5 or 6, lacking any significant wealth or power. Given Reuben Saruman's stature, what motive could he possibly have to target them? Just as Linley was embroiled in his thoughts, Kevin announced the commencement of the auction's climax. 10 arcane potions, starting at 100,000 gold coins, with increments of 10,000. Bidding begins. 110,000 gold coins. Ah, yes, Foray, you must make a point to know this individual, Izira Manus. The patriarch of the Manus family, the wealthiest person in all of Gallows City in the entire kingdom of Fran. Upon hearing the name of the Manus family, Linley was reminded of the gilded roses that flourished throughout Gallows. Had he not encountered a staff priced at several thousand gold coins within the gilded roses, he would never have considered the idea of profiting from potions. Ironically, after a roundabout journey, the money had indeed ended up in the hands of the gilded roses. Linley craned his neck for a better view and was struck by the youthfulness of the owner of the gilded roses. He appeared to be in his early 20s, not yet 30. With strikingly handsome features and a refined, scholarly demeanor that elicited instant admiration. How can he be so young? Linley was taken aback, momentarily stunned. What can be done? His father passed away too early. And he happened to have no other siblings. He can't be older than Kevin. Can he? 2 years younger than Kevin. Yet this young man has achieved far more than that lad. When he took the reins of the Manus family, he had barely turned 20. At that time, our group of old-timers thought the Manus family was doomed to suffer a significant setback. Who would have imagined that over the years, the Manus family not only survived but thrived even more than under his father's leadership? Graham remarked, casting a disgruntled glare at Linley. Just thinking about it irks me. What kind of world is this, where Garros keeps producing such prodigies? A few years ago, there was Ysera, and now we have you. An even more exceptional little rascal. Linley scratched his head, pondering what he had done to provoke such ire at it is indeed peculiar. This young man has presided over the Manus family for 7 years without ever revealing his hand. No one knows the extent of his abilities. You know old Odin, right? A few years back, due to some business conflicts, the old man sent a few assassins to probe his strength, but not a single one returned. To make matters worse, a few days later, while sleeping, he awoke to find his beard shorn. The old fellow was so shocked he nearly lost his wits and had to rush to the Manus residence, begging for forgiveness and making apologies to resolve the matter. As the two conversed, the price for 10 bottles of arcane potions had already escalated to 400,000. 450,000. Reuben Solomon seemed to carry a chilling aura, and each time he announced a bid, Linley felt a shiver run down his spine. 480,000. Ysera, with a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring, was decisive and swift in her bidding. Almost as soon as Reuben finished speaking, she raised the price by 30,000. Reuben Solomon was indeed a ruthless individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exterminated his father and brothers overnight. He raised his bony arm beneath his black mage robe. 550,000. This staggering sum, however, did not intimidate Garros' wealthiest individual. Before that skeletal arm even lowered, Ysera Manus had already upped the ante by another 30,000. 580,000. 650,000. My goodness. With this new price, the attendees in the guild hall had lost all composure. A group of mages exchanging incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Linley gasped, pinching his thigh, while Graham beside him tightened his grip on the armrest, murmuring, "This is too exhilarating. Too exhilarating. Mr. Kevin, may I ask for a brief pause?" Ysera Manus did not continue bidding, but instead requested a moment from Kevin. I recall President Graham mentioning that if cash is an issue, one could substitute with items. Is that correct, Mr. Kevin? A sudden silence enveloped the hall, all eyes turning to Ysera Manus. This declaration was even more astonishing than the Solomon family's bid. No one had anticipated that, aside from Anthony Rowland, the second individual to admit to insufficient cash would be none other than Ysera Manus, the wealthiest in Garros. You are correct, Patriarch Ysera. Then, I would like to ask President Graham to appraise this set of wizarding equipment and estimate its worth in gold coins. The young patriarch instructed, and a retainer promptly brought forth a set of equipment. This ensemble comprised 3 items: a staff embedded with an 8th-level magic crystal, a black runic mage robe, and a mithril necklace adorned with a singing crystal. Graham stared at the equipment, silent, yet internally berating. Damn you, pretty boy, are you here just to amuse yourself at my expense? The items were indeed splendid, each piece a masterpiece, especially the mithril necklace, which would make most mages envious. But what was the current situation? This was an auction for arcane potions. Such a set of equipment, neither high nor low in value, would fetch merely 20,000 coins at a gilded rose shop. In a transaction involving hundreds of thousands, tossing in 2,000 or 3,000 coins was utterly insignificant, barely worth a feather. Really, as thoughts swirled in the minds of the attendees, the young tycoon spoke once more. To be frank with President Graham, the Manus family is indeed facing some cash flow difficulties. The young patriarch's fair and refined face retained its warm smile, but his words plunged the Solomon family into despair. Thus, I wish to exchange 100 sets of such equipment for 10 bottles of arcane potions that I wonder how President Grayan feels about this. 100 sets? Grayan gulped with difficulty. Yes, 100 sets. Deal. The hall fell into an eerie silence. This perhaps the most absurd scene at an auction. The entire transaction occurred without Kevin's hammer confirming it, yet no one doubted its validity. What struck them as absurd was that the Manus family was offering 100 sets of elite equipment merely for 10 bottles of arcane potions. They couldn't help but wonder if this young patriarch had lost his mind. Accompanying the absurdity was an unprecedented sense of crisis. The Magic Guild in Garros had risen to prominence, boasting one of the strongest mages in Garros. As well as a genuine alchemist on this formidable foundation, the Manus family had just presented them with 100 sets of powerful magical equipment. The leaders of various factions felt their scalps tingle at the thought. What a terrifying force 100 well-equipped mages would constitute. Moreover, these leaders were not fools. Once the initial absurdity wore off, they quickly grasped that the Manus family would not engage in a losing deal without reason. After offering 100 sets of elite equipment, they would surely embark on a series of collaborations with the Magic Guild. The mere thought of a partnership between these two colossal entities sent shivers down everyone's spine, as they collectively realized that Garros was on the brink of a significant upheaval. One side represented Garros's wealthiest, the other its most powerful mage. Amidst the diverse expressions of the crowd, two hands clasped firmly together. President Grayan, I have a small request. While shaking hands with Grayan, the young patriarch spoke softly. I wonder if you could introduce me to your guild's young alchemist? This is perhaps the one matter I cannot decide on my own, that I must consult him first before making a decision, Grayan replied, his expression tinged with helplessness. He truly could not make this call. Linley was undoubtedly the most unique individual in the Magic Guild. No one, including Grayan, could compel him to do anything against his will. Everyone understood that without this young mage, there would be no future for the guild. That is quite unfortunate, Yizra expressed, a hint of regret crossing her features, but she quickly brightened. Then please convey to the esteemed alchemist that I have a lucrative business opportunity in hand, requiring 3 bottles of magical energy potions. If he is willing to assist, the compensation will surely satisfy him. The treasures of the Manus family can be at his disposal to choose 3 items. Grayan gasped. The Manus family was the wealthiest in the Frank Kingdom, having accumulated countless treasures over 13 centuries since the Dark Ages. The notion of selecting 3 items was something he had never even dared to contemplate. Not long after the Garros tycoon departed, Grayan approached Lin Li with a sly grin. That young man wishes to discuss a business deal with you. Are you interested? Lin Li, recognizing the expression on Grayan's face, knew the old man had secured some advantage. What deal? Pray tell. 3 bottles of magical energy potions. And as for the compensation, Grayan raised 3 fingers, his expression exaggerated. You may freely choose 3 items from the Manus family's equipment vault. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Li responded, not interested. By the gods. Grayan felt as if the ground had given way beneath him, nearly losing his composure. Steadying himself on the chair, he didn't even bother to adjust his crooked mage hat before erupting in frustration. And not interested? Faced with the sudden wrath of the guild president, the mages nearby were left in shock, shrinking back in fear of being splattered with blood. That a sizable space cleared around Lin Li, who remained unfazed, even extending a finger to point at Grayan's head, kindly reminding him to mind his appearance. Your hat is crooked. Oh, Grayan paused, quickly adjusting his hat, but halfway through, he recalled the cause of his anger. Damn it. Don T changed the subject. I'm asking you a question. Are you out of your mind? The treasures of the Manus family are the stuff of dreams for many. You have the chance to choose 3 items. And you're not interested? You little brat, are you trying to drive me mad? Please, have a seat, and allow me to speak slowly, Lin Li insisted, firmly guiding Grayan back into his chair before continuing. You are of an age where you should know better. Why do you still let your temper flare so easily? Such agitation is detrimental to one's health. To be frank, this business deal is not worth pursuing. What do you mean it's not worth it? Grayan inquired, his anger dissipating upon hearing the mention of a business opportunity. The moment he heard that the deal was unprofitable, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Gazing at Lin Li with a look of skepticism, the crafting of magical potions is not as simple as you may think. Grayan, upon hearing this, became anxious. Are you saying you can't produce it? It's not that I can't, but rather that the materials are exceedingly difficult to procure, Lin Li replied, shaking his head. He extended a hand, methodically enumerating the necessary components, essences of both water and fire elements, the blood of a high-ranking demon, and magic crystals of level 15 or above. Do you have any means of obtaining these items? I do possess a level 15 magic crystal, but as for the others, then there's no point in pursuing this further. Lindley concluded with a definitive statement. In truth, there was another reason he refrained from voicing. He feared that revealing it might alarm Grayan, who, at over 60 years of age, could not bear the stress of a negative outcome. The Manus family was indeed the wealthiest in Gallows, and Lindley believed their collection to be quite substantial. However, for Lindley, selecting 3 pieces of equipment held little significance. With his mastery of 5 elemental schools, as long as he had sufficient materials, there was no equipment he could not acquire. Grayan pondered for a moment, but remained undeterred. Perhaps I should consult Isella to see if he has enough materials? You may go ahead and inquire. Lindley expressed disinterest in the matter, primarily motivated by Grayan's enthusiasm. At that moment, his attention was more focused on the auction taking place in the hall. Presently, only the last 10 bottles of the arcane potion remained. Yet 2 of the 3 major families were intensely vying for them. Notably, the Saruman family had not secured even a single bottle thus far. And now, with the final 10 bottles, they were cornered into a precarious position. As old Merlin had previously stated, having 30 level 5 magicians at one's disposal was merely an embellishment. However, if they fell into the hands of a competitor, it would pose a lethal threat. 500,000. Just as Kevin's gavel struck, Reuben Saruman announced an astonishing bid. Lindley and Grayan exchanged glances, realizing the auction had surpassed their expectations. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins, alongside 100 sets of exquisite magical equipment. Should the remaining 10 bottles fetch an exorbitant price, they might find themselves in a situation where their financial resources were rendered futile. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, while young Merlin Evan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he foreseen the situation escalating to this point, he would have acted sooner. Just moments ago, he had successfully bid on 9 bottles. Had he secured those 9 bottles of the arcane potion, he would not have been forced into a desperate contest with the Saruman family. All of Gallows City knew that Reuben Saruman was a madman. A madman who would not engage in rational discourse. Look at him, raising the price to 50,000 without a second thought. Was he leaving anyone an escape route? Upon hearing that price, young Merlin felt his head spin. Yet he had no choice but to press on. Before leaving, Matthews had instructed him to acquire at least 10 bottles of the arcane potion, and with only a meager 3 in hand, he had barely covered half of that goal. 550,000. Young Merlin steeled himself and resolutely countered Reuben Saruman's bid. But Reuben Saruman was no ordinary individual. He was the kind of person who would kill his own father or brother without a second thought. Without even blinking, he raised the bid by another 100,000. 650,000. Young Merlin felt as though his heart were bleeding. He possessed a total of just over 800,000 gold coins. And at this rate, with Reuben's frenzied bidding, he feared that within 2 rounds, he would be completely ousted from the competition for the arcane potion. 700,000. When he called out this price, young Merlin felt a pang of anguish. 800,000. When Reuben Saruman announced this price, every attendee in the hall was utterly convinced that he was indeed a madman. Tossing away 800,000 gold coins without even a hint of hesitation was truly a staggering sum. Regardless of the value of the arcane potion, with 800,000 gold coins, one could easily procure 10 level 5 magicians. Young Merlin felt darkness closing in around him, nearly spewing blood in despair. This man was genuinely insane. He was now devoid of the strength to speak, and with a final flicker of hope, he weakly raised his arm and uttered a desperate bid. 882,000. UWIN.N01 anticipated that Reuben Saruman would relent at that moment. The individuals seated in the guild hall were all prominent figures, and they could easily discern that young Merlin was at his limit. From a previous confident bid of 100,000, he had dwindled down to a feeble 2,000, signaling that this was the entirety of the Merlin family's available cash at this juncture. Even an additional 1,000 would have sufficed to completely crush the Merlin family. Yet Reuben Saruman refrained from bidding higher, allowing Kevin's gavel to fall, and the astonished young Merlin walked away with the last 10 bottles of the arcane potion. Transaction complete. Congratulations, Mr. Evan. Even as Kevin announced the completion of the deal, young Merlin remained in a state of shock, his emotions a tumultuous blend that felt akin to a battle between 2 grand magicians. One on the verge of magical exhaustion, desperately unleashing a last-ditch ice spike, only for that very ice spike to pierce through the heart of his opponent. It was a sensation akin to having survived a calamity, and young Merlin found himself immersed in that feeling for a considerable time. Only when Reuben Saruman turned to leave did young Merlin realize something was amiss. As Reuben Saruman passed by Gran, he casually remarked without looking back, "You owe me a favor." Upon hearing this remark, both an elder and a youth seated in the back could not help but chuckle. This fellow, who seemed utterly unrecognizable to his kin, indeed possessed the remarkable ability to endure, as Gran had aptly noted. In the face of the flourishing magical guild, he astutely chose to extend an olive branch. His method of doing so was both simple and direct. The paramount advantage of this auction was undoubtedly the maximization of the value of the arcane elixir, compelling the Merlin family to reveal their final limit at a thrilling price. This alone was sufficient to earn the favor of the magical guild. Yet, upon further reflection, this venture resembled a magic act, appearing to dance upon a tightrope while, in truth, he faced little genuine risk, by establishing an aggressive atmosphere from the outset and escalating to a staggering 100,000. He left young Merlin gasping for breath, all the while meticulously calculating the latter's ultimate limit. In the end, he successfully cornered young Merlin into a desperate gamble with an offer of 800,000. Young Merlin secured the arcane elixir, while he garnered the goodwill of the magical guild. The risks he undertook were far less daunting than one might presume. Even in the event of a miscalculation, he would merely have acquired 10 bottles of the arcane elixir for 800,000 gold coins, a steep price, yet still a means to win the favor of the magical guild. No fool would reject a generous buyer, and one as astute as Gran certainly would not. This was something the Merlin family could only envy. Ever since old Merlin clashed with Gran, the possibility of collaboration between the magical guild and the Merlin family had vanished. However, the Saruman family and the Manus family had the opportunity to forge a different path, and both family heads coincidentally chose a wise course, albeit through slightly different means. Regardless, it was evident that the magical guild owed a debt of gratitude to the Saruman family. Although upon closer inspection, one might view this favor as rather trivial. As the auction concluded, the elder and the youth produced 33 bottles of the arcane elixir, reaping a bounty of over 1 million gold coins, 100 sets of exquisite magical gear, and the favor of a flourishing magical guild. Following this grand auction, it was clear to all that the magical guild would become the most formidable force in Gallows, eclipsing both the 11 magical families and the 6 major underground factions, rendering them incapable of contending with the guild. The leaders of various factions seated in the guild hall displayed a myriad of expressions. Yet their thoughts were not far apart. The more astute among them began calculating how best to align themselves with the magical guild, while even those less perceptive reminded themselves to rein in their subordinates and to avoid provoking anyone clad in robes and gallows from that point forth. Such a grand auction necessitated meticulous follow-up. The heads of the attending factions were sure to require proper hospitality, and the gold coins they sent needed to be counted. Furthermore, the 100 sets of fine equipment from the Manus family should be made available for guild mages to apply for. The sheer volume of tasks at hand was daunting. However, the elder and the youth, acting as carefree overseers, simply delegated the responsibilities to Kevin, claiming pressing matters to discuss, and brazenly retreated to the reception room. The urgent matters were, in truth, a division of spoils. For these two scoundrels, the process of sharing the bounty was undoubtedly filled with delight. 1,540,000 gold coins were divided into 2 portions. The magical guild received 300,000, while the remaining 1,240,000 belonged entirely to Linley. After all, in this auction, whether in herbs or craftsmanship, Linley had been solely responsible. Ultimately, the magical guild merely provided a venue, so it was only just that he received the lion's share. Moreover, there were 100 sets of magical gear at stake. This is your crystal card. The 1,240,000 gold coins are all on it. Make sure you keep it safe. Losing it would be quite troublesome. Gran tossed a translucent crystal shard towards Linley, upon which a few small letters were etched using stardust. Upon closer inspection, Linley realized it bore his name from the unreal world. How does one use this? Linley pondered, slightly bewildered. While he was aware of the crystal's memory function, often utilized for recording spells or sounds through magical means, he found himself uncertain about this thin crystal card. Really, I wonder how Anduin taught you, Gran remarked, a look of disdain on his face. the flash gold crystal card is universally accepted throughout the unreal world. Most cities have a flash gold silver exchange. Just go retrieve your money whenever you need it. Oh, you really plan on carrying around over 1 million gold coins? That would be a massive burden. Oh, Linley said, carefully stowing the crystal card away, then retrieving the deep silver necklace from his pocket. The mystical blue sapphire is yours. This necklace is mine. With a slight pull, Linley detached the mystical blue sapphire from the necklace and tossed it to Gran without a glance. While the magical energy storage was indeed formidable, it held little significance for Linley. Even if he were to exhaust his nearly infinite magical energy, an additional mystical blue sapphire would hardly make a difference. Gran cheerfully accepted the gemstone and leaned closer to examine it, curiously inquiring, "What exactly is this necklace?" "Deep silver, a substance beyond your comprehension." After exiting the reception room, Linley barely had a moment to catch his breath before plunging into the guild's alchemy chamber. With the deep silver in his possession, he could hardly contain his excitement, eager to discover the extraordinary power that the gilded rod would possess once coated in deep silver, due to the auction. All the mages had crowded into the guild hall, leaving the alchemy chamber empty when Linley entered. Thus, he felt assured as he opened the endless storm ring, gazing at the dazzling array of metal ingots. Linley had to acknowledge his somewhat obsessive collection habit, from the most inexpensive copper and iron ingots to the costly fine gold and mithril ingots, and even the rare magical metals seldom seen. He had amassed dozens of varieties. What Linley needed to do now was select the materials for the gilded rod from this assortment of metals. Unlike weaponry and armor, the potency of a gilded rod does not solely correlate with the metal's grade. Rather, it is a process of trade-offs. Using ordinary metals as materials would yield greater enchantment stability, significantly reducing the likelihood of enchantment failure. Conversely, employing magical metals would result in stronger enchantment effects, with different magical metals offering varying outcomes. For advanced enchanters, stability always takes precedence, and no matter how powerful an enchantment effect may be, without stability to support it, it ultimately becomes a mere jest. Consequently, nearly all successful enchanters choose gilded rods forged from eternal fine gold. Renowned as the most stable metal in the world, a gilded rod crafted from it can enhance the success rate of enchantment by at least 10%. Linley has always been characterized by his cautious nature. When he first embarked on the pursuit of the enchanting profession, he consistently aimed to utilize an eternal gold bar, even going so far as to prepare several eternal gold ingots in advance. Little did he anticipate that one day he would truly acquire deep silver. Now that Linley possesses deep silver, the array of metallic options at his disposal has become exceedingly vast. The gold bar, infused with deep silver, has reached an astonishing level of stability. His current contemplation revolves around how to maximize the enchanting effects brought forth by this magical metal. Before him lie 3 types of magical metals: dream iron, abyssal mithril, and rune silver. These were painstakingly selected by Linley from a plethora of options. Although many other magical metals exist, most are riddled with various shortcomings that do not meet Linley's stringent standards for the gold bar. Only these 3 magical metals present a conundrum for Linley. Forging a gold bar with dream iron might impart a magical dispelling effect to the equipment. Utilizing rune silver for the gold bar could significantly enhance elemental attributes. Employing abyssal mithril for the gold bar would bestow the equipment with superior magical resistance. Each of these magical metals is exceptionally rare. Acquiring even one would likely elate most mages to the point of sleeplessness. It is perhaps only a beast like Linley who could possess all 3 simultaneously, and this has led him into a delightful dilemma. All 3 magical metals are extraordinarily exceptional, yet the deep silver in his possession is only sufficient to coat a single bar. This predicament has left Linley quite vexed, and he found himself lost in thought within the alchemy chamber for a full hour before finally making a resolute decision. The enhancement of elemental attributes is overly singular. While the magical dispelling effect only occurs with a certain probability, after careful deliberation, Linley ultimately opted for abyssal mithril. Compared to the enhancement of elemental attributes, the application of magical resistance offers a broader range of utility and can be consistently applied. Unlike the magical dispelling effect which relies on fortune, with the choice of material for the gold bar resolved, the rest of the process became relatively straightforward. During his initial foray into enchanting, Linley had unwittingly ruined countless gold bars, but now he approached this task with an ease that came from familiarity. The alchemy room housed a small furnace, typically used for melting alchemical materials such as stardust, and ocean blue sand. Although the temperature was somewhat low, this posed no issue for Lin Li. He cast abyssal mithril into the furnace, uttering a couple of incantations, and with a mere flick of his wrist, summoned a hand of flames. Fueled by an almost boundless magical power, the scorching flames clung closely to the base of the furnace, and in mere moments, signs of the abyssal mithril melting became evident. With iron tongs, he grasped the glowing red abyssal mithril, while his other hand retrieved a hammer from the ring of endless storms. Sparks flew from the alchemy table, and dazzling magical runes danced about, resplendent as fireworks in the night sky. Under Lin Li's deft craftsmanship, a gold bar forged from abyssal mithril soon began to take shape on the alchemy table. That a master-level blacksmith is an extraordinary being. In the blink of an eye, a gold bar was roughly completed. The entire process astonishingly swift. Even as Lin Li set down the hammer, the alchemy table remained a flurry of sparks. Next came the waiting period. Unlike ordinary metals, magical metals cannot be forcibly cooled, as this would result in a significant loss of their magical properties. All Lin Li could do was exercise patience. During this waiting interval, he once again reached into the ring of endless storms. This time, he retrieved a magical crystal the size of a dragon's eye. The relationship between the gold bar and the enchanter is sustained solely by the infusion of a fragment of mental energy. Enchanters cannot provide magical power to the gold bar, so a sufficiently potent magical crystal must be embedded within. For this endeavor, Lin Li chose a level 15 magical crystal from a Void Walker, the strongest crystal he could currently procure. Although he had slain numerous foes as a hunter, most of the magical crystals had not been transferred to his lower-tier characters in time, a matter that had long weighed on his mind. Of course, what truly haunted Lin Li was the absence of the magical crystal from the legendary dragon Azadas. After this paragon of myth perished, Lin Li found himself unable to locate its magical crystal. The only object resembling one being a stone discovered within its heart, devoid of luster and coarse in texture, lacking even the faintest magical resonance, utterly unworthy of being the source of power from a legendary dragon. Ultimately, Lin Li found himself compelled to resort to a grotesque dismemberment, ruthlessly flaying the renowned Desolation Dragon after a series of perverse torments, discarding its remains into the boundless storm ring. However, this matter held little significance. The magic crystal merely served to empower the gilding rod, and should he manage to hunt down more formidable beasts in the future, he could effortlessly replace this level 15 crystal. After setting aside the level 15 magic crystal, Lin Li produced 2 gemstones, one red and one green. These were the true essence of the gilding rod, both acquired from the lair of the Desolation Dragon. The treasure trove amassed after vanquishing Azadas had left a profound impression on him. With the red and green gemstones perched atop that mountain of riches like cherries on a birthday cake. To this day, Lin Li remained uncertain of their origins. He only knew that they were far brighter and purer than ordinary gems. Precisely the qualities the gilding rod required. As the purer and brighter the gemstones, the more conducive they were to decomposition and fusion. The ruby was designated for decomposition, while the emerald was intended for fusion. The gilding rod had gradually cooled, resting quietly on the alchemical platform, exuding the unique aura of abyssal mithril, a sensation dark and profound, akin to a bottomless pool. Lin Li grasped the now-cooled gilding rod, applying a slight force to affix the magic crystal at its tail end, followed by the careful placement of the red and green gemstones on either side. Once this task was completed, Lin Li opened the storm ring once more, this time retrieving a small pouch of stardust. He had searched the alchemical chamber in vain for an amethyst container, inwardly cursing the impoverished magical guild. After a moment's contemplation, he resorted to using a glass beaker instead. With one hand pinching the pouch's opening, Lin Li carefully shook it, allowing a small amount of stardust to trickle into the beaker. The minuscule grains of stardust began to emanate a cerulean glow within the beaker, refracting through the glass to produce a dreamlike softness. Yet Lin Li dared not indulge in the beauty of the moment. The stardust needed to be contained within an amethyst vessel, lest the magic it harbored dissipate rapidly. He was left with no choice but to temporarily make do with the glass beaker. As the stardust flowed into the beaker, Lin Li swiftly retrieved a vial from the storm ring. The moment the cork was removed, a thick, iron-like scent filled the alchemical chamber, the blood of the Desolation Dragon. A vital component for the dragon's blood inked that a portion of the dragon's blood was poured into the beaker, instantly merging with the stardust. With keen observation, One could discern delicate blue strands struggling and swimming amidst the deep crimson. Another incantation for the flame hand resonated, as Lin Li expertly controlled the magical energy, allowing the flickering flames to gently scorch the base of the beaker. The dragon's blood within began to bubble, filling the air with a peculiar aroma, a blend of the metallic scent of blood evaporating and the refreshing essence of stardust, both strange and pungent. Within the swirling dragon's blood, the blue strands slowly dissolved, a painstakingly gradual process, where each strand's dissolution seemed to deepen the color of the dragon's blood. Only when the final blue strand vanished did the once deep crimson liquid begin to emit a faint cerulean glow. Lin Li ceased his magical output, setting aside the prepared dragon's blood inked. He then opened the storm ring once more, this time extracting a crystal pen, intricately carved and hollow in the middle, with fine engravings along the tip. Dipping it into the stardust ink, the viscous dragon's blood ink quickly flowed into the pen, filling it to capacity. Grasping the gilding rod, Lin Li deftly maneuvered the crystal pen, tracing delicate lines upon its surface. Since witnessing the depths of abyssal silver, these lines had replayed in his mind countless times. Each stroke was born of meticulous contemplation, mapping out where to place magical nodes and construct energy circuits. Requiring no hesitation, with a gentle glide of the pen, the lines appeared as if they had come to life. Should the masters of the two magical runes still be present in the certification hall, they would undoubtedly commend Lin Li's prowess, for simultaneously constructing two top-tier runes far exceeded the bounds of inscription technology. Moreover, these two runes were inherently opposed, one an essence extraction field, the other an essence fusion field. Except for a prodigy like Lin Li, any ordinary person attempting to forcibly inscribe such opposing runes would likely meet with mental collapse. Yet at that moment, Lin Li's pen moved with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the two runes began to take form. The energy circuits led to the tail-end magic crystal, drawing power from it ceaselessly, while 26 magical nodes encircled the red and green gemstones, akin to stars revolving around the moon. Channeling the power of the runes through the two gemstones, the dragon's blood ink dried. Lin Li completed the last stroke. Exhaling deeply, he beheld the abyssal mithril gilding rod, now devoid of its former roughness, glistening with a dark, profound sheen, intricate patterns adorning its surface, and the two pure, radiant gemstones imparting an air of mystery and opulence. Should he coat it in abyssal silver, it would become an almost perfect gilding rod. Having completed this endeavor, he retrieved the abyssal silver necklace from his pocket. Holding it in his hand, he conjured another flame hand, unleashing immense magical energy that rapidly condensed. When he opened his palm again, the delicate abyssal silver necklace had transformed into a thin, shimmering sheet. The entire process was astonishingly swift, occurring in the blink of an eye, and only when he laid the abyssal silver sheet over the gilding rod did he feel a slight warmth in his palm. Gradually increasing his magical output, the flames in Lin Li's hand blazed brighter, and under the intense fire, the abyssal silver began to melt slowly. This required precise control. Even the slightest misstep could reduce the invaluable abyssal silver to naught. Even Lin Li, typically composed, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The molten abyssal silver flowed over the gilding rod, filling the engraved magical lines. As the final line was completed, the previously ornate gilding rod now appeared unified and flawless. Quietly radiating a soft silver glow, Lin Li placed the gilding rod on the platform, finally exhaling a long sigh. Aside from that one frenzied occasion before his journey, he had never felt so utterly exhausted. A mere gilding rod had consumed nearly all of his expertise. Amidst his fatigue, Lin Li's gaze fell upon the gilding rod resting quietly on the alchemical platform, and he felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. This was an object that could drive any enchanter to madness. Crafted from abyssal mithril, inscribed with dragon's blood ink, and adorned with gemstones from the lair of the desolation dragon, not to mention the final layer of abyssal silver. I made a mistake that I lost focus while uploading earlier and inadvertently copied the preceding chapter's content. That IT has been corrected now, but there might be a delay in its display on the platform. I apologize for the inconvenience, and I will certainly be more attentive during uploads in the future. Lin Li was never one to remain idle, with such a formidable weapon at his disposal. How could he refrain from utilizing it? After a brief respite, he opened the storm ring once again, retrieving a handful of magic crystals without so much as a glance, counting them on the alchemical platform. There were at least a dozen, most around levels 4 or 5, with a couple of 6 or 7 mixed in. Am I truly this impoverished? Linley scratched his head, somewhat incredulous. Fortunately, the alchemical chamber was sparsely populated. If those words were to escape his lips, he would likely invite ridicule. To possess such a plethora of magic crystals, and yet lament poverty was indeed a paradox. However, this fellow quickly accepted reality. For he knew that his earlier misstep in the game had led to this moment, where he failed to transfer the magic crystals from the hunter in time. That a dozen magic crystals lay upon the table. And Linley, holding the gilded rod, hesitated momentarily before finally removing the robe of fiery wrath. In retrospect, the robe of fiery wrath seemed rather superfluous. Its greatest asset was its capacity to carry 30 scrolls, which could be activated instantaneously through magical energy, a coveted treasure for any ordinary mage. Yet, in the hands of Linley, an individual with boundless magical power, it was akin to casting pearls before swine. Much like presenting a forbidden book to a eunuch, he could behold it, but the opportunity to utilize it was utterly absent, despite having worn it for an extended period and finding it quite fitting. Linley had never contemplated replacing it, considering that most mage robes were designed with similar scroll-carrying capabilities. Furthermore, these few low-grade magic crystals would hardly make a significant impact. Even if wasted, it would not evoke a sense of loss. Linley tightened his grip on the gilded rod, precisely controlling the thread of spiritual energy he had previously infused. Under the impetus of this delicate force, the magic source at the tail end began to operate, releasing a stream of magical energy from the crystals, which coursed through the intricate magical circuit, ultimately activating 13 magical nodes. The instant these 13 nodes were activated, a pure red gem emitted a dazzling radiance. Linley extended the gilded rod towards a level 5 magic crystal, and in an instant, a brilliant light surged forth as the crystal was disassembled into the purest essence of magic, leaving only a shimmering halo upon the gilded rod. From the initiation of the spiritual energy to the completion of the disassembly, the entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. Compared to the gilded rods he had previously employed, this was truly unparalleled. A wave of exhilaration washed over Linley as he deftly transformed each magic crystal into pure magical essence. Once the magic crystals on the alchemical platform were entirely consumed, a thick layer of magical essence adorned the gilded rod, the once translucent halo now appearing dense and rich. As the thread of spiritual energy shifted, the flow of magical power made a sudden 180, navigating through the complex magical circuit to instantaneously activate the 13 magical nodes surrounding the emerald. Following this, Linley raised his hand, allowing the gilded rod to descend upon the robe of fiery wrath. In an instant, a flurry of runes ascended, and the robe emanated a distorted magical fluctuation. By the time everything settled, Linley had completed his first enchantment in the world of Unreal, donning the robe of fiery wrath once more. Linley could distinctly feel an overwhelming magical resistance enveloping him. Even he was taken aback by the intensity of this resistance, which far exceeded his expectations. Typically, achieving such a potent effect would require extracting at least a level 15 magic crystal essence. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. The gilded rod was indeed extraordinary. Abyssal mithril itself could enhance magical resistance, and after being significantly amplified by the profound silver, a low-level anti-magic attribute had been transformed into something formidable. Wearing this robe of fiery wrath would likely instill despair in any mage below level 5. Carefully placing the gilded rod into the ring of endless storms, Linley began to envision other high-level enchantments. If a low-level anti-magic attribute could be so astonishingly enhanced, what might the powers of dragon's might and eternal wisdom yield? As Linley emerged from the alchemical chamber clad in the newly enchanted robe of fiery wrath, he noticed that the leaders of various factions in the guild hall had mostly dispersed. Only a few heads of minor factions remained, fervently currying favor with Kevin, who, having played the role of an auctioneer for the entire morning, was now utterly exhausted, yet trapped in conversation with these faction heads. Upon spotting Linley exiting the alchemical chamber, Kevin appeared as if he had seen a savior, swiftly relaying a few words to the faction leaders before making his hurried escape. "Fele," Kevin called out as he caught up with Linley, greeting him. Linley, curious, inquired, "How did those fellows allow you to leave?" "I suggested we invite President Grain out to discuss the details with everyone," Kevin replied. Hearing this, Linley nearly choked on his own saliva. Discussing details with Gran, was Kevin not pushing him into the fire? By the way, there's an important matter, Kevin suddenly recalled as they walked. The city lord's mansion sent an invitation for Uncle Gran to attend a banquet. What concern is that of mine? Uncle Gran wants us to go in his stead. Really? Linley immediately realized the old man had ulterior motives. He clearly wished for Linley to assume the role of guild leader. Otherwise, why would he insist on sending him to the city lord's banquet? Moments ago, news had arrived from the Demon Slayer Valley regarding critical matters that required Uncle Gran's attention. And he must have nearly reached Gallows by now. What transpired? Linley recalled his first visit to the Magic Guild and the middle-aged man who resembled a venomous snake. Apparently, there was some conflict with the Shadow Realm. Time was tight then, so Uncle Gran didn't elaborate. He only asked me to inform you about the banquet. Well, I might as well attend. When is it? Tomorrow evening. It was unknown what occasion warranted such grandeur. But the city lord's mansion was festooned with lights and decorations. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Linley and Kevin were promptly greeted by servants who respectfully accepted the invitation from their hands and warmly ushered them into the mansion. Outside the opulently adorned banquet hall lay a garden filled with exotic flowers. As the banquet had yet to commence, numerous guests lingered in the garden, and as Linley and Kevin passed through, they inevitably attracted curious glances. Though Kevin was modest and unassuming, he was undoubtedly Gran's nephew and had been renowned as a magical prodigy in Gallows since childhood. Among the guests, many sharp-eyed individuals quickly recognized him. And in an instant, he was surrounded by an eager throng. Kevin the Mage, do you not remember me? I am your Uncle Rod, the one who visited the Magic Guild over a decade ago. I even held you in my arms back then. Who would have thought that after just a few years, you have grown so tall? A plump merchant gazed at Kevin with warmth and pride. Linley, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. How curious that in this day and age, plump individuals fancied themselves as uncles. Oh, Uncle Rod, it has indeed been a long time. Kevin, why have you not come to find me for so long? While Kevin politely engaged the rotund merchant, he was suddenly interrupted by a sweet, flirtatious voice from behind. Startled, he turned to see a well-endowed noblewoman in her 30s squeezing her way toward him. When have I ever sought you out? Kevin exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. The guests, oblivious to his dismay, were eager to seize the rare opportunity to forge connections with the Magic Guild, pressing closer to exchange a few words with Gran's nephew. Meanwhile, Linley, who stood aside observing the scene, was entirely ignored. Since joining the Magic Guild, Linley had rarely made public appearances, and now dressed in the tattered and worn robe of fiery wrath. He looked rather disheveled and impoverished. Even as he entered the garden alongside Kevin, the guests merely regarded him as Kevin's attendant, focused solely on ingratiating themselves with their esteemed host, leaving no space to engage with a mere subordinate. Make way, make way. The plump uncle, having only exchanged a few words, found himself inadvertently jostled aside. Unwilling to concede, he leveraged his bulk to push Linley aside and once again approached Kevin the Mage. Shall we dine together after the banquet? Uncle Rod has a business proposal to discuss with the Magic Guild. In that moment, Kevin was overwhelmed, wishing to flee, yet realizing he was completely surrounded, with no escape in sight. He dared not move, fearing he might inadvertently brush against something inappropriate, such as the noble lady who had just called him Kevin. Deared at the banquet, one must certainly invite someone to dance the first waltz. Yet, this aunt persistently pressed herself against him, causing Kevin to feel as though his very hairs were standing on end. This moment, he was regretting his decision to attend this gathering more than ever. Young man, could you do me a favor? Linley was lurking nearby, reveling in Kevin's discomfort, when someone quietly approached him. What is it? Linley was momentarily taken aback, but upon turning around, he found a slender middle-aged man in his 40s. Pulling a few gold coins from his pocket, just a small token. Before Linley could comprehend the situation, the middle-aged man had already shoved the coins into his hand, patting his shoulder affectionately. You are quite young to have joined the Mage Guild and to be training under the esteemed Mage Kevin. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Thank you for your kind words, Linley replied. Scratching his head, beginning to understand the man's intentions. If I am not mistaken, you must be Mage Kevin's assistant, correct? He initially intended to say apprentice, but upon noticing Linley's robe of blazing flames, he retracted his words. With the Mage Guild's financial resources, How could Kevin's apprentice be dressed so poorly? Yes, that is about right. Indeed, a promising future. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up and fished out a letter from his pocket. During the banquet, could you please deliver this to Mage Kevin? Just say that my daughter greatly admires him and hopes to invite him over for a visit someday. Linley gaped as he accepted the letter. Noticing that the envelope was a soft pink, adorned with a vivid red lip print in the lower right corner. Rest assured, that small token is nothing. Once this matter is settled, I will surely reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man beamed, addressing Linley with an endearing tone. The man's mysterious promise left Linley feeling somewhat uneasy, as he speculated whether Kevin had gotten himself into some scandalous debt outside and was now too afraid to inform Gran. Hence the visit from this individual. Lord Isaac has arrived. Just as Linley was lost in his thoughts, a commotion erupted outside the garden. He lifted his gaze to see Gran's nephew entering the garden. Followed closely by two formidable attendants. As the lord of the city, Isaac was a figure whom many wished to befriend, and as he stepped into the garden, a throng of guests gathered around him like stars encircling the moon. However, Isaac exhibited no sign of fluster. With a perfectly poised smile, he engaged with the guests while making his way towards the banquet hall, ensuring that no one felt neglected along the way. Greetings, Lord Mayor. Isaac's arrival allowed Kevin, who had been in a precarious situation, to breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment when numerous guests surrounded Isaac, Kevin finally found an opportunity to excuse himself. Upon exiting the crowd, he spotted Linley, who was grinning with a sense of schadenfreude, which instantly ignited Kevin's ire. Fele, you are utterly ungracious. You should be thanking me, Linley retorted, producing the envelope from his pocket and offering it to Kevin. You see, if I hadn't been lurking outside, you wouldn't have had the chance to receive a love letter. Kevin simply glanced at the signature on the letter, tossing it carelessly into his bag without even opening it. Meanwhile, the unfolding events left him drenched in sweat, as he cursed the portly man repeatedly for concocting such an absurd scheme and for suggesting that he was Kevin's assistant. After exchanging a few idle remarks, the two intended to proceed into the banquet hall when Isaac, with his keen eyes, recognized them. Good evening, Mage Kevin. Isaac's smile was warm and welcoming, but he soon exhibited a hint of puzzlement. Where is President Gran? I sincerely apologize, Lord Mayor. There has been a situation at the guild that requires President Gran's immediate attention. Unfortunately, he will not be able to attend this evening's banquet. That is indeed unfortunate. Although Isaac's expression conveyed regret. Internally, he relished the thought of not having to awkwardly refer to Gran as uncle. Since returning from the Mage Guild, he had regretted numerous times having mentioned that his father had met Gran. A decision that had proved quite unwise. When Isaac's gaze fell upon Linley, his brows furrowed slightly. The robe of blazing flames was undeniably worn. This furrowing, however, was not born out of disdain for Linley's humble appearance. Rather, Isaac felt that the young mage seemed somewhat disrespectful. After all, this was the banquet of Lord Gallows, and attendees should present themselves in a more respectable manner. It struck him as rather casual for a young mage to arrive in such an old robe. Yet, being a seasoned figure, Isaac concealed his minor displeasure behind a facade of warm hospitality. And who might this be? This is Mage Fele from the guild. Isaac's smile abruptly faltered. Mage Fele had become a legendary figure in Gallows since Gran's battle with the old Merlin. Even someone of Isaac's stature had not anticipated the presence of such a distinguished guest at this banquet. He certainly did not expect that the renowned master of potions, who had orchestrated a 1,000,000 gold auction single-handedly, would be represented by a young mage dressed in an old robe, seemingly no older than 20. Nevertheless, Isaac maintained his composure. Though internally tumultuous, his demeanor remained unruffled. After a brief moment of surprise, he extended his hand warmly. Welcome, welcome. I never anticipated that we would have the honor of hosting Mage Fele as our esteemed guest. You flatter me, Lord Mayor. Overcome with excitement, Isaac momentarily disregarded the other guests in the garden. He expressed his admiration for Linley while enthusiastically ushering both young mages into the banquet hall. The guests, having been positioned at a distance, had not grasped the significance of Kevin's introduction. Thus, they merely assumed that Isaac, much like themselves, wished to foster a relationship with the Mage Guild and was treating the two young mages with extraordinary importance. The city lord's estate had evidently spared no effort in preparing for this banquet. The spacious banquet hall was illuminated as if it were daytime by 12 crystal chandeliers, and the floor was adorned with a thick red carpet that gleamed magnificently under the chandelier's light. As Linley stepped into the hall, he was enveloped by an atmosphere of opulence, with young, handsome attendants gliding past, carrying trays of wine, and beautiful maidens fluttering about like butterflies amidst the tables. As it was Linley's first time attending such an event, he found himself somewhat out of place. Moreover, he had no acquaintances at the banquet and felt rather stiff while engaging in trivial conversation with the Lord Mayor. Topics ranged from the last auction, where he had left in haste without the chance to greet Mage Feylay, to the remarkable youth of Mage Feylay and his impressive mastery of potion-making. Linley felt overwhelmed, particularly because he could not divulge the truth, that he had spent a fortune in gold and a wish scroll to achieve his status as a master of 5 elements. If one had the wealth, one could attain such mastery as well, with guests frequently approaching to converse, either discussing confidential matters with the Lord Mayor or seeking to establish connections with the Mage Guild. Linley soon grew wearied. He seized the opportunity to excuse himself, taking a glass of red wine from a maid and retreating to a secluded corner, having distanced himself from the festivities. He found himself intrigued by the guests around him. Most attendees were prominent figures from Gallows. Aside from those connected to the 17 factions, there were numerous wealthy merchants and celebrities. The men and women were impeccably dressed, radiating elegance as they mingled in the banquet hall like vibrant butterflies, creating a lively atmosphere. Among them, the members of the 17 factions clearly took center stage. For instance, the former owner of the deep silver necklace. The patriarch of the Roland family was present. Linley noticed him surrounded by at least 5 or 6 guests, who were openly vying for his favor. Mr. Anthony Roland seemed to revel in the attention, engaging in animated discussions while exuding an air of triumph that was quite the contrast to the timid figure who had sought Grahan's appraisal just the day before. Linley's gaze shifted from Mr. Anthony. He spotted a familiar face entering the banquet hall. It was none other than the striking red-haired beauty he had encountered at the Ina residence. As soon as Linley caught sight of the fiery mane of hair, his eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated encountering this woman at the lord of the city's banquet. Moreover, the red-haired beauty appeared to share a close relationship with the lord as she entered the hall, affectionately linking her arm with Isaac's, her demeanor laced with a hint of playful coquetry. Isaac, in turn, seemed to dote on her significantly, his expression radiating warmth, reminiscent of the way Grahan once looked at him. Witnessing this scene left Linley even more perplexed. The McGreeny father and daughter were considered the most humble of adventurers. A handful of gold coins sufficed to compel them into the perilous Sunset Mountains. Yet, this striking redhead, seemingly well acquainted with the lord, likely bore some familial ties. How could she possibly know the McGreenys? In the midst of his confusion, he suddenly noticed Isaac approaching his corner with the red-haired beauty. Linley hesitated. To be frank, he was not particularly eager to see this woman named Roland. Unfortunately, regardless of his reluctance, the lord was bringing her over. As they drew closer, Roland spotted Linley in the corner. And upon recalling the incident at Ina's house, her lovely face betrayed a flicker of embarrassment. Mr. Feylay, why are you sitting here alone? Are you upset with Isaac for neglecting you? The lord, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, quickly realized that the 2 individuals he was about to introduce had likely met before. However, with Isaac's deftness, he concealed his awareness, gently patting the red-haired beauty's hand. Come, Roland, allow me to introduce you to the renowned Mage Feylay. Feylay, this is my daughter Roland. She has had a keen interest in medicine since childhood and is quite fascinated by alchemy. If you have the opportunity, perhaps you could offer her some guidance. It would be a kindness to this old man. Your lordship, you jest. Miss Roland's medical prowess is remarkable. She hardly requires my instruction, Linley interjected, intending to dismiss the notion casually. Yet, the words, though spoken lightly, struck Roland profoundly, causing her complexion to pale, although Ina had never blamed her. She remained haunted by that day's events, but for the insistence of the young mage before her, she might have unwittingly harmed her best friend's father. The thought coiled around her like a venomous serpent, ensnaring her in perpetual guilt and regret. Roland, is something amiss? Are you feeling unwell? Isaac inquired, noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Father, please, go about your business. I shall rest here for a moment. Very well. Take care. After a brief hesitation, Isaac, still somewhat worried, turned to Linley for assistance. Mage Feylay, might I trouble you to keep an eye on my daughter for a while? The gathering is rather overwhelming today, and I cannot leave her side. Roland has always been somewhat fragile, and I fear. Of course, Lin Ligong acquiesced after a moment's hesitation. Once Isaac departed, the atmosphere in the secluded corner grew even more awkward. Neither spoke for a time until the red-haired beauty broke the silence. Her unexpected apology left Lin Ligong bewildered. I was wrong that day. I should not have doubted your intentions towards Ina. Nor should I have obstructed your treatment of Mr. McGreeny without certainty that Roland's character, akin to a swan's proud grace, now recognized her error, yet the act of apologizing made her face flush with embarrassment. Her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Ligong strained to catch her words, and a bemused smile crept onto his face. You went through all this trouble to avoid the Lord's enemies just to say this? I merely wish to apologize, Roland stammered, her face flushing deeper under his keen gaze. There is no need for that. We are not particularly acquainted. If you seek solace, perhaps you should reserve your apologies for Mr. McGreeny, as he is the one you nearly harmed. Not I. Lin Ligong's heart remained burdened by the thought of the near tragedy involving McGreeny. Hearing her apology stirred an unexpected irritation within him. He set down his glass, his expression cold. If there is nothing further, would you kindly excuse yourself? I am not accustomed to being alone with beautiful women. I fear that I might succumb to base instincts and act inappropriately. Roland, taken aback, felt a mix of indignation and hurt. No one had ever spoken to her so brusquely. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, ready to spill. There's something more you wish to discuss? Lin Ligong prompted, his irritation palpable. Roland's lips parted, yet she hesitated, the hurt in her eyes deepening as tears began to fall onto the tablecloth. Her distress only heightened Lin Ligong's agitation. He stood abruptly. You refuse to leave. Then I shall. His stubbornness surged, indifferent to her beauty as he marched toward the center of the banquet hall. Roland, momentarily stunned, quickly realized he was genuinely leaving. Casting aside her hesitation, she bit her lip and summoned her courage. I wish to learn alchemy from you. What? Lin Ligong stumbled slightly. Nearly losing his footing on the plush carpet, he turned back, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at her for a long moment before repeating, You want to learn alchemy from me? Indeed. Roland's cheeks flushed crimson, her expression resolute. I wish to learn alchemy. Lin Ligong stood there, dumbfounded for over a minute before tentatively asking, Have you lost your mind? I am quite serious, Roland declared, her gaze unwavering, even tinged with fervor. You must be quite ill. Perhaps you should seek a remedy. Lin Ligong averted his eyes from her intense gaze, muttering under his breath, preparing to make his escape. The fervent look in her eyes frightened him, and he dared not linger in her company any longer. Roland genuinely wished to learn alchemy. She had studied medicine from a young age and had received guidance from an alchemist. As her medical knowledge deepened, she realized that many issues could be resolved with just a small vial of potion. However, in the world of Anrier, alchemists were as rare as phoenix feathers, and even with Roland's noble lineage, pursuing alchemy seemed an elusive dream. It was only after the ridiculous misunderstanding at Ina's house that she discovered the individual she had misjudged was the very alchemist she had been seeking. Roland felt a mix of shame and regret, ashamed for nearly harming her best friend's father and regretful for missing the chance to learn from an alchemist. Numerous times, she had contemplated visiting the Magic Guild to apologize, but was held back by her own pride. Unexpectedly, just 2 days later, she encountered the young alchemist once more at her father's banquet. This time, she cast aside her reservations, only to be met with the response, You are unwell, and quite seriously so. Roland's heart ached with unexpressed grievances, tears shimmering in her eyes as they fell onto the red carpet. Amidst the opulent banquet hall, Lin Ligong found the situation somewhat amusing. He had never anticipated that the red-haired beauty would suddenly apologize, nor that she would express a desire to study under him to him. The request seemed utterly ludicrous. In truth, Lin Ligong was not a miserly individual, nor did he possess the habit of hoarding knowledge. If he had, he would not have devoted himself to guiding Anjuin in the Sunset Mountains. To be precise, Anjuin had little talent for alchemy. At over 100 years old, he still struggled to memorize the simplest potion formulas, often causing chaos in the laboratory. In comparison to Seven Kankankam, the proficient healer, Roland, is indeed more suited to be Lin Li's student. The realms of medicine and potion-making share an abundance of commonalities. Lin Li is even convinced that, with his earnest guidance, the young and talented Roland could achieve remarkable accomplishments in pharmacology within less than a year. However, Lin is utterly disinclined to teach her, as the incident involving the Macroney family has left a profoundly negative impression on him. Perhaps due to their disparate experiences, Lin has always believed that nothing in this world is more precious than life itself. Every single life deserves ample respect, especially from a doctor, who must hold the utmost regard for the lives of their patients. Essentially, Lin is a rather introverted individual, preferring to keep his thoughts to himself, unless provoked repeatedly like Cromwell, who spit in his face. Lin typically refrains from exhibiting any extreme reactions. He can tolerate many things, including Rowling's self-righteous demeanor. In fact, he can understand such an attitude, as self-importance is often a trait associated with beauty, particularly that of a noble like Rowling, the daughter of the city lord. However, it is her application of this arrogance towards patients that Lin finds utterly intolerable. A conceited doctor, regardless of their mastery in pharmacology, will inevitably bring misfortune and calamity upon their patients. Having undergone an extraordinary journey through time, Lin's maturity has long surpassed the age of being dazzled by beauty. Moreover, he inherently lacks the disposition to be entranced by a beautiful woman. While Rowling may appear stunning to others, in Lin's eyes, she is merely a mediocre physician who nearly harmed her own patient. Rejecting a mere red-haired beauty does not burden Lin's conscience in the slightest. Yet, whether it be the relieved Lin or the secretly weeping Rowling, neither of them noticed the scene unfolding in a secluded corner. Now observed by a young man, Mr. Anthony. Do you know this magician? The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with a strikingly handsome face and lustrous golden hair, radiated brilliance beneath the crystal chandelier. He was clad in a well-tailored suit, clearly crafted by a master artisan, devoid of any accessories save for a ring adorned with a ruby on his right hand's ring finger, with a somewhat frivolous gesture. He pointed at Lin, the ruby reflecting a pure and dazzling light in the chandelier's glow. Though he appeared somewhat unfamiliar, he seemed to have accompanied magician Kevin, likely as his attendant or apprentice. Despite not knowing the young man's true identity, Anthony maintained a respectful demeanor throughout their conversation, for this young man had been introduced by the city lord and hailed from the royal capital of France. From their exchanges, Anthony could discern that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Since the rise of the Magic Guild, the Rowling family had shown signs of decline, finding themselves relegated to the periphery of the 11 magical families. At the auction, even the leader of the thieves dared to compete with them over arcane potions. Anthony observed this with concern, and his attendance at the banquet was partly to cultivate a relationship with the city lord. Furthermore, having heard that this young man was from the royal capital, Anthony's demeanor became even more obsequious. Unfortunately, the city lord had revealed too little information, and the young man was reticent about his origins, leaving Anthony only with the knowledge that his name was Batherall, hailing from the royal capital of Orlana. Is that so? Batherall nodded, refraining from further inquiries, instead excusing himself to approach Lin with a glass of red wine in hand. Do you not think you should apologize to Miss Rowling? Huh. Lin, lost in his thoughts, was startled by the unexpected address, realizing it was from a stranger. Turning, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man standing before him. Bearing an expression that Lin found particularly disagreeable, it was an unmistakable air of superiority, reminiscent of Cromwell's assertion that the Merlin family still held sway in the Magic Guild. Oh, I know you. Lin, who harbored a deep disdain for such arrogance, could not muster any politeness in his tone, merely glancing at Batherall, as if he were examining an object or perhaps a mere puff of air. You need not know me, Batherall replied, his expression still brimming with condescension. Of course, you are not worthy of knowing me. For someone of your stature, merely entering this banquet hall is a tremendous honor. Why do you not learn to hold yourself in higher regard before entangling yourself with Miss Rowling? Did you not take a moment to reflect on your own identity? When have I entangled myself with her? Lin's eyes widened in indignation, his heart brimming with grievances. He longed to ask Rowling, have I ever pursued you? You haven't pursued Miss Rowling. Are you suggesting that she is the one pursuing you? Batherall scoffed at Lin's protests, his handsome, fair face adorned with a disdainful smile. Enough. Lin rolled his eyes, deciding to ignore him, thinking to himself that perhaps this individual needed a visit to a physician for his apparent psychological issues. You there, you think you can simply walk away after offending Miss Rowling? Batherall exclaimed, indignation surging as he reached out to block Lin's path. This gentleman, whom I am not worthy to know. Could you kindly clarify your intentions? Linley asked, feeling utterly exasperated. He had no inkling of where this person had emerged from or what he sought, and not even his name was known to Linley. Yet, he was incessantly accused of harassing and offending Rowling. Linley could not fathom how this had any bearing on Batherall. This banquet is hosted by Lord Isaac. I wish to avoid escalating matters. But I strongly advise you to apologize to Miss Rowling immediately. Batherall's relentless pursuit had begun to ignite Linley's irritation, his expression turning colder. What if I refuse to apologize? Then you shall find out. Batherall's smile seemed to regain that unmistakable air of superiority. Perhaps you will receive a beating and be expelled from this banquet, or even ejected from the magic guild that I believe your master. Magician Kevin would not risk his standing for a mere attendant. Linley was left dumbfounded by the harrowing implications. Was this truly the so-called genius, merely deducing from a few tears shed by a red-haired beauty? He could conjure such terrifying scenarios. What a remarkable imagination this individual possessed. It was a pity he did not pursue a career as a knight. Have you thought it through? Batherall, noticing Linley's prolonged silence, appeared increasingly smug, as if envisioning Linley's humiliation while being compelled to apologize to Miss Rowling. Having considered it, to put it simply, if I do not apologize, the consequences may be dire. Linley nodded. Having indeed come to terms with the gravity of the situation, yet, after this contemplation, he resolutely decided against offering any apology. With that statement, Linley turned to depart, unwilling to linger near someone he deemed mentally unstable. You. Batherall's expression froze, the once lofty smile twisting into something more menacing. Linley's words struck him like a slap to the face, leaving him reeling in disbelief. Never before had Batherall, who had always enjoyed a life of ease, encountered such humiliation. After a brief moment of shock, rage consumed the remnants of his rationality. Batherall raised his right hand swiftly, the ruby embedded in his ring flickering ominously, just as Linley took 6 or 7 steps forward. He sensed a violent distortion of magical elements around him. Almost instinctively, he recognized the impending danger, attempting to conjure an elemental shield, but it was too late. In an instant, the ruby burst forth with a brilliant flash, unleashing a dazzling inferno that surged forth like a torrent of fire dragons, resembling a colossal net of flames cascading from the heavens. Batherall ceased this at once. At that moment, Isaac was quietly conversing with a middle-aged man when he suddenly looked up to witness a scene of utter horror. In that instant, a chill ran through his heart. That was the treasured artifact of the Magic Guild, and should anything happen to it during his banquet, his cheap Uncle Grahan would likely dismantle the Lord's mansion. However, Isaac's scream came too late. The moment he opened his mouth, dozens of fire dragons had already collided with the elemental shield. A deafening roar erupted in the banquet hall that a brilliant flash of flames erupted, scattering countless sparks that fell upon the carpet, burning small black spots into the thick fabric. Under the waves of magical energy, tables and chairs were sent tumbling, and a dozen pristine napkins danced beneath the crystal chandelier. Several guests who were positioned too close were even knocked to the ground by the force. In that fleeting moment, everyone was frozen in shock, including Isaac, the Lord of Gallows, who gazed at the flickering sparks with an expression filled with despair. He extended his hand to point at Basilar, wanting to utter a few curses, but found himself utterly speechless. Instead, he sighed deeply, his hand slowly lowering in a secluded corner. The tear-streaked face of Rowling also witnessed this heart-stopping moment. Illuminated by the splashing flames, her cheeks, still wet with tears, bore an expression of sheer horror. Her lips parted slightly, yet she felt an obstruction in her heart, and in that instant, she found herself worrying for the young mage. Almost simultaneously, Kevin had abandoned his wine glass and rushed toward them like a madman. What happened? Uncle Isaac? Basilar, seemingly quite pleased with his actions, leisurely removed a napkin from his head and dusted off his hands, revealing a relaxed smile. However, upon turning to Isaac, he found him standing there with an ashen face, leaving Basilar momentarily perplexed. Slap. Awaiting him was a resounding slap across the face, as a furious Isaac's demeanor had shed all traces of his usual elegance. Why did you hit me, Uncle Isaac? Basilar staggered back from the impact, holding his left cheek, dazed. Isaac trembled with rage. Do you have any idea what you've done? What have I done? I'm just a minor mage. Basilar retorted, if you think it's a pity, I'll have my family send you 20 mages tomorrow. Having never been publicly struck, Basilar, despite not daring to retaliate, couldn't hide the resentment in his tone. Point 20 mages? Ha ha. Isaac laughed in fury. How generous of you. But even if you sent 20, not a single one could compare to a strand of hair from that mage. Forget it. Do as you please. I won't involve myself anymore. Besides, even if I wanted to intervene, I can't. You should write to your father and hope Grain returns in time. Feeling somewhat dejected by the comments in the review section, if one dislikes the reading, they could simply close the page. There's no need to vent in the review section, let alone insult the book for being pretentious. The author's name not clear enough. Perhaps next time I should just call it pretentious. No need to wait for Grain's return. I can handle this myself. In the eyes of the onlookers, Linley, who appeared to be doomed, suddenly rolled over and stood up from the carpet. What I detest most is someone attacking from behind. Linley's eyes locked onto Bazelur, his hands forming a sigil. Before the panicked Bazelur could comprehend, a blade of wind shot forth. Because I enjoy doing such things, Bazelur couldn't fathom how this person had survived. But there was no time for contemplation. Linley raised his right hand, and a gust of wind sliced across, producing a soft whoosh. Bazelur felt a sudden numbness in his hand, followed by a spray of blood as the wind blade severed his ring finger, which rolled onto the carpet, glistening like a blood-stained ruby beneath the chandelier's light. Unyielding, Linley cast 2 ice spikes from both hands. The audience heard 2 swift sounds as the slender spikes whizzed through the air. Linley's spellcasting speed was astonishing. Before anyone could react, Bazelur let out a horrific scream as the ice spikes pierced through his palms, blood gushing forth and staining the thick carpet crimson. This bloody spectacle sent waves of terror through the guests, igniting a chorus of horrified screams. Isaac looked at Linley with a complex expression. It was the first time he had witnessed Linley's fury. And among all individuals, perhaps only a select few could perceive that the reason Barthrold did not perish beneath the dragon's flames was due to a layer of magical protection. This magical barrier was distinctly different from the myriad elemental shields. It was the purest form of magic, released directly without the invocation of any incantation. Upon unleashing a fiery tempest, Linley sensed an anomaly within it. The intense and muffled sound of the explosion was entirely the result of 2 magical forces colliding. Had it struck Barthrold directly, it would not have generated such a tremendous uproar. One fierce flame alone could have devoured him in an instant. Thus, after casting his spell, he did not even spare Barthrold a glance. Redirecting his attention to the banquet hall, intrigued by the enigmatic and formidable magical aura emanating from its source, which piqued his interest far more than the prospect of slaying Barthrold. Young man, your name is Fear, is it not? At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from a secluded corner of the banquet hall. Following the sound, Linley beheld an old man clad in a gray mage's robe. The elder appeared to be of a similar age to Anduin, his face adorned with white hair and wrinkles. However, his gray robe looked impeccably clean and tidy, presenting a stark contrast to the disheveled Anduin from the Sunset Mountains. Finally witnessing the gray-robed mage take action, Lord Isaac could not help but exhale deeply. This evening's banquet had proven exceedingly taxing for him. Barthrold's earlier ambush had nearly taken half his life in fright, fearing that Linley's misfortune might incite Grain's wrath. Yet, the situation swiftly turned as Linley sprang to his feet, launching 2 instantaneous spells that severely wounded Barthrold and even unleashed a fiery tempest. In that moment, Isaac felt his heart sink. Barthrold, hailing from a prestigious lineage, commanded a level of respect even from Isaac, who could not help but feel trepidation. The mere thought of him dying at Isaac's banquet was too daunting to contemplate. Fortunately, as the gray-robed mage emerged from the secluded corner, Isaac's heart gradually began to calm that as long as the mage was willing to intervene, Barthrold's life should be spared. Fear, are you unscathed? At that juncture, Kevin finally managed to squeeze through the crowd. His expression filled with concern for Linley's injuries. He had been thoroughly alarmed, having been frozen in shock at the moment Linley was struck by the dragon's flames. To the Magic Guild, Linley represented everything. His value had even eclipsed that of Grain. Had Linley perished beneath those numerous dragons, Kevin truly would not have known how to cope, for the Magic Guild could not withstand such a loss. I am fine. Linley shook his head, signaling Kevin to put his worries to rest. He indeed suffered no significant harm. Yet upon reflection, the experience left him feeling somewhat shaken. The power of that ruby ring had proven unexpectedly formidable. When dozens of fire dragons surged forth, it was akin to the force of an 8th-level spell. although Linley mitigated most of the damage with an elemental shield. One or two dragons had breached its defenses and struck his body directly. However, under the robust anti-magic properties of the fiery robe, those few dragons inflicted no harm upon him. Upon contact, they were instantly obliterated within the magic resistance field. Now recalling the perilous experience, Linley could not help but feel a twinge of gratitude. Had it not been for the anti-magic properties of the fiery robe, those few fire dragons, while not lethal, could have caused significant injury. After speaking, Linley cast a curious glance at the gray-robed mage. I am indeed Fear. And you are? I am an old friend of Anduin Do. You know Anduin? This was the first time Linley had heard news of Anduin since departing the Sunset Mountains, prompting him to scrutinize the gray-robed mage more closely. How is he faring now? Is he still as stubborn as before? Haha, quite so. Just a few days ago in Orlana, he mentioned you, and I found you to be quite an interesting young man. So I made a special trip to Galros to see you. The gray-robed mage smiled warmly, his gaze towards Linley imbued with a clear sense of admiration. You are overly kind, Linley replied, his demeanor humble and respectful. Though his eyes subtly darted towards Barthrol, while he discreetly exerted a thread of mental energy to suppress him, quietly calculating the duration of his bleeding. Such trivial maneuvers could hardly escape the notice of the gray-robed mage, who could only find the situation amusing and exasperating. However, given his status, he refrained from confronting Linley directly, instead awkwardly reminding him, Fear, could you perhaps release Barthrol? If he continues to bleed like this, he may be in serious danger. You know Barthrol? Unashamedly caught with his hand in the cookie jar, Linley feigned surprise that magical barrier was conjured by you. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed mage felt somewhat ambushed. However, since Linley had broached the subject, he felt compelled to explain, I witnessed the events unfold. It was indeed Barthrol's fault. However, I happened to be acquainted with his grandfather, and to avoid the old man accusing me of neglect, I had no choice but to lend him a small hand. Besides, you have already taught him a lesson. Could you grant me a favor and let this matter rest? Oh, I see. Linley readily acquiesced, promptly retracting his mental energy. It is but a trifling matter, as you say. Let it be. Then I shall thank you on Barthrol's behalf. The gray-robed mage, perhaps not anticipating Linley's swift compliance, felt a twinge of guilt and assured him, Rest assured, I will ensure that old man provides you with an explanation for today's events. There is no need for such formality. It is merely a small matter, and I shall not hold it against him. Linley smiled amicably, while secretly conjuring a blade of wind in the background. Just as the gray-robed mage had begun to relax, he suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy. Before he could react, a tearing sound filled the air. Barthrol, having just freed himself from the mental suppression, abruptly felt a jolt in his hand. Almost immediately, a piercing pain radiated from his left hand, and upon glancing down, he discovered that his ring finger had fallen to the plush carpet below. Coupled with the earlier injury from the ice spike, Barthrol's left hand was soon a bloody mess. Waves of excruciating pain washed over him, causing him to faint on the spot. Sighing lightly, the gray-robed mage could not intervene in time. Looking at Linley with a mix of resignation and amusement. What was the necessity of this? I cannot abide his treachery against me. However, as you are a friend of Anduin, I wish not to place you in a difficult position. Linley maintained his cheerful demeanor, as if none of the preceding events had transpired. Thus, this is the most prudent course of action. Anduin was not mistaken. You truly are like a wolf. Anyone who provokes you is bound to feel your bite. The gray-robed mage shook his head, a blend of humor and exasperation on his face. Well, since he has already lost a finger, losing another will merely balance things out. You are overly generous, Linley replied with a smile. His gaze fixated on the gray-robed mage. Might you now reveal to me, beyond being Anduin's old friend, what other identities you possess? I am Glenn Burnside. The gray-robed mage's understated self-introduction resonated like a thunderclap above the heads of the gathered guests. A collective gasp echoed throughout the banquet hall, as the name Jerwin Burnside evoked a living legend for the denizens of Gallows City. Over the past century, the two most renowned mages of Gallows have been Anduin, hailing from the Mage Guild, and the venerable figure before them, clad in a gray wizard's robe, Jerwin Burnside in many respects. These two sorcerers share numerous similarities. Both hail from Gallows City, both have ascended to the coveted realm of legendary mages, and both are deeply passionate about alchemy. Yet, In the field of alchemy, they have embarked on entirely divergent paths. Anjuin, with an astonishingly poor aptitude, has become a source of profound frustration even for experts like Linley, whose persistent obstinacy has turned his endeavors into a veritable disaster. Imagine a man over a century old, incapable of grasping the most fundamental formulas, yet wielding advanced potion recipes, often attempting challenges of great complexity. Such as the might of the bull that it is nothing short of miraculous that he has survived countless experimental mishaps over the years. That in stark contrast, Jirwainen, a rare prodigy of alchemy in the kingdom of Fran, achieved notable accomplishments in his 20s, his genius even capturing the attention of the Alchemist Guild. On the day he became an archmage at 30, the Anreal Alchemist Guild officially welcomed Jirwainen Burnside as a full member. Decades have passed, and Jirwainen Burnside has attained a mastery level in alchemy, making him a significant figure within the Alchemist Guild. As a legendary mage and a master alchemist, Jirwainen Burnside has become emblematic of Gallows City, his reputation eclipsing even that of his legendary counterpart, Anjuin. In Gallows, one may remain oblivious to the 6 underground factions, the 11 magical families, or even the Mage Guild, and yet it would be inconceivable not to have heard the tale of Jirwainen Burnside. When such an awe-inspiring legend stands before them, the guest can only feel a profound sense of shock, whether it be the portly man eager to introduce his daughter to Kevin, the well-endowed aunt, or the sycophantic Anthony Rowland. All eyes upon Jirwainen Burnside radiate genuine admiration. Throughout his long life, Jirwainen has grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Amidst the throng of guests, his weathered face maintained a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement to familiar family heads. However, his gaze remained fixed upon Linley. The very reason for his presence in Gallows City was to behold this young mage, who, during their time in the royal capital of Orlana, Anjuin extolled as a paragon of magical prowess. Despite their deep friendship, Jirwainen harbored skepticism about these claims. That it was not that he doubted Anjuin's words outright. Rather, he believed that such a person should not exist in theory. Both magic and alchemy demand extensive research over time, especially alchemy. As a master alchemist himself, Jirwainen understood the arduous journey all too well. The elusive formulas and astronomical calculations, the repeated experiments and failures, and the immense time needed to achieve even the slightest advancement. That a mage merely in his 20s, still bearing a hint of youthful naivete, could not have possibly made substantial breakthroughs in alchemy, especially when he must also devote considerable time to mastering magic. Speaking of magic, Jirwainen begrudgingly acknowledged that this young man named Fei Lei possessed a rare talent. The earlier display of a firestorm was to be expected. Given his near archmage level, casting a 9th-tier spell was not surprising. However, the preceding gust blades and ice spikes had left a profound impression on Jirwainen Burnside. His adeptness in magical energy control and astonishing speed in elemental arrangement indicated that, although he merely conjured gust blades and ice spikes, to Jirwainen, it was far more remarkable than a 10th-tier spell. Mastery of magical energy control and elemental arrangement is foundational for any mage. Yet only those at Jirwainen's level truly comprehend the significance of these fundamental techniques. It is akin to laying a solid foundation before erecting a structure. Without a firm base, no matter how grand or beautiful the edifice, it may collapse overnight. As a mage's level rises, their true strength is often determined by these foundational skills. More precise energy control and swifter elemental arrangement allow for greater magical versatility and faster casting. Nevertheless, regarding the young mage's alchemical prowess, Jirwainen maintained a degree of skepticism. He required time to validate whether this young sorcerer was, indeed, the prodigy Anjuin claimed him to be in the realm of alchemy. Should he prove to be as exceptional as Anjuin suggested, Jirwainen considered the possibility of offering him some guidance, perhaps even facilitating his entry into the Alchemist Guild as a prominent member of the guild. Jirwainen was acutely aware of its declining state, growing more stagnant and lackluster by the day, devoid of ambition and vitality. The guild desperately needed fresh blood to navigate the impending crisis, and this young mage might just be the ideal candidate. However, given Jirwainen's esteemed status, he could not approach the young mage as brazenly as the well-endowed Aunt one of Gallows's most illustrious legendary mages. He possessed a certain reserve befitting his stature. Thus, after a brief self-introduction, he patiently awaited Linley to speak. Unfortunately, Anjuin had failed to inform him that this young man was, In essence, a second-rate mage.it was not merely Gerwin and Burnside, whose presence would leave Linley bewildered. Even if the mage god Gresco stood before him, Linley might still innocently inquire about who Gresco was. So you are the illustrious Gerwin and Burnside. It is truly an honor, Linley exclaimed, attempting to feign surprise while subtly prodding Kevin beside him. Whispering in a hushed tone, "Who exactly is Gerwin and Burnside?" Stricken with embarrassment at this revelation, Kevin turned his face away, desperately trying to appear unacquainted with Linley. A mage who has ascended to the legendary realm has long since transcended the confines of mere occupation. Within the reach of his mental prowess, he can master all that he desires. Linley's furtive whispers could hardly escape Ian's keen ears, even with Old Green's indifference to fame and fortune. Upon overhearing the whispers of Linley, his aged visage involuntarily flushed a deep shade of liver. Nevertheless, Old Green was a man who had lived for over a century. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed by Linley's inquiry, he managed to suppress any visible signs of discomfort and instead offered a self-deprecating chuckle. It seems that Anduin, that old rascal, hasn't he spoken ill of me in your presence after all? Linley laughed dryly a couple of times, hoping to mask his own ignorance. Indeed, Anduin had never mentioned the name Greenburnside to him. Moreover, during their time in the Sunset Mountains, the old man had relentlessly made him memorize various potion formulas, while Linley, in turn, was compelled to combat all manner of magical beasts. By the end of each day, both were utterly exhausted, leaving no time for discussions about Greenburnside. Old Green shook his head in mild exasperation. From the young mage's reaction, he gleaned that this fellow was entirely unaware of his own identity and his significant achievements in the field of alchemy. Back in Orlana, Anduin once remarked to me that aside from your magical talent, you are also a rare prodigy in alchemy. Thus, Old Green felt compelled to initiate a conversation. Coincidentally, I also consider myself a competent alchemist. That if you are willing, perhaps we could explore some alchemical topics together. As soon as Old Green uttered these words, the hall fell into complete silence, with every guest holding their breath, as if even their heartbeats had ceased. The evening's banquet had proven to be exceedingly thrilling for the attendees. Following two prior shocks, the ambush by Basilar and Linley's swift retaliation, though the events had been perilous, they had thankfully not led to any serious consequences. However, the revelation of Linley's identity as the mysterious alchemist of the Magic Guild sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. When the gray-robed mage unveiled his identity, the guests were utterly stunned. None had anticipated they would witness a living legend. They were even more astonished that Greenburnside would suggest such a collaborative discussion with a young mage. The attendees, all affluent and influential figures within the realm of Gallows, included individuals who were at least trusted confidants of various power factions. How could they not discern the implications of old Greenburnside's words? Jealousy began to brew among them regarding Linley's fortuitous opportunity. Such an invitation signified that Old Green had taken a liking to this promising young mage, aspiring to mentor him in the intricate realm of alchemy. Just imagine, he was one of the most pivotal figures within the Alchemist Guild. Having such a distinguished mentor could pave the way for Linley to join the guild in the future. The atmosphere in the hall grew eerily quiet, with all eyes riveted on Linley, eager to see whether this young mage could maintain his composure in the face of such an unprecedented opportunity. "You flatter me too much," Linley replied with a humble smile, but then he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. "However, I have indeed encountered numerous challenges lately. If I could discuss them with you." "That would be splendid. Dio, you have time now? Perhaps we could share a drink over there?" At his words, several guests nearly fainted. Their gazes turned to him as though he were a fool, and many mentally berated the Magic Guild for producing such a simpleton. Here was a golden opportunity he should be seizing to become a disciple, yet he wished to engage in a discussion with Master Green. Some began to wonder if the earlier ambush by Basilar had rendered him daft. How could such a seemingly intelligent young man utter something so foolish? "I have time. I have time." Old Green wiped the cold sweat from his brow, already doubting Anduin's judgment. Yet, having made the offer, he felt it inappropriate to retract it on the spot. He resolved to pose some challenging questions to see if Linley could provide any constructive insights. If the answers proved satisfactory, he would gladly offer guidance. If not, he could simply excuse himself under the pretext of having other matters to attend to. Linley glanced around the banquet hall. Realizing that the earlier exchanges of ambush between him and Basilar had left the once pristine space in disarray, he surveyed the scene, he found no secluded corner that was also clean. Just as he was contemplating his next move, Old Green pointed behind him. "Let us sit over there," with a legendary mage wishing to speak with Linley privately, who would dare intrude. Although the guests were curious, they had no choice but to gradually disperse. Under the orders of the lord of the city, servants soon arrived to assist the still unconscious Basila, swiftly restoring the banquet hall to its former glory. The crystal chandeliers continued to cast their gentle light, and the soothing music played on. The portly gentleman resumed his introductions of daughters to Kevin, while the buxom matron continued her flirtatious chatter. And the opportunistic guests were fervently negotiating trades, resuming conversations as if the earlier chaos had never occurred. In this secluded corner, separated by several screens, the dim light of the crystal lamps created an atmosphere suitable for discussing confidential matters. The elder and the youth each found a chair, ready to speak when they suddenly noticed the presence of others nearby, leaving them momentarily taken aback. Tears had long since dried on the delicate face of Roland, who, under the startled gazes of the two, timidly called out, "Grandpa Green." "Hee, so it's little Roland," Old Green replied with a warm smile, his gaze toward her kind and gentle. "Come, tell Grandpa Green. Why are you sitting here all alone? It's too noisy outside." "I wanted some peace," Roland replied, casting a complex glance at Linley before shyly lowering her flushed face. Then come sit with Grandpa Green." Having developed a rapport with Roland, Old Green had previously imparted some knowledge of alchemy to her. Unfortunately, other commitments had prevented him from continuing her education. Nevertheless, he held a fondness for the young girl skilled in healing arts. Even considering the possibility of introducing her to the Alchemist Guild in Old Green's mind, since he was already set to guide Linley, it would be beneficial for this young girl to listen in as well, as she might glean some valuable insights. However, despite his thoughts, Old Green courteously sought Linley's approval. "Young man, you don't mind, do you?" "Not at all." Since the elder had already spoken, Linley would not contradict him. Moreover, it was not a matter of utmost confidentiality, so allowing Roland to listen was inconsequential. He shifted his chair slightly to create space for her, and the three of them settled around the table once more. Old Green then nodded at Linley, signaling that he could pose his questions. "Please take a look at this awakening potion." Linley produced a blue glass vial from his pocket and handed it across the table to Greenburn Sade. Old Green accepted the vial, uncapping it and bringing it close to his nose for a gentle sniff. Suddenly, Roland, who had been quietly seated, noticed a profound change in Old Green's expression. It transformed into one of disbelief, as though he were staring at an elephant lifeless from ant bites rather than a mere blue glass vial. "This cannot be this truly the awakening potion." Old Green's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Linley with a look of confusion. "What have you added to it?" "A touch of void flower and a bit of dragoness blood herb." Linley scratched his head, his expression tinged with frustration. "Recently, I have been attempting to enhance the potency of the awakening potion. To achieve greater purity, I experimented with over 30 herbs, ultimately discovering that combining void flower with dragoness blood herb yields similar effects. However, what?" Upon hearing this, Old Green's expression grew somewhat urgent as a fellow magician. He understood the significance of a vial of high-concentration awakening potion. It symbolized prolonged overlevel casting and a more rapid recovery of magical energy. The awakening potion had long been criticized for its excessively brief duration. A single vial could only sustain its effects for a mere 10 seconds. Consequently, even within the Apothecary Guild, few would undertake the task of concocting the awakening potion on the rare occasions that a couple of vials were produced. They were typically regarded as mere alms to be distributed among various magical guilds. When Linley mentioned his endeavor to enhance the concentration of the awakening potion, Old Green harbored a desire to dissuade him. The Apothecary Guild had previously embarked on similar attempts, yet none had yielded any significant results. Potions, by their very nature, are extraordinarily sensitive, maintaining a delicate and precarious balance among their conflicting properties within a tiny vial. Especially for the awakening potion, a formula inherited from the Dark Ages, it had long been proven that any alteration was utterly untenable. Thus, when Old Green uncorked the vial, he was utterly astonished. Merely this one awakening potion was sufficient to overturn the conventional wisdom held by the majority of apothecaries. He had always believed that the genius apothecary spoken of by Anjouan was merely a young man with a commendable talent for potions, perhaps slightly superior to Roland, but certainly not overwhelmingly so. for Roland was a rare genius in her own right. However, upon Lin Li's concluding remark, Old Green realized the magnitude of his error. He was gravely mistaken. The young magician named Fei Lei was not merely a prodigy in potion-making, but rather a master apothecary who had already achieved remarkable success. With the potential to surpass the realm of mastery in an astonishingly short time, it was then that Old Green comprehended why this young magician, Fei Lei, had the audacity to engage him in discussion. He genuinely possessed the qualifications to do so. He had never contemplated seeking a mentor or requesting guidance from Old Green. Rather, he regarded him simply as a peer worthy of discussion. Upon grasping this, even Old Green, who had lived for over a century, felt a slight flush creeping across his aged visage, akin to the sensation of eagerly approaching only to receive a stinging slap. The mingling of embarrassment and disillusionment rendered Old Green's expression exceedingly complex. Nevertheless, being far from a typical youth, Old Green, with his extensive years, had long since learned to let go of such endless awkwardness, redirecting his focus to an earnest discussion on the awakening potion with Lin Li. This time, however, Old Green no longer dared to view him as a junior in need of guidance. Instead, he regarded him as a master apothecary qualified to collaborate in research. Yet, Lin Li shook his head, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. After incorporating void flower and dragon blood herb, the concentration of the awakening potion had indeed increased, but it also introduced rather domineering side effects. The last time he attempted to consume a small amount, it resulted in utter chaos of his mental faculties. Consuming an entire vial would surely lead to catastrophic consequences that severe. Old Green inquired, taken aback. If even a small amount could induce mental turmoil, then consuming an entire vial would undoubtedly lead to a complete collapse of one's mental faculties. Lin Li nodded in affirmation. Choosing not to elaborate further, he had indeed been troubled by this matter. Ever since concocting the arcane potion, Grayan had persistently urged him to produce potions to enhance the guild's magical prowess. Lin Li had contemplated the necessity of such an endeavor, acknowledging that while the magical guild had risen significantly, its influence remained confined to the city of Galros. Beyond Galros, numerous hostile factions harbored animosity towards the magical guild. For instance, upon his arrival in Galros, he encountered a middle-aged man representing a faction known as the Shadow Nest. The Demon Slayer Valley was rich in rare mineral veins, and many factions coveted this bountiful land. With the Shadow Nest being the most direct, having repeatedly demanded that the magical guild relinquish the valley, even resorting to assassinations of several guild magicians as a means of intimidation. The magical guild was far from being in a state of complacency. Lin Li was not ungrateful. He understood the treatment he received from the guild better than anyone else, particularly from Gran, who had staked the guild's future on him. At this juncture, Lin Li felt obligated to contribute to the guild's welfare. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for the awakening potion. Evaluating solely from the perspective of combat effectiveness, the awakening potion undoubtedly represented the highest cost-performance ratio among the formulas he was acquainted with. 3 inexpensive herbs, combined with a straightforward procedure, could yield the effects of over-level casting along with a modest magical recovery. During the preparation process, Lin Li gained the most direct understanding of the awakening potion's shortcomings. Of course, for general magicians, the awakening potion sufficed, especially for those within the Galros Magical Guild, who might go years without encountering its essence. Merely having the opportunity to sample it was already considered fortunate, and they would hardly complain about its brief duration. However, as a master apothecary, Lin Li could not allow himself to be satisfied with such mediocrity. The considerations before him far surpassed those of an ordinary magician. Ever since he became a master of the 5 elemental schools, he had incessantly yearned to advance further into the elusive realm of divine artisanship. The nearly limitless power of the Wish Scroll had not granted him direct access to this divine realm, for that very domain transcended the boundaries of knowledge and technique. It was more a matter of an ethereal state of being, where the concept of skill nearing the Tao might aptly describe such a realm. It was this ambition that impelled Lin Li to never cease his forward momentum. Though he had attained the pinnacle of his profession as a master of 5 elements, he was acutely aware that beyond this summit lay the enigmatic realm of divine artisanship. This distinction set Lin Li apart from the majority of apothecaries, including Greenburnside. Nearly all apothecaries adhered strictly to the prescribed formulas, rarely questioning the rationale behind their methods or considering the possibility of deviation. Bound by their lack of imagination and unwillingness to challenge established norms, they might, through sheer effort, attain the status of master, yet they would forever remain estranged from the realm of divine artisanship. After completing 100 vials of the awakening potion, Linley pondered whether there existed a method to prolong its effects. Increasing the potion's concentration undoubtedly represented the most straightforward approach, leading to a series of experiments initiated by Linley. Regrettably, at present, his experiments appeared unsuccessful. At least, he had yet to resolve the issue of mental turmoil resulting from increased concentration. Old Green, hailing from the Apothecary Guild, naturally became the most suitable subject for discussion. To engage in dialogue with Old Green, Linley was even willing to permit Roland to observe, a rather rare concession for someone of his obstinate disposition. After considerable contemplation, Old Green remained perplexed and felt compelled to inquire. I can understand the use of void flower for purification, but why incorporate dragon blood herb? Void flower, aside from its purifying properties, also stimulates the growth of mental faculties, particularly when subjected to heat, which amplifies this effect. However, the awakening potion already contains spirit-binding grass, which similarly promotes mental enhancement. The addition of void flower would disrupt the delicate balance of the potion's properties. Therefore, I incorporated dragon blood herb. Once the potion reaches boiling point, the calming effect produced by the dragon blood herb can effectively counteract the potency of the void flower. As he spoke, Linley dipped his fingers into some wine, jotting down several formulas on the table to elucidate the entire process more clearly. Old Green listened intently, feeling as though he had returned to several decades prior when he was merely an apprentice. Gazing at his mentor with eager eyes, absorbing the intricacies of mysterious and complex potion formulas. He had entirely forgotten Linley's age. Wholly immersed in the wealth of potion knowledge, Roland remained quietly seated, simply listening to the conversation between the two, yet her gaze toward Linley grew increasingly intricate. Long before, at the home of Ina, she had known Linley was an apothecary, but at that time, she had never anticipated he would be qualified to discuss potion knowledge with Old Green, let alone hold a position of certain authority in such discourse. With J.K. Rowling's expertise in pharmacology, she found herself utterly unable to keep pace with the thoughts of the two individuals before her. The formulas meticulously listed on the table appeared to her as incomprehensible as ancient scripture. Yet, Rowling was acutely aware of who Grandpa Green was, a figure of masterly caliber, undoubtedly one of the most pivotal individuals within the Apothecaries Guild. Observing the elderly gentleman, who was attentively listening, Rowling felt a flicker of doubt within her heart. Could this truly be Grandpa Green? The notion of learning about potions from him sparked a complex mixture of emotions within her. And this time, that previously abandoned thought began to silently flourish once more, even more resolutely than before. My strength for typing is waning. Dear benefactors, please lend me your support. The intricacies surrounding the heightened concentration of the awakening potion, which led to chaotic mental states post-consumption, posed an immensely convoluted issue, entangled with astronomical variances and conflicts. Apart from a master artisan-level apothecary, it seemed there was no one else capable of grasping every subtle change within the potion. The two individuals present, one elderly and one youthful, were indeed esteemed figures at the pinnacle of pharmacology, a master and a grandmaster. However, despite their lengthy discussions, they had yet to derive any conclusive insights. Instead, the dialogue had proven enlightening for the elder Green, unveiling a plethora of novel theories that he had never encountered or contemplated before, greatly expanding his horizons. As for Rowling, she found herself lost amidst the esoteric exchanges. Her understanding limited to mere surface knowledge of potions, the discussions exceeded her comprehension to such an extent that she could hardly discern what the two were conversing about, her gaze flickering towards Linley. Torn between wanting to speak and holding her tongue. Master Fair, I have been contemplating something these past few days. Might you entertain the feasibility of my idea? As the conversation deepened, Old Green's tone shifted from one of exploration to that of inquiry. Although their discussions had yet to resolve the issues surrounding the awakening potion, Linley could sense that Old Green truly deserved the title of Master Apothecary. After all, the wisdom gleaned from decades of experience was undeniable. Some of the concepts shared were so intriguing that even he, a grandmaster himself, found them refreshing. Thus, when Old Green posed a question, Linley's interest was piqued. Pray, do share. Perhaps we can explore it together. Just as Old Green began to speak, another figure stepped into the secluded corner. Linley lifted his gaze to find Kevin approaching with an expression of palpable urgency, his demeanor betraying an unsettling sense of distress. "Fair is in trouble. What has transpired? Speak slowly." The gravity of Kevin's words tightened Linley's chest. Kevin was typically composed, embodying a demeanor of unflappability in all his time at the Magic Guild. Linley had never witnessed him in such a state of panic. Especially not with the alarming proclamation of trouble. Linley understood well that if Kevin was conveying such a message, it must indeed be serious. Just now, news arrived from the Demon Slayer Valley. The Shadow Nest launched a surprise attack, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen mages, and even Uncle Gran sustained some injuries. Kevin gasped for breath, finally elucidating the matter at hand. The Shadow Nest? Linley's brow furrowed as he quietly inquired of Kevin. Who else within the guild is aware of this? Only you and I. We must return at once. Linley hastily pulled out his chair and, with a tinge of regret, addressed Old Green. I apologize, Master Green, but there is a pressing matter within the guild that I must attend to immediately. Should you wish to continue our discussions on potions another day, do feel free to visit the Magic Guild. I am certain that President Gran would be delighted to see you. Then I shall not detain you further. Should you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to send someone to the Lord's Manor. I shall be here for the next few days. Although I may not be as capable as I once was due to my advancing years, I should still be able to assist with minor matters. My heartfelt thanks, Master Green. Recognizing the urgency regarding the fate of the Magic Guild, Linley dared not tarry any longer. He merely exchanged a few words with Isaac before departing with Kevin back to the Magic Guild. As Rowling watched Linley's retreating figure, she lightly bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. What troubles young Rowling? Old Green inquired, a hint of amusement gracing his features. With his extensive experience, he could easily discern that Rowling was harboring unspoken concerns. After a prolonged pause, Rowling hesitantly asked, Grandpa Green, do all masters of potions refrain from imparting their knowledge to others? How could that be? A true master of potions finds pride in only two accomplishments throughout their lifetime: concocting a new potion and discovering a worthy disciple to pass on their knowledge. Even at over 100 years of age, I, Grandpa Green, am still tirelessly seeking a worthy apprentice. And your visit today? Rowling ventured, curiosity piqued. I was merely influenced by that old rascal Anduin's coaxing, hoping to take on that young mage from earlier as my disciple. Little did I know, upon arrival, it appeared that his proficiency might very well surpass my own. Old Green's beard bristled in indignation as he recounted the incident. Haha. Despite her heavy heart, Rowling couldn't help but chuckle at Old Green's amusing remarks. Yet, once the laughter subsided, a hint of shyness crept into her expression as she queried, Then, Grandpa Green, do you think I possess the talent to become a disciple of a master apothecary? Little Rowling wishes to apprentice? Old Green's eyes twinkled with mischief. That I wonder who the lucky individual might be to have young Rowling as a student. Let me guess, it certainly isn't this old fellow. Could it be that young mage who just left? Grandpa Green, Rowling's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. But he is unwilling to teach me. Why ever not? With your talent and understanding of medicine, a disciple like you would be a rare find. What could possibly deter that young man from teaching you? Tell me, and I shall pay him a visit at the Magic Guild tomorrow. Under Old Green's persistent inquiries, Rowling reluctantly recounted the events of that day. As she spoke, Old Green's brow furrowed deeper. Once she had finished, he sighed heavily. No wonder I sensed a certain awkwardness between the two of you. It appears that was indeed the case. However, little Rowling, you must recognize that in your role as a physician, one cannot be excessively headstrong, especially when it concerns matters of life and death. I understand my error, Grandpa Green, Rowling replied, a hint of grievance in her expression. But I have already apologized. Perhaps I could offer you a suggestion? You have a plan? Rowling's eyes brightened at the prospect of Old Green's wisdom. That moment, Linley was entirely oblivious to Old Green's possible strategies, for he was consumed with worry. Upon returning to the Emerald Tower, the two began their attempts to contact Gran, yet the crystal ball remained devoid of any signals from the Demon Slayer Valley. The crystal ball, personally set by Gran, was connected through hundreds of wizards' eyes to the valley. As long as even a single wizard's eye was operational, the current silence was inexplicable. Moreover, the wizard's eye was merely a level 10 spell. For Gran, a level 15 archmage, It would be effortless to replace one. The utter lack of activity from the crystal ball indicated that the battle in the Demon Slayer Valley was far more intense than the news Kevin had brought. What should we do? After waiting for an hour in the guild hall, Kevin's demeanor had grown increasingly strained. Let us wait a while longer. Lindley hesitated momentarily before suggesting. If we have yet to receive any news by tomorrow morning, we shall have no choice but to venture to the Demon Slayer Valley ourselves. Agreed. The two remained by the crystal ball, anxiously awaiting developments until the early hours of the morning, just as their anxiety reached a fever pitch. The previously silent crystal ball finally sprang to life. Fair, look, we have news. I see it. Almost simultaneously, they rushed forward to witness Grand's familiar visage. In the projection, Grand appeared exceedingly haggard. His normally rosy, plump face was now alarmingly pale, and his breathing seemed labored, an evident consequence of mental exhaustion. The old man removed a few blades of grass that had become entangled in his hair and forced a weak smile for the two, uttering a feeble, "Good morning." "What is happening?" Lindley inquired, his impatience palpable as he had little time for pleasantries. "What else?" Gran rolled his eyes. That rascally shadow nest decided to stir up trouble by invading the Demon Slayer Valley. And the current situation? At present, I just recently led a group to retaliate against them. It is likely that we will enjoy a period of tranquility for at least 10 days. That wretched Eshel, truly oblivious to the concept of mortality. Just wait. I shall eventually uncover the lair of the shadows. Seeing that Gran still had the energy to boast, the two who had waited in the hall for half the evening could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as no harm had befallen him, everything else could wait until his return. After waiting for you most of the night, I am utterly exhausted. You can take your time replenishing the eye of the wizard. I am off to bed. Uncle, I too shall retire for the night. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, you two little rascals. This is utterly unacceptable. The next day, just around noon, Gran returned to the Emerald Tower. Upon entering the guild hall, Gran wore an expression full of menace, searching for anyone who could inform him of Kevin's whereabouts. However, Kevin had anticipated Gran's return and had stealthily slipped away from the Magic Guild early that morning. As a result, Gran searched the Emerald Tower for quite some time without success, ultimately resorting to knocking on the numerous doors with a sense of resignation. So early. After waiting for news for most of the night yesterday, Lindley had slept until noon today and was still groggy when he opened the door for Gran, and I hurried back after finishing the replenishment of the eye of the wizard. I was so fatigued that I could hardly keep my eyes open. Gran entered the room and, without a second thought, flopped onto Lindley's bed, completely disregarding the protests of the room's owner. It feels utterly delightful to lie down. Fine, you can take a nap. The bed is yours. No, I cannot sleep yet. After lying there for a moment, Gran abruptly sat up. The matter of the Demon Slayer Valley is increasingly troubling. I won't sleep until I clarify this. What seems to be amiss? The eye of the wizard. Perhaps it is due to my exhaustion, but Gran's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Damn it, there were so many eyes of the wizard that even I might struggle to recall their precise locations. How could those from the shadows possibly know? Regardless, there is undoubtedly something amiss. 125 eyes of the wizard were destroyed almost simultaneously, and shortly thereafter, individuals from the shadows appeared, swiftly eliminating over 10 mages. Had I not intervened in time, who knows how long this situation would have escalated? Could it be that they also had mages involved? This is indeed a possibility. The shadows have expanded aggressively in recent years and likely have recruited a few ne'er-do-wells. Gran pondered for a moment, but shook his head in denial. Yet it still doesn't add up. After all, those were 125 eyes of the wizard. Even if I were to act, I might not be able to destroy them all at once. If the shadows truly possessed such formidable individuals, why resort to ambush tactics? They could have simply come to eliminate me directly. In addition to the eyes of the wizard, another matter is equally peculiar. In recent years, I have expended considerable effort in the Demon Slayer Valley due to the shadows. Aside from the 125 eyes of the wizard, I also established nearly 20 sentry posts. Yet last night, these 20 sentries seemed to have vanished entirely, allowing the shadows to infiltrate without my receiving even the slightest hint of their approach. Upon hearing this, Lindley began to grasp what Gran was implying. The sudden destruction of all the eyes of the wizard, coupled with the shadows' knowledge of how to bypass the sentries, pointed overwhelmingly to an insider within the Magic Guild. A traitor. Gran ground his teeth in determination. Without a doubt, there is a traitor among us. No wonder you rushed back so early. There was no choice. Until I deal with these individuals, I fear greater calamities may ensue. Do you have any leads? None as of now. But this matter should not be difficult to investigate. Aside from the three of us, yourself, Kevin, and me, only those of the Magus rank could have access to the secrets of the eyes of the wizard. Think carefully. Among the many magi in the guild, who would be most likely to betray us, or rather, who among them harbors discontent towards you? At this point, Linley began to understand, exactly, in an instant. Both were invigorated, Gran, no longer inclined to sleep, and Linley began plotting how to apprehend the traitor in the bedroom. Their discussion continued until nearly evening, when Gran could no longer withstand fatigue. Linley then helped him tuck in under a blanket and quietly left the bedroom. Yesterday was a complete disaster. I struggled to produce even 2 chapters. However, everyone need not worry. I shall compensate for yesterday's deficit in these 2 chapters today. Gran was genuinely furious this time that at the break of dawn the following day, he led all the magi of the guild out. Such a formidable force emerging from the Emerald Tower sent tremors throughout Gallows City. As the leaders of various factions scrambled to gather information, fearing that Gran's wrath might soon descend upon them, the Lord's residence was particularly tense, with everyone believing Gran had learned of the incident at the banquet and was now on a path of revenge. Isaac sought refuge from Old Green while hastily loading Batherall into a carriage, sending him back to the royal capital of Orlana that very day. It wasn't until around noon that the various factions suddenly realized they had been merely alarmed for no reason. Gran appeared as though he had simply gone for a leisurely stroll, taking a circuit around Gallows City before quietly returning with his entourage, an act that felt utterly mocking. The leaders of over a dozen factions were infuriated, cursing Gran for being an insufferable nuisance. How dare he parade around with such a large contingent for a mere walk? Of course, no one dared to voice such thoughts in Gran's presence. Upon encountering the corpulent troublemaker, they each made haste to avoid him, too fearful to provoke him further. Thus, no one noticed that among the magi he had brought along, an unfamiliar face had appeared at some point. Now you may speak. Who ordered you to act in this manner? In the basement of the Magic Guild, Gran's face was thunderous. His interrogative target was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, whose eyes were already swollen. However, among the mages present, many still recognized this man. They recalled that when Linley first joined the Magic Guild, Gran had faced considerable opposition when granting him the guild's highest privileges. Among the most vocal dissenters were several magi who, in an attempt to pressure Gran, had even threatened to withdraw from the guild altogether. Little did they know that their ploy would backfire, as Gran's stubborn nature led him to expel them from the guild outright. The man before them was one of those expelled magi, known as Luke or something similar. I have no idea what you are talking about. You are unaware, are you? Gran's expression darkened, his eyes seemingly ready to ignite. Then I can only assume you are equally ignorant of the shadows and the whereabouts of those 125 eyes of the wizard. As for the route bypassing the sentries, it certainly wasn't you who divulged that to the shadows, was it? Gran, I am no longer part of the Magic Guild. What right do you have to imprison me? Who the hell cares whether you are a member of the Magic Guild or not? Gran's demeanor was menacing, his roar echoing throughout the basement. I am currently seeking vengeance. Do you understand? Go ahead and shout that the Magic Guild has imprisoned you, and see if anyone dares to speak up for you. What do you mean by rights? Do I need rights? Let me tell you. Do not think that playing dead will allow you to escape. You are merely a tool meant for one-time use. Once you have outlived your usefulness, do you truly believe they will come to rescue something of no value? You cannot wrongfully accuse me, Gran. You lack evidence. You want evidence? Gran pondered for a moment and had to concede. All right, I admit I cannot produce evidence, but it matters not. I seek vengeance, and vengeance does not require evidence. Linley, listening from the side, broke into a cold sweat. Is this how you conduct interrogations? There is no other choice. What can I do if this brat refuses to speak? Gran replied with righteous indignation. If he won't talk, then so be it. This matter could only have been orchestrated by those few individuals. Who else in the guild would dare undertake such actions? Although Gran's words may sound somewhat harsh, there is indeed a kernel of truth in them. In this day and age, the Magic Guild reigns supreme over Gallows City, with even the esteemed lord of the city seeking to cultivate amicable relations wherever the mages of the guild tread. They receive the most generous of treatments. Even a visit to the Gilded Rose for magical equipment guarantees at least a 30% discount. Since the auction, the benefits have been ceaseless. Initially, there were 100 sets of magical gear provided by the Manus family. valued at 20 to 30,000 gold coins, all distributed by Grayan to the guild's mages, with any mage of Magus rank eligible to apply for a set. Not long after, over 100 bottles of awakening potions were announced. On the day the news broke, a group of elder mages wept tears of joy. Having long forgotten the scent of awakening potions, as they cradled a bottle of the potion, they felt as though they were living in paradise. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Leanly remains in the Magic Guild, no mage would willingly depart. What could the Shadow's Nest offer them? Merely wealth and equipment, but these are in plentiful supply within the Magic Guild. With annual revenues of several million gold coins from the Demon Slayer Valley, equipping 100 sets is but a trivial matter, with various potions continually being supplied, in such an abundance of happiness. Who would choose to leave? Perhaps only those few magi expelled from the guild would stoop to the disgrace of betraying the secrets of the Devil's Guild. Of course, strictly speaking, this cannot be deemed a betrayal. Having been cast out by Grayan, they are no longer affiliated with the Magic Guild. Selling secrets to the Shadow's Nest could at most be considered an act of vengeance against the guild. However, Grayan is unconcerned with such distinctions. Whether it be betrayal or revenge, it all equates to a detriment to the interests of the Magic Guild, and any harm to his interests must be met with ruthless annihilation. This is Grayan's philosophy. Forget it, I will handle this. Leanly knows Grayan's character all too well. Fearing that this unfortunate Magus might utter something amiss and provoke the old man into unleashing a fireball, leaving them with nothing. Grayan was taken aback. You can extract confessions? I will not, Leanly replied, shaking his head as he rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a glass vial. But it can. I will just check the potion room. For now, do not disturb him. Before departing the basement, Leanly offered Grayan a couple of reminders. All right, this time I will heed your advice, Grayan said, watching Leanly leave, then gleefully threatened the unfortunate Magus. Fool, I just gave you a chance. And you failed to seize it wisely. Now look, you've provoked that lad. Do not be deceived by his gentle demeanor. His methods are far more ruthless than mine if he is forced to take action. Who knows what twisted potions he might concoct? Perhaps something that causes unbearable itching and decay for a year before death finally claims you. Listening to Grayan's terrifying description, the middle-aged Magus felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he persisted, for there was one thing even Grayan had failed to anticipate. The defensive arrangements of the Demon Slayer Valley had not been sold to the Shadow's Nest, but rather to another party, who had assured him not to worry about retribution from the Magic Guild, for it would not be long before the guild was uprooted, still not willing to speak. Fine, even if you wish to now. I am no longer interested. In a moment, when that lad has brewed his potion, you will certainly divulge everything, even your most embarrassing secrets. Meanwhile, Leanly was completely oblivious to Grayan's intimidation of that unfortunate Magus. He was meticulously calculating the potion's ingredients, as this was his first genuine attempt at concocting the fear potion since mastering its formula. Hence he was all the more cautious. Every individual harbors some negative emotions deep within, and the purpose of the fear potion is to trigger these emotions and amplify them infinitely. Among the three ingredients, Nightshade and Demon Tear possess similar effects. Once combined, the potency magnifies significantly. To prevent excessive fear from resulting in a mental breakdown, a measured amount of calming flower was added to soothe the mind. The juice of the nightshade was boiling in the beaker, while Leanly carefully tore petals from a calming flower, as this was a crucial step. In excess of calming flower would severely diminish the potion's effectiveness, while too little would fail to achieve its calming purpose. Thus, with each petal he tore, he gently swirled the beaker, awaiting the complete dissolution of the flower before assessing whether the color indicated sufficient quantity. This was merely his first attempt, unlike the awakening potions, where experience could suffice to determine outcomes. Upon adding the seventh petal of the calming flower, the juice of the nightshade began to cloud. Leanly recognized that he had added enough of the flower, and thus retrieved a Demon Tear from his pocket. The Demon Tear is a small, black fruit, roughly the size of a pinky finger, with a taste that is both bitter and astringent. Consuming it directly induces terrifying hallucinations, and unless one takes a calming agent, they will remain trapped in these illusions, suffering until they ultimately succumb to madness. Leanly took out a silver knife from the endless storm ring and gently sliced the skin of the Demon Tear. As a droplet of juice threatened to spill, he swiftly dropped it into the beaker. In an instant, a mist arose, and the potion infused with the Demon Tear filled the potion room with an intoxicating aroma. A uniquely rich scent akin to aged wine, thick and unyielding, imbued with a deadly allure. Leanly resisted the temptation of the fragrance, pouring the small amount of potion into a pre-prepared glass vial, sealing it tightly. Upon returning to the basement, he overheard Grayan intimidating the unfortunate Magus. "Do not blame me for not warning you. Your time is running out." Once that lad emerges from the potion room, "I fear you may not have time to weep." "What weep about?" Leanly interjected as he entered, hearing Grayan maligning him. "Oh, it's nothing, really. How did the potion turn out? If it did not work well, you might as well continue your research. Extracting confessions is something I can do too." "You would come again?" Leanly was startled. "If you keep this up, the poor fellow might just die of fright that I am doing this for his own good." The old man shamelessly boasted, but Leanly had already approached the Magus with the glass vial in hand. "Will you drink it yourself, or shall I feed it to you?" After Grayan's shameless intimidation, the middle-aged man was already psychologically scarred by the potion. Upon seeing Leanly approaching with the vial, he was instantly gripped by fear, shaking his head vigorously while instinctively retreating. However, he soon found himself pressed against the cold wall behind him. The chill of the wall mirrored the coldness in his heart. Though he possessed the strength of a Magus, Grayan had bound his magical powers, rendering him inferior to an ordinary person, forced to watch as Leanly uncorked the vial, releasing an intoxicating fragrance into the basement. "Oh, you truly want me to feed it to you?" Leanly frowned, gripping the man's chin with one hand. "Then do not blame me for being too rough." The middle-aged man felt utterly helpless, unable to even shed tears. Once a respected Magus, he now found himself at the mercy of a young mage barely 20 years old, who threatened to force the potion down his throat. "I will drink it myself." "You truly will?" Leanly regarded him skeptically, then kindly reminded him, "Do not harbor any ill intentions. I have brewed over a dozen bottles of this potion. If you were to shatter this one, do not blame me for administering each bottle to you one by one. That if something unfortunate were to happen, I will not take responsibility." The unfortunate Magus grasped the glass vial, hesitating to drop it. When Leanly's words froze his hand in place, weighing the potential outcomes, the middle-aged man finally trembled as he brought the vial to his lips, closing his eyes and resignedly gulping down the potion. "Drink slowly. Choking would be unfortunate," Leanly reminded him kindly before turning to Grayan. "You may take your time extracting confessions. I will step outside for some fresh air. Please inform me once you have any news." Leanly had barely settled in the hall for half an hour when he noticed the basement door creak open. Grayan emerged, his expression tinged with a hint of lingering dread, and the several wizards trailing behind him displayed visible trepidation as they glanced towards Leanly. "What sort of potion did you give him? How brutal can you be?" Grayan, taking a seat and somewhat shaken, inquired of Leanly. "The fear potion works by amplifying all negative emotions indefinitely. Anything can instill terror within him. Perhaps in his hallucinations, you are torturing him with various forms of cruelty." Leanly casually remarked about the effects of the fear potion, then curiously asked, "What exactly did he divulge?" To put it simply, these three scoundrels, disgruntled by my decision to expel them from the guild and tempted by a lucrative offer, readily sold the defenses of the Demon Slayer Valley, Grayan recounted, letting out a guilty sigh. "When I expelled them, I should have promptly altered the defenses of the valley. Those 125 wizards' eyes were replenished by them in turn, and those 20 sentinels were arranged under their watchful eyes. Yet, amidst the bustle of the auction, I completely forgot about it, and foolishly believed that the Shadow's Nest would not dare to attack the Magic Guild. And now look at the mess we've made." "It is indeed a lapse on your part." Leanly nodded in agreement. "Aside from him, the other two are also accomplices. They were fortunate that I was out this morning. Otherwise, I would have unearthed their schemes. According to this fellow, it seems they have allied themselves with some force within Gallows City. Though I cannot ascertain the truth of it, it appears I must organize another auction soon to flush those two out. Do not even think about targeting me." Leanly instantly recognized Grayan's intentions. He had no desire to languish in the potion chamber. Having finally arrived in an entirely unfamiliar world, there were numerous places yet to explore and experiences yet to savor. He would not be content to remain confined to the potion room. "Let us set that aside. We must discuss serious matters," Grayan muttered, his expression souring. "You would never guess who purchased the defenses of the Demon Slayer Valley." "Who? That flamboyant brother of Evan Matthews." Leanly was taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. "Is Evan Merlin truly that foolish? For such a clandestine affair, one could simply send someone else to handle it. Why would he personally involve himself and risk exposure?" Evan did not go himself. He merely dispatched a low-ranking wizard to make contact. However, this fellow, feeling uneasy after the meeting, secretly followed the person Evan sent. Given his status as a Magus, Tracking a lowly wizard was hardly a challenge, and thus he uncovered the identities of those behind the scenes. That certainly saved us a considerable amount of trouble. Linley mused. Upon reflection, he realized that the Merlin family had been rather peculiar. Following Grayen's confrontation, Matthews had vanished without a trace, and even Clunwell had not made a public appearance. The only matter pertaining to them was the recent transaction of over 80,000 gold coins at the auction. Save trouble? Grayen erupted, his frustration palpable. The Merlin family is undoubtedly in cahoots with the Shadow's Nest. The thought alone is enough to give one a headache. Dealing with the Shadow's Nest is already troublesome enough. And now we must contend with the Merlin family as well. Hidden enemies are indeed the most perilous. Now that we know who is stirring up trouble, things become considerably simpler. Are you afraid of old Merlin? Fear him. Grayen's eyes widened in indignation, ready to retort, but then he recalled the battle outside the Emerald Tower and sheepishly chuckled. Though, he certainly does not fear me. If it weren't for your vial of awakening potion last time, I might have truly found myself in dire straits. One vial is hardly sufficient. This time I shall prepare a whole package for you. Drink one vial and toss another. You will wear him out. Linley gritted his teeth, then turned to Grayen. By the way, how long until my duel with Clunwell? Not many days left, but that brat is utterly useless. There is no need for concern. That is not to be taken lightly. Old Merlin is no fool that if he dares to make such a request, he surely has his own plans. That I must seize the time to elevate my magical prowess. Ideally, I should reach the level of Magus before the duel. This way, I can confront Clunwell with confidence. Do you have any methods to expedite the enhancement of magical levels? Do not dream. Grayen shot Linley an exasperated glare. If there were a way to quickly elevate magical levels, those dozens of vials of arcane potion would not fetch over 100,000 gold coins. Wait, I just recalled something. There indeed exists a method. Halfway through his thought, Grayen suddenly remembered. I once read in a tome about a way for high elves to forcibly elevate their magical levels. Allegedly up to level 5. However, once this method is employed, the individual's potential is entirely expended for life, and they will never attain further progress. That method is better kept for your own use. I would prefer to drink a few more vials of potion for safety. Why the sudden emphasis on this duel? Because I do not wish to be concerned about the Merlin family meddling behind my back when dealing with the Shadow's Nest. Grayen's face lit up with surprise. You intend to confront the Merlin family? Not I. Linley shook his head, a feigned innocence gracing his features. It is the Grand Magus, President Grayen, who will take action against the Merlin family. Starting tomorrow, President Grayen will commence a full-scale assault on the Merlin family. By the time of the duel, old Merlin will likely be driven to madness and will undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon me. I believe I should carry a few extra vials of potion for self-preservation. The two schemers deliberated on how to strike at the Merlin family. A guild wizard approached to announce the arrival of Wizard Green Burnsod. Green Burnsod. Grayen appeared as if struck by lightning, sitting in his chair dumbfounded for a moment before stammering. Quick, please invite Wizard Green Burnsod. Upon hearing of the legendary wizard's visit, Grayen's excitement was palpable as he rushed to the door, only to be momentarily puzzled as he neared. Green Burnsod has never had any affiliations with the Magic Guild. Why would he suddenly seek us out? The wizard delivering the message gulped, his speech strained. He said he is looking for Wizard Phelan. Grayen cast a jealous glance at Linley. How do you know Green Burnsod? He also attended the banquet at the Lord's residence a few days ago. Goodness, your luck is extraordinary. There are only 2 legendary wizards in Gallows, and you know them both. Muttering to himself, Grayen exited the Emerald Tower, just in time to see Green Burnsod, clad in a gray robe. Standing at the foot of the stairs, the old man quickly donned a warm smile. Welcome, Wizard Green. Your presence at the Emerald Tower is a great honor for the Gallows Magic Guild. You are too kind. President Grayen. The elder Green maintained a gentle smile and turned to Linley. It has been a while. Wizard Phelan. 3 individuals exchanged pleasantries at the foot of the steps as Grayen ceremoniously welcomed old Green into the guild hall. The visit of Green Burnsod was indeed a momentous occasion for the magical guild, prompting even the typically arrogant Grayen to exercise utmost diligence in his reception. The grandeur of the occasion was such that it could incite envy among all the leaders of the factions in Gallows. To honor Green Burnsod, Grayen summoned every mage in the guild, including those stationed far away in the Demon Slayer Valley, who sent their greetings through the crystal ball in the hall. The atmosphere was electric and fervent. Even Green Burnsod, who had lived for over a century and had grown indifferent to much, found himself harboring a newfound fondness for Gran. Observing Gran's radiant smile, Linley felt a pang of concern for the various leaders of Gallows. Gran's deliberate orchestration of such a grand spectacle was merely an attempt to ensure that the news of today's event spread far and wide. One could only imagine the reaction of the 17 faction leaders upon learning that a legendary mage had come to pay a visit. Following the sensational welcoming ceremony, Old Green and Linley retreated to the potion laboratory to continue their discussions that had been interrupted at the banquet. Strangely, the ever-inquisitive Gran chose not to follow them. Instead, he addressed all the mages gathered in the guild hall. His lengthy discourse revolved around the Merlin family's entanglement with the Shadow Nest. "You lot," he exclaimed, "have been cooped up in the Emerald Tower for far too long. From this day forth, everyone must venture into the city of Gallows, do as you please, as long as it makes the Merlin family uncomfortable. The one who manages to dispose of that scoundrel Mathis, I shall reward them with a year's worth of profits from the Demon Slayer Valley." These were Gran's own words. Having served as guild president for many years, Gran had tolerated much from the magical guild. Every mage present had experienced the disdainful glances of yesteryears. The 17 factions within Gallows had long felt emboldened enough to criticize the magical guild, with the Merlin family repeatedly making demands, culminating in brazen individuals like Clunwell approaching Gran to request Linley's expulsion from the guild. Even the wisest and most composed mages could not help but harbor resentment amidst such provocations. Years of pent-up frustration had amassed, capable of igniting the entire Emerald Tower, and with the recent rise of the Magical Guild, that frustration had only intensified. The attack on the Demon Slayer Valley by the Shadow Nest had pushed this tension to its zenith. Though the Magical Guild had remained silent for the past few days, everyone was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Gran's words served to ignite the guild into action. Aside from those stationed in the Demon Slayer Valley, the Emerald Tower housed 36 sorcerers, 113 mages, and countless apprentices below the 5th level. By the end of the afternoon, Gran had dispatched nearly half of them into the city of Gallows. The sudden influx of power triggered a wave of chaos that in just a single afternoon, the Merlin family's businesses in Gallows suffered catastrophic losses. Several properties located in prime areas of the city mysteriously ignited in flames, followed by the arrival of a few enigmatic mages at casinos jointly operated with the Blood Brotherhood. It was immediately apparent that these mages were there to cause trouble, exhibiting an audacity that was unmistakable. "Who is in charge of this casino?" they demanded upon entering, sending the Blood Brotherhood members into a panic. Realizing that they were dealing with mages from the guild, they bolted through the back door, leaving several Merlin family members to face the music. "Where's the money you owe us?" they pressed. "What money?" The Merlin family members hesitated, and in that moment, several individuals of at least sorcerer rank turned hostile. Leaving no room for reconciliation, with a display of magic, they laid waste to the casino, igniting it in flames before moving on to their next target. Among the most unscrupulous were a band of 10 or so mages, who, upon failing to find suitable targets within the city, ventured out of Gallows, heading straight for the Mariana Canal. Upon spotting a Merlin family merchant ship in the canal, their eyes glimmered with the fervor of ravenous beasts. Each consumed a vial of clarity potion, their incantations blending into a low hum. Before those aboard the merchant vessel could react, a towering inferno erupted as the mages unleashed an 8th-level spell. The Inferno stormed the Merlin family. It was as if the world was coming to an end. Countless fire dragons roared forth, and in an instant, a massive merchant ship was completely engulfed. The occupants, fortunate enough to escape on a few small boats, watched helplessly as cargo worth millions of gold coins was reduced to ashes. News of the calamity spread like wildfire throughout Gallows, including Mayor Isaac. Everyone was left aghast, stunned by the guild's brazen brutality. The current magical guild resembled nothing more than a band of unruly brigands. Casting aside the unspoken rules that had maintained a day of peace among the various factions, conflicts had always simmered beneath the surface, yet no one dared bring them into the light. Often, two factions would engage in fierce battles behind closed doors, only to greet each other amicably at public gatherings. As seen during the auction where rival factions bid without spilling blood, all were aware that Gallows had become the sole dominion of the magical guild. However, nobody anticipated that they would act with such arrogance and disregard for the rules, openly waging war in broad daylight. In merely one afternoon, the magical guild obliterated over 20 of the Merlin family's businesses, including several casinos operated in conjunction with the Blood Brotherhood and 2 ships docked in the canal. The Merlin family incurred immeasurable losses amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Outrage swept through the factions, particularly among the Blood Brotherhood, whose leader, Aaron Mathis, was nearly driven to a heart attack. Damn you. Gran, you're courting disaster. If this continues, we shall all perish together. Yet, faced with Gran's wrath, who would dare confront him at the Emerald Tower, the leaders of the factions were not fools. Following the incident at the Demon Slayer Valley, it was evident that the Magical Guild was retaliating against the Merlin family. It was clear to everyone that Gran was enacting revenge, and during such a sensitive time, who would dare to provoke him further? The chaos persisted until evening, gradually subsiding. Meanwhile, the Merlin family was thrown into disarray. When the news broke in the afternoon, old Merlin was so overwhelmed by anger that he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he remained pallid. Summoning his brother Evan, "Look at the mess you've created." Upon awakening, old Merlin appeared to have aged decades, and the once vibrant Mathis now seemed frail and worn. "Brother, let me explain." "Explain?" Old Merlin's face was ashen, his murky gaze fixed intently on Evan. "How many times have I told you? Always act decisively and leave no traces. Look at what you've done. 3 traitors from the Magical Guild, 2 poached by other factions. And the third, how is it that the Magical Guild found him? I simply cannot comprehend your motives. Do you honestly believe the Merlin family can withstand the Guild's vengeance?" Evan opened his mouth, attempting to justify himself that I merely wanted to see if I could persuade them to serve the family. They're sorcerers after all. I thought I was acting in the family's interest. I never anticipated it would turn out like this. Acting in the family's interest. Huh. Old Merlin laughed bitterly, bloodshot eyes narrowing. "Are you pleased now? In just this afternoon, the Merlin family has been severely crippled. Do you have any idea how much we lost today? Including the 2 ships on the canal, it amounts to 370,000 gold coins. Evan, that is 370,000 gold coins. Does the family even earn that much in a year? Moreover, the cargo aboard those 2 merchant vessels consists of contraband intended for the Duke. That it was no easy feat for Fario to establish this connection for us. Yet after this incident, do you believe the Duke will still place his trust in us?" Upon hearing this staggering figure, Evan was rendered utterly speechless. "Never mind." Old Merlin sighed heavily, a sense of disheartenment crossing his features. "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. I must admit, I bear some responsibility myself. I knew you have always been indecisive since childhood, yet I insisted you undertake this task. How has Cromwell been faring lately?" "Cromwell has made rapid progress. He has already breached the 12th level as of yesterday." "Excellent." Old Merlin's face finally displayed a glimmer of satisfaction, though it quickly faded into a somber expression. Recently, the boy has indeed become more sensible. It is a pity that as a descendant of the Merlin family, he must sometimes make sacrifices. Evan hesitated, a conflicted expression flickering across his face as he stammered. "Cromwell is the sole heir of the Merlin lineage. Even if he manages to slay that apothecary from the Magic Guild in this duel, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Relegating him to a wizard who can never ascend further, wouldn't that be excessively cruel to Cromwell?" "It is a necessary sacrifice." Old Merlin's demeanor darkened, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Everything the Magic Guild possesses today was brought forth by that mage named Fiery. Do you recall my battle with Gran? Had he not produced a vial of awakening potion, Gran would have perished long ago that moment. I realized that as long as this young man was present, the Magic Guild would inevitably unify Gallows City. The subsequent auction of the Ofa potions confirmed my suspicions. Both families sought to curry favor with the Magic Guild. You think they wish to ingratiate themselves with Gran? You are mistaken. They sought to win over that young master of potions, but I have heard that Fear is merely a low-level mage. Cromwell need not rely on him. A low-level mage. Old Merlin's smile turned somewhat bitter. Has Cromwell informed you that he was cast out of the Emerald Tower by a single spell? He is a true prodigy of magic, possessing extraordinary mental fortitude and magical power. Even I would require the strength of a grand mage to defeat him. Allowing such a magical genius to flourish is indeed terrifying. I end this duel. He must perish." Having said this, old Merlin wearily closed his eyes. Choosing not to regard the astonished Evan any longer, in the midst of the chaos engulfing Gallows City, the Emerald Tower remained eerily tranquil, with nearly half the mages having departed, leaving only a handful of apprentices below the 5th level and a few others, including Gran and Linley. "Fear, at that banquet, I observed your reprimanding of Batherall. Your strength must have been at the 9th level, correct?" Old Green lifted his head from a cluster of flasks, casually inquiring. Indeed, I just broke through to the 9th level a few days ago. Linley nodded, though a hint of frustration creased his brow. However, I find it peculiar. I feel as though I have hit a bottleneck again. That feeling of knowing I possess potential yet being unable to unleash it. Although Old Green was somewhat familiar with Linley's abilities, he had not anticipated that such a young individual would already encounter the bottleneck of advancement. Intrigued, the elder remarked, "Does the Magic Guild possess any practical training grounds? I would like to assess your condition and see if I can offer you some guidance. That would be wonderful." As the afternoon wore on, the old man and the young one gradually became more comfortable with each other, their exchanges growing less formal and more intimate. The two descended to inform Gran of their desire for a suitable training area. Yet the moment the old coot heard that a legendary mage was to display his prowess, he promptly forgot his duties and insisted on accompanying them. Ultimately, Linley could not dissuade him, and they ascended to the 3rd floor under his guidance. "This is the most suitable place. Feel free to use any magic you like, as long as you avoid unleashing legendary level spells. There should be no issues," Gran said, retrieving a key and unlocking a tightly sealed door. First, Linley thought Gran was boasting, but upon peering inside, he realized the elder had been exceedingly modest. The pristine white walls were adorned with 6 magical protective fields and 6 elemental annihilation fields. With these 12 magical inscriptions in place, the room was akin to an impregnable fortress. Even the most formidable legendary magic would struggle to breach it in the world of Anrier. It is customary for most mages to possess some knowledge of inscription studies. And Old Green, as a legendary mage, naturally excelled in this field. As he entered the room, his gaze instinctively fell upon the 12 magical inscriptions. Was this the work of Delavi? He inquired, astonished as he passed by the magical engravings. "Indeed, you have a keen eye, Master Green. This is the handiwork of Master Delavi, who left his mark during the early establishment of the Magic Guild 13 centuries ago." Linley was somewhat bewildered. "Who is Delavi?" "A level 22 mage," Old Green replied, his expression imbued with admiration. 22 level, Linley gasped. Even as a 2nd-tier mage, he understood that upon reaching the Grand Mage realm, even a single level increase would yield a transformative enhancement in power. Let alone the legendary status beyond. A level 22 mage would likely possess strength equivalent to 10 Anduins, at the very least. Linley had never anticipated that such a formidable figure had once existed within the Gallows Magic Guild. However, Delavi's greatest legacy lay in his contributions to inscription studies. Had it not been for him, the field of inscriptions might have developed in an entirely different direction. He was the first to integrate inscriptions with magic. And it was from that moment forward that inscription studies became a requisite subject for every mage. After recounting Delavi's achievements, Old Green took a few steps back. At that banquet, I observed your ice spike spell. Why don't you attempt to use wind blades to attack me now? Very well, focus on your spellcasting. Do not worry about harming me. To assuage Linley's concerns, Old Green added a reassuring reminder. Understood. Linley nodded, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. With no incantation or warning, Linley raised his hand, and an ice spike was propelled forth, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of thunder. Driven by Linley's immense magical power, the ice spike raced forth like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a blue streak the moment it was unleashed. Yet, as this streak of light approached Old Green, it inexplicably halted mid-air, suspended before his chest as though an invisible hand had grasped it with unparalleled swiftness. A hint of approval appeared on Old Green's face. Very good. However, this is not sufficient. During your rebuke of Batherall, you unleashed several spells in quick succession, so your magical reserve should be ample. Do not hesitate. This time, use wind blades and unleash your full power. Release as much magic as you possess. Upon hearing this, Gran could not help but touch his nose. All right. Having discerned that his previous ice spike had revealed Old Green's unfathomable strength, Linley understood that he could not inflict harm upon him with his own power. Thus, he held nothing back, unleashing wind blades one after another. In an instant, the sharp sound of slicing air resonated repeatedly as dozens of wind blades rained down like a torrential downpour. However, these blades of wind, without exception, all encountered an invisible wall, failing to graze even the hem of the venerable Old Green's garments. Given Old Green's legendary prowess as a sorcerer, it was inconceivable that he could be harmed by a mere handful of low-level spells. He did not even require any magical shield. His own emanating magical energy was sufficient to protect him from harm, much like the time he saved Basilar at the banquet, observing Linley unleash a barrage of wind blades. Old Green's eyes shimmered with admiration. Anjuin had indeed discerned a remarkable talent. Lin Li was a true prodigy of magic, skillful and brimming with energy, reminiscent of the earlier Anjuin, only younger and with a far deeper understanding of the arcane arts. Yet, as moments ticked by and Lin Li summoned over 100 wind blades, Old Green's admiration gradually morphed into astonishment. The magical energy of this young sorcerer seemed to be almost excessive. Although wind blades were merely first-level spells, they could not withstand such fervent casting. The magical energy consumed by over 200 first-level spells had far exceeded the capacity of a 9th-level mage. Moreover, judging by Lin Li's expression, he appeared utterly unfazed. As if conjuring over 100 first-level spells was as effortless as eating or drinking. It was no wonder Anjuin had frequently remarked that this lad was an absolute anomaly. Old Green had initially assumed he was referring to potion making, only to realize now that Anjuin was alluding to this young man's monstrous magical prowess. Seeing Old Green's astonished demeanor, Gran could not help but chuckle inwardly. His thoughts tinged with a certain darkness. The shock he had experienced from this prodigy now seemed far from embarrassing. It appeared that he was not alone in his astonishment. Now even a legendary sorcerer was taken aback. Stop. When the number of wind blades Lin Li had conjured reached 300 or 400, Old Green could no longer contain himself and called for a halt. Gran, could you enlighten me on the duration of Fei Lei's magical output during his level certification? Gran hesitated for a moment before leaning in closer to Old Green's ear, whispering, 28 minutes. What? Old Green nearly leaped from his feet upon hearing this. His expression mirrored that of Gran from earlier. Gazing at Lin Li as though he were a creature of legend, in the presence of such an inexhaustible well of magical energy, the distinction between a grand sorcerer and a legendary mage seemed negligible. In truth, they were unaware that their current musings had already been pondered by Anjuin numerous times during their time in the Sunset Mountains. Old Green hesitated. He had intended to seek the root of the problem through the intensity of magical power. But it now appeared that Lin Li was boundless in his magical energy, rendering that approach misguided. I believe what Fei Lei lacks most at present is practical combat experience. Gran's words momentarily stunned both of them. Lin Li reflected on this and realized it was indeed the case. Back in the Sunset Mountains, he faced a variety of magical beasts daily, ranging from level 4 to level 8, from lion scorpions to wyverns. Constantly teetering on the brink of life and death. In that struggle, his magical proficiency surged. He ascended from an apprentice to an 8th-level mage in what felt like the blink of an eye. Without perceiving any obstacles, however, upon arriving in Gallows City, although he had superior learning conditions, the actual time spent using magic dwindled significantly, and the number of real battles was pitifully scarce, adding up to merely 3.5 encounters, 3 of which he dominated entirely. The only instance he could not prevail was against Old Merlin in a purely mental contest, which, strictly speaking, could only be counted as half an encounter. Simultaneously, Lin Li's magical level began to stagnate. Had it not been for the invaluable lessons gleaned from the skirmishes between the two sorcerers, he might still be languishing at the 8th-level mage tier. Magic is indeed peculiar. Possessing immense magical power and mastering numerous spells does not necessarily equate to greater combat prowess. Many lessons can only be learned through practical experience. Much like alchemy, one may know countless formulas but still fail to concoct even a simple waking potion when it comes time to act. Gran is quite right. How about this? Since I have nothing else to occupy my time these days, let me assist you in gaining some practical combat experience. Lin Li hesitated, scratching his head. Isn't that rather inappropriate? You are a legendary sorcerer. Engaging in combat with you would be tantamount to courting death. Do not fret. I will only utilize the powers of a mage and will not exceed the 10th level in magic. Gran, exasperated, gestured fervently, thinking to himself how infuriating it was that this young rascal was hesitating. If it were him, he would have leaped at the opportunity without a second thought. Very well, Lin Li conceded with a nod. Stepping back a few paces, wait. At that moment, Old Green suddenly called for a pause. This habit of yours is quite detrimental. Lin Li was about to cast ice armor when Old Green's voice halted him, leaving him momentarily stunned. What habit? The habit of stepping back before casting. Old Green pointed to his previous position. When you cast Ice Spike earlier, you also prepared to step back a few paces before casting. Such a habit is quite poor. A sorcerer is not an archer, and there is no need to deliberately create distance or utilize the environment to secure victory. A true mage can seize control of the battle's rhythm in an instant, regardless of distance or environment, that we rely solely on our own power. Lin Li listened intently, acknowledging that this indeed was a flaw of his. His experience as a hunter in the endless world had instilled a good sense of rhythm. But it had also fostered many deeply ingrained bad habits, such as stepping back a few paces before engaging in combat, or favoring spells like haste for himself while using slow on adversaries to maintain a speed advantage. Such considerations regarding distance between opponents were utterly unnecessary for a mage. Remember, there are only two rhythms in a mage's battle: control and explosive power. That I understand. Linley nodded thoughtfully, and at that moment, a wind blade sliced through the air. This time, he did not retreat a single step. Ha. Learning quickly, Old Green remarked. Old Green could only wield the power of a mage, no longer capable of effortlessly deflecting wind blades with mere magical energy as he once did. Yet, the elder remained remarkably composed. Almost simultaneously with the howling of the wind blades, he summoned a frost armor spell. The wind blades sliced through the crystalline ice surface, producing a shrill sound. However, Old Green's counterattack was markedly different from Linley's. Beneath the protection of the frost shield, the elder began to chant a low, sonorous incantation. His recitation was not particularly swift. In fact, to some extent, it was even slower than Linley's. Nevertheless, it exuded a sense of practiced fluidity. Devoid of any hesitation. As the final segment of the incantation concluded, 7 arcane missiles had coalesced into form. With a flick of his staff, Old Green unleashed the 7 missiles towards Linley. In an instant, the frost armor shattered, and the recently conjured elemental shield was reduced to a mere thin veil, easily obliterated by a single spell from Old Green, struggling to maintain the elemental shield. Linley exhibited no sign of panic. He initiated a magical feedback, disrupting Old Green's rhythm of casting, while simultaneously beginning to chant the spell of mental turmoil, hoping to draw the battle into a contest of pure psychic might. Struck by Linley's magical feedback, Old Green's surging magical energy was momentarily stilled, causing the 7 uncontrolled arcane missiles to dissipate in an instant. Old Green, however, remained unperturbed, with a slight lift of his emaciated arm. A mental protective field surged into existence. Under the aegis of this mental barrier, Linley's mental turmoil merely rippled the placid surface of a pond, akin to a stone cast into water. Both combatants wielded their magic with astonishing speed. One was rapid, and the other graceful. Linley relied entirely on his formidable psychic power, continuously pushing the limits of magical backlash, while Old Green, drawing from years of experience, endeavored to condense the length of his incantations. Gran, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but reflect for the umpteenth time how neither of these two individuals resembled a typical human being. The frenetic pace of their duel was dazzling, with transitions between offense and defense occurring in the blink of an eye. Often, one would cast a spell before the incantation had even fully escaped their lips, only to immediately envelop themselves in various protective wards. As a legendary mage, Old Green, despite utilizing only the power of a mage, retained the insight and experience of his legendary status. His seemingly nonchalant choices often targeted the critical vulnerabilities of Linley. Moreover, throughout his extensive life, he had accumulated a wealth of casting techniques, rendering any prodigy somewhat pale in comparison when faced with such mastery. After a failed magical feedback, Linley, who had been barely holding on, finally reached his limit. In the instant of that failure, he realized it was a trap. Old Green had first suppressed Linley with an array of low-level spells, preventing him from lifting his head, only to then surprisingly unleash a fury firestorm. Linley was all too familiar with this 9th-level spell, its power rivaling that of mage-level magic, accompanied by a fearsome incantation, totally bereft of any advantage. Linley faced this 9th-level spell with only 2 options: either relinquish his elemental shield and remain defenseless for approximately 30 seconds, or risk being deceived once more and attempt another magical feedback. Linley chose the latter, and thus fell into the trap. This represented a classic deception worthy of inclusion in a magical textbook. At the moment the incantation began, Old Green had already severed his magical output. Interrupting one's spell casting is a fundamental skill every mage must master, and for a legendary figure like Old Green, discontinuing a fury firestorm was hardly more challenging than eating or drinking that moment. Although the incantation continued, not a trace of magical energy was emitted. Magical feedback could only return magical energy. For a spell that had not output any magic, it was akin to striking the air. Entirely ineffective. Aside from a few low-level spells, such as Wind Blade and Ice Spike, most spells possess a cooldown period. After being cast, one must wait for this cooldown to elapse before they can be used again. A process known as spell cycling. Everything experiences a rise and fall, and magic is no exception. Once a spell is cast, it inevitably enters a state of exhaustion, awaiting the next cycle. This is an immutable principle of existence. Of course, the duration of this cooldown is not fixed. Many mages can, through skill and psychic power, compress this time. However, such compression is often negligible. Even a legendary mage as formidable as Anduin can at most reduce the cooldown of magical feedback by 2 seconds. Linley, possessing an extraordinary psychic power, was approaching a legendary level in this regard, almost achieving the same degree as Anduin. Yet, given the current state of the battle, regardless of whether he could match or even surpass Anduin, it was of no consequence. Old Green provided no opportunity for him to await the next cycle, overwhelming him instead with a barrage of arcane missiles. In a completely undisturbed casting environment, even mage-level power proved terrifying. The relentless stream of arcane missiles rendered Linley's elemental shield alarmingly fragile. In the blink of an eye, the missiles breached the protective barrier and struck Linley directly, protected by the elemental nullification field. Linley sustained no significant harm, yet his expression bore a hint of despondency. Ever since his arrival in this world, due to a lack of practical combat experience, Linley had never faced such a crushing defeat as he did today. His previous encounter with Old Merlin had been predominantly a contest of psychic strength, and despite being overwhelmed by the full might of a grand mage, he could at least take pride in his performance. However, this time, Linley had no words to express his dismay. Throughout the entire battle, Old Green had not once tapped into powers exceeding the 10th level, often opting for lower-level spells during his casting. The pivotal moment of defeat, marked by that deceptive magical feedback, left Linley feeling utterly frustrated. If only he had maintained his composure at that moment. Are you wondering if, had you remained calm, you might have won? Old Green's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Linley's very soul, articulating the thoughts swirling within his mind. Indeed, Old Green shook his head. You were already sufficiently composed at that time. I could sense your struggle between the elemental shield and magical feedback, but it was ultimately futile. Whether it was the elemental shield or magical feedback, once either entered a state of exhaustion. Your defeat was inevitable. Therefore, this has nothing to do with your composure. A hint of approval graced Old Green's aged visage. In fact, for someone of your age, you've performed admirably. Both your technique and rhythm have reached the limits appropriate for your years. Moreover, I know you possess a substantial amount of psychic energy. That moment of mental turmoil nearly caught me off guard. You lost this battle purely due to a lack of experience. Experience? Linley echoed. To which Old Green nodded, proceeding to analyze the recent conflict. During that moment of mental turmoil, I was genuinely affected, yet you were misled by the mental protective field, failing to discern the true situation. Did you not notice? After casting the mental protective field, my spell casting speed diminished significantly. Why was that? It was because I had to allocate some of my psychic energy to suppress the effects of the mental turmoil. Reflecting on Old Green's words, Linley realized the truth in them. Indeed, the Elder's spell casting had slowed considerably. Had he unleashed a barrage of low-level spells against Old Green at that moment, the entire outcome of the battle could have been drastically different. And regarding that failed magical feedback, had you possessed sufficient experience, you could have swiftly assessed whether I truly expended any magical energy while I was chanting. Old Green paused momentarily before delivering his final conclusion. Gran was correct. What you need is practical combat experience. After pointing out Linley's shortcomings, Old Green meticulously identified his blunders and highlights during battle, offering detailed analyses. By the time this thorough examination concluded, evening had nearly fallen. Observing the late hour, Old Green arranged to meet Linley again the following day before departing the Emerald Tower, disappearing into the vast night. In the subsequent days, Old Green visited daily. Meanwhile, as Linley diligently compensated for his lack of practical experience, chaos continued to engulf the city of Gallows. The outcomes of that day had left Gray in high spirits, and he shamelessly extracted several vials of awakening potions from Linley as a reward. Intended for the group of wizards who had set ablaze 2 merchant ships, fueled by the allure of these potions, the wizards grew increasingly enthusiastic, often departing the Emerald Tower before dawn, launching themselves toward the various enterprises of the Merlin family scattered throughout the city. Unfortunately, due to the devastating blow suffered that day, the Merlin family had retreated entirely. Dozens of sorcerers and over 100 wizards scoured the city like hunting hounds, ultimately uncovering only a few abandoned enterprises and a couple of oblivious Merlin family members daring to wander in such perilous times. Under the looming threat of this terrifying force, the various factions within Gallows found themselves in dire straits, enduring days filled with anxiety, fearing that one of their own might inadvertently provoke the Magic Guild. This group had become utterly bloodthirsty. To provoke them was akin to poking a hornet's nest, truly a band of ruthless brigands, brutish and unreasonable, particularly among the 6 major underground factions. Apart from Old Odin's long-standing good rapport with the Magic Guild, the other 5 factions were engulfed in fear. When the Magic Guild had fallen on hard times, they had not hesitated to capitalize on their misfortune, though not to the extent of directly meddling in guild affairs like the Merlin family. However, the underhanded deeds they committed had long been etched in the memories of the wizards. In these days, the leaders of the various factions fervently prayed, perhaps more earnestly than ever before, hoping the Magic Guild's rampage would soon subside or that the Merlin family would be swiftly eradicated. Otherwise, they risked being driven to madness. Nearly everyone cursed. While denouncing the Magic Guild as a pack of brigands, they also condemned the Merlin family as a bunch of cowardly turtles. The most vociferous in their denunciations was Aaron Mackes of the Blood Brotherhood. Driven to the brink, he lamented the consequences of his collaboration with the Merlin family in operating several casinos, which had led the Magic Guild to indiscriminately smash establishments. Regardless of their affiliation with the Merlin family, Aaron Mackes felt utterly wronged. The detestable Merlin family had provoked the Magic Guild, yet he bore the brunt of their wrath. Over the course of a week, the casinos under the Blood Brotherhood's control had suffered extensive damage, leaving Aaron Mackes heartbroken. In his anguish, he could not restrain his vitriol. Damn you, Merlin family. You all are but turtles, hiding away in ease while my casinos are reduced to ruins. If you have the guts, hide away for a lifetime, and let Gray smash your shells to pieces. Each word from Aaron Mackes dripped with bitterness and despair, almost as if he were spitting in the face of the Merlin family. Yet no news emerged from within their ranks. This silence struck all factions and gallows as absurd. The Magic Guild's arrogance mirrored the act of trampling upon someone while urinating in their face. And yet the Merlin family continued to endure. This was truly a legendary case of 100 endure to become turtles. Even within the Merlin family, perhaps only Evan and a select few trusted confidants were aware that old Merlin's continued tolerance was a strategic wait for the duel set to occur in a few days. Once Cromwell had slain Fay, all issues would cease to exist. Though the Magic Guild appeared formidable, without that young sorcerer, they were nothing. What of Gray? Old Merlin was a grand sorcerer in his own right, and the battle before the Emerald Tower had already demonstrated that their strengths were evenly matched. With the addition of the secret artifacts concealed within the family, Old Merlin even harbored confidence in his ability to vanquish Gallows' strongest sorcerer. Only Old Merlin, having personally experienced that battle, comprehended the true terror of that young apothecary. A mere vial of blue potion had rendered all his efforts null and void, akin to having victory snatched away in a moment of hubris. The most despairing realization for Old Merlin was that after Gray had restored his magical power, he had even produced an additional vial for reserve. The feeling of hopelessness from that moment remained etched in Old Merlin's heart. From that day forth, he understood that to eradicate the Magic Guild, he must first eliminate that apothecary. Thus, Old Merlin continued to endure, even when the 2 merchant ships on the canal were set ablaze. He refrained from voicing a single word, knowing that the opportunity he had long awaited was drawing near. Regarding the imminent duel, Old Merlin remained filled with confidence. His only son, Cromwell, had just broken through to level 13 that very morning. This breakthrough finally granted the guilt-ridden Old Merlin a glimmer of solace, for level 13 was a height that most sorcerers could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime, though this height came at the cost of never being able to improve further. Gazing at the self-assured Cromwell, Old Merlin's eyes bore a trace of guilt. Cromwell, how do you feel now? Very well. Father, in Cromwell's confident gaze lurked a hint of madness. The image of the water curtain's impact within the Emerald Tower remained etched in his mind. A lifelong humiliation. He vividly recalled his utter inability to resist before the sorcerer named Fay, as he was unceremoniously cast from the Emerald Tower like refuse. Thus, upon returning, when Old Merlin inquired whether he wished to undergo the family's secret ritual, Cromwell did not hesitate to agree. He understood that once the ritual commenced, it would deplete all his potential, leaving him unable to improve for the rest of his life. Yet Cromwell was acutely aware that this would grant him immense power, strong enough to effortlessly slay that Fay. During the ritual, Cromwell constantly envisioned himself appearing with formidable strength, wondering if that loathsome sorcerer would display fear in his eyes, much like he had felt gazing up at him from the steps of the Emerald Tower. Cromwell held unwavering confidence in this duel. After breaking through to level 13, the unprecedented sensation of strength intoxicated him. He believed there was no one among Gallows' younger generation who could rival him. Including the once feared Fay. The humiliation he suffered at the Emerald Tower could only be washed away with blood. While responding to old Merlin, Cromwell began plotting how to cruelly eliminate his opponent. Mere verbal humiliation would not suffice to cleanse the disgrace he bore. The sorcerer named Fay Lay must bleed out his last drop of blood, dying in endless agony and regret in the basement. There were two pieces of equipment located in the third hidden compartment to the right upon entering. I had previously explained how to access them. Now, go retrieve them. Yes, father. Moments later, Cromwell returned before old Merlin. Donning a mage's robe and carrying a staff, these items had originally been intended for him upon becoming a sorcerer, but upon seeing them, old Merlin was reminded of the lifelong limitations that would now beset Cromwell. And his heart sank slightly. It's all right, father. I am a sorcerer now. Indeed. Old Merlin nodded, reaching for the staff. This celestial staff has never been wielded by me. It has been passed down through the Merlin family for generations and is arguably the most powerful artifact among our secret treasures. Can you sense anything from this magical crystal? A formidable magical power, at least level 15 or higher. Net nodded in approval, his gaze reflecting a measure of appreciation. This is an 18th level magic crystal. Besides amplifying magical potency, it harbors a significant secret known only to the patriarchs of the Merlin lineage. This crystal can be activated through a special method, and when it is, you will be granted the opportunity to cast a spell 5 levels higher than your current capability. Cromwell inhaled sharply. The concept of casting a spell 5 levels higher was staggering. As a 13th level mage, if he activated that crystal, he could unleash an 18th level spell, a terrifying level of magic, sufficient to potentially overpower both old Merlin and Gran. And this soul-imbued robe, old Merlin continued, setting down his staff to pick up a gray mage's robe, is adorned with anti-magic properties. Once donned, your chances of suffering from lower-level magical attacks will diminish significantly. Additionally, it possesses 16 scroll spaces. Prior to the duel, I shall prepare 16 scrolls for you. I understand, father, Cromwell replied, glancing at the two items with a hint of skepticism. He felt that old Merlin was perhaps overreacting. After all, as a 13th level mage, he believed he could hold his own against the leaders of other magical families. The likes of Fear posed little threat. He could easily defeat him without any aid from equipment. Relying solely on his strength. You think I am being overly dramatic? Old Merlin, perceptive as ever, recognized Cromwell's thoughts, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Despite Cromwell's growth following the setbacks at the Emerald Tower, his arrogant disposition remained largely unchanged. Father, I believe, no need for further discussion, old Merlin interjected, weary, raising his hand. Keep you focused. There is something I have not disclosed. That on the day outside the Emerald Tower, before Gran emerged, I attempted to suppress fear using my mental power. Do you know what the outcome was? Cromwell paused, surprise flickering in his eyes as he regarded old Merlin. Alas, old Merlin sighed. The Magic Guild must have encountered some stroke of luck to produce such a talent. Not only is he an adept alchemist, but he also possesses extraordinary magical gifts. His mental prowess surpasses that of any mage I have encountered. Had I not relied on the strength of a grand mage to suppress him, I might have lost face for the Merlin family before Gran even appeared. Though Cromwell was arrogant, he was not a fool. Especially after surpassing the 13th level, he understood all too well the significance of potent mental strength for a mage. Do not underestimate your adversary, and do not forget, he is also an alchemist. Old Merlin solemnly placed the two pieces of equipment into Cromwell's hands. With 7 days until the duel, you still have the chance to complete the final ritual. If you can break through to the 14th level within this week, the victory will be assured for the Merlin family. I understand, father. Cromwell nodded gravely, bowing as he exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, within the Emerald Tower, Linley once again collapsed under the barrage of arcane missiles. It seems you require a touch of luck to secure a victory, old Green mused, somewhat relieved. Had his spellcasting not been swift enough, inadvertently triggering a magical backlash, he might have faced defeat. The progress of this young man was astonishing. Anduin was correct. He was indeed a true magical prodigy. Such a rapid advancement would make any mage envious. Initially, old Green could easily overpower him with his mage-level strength, yet in recent days, Linley had improved at a remarkable pace, and today, old Green found himself relying on luck to succeed each time he entered this hall. Old Green felt as if he were facing a stranger. It was a peculiar sensation. Though they shared the same appearance, their power was utterly different. In less than 10 days, Linley had transformed from someone utterly defenseless to a formidable opponent. At over 100 years of age, Old Green had never encountered such a phenomenon, as if Lin Li were born solely to master magic. The sheer combat talent he displayed sent chills down Old Green's spine. It was a blow to his pride. Gazing at the young mage before him, Old Green could hardly believe that just days ago, Lin Li struggled to discern between genuine and false spells. Yet in their recent battle, he had expertly perceived Old Green's true intentions through a mere confusion spell, seizing the fleeting moment of his spell-casting pause to execute a few lower-level spells effectively. As Lin Li continued to grow stronger, Old Green's anxiety only heightened. Reflecting on that Ice Blast spell, had it not coincidentally encountered a magical backlash, it would have been Old Green lying on the ground instead. I was too hasty, Lin Li mused. Recovering from the dizziness caused by the arcane missiles, he refrained from rising immediately, opting instead to sit on the cold floor and reflect on his earlier failure, a habit he had cultivated over the past few days. After each defeat, he would analyze the battle and identify the key to his shortcomings. That is but one reason, Old Green countered, shaking his head. With your current mental power, even with rapid spellcasting, it is unlikely to trigger a magical backlash. This time, it was merely a stroke of bad luck. Your true issue lies more in your mindset. You have faced numerous defeats these past few days, and when the opportunity to win finally presented itself, your mentality faltered. You aimed to defeat me with an Ice Blast spell, but at that moment, I had already endured magical feedback, rendering me unable to cast for 5 seconds, while my elemental shield remained. It had absorbed several lower-level spells. Why did you not continue to suppress me with lower-level spells? A couple of wind blades could have easily breached the elemental shield. Why opt for the 3-second casting time of Ice Blast then? Did you not consider that a failure in casting could slip away the hard-earned opportunity, potentially placing you in a passive position throughout the entire battle? Lin Li reflected carefully on the situation. Recognizing that Old Green's assessment was indeed accurate, in the face of impending victory, his mindset had indeed become unbalanced. Old Green's expression grew stern. He had already begun to regard Lin Li as his student. This magical backlash was merely coincidental, but a truly powerful mage must never leave any chance for their opponent. Battles between mages are such that a single stroke of luck can be fatal. You may be far stronger than your adversary, winning 99 times out of 100, yet that one instance could cost you your life, leaving you with no opportunity for those other 99 encounters. Thank you, Lin Li responded, gratitude swelling within him. He understood that Old Green's insights stemmed from a lifetime of experience, far more precious than any spell or knowledge. Few mages would willingly share such wisdom, except for those who genuinely cared for him. However, Old Green's demeanor softened, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Your performance has impressed me. Had this been just a few days ago, I would never have imagined you could push me to this extent. Just now, I even discreetly employed a magic theft spell, an advanced 14th level spell. Lin Li's eyes widened in realization. Oh, that's why my elemental shield dissipated so quickly. How about another round? Old Green proposed. A twinkle in his eye. But this time, you mustn't use magic theft. Deal. Lin Li agreed eagerly. The recent battles with Lin Li had rejuvenated Old Green, making him feel decades younger, as if he had returned to his adventurous days. Hunting magical beasts and seeking rare herbs with a team of adventurers across the corners of Anriel that moment. As Old Green nodded in assent, Lin Li unleashed 2 wind blades with swift precision. He had prepared them for some time, awaiting Old Green's acceptance of the challenge. After all, as Old Green himself had said, a mage, unlike a knight, should seize every opportunity to cast spells, prioritizing victory over decorum. Corpses had no right to demand courtesy. Excellent, you learned swiftly. Old Green remained unperturbed, his ice armor rising effortlessly to deflect the sudden onslaught of wind blades unleashed by Lin Li. Following this, he began to chant a spell with an unhurried yet remarkably fluid cadence. However, just as he was nearing the conclusion of his incantation, he sensed an anomalous surge of magical energy, as if the tumultuous fire elements had been abruptly frozen in place. Upon raising his gaze, he caught sight of Lin Li's triumphant smile. A masterful display of magical feedback released a mere second before the spell's completion, which not only disrupted Old Green's casting rhythm, but also effectively drained the duration of his ice armor spell. Nevertheless, Old Green remained composed, managing to withstand the subsequent onslaught of low-level magical suppression with his thin layer of ice armor. The battle between the two left Gran utterly dazzled, as he witnessed their adept casting techniques. Precise timing and seamless transitions between offense and defense, each quality exhibited to its fullest, particularly over the past 2 days, as Lin Li's strength surged day by day. the combat became increasingly exhilarating, captivating Gray to the point where he was reluctant to leave. Alas, just as the spectacle reached its zenith, he received news from Kevin. The Shadow Nest had once again infiltrated the Demon Slayer Valley. "Eshel, you have some nerve," Gran bellowed in fury within the guild hall, nearly smashing the crystal ball connecting to the Demon Slayer Valley with a single punch. Enraged, he spoke to Kevin through the crystal ball, almost shouting, "What in the blazes is happening in the Demon Slayer Valley?" The opposing force reportedly comprised around a dozen rogues who had stealthily traversed from the Night Song Forest. They had destroyed 2 watchtowers and captured the mage's station there. "Damn it," Gran cursed. And after a moment's pause, he gradually regained his composure. "How many have been captured?" "4 in total." Immediately write to Eshel, demanding a prisoner exchanged. "Didn't we capture a few from the Shadow Nest last time? Let us use them as bargaining chips. If they refuse, sweeten the deal a bit. We must get our people back." After relaying his instructions, Gran pondered for a moment before adding, "We have 7 days until that duel. You must hold the outer watchtowers. If it's untenable, let some go. We can always reclaim those later. The most crucial thing is to ensure the safety of our people." Meanwhile, Kevin, stationed in the Demon Slayer Valley, felt as though time dragged on endlessly, while Lin Li, within the Emerald Tower, perceived the days passing swiftly in the blink of an eye. Only a little over a day remained until the decisive moment. Accompanied by Grayan, Lin Li once again entered the level certification hall. Just half an hour prior, Old Green had departed, visibly shaken as Lin Li had decisively bested him 4 times that afternoon. Each victory executed with remarkable precision. On one occasion, Lin Li had even employed a spell theft yet still could not avert defeat. Even Grayan, who was elated by the spectacle, couldn't help but inwardly curse. What a beast. After all, Old Green was a legendary mage, albeit wielding only sorcerer-level power. It was utterly incomprehensible that he had been vanquished repeatedly. Go get your level recertified. With your current prowess, you've likely reached the realm of sorcerers. Old Green had suggested. It was only then that Lin Li recalled he had not undergone level certification in quite some time and wondered how much he had progressed during this period of rigorous training. Within the same empty level certification hall, the same crystal ball protected by magical runes awaited him. Under Gran's eager gaze, Lin Li placed his hand upon the crystal ball once more. As time ticked by, the orb's luminescence intensified, and Lin Li shattered his previous record, extending his magical output time by an astonishing 2 minutes, reaching a terrifying 30 minutes. Gran's mouth hung agape, as if it could fit an egg, staring in disbelief before finally stammering, "What on earth are you?" In his eyes, Lin Li appeared to be a beast clad in human skin. The previous 28 minutes had already instilled a sense of despair. Who could have anticipated that this beastly individual would dare extend the time further? Gran found himself pondering whether, in a few years' time, Lin Li might actually shatter the crystal ball with his output. As Gran remained in a stupor, the brightness of the crystal ball surged, unerringly surpassing level 9, then relentlessly approaching the threshold of sorcerer rank. What drove Gran to the brink of madness was that the brilliance did not cease even after breaching the sorcerer level. It continued to ascend past level 11. Damn it, a sorcerer. Indeed a sorcerer. When the orb's brightness stabilized at level 12, Gran's exclamation nearly blew the roof off. Unbelievably, it's level 12 sorcerer. Stunned, Lin Li muttered in disbelief. Having engaged in countless duels with Old Green, he had felt his strength soaring, yet he had never imagined the extent of his advancement. He had leapt directly from level 9 to level 12 in a matter of days. "Tell me, are you even human?" After a few days with Greenburnside, you went from level 9 to level 12. Gran was utterly flabbergasted, shaking Lin Li by the collar in exasperation. "I've fought for decades. And even with 800 battles under my belt, I've never improved this quickly. How should I know? Damn it, this is beyond belief." Gran's incredulity morphed into suspicion as he gazed at Lin Li. "If you spar with Greenburnside a bit longer, will you break through to the Archmage level?" "You're dreaming." Lin Li chuckled at Gran's fanciful musings. Even Gran, with a sheepish laugh and a nervous wipe of his brow, recognized that the prospect of breaking through to the Archmage level was merely a jest. If such an occurrence were feasible, then wizards would abandon their studies and engage legendary mages in combat instead. Individuals like Old Green and Anjuin would be overwhelmed. Gran understood that Lin Li's remarkable achievement stemmed not only from his prodigious talent, but also from his relentless diligence and accumulation of knowledge. He had witnessed the rise of this genius mage, from the initial level 8 upon joining the Mage Guild to now surpassing the sorcerer threshold at level 12. Gran was acutely aware of the sweat, and effort Lin Li had expended along the way. In the Emerald Tower, or even throughout the city of Gallows, few mages exceeding level 8 would dedicate themselves to practicing elemental arrangements, nor would anyone spend an entire day in the library merely to discover a more concise spell. Yet Lin Li managed to do just that, often found holed up in his room for an entire day, responding to inquiries about his activities with the simple statement, practicing elemental arrangements. Gallows, known as the chaotic city of the north, was rife with temptations and distractions, a place where even the most earnest souls, like Kevin, had succumbed in the past. Yet this young man, a few years Lin Li's junior, resisted all such enticements. With his status as a master alchemist and wealth exceeding 100,000 gold coins, he could easily attract the affections of numerous noble women simply by appearing at Dawn Square. Yet he chose to remain sequestered in the Emerald Tower, either immersed in magical research or concocting potions. As if those pursuits constituted his sole source of enjoyment, this duality perplexed and delighted Grayan. The culmination of hard work and unwavering dedication ultimately erupted, propelling Lin Li from level 9 to level 12. His battles with Old Green merely served as a catalyst. Without his prior diligence and commitment, even the guidance of a legendary mage would yield little more than combat experience, offering no true advancement in magical prowess. For Lin Li, the skirmishes of the past fortnight acted as a key, unlocking a long-coveted door. He had lingered at its threshold for an eternity. Upon exiting the level certification room, Lin Li retreated once more into his chamber. The duel with Cromwell will commence a day hence, and before that, there remains much for him to prepare. As the venerable Old Green once articulated, a truly formidable sorcerer must eliminate all possibilities of misfortune. However, Lin Li has yet to reach the level where he can avert all calamities solely through his strength. Thus, he must equip himself with certain minor provisions. It is imperative that he dons the Robe of Fury, which is not only imbued with anti-magic properties through the enchantment of Abyssal Mithril, but also possesses the capacity to hold 30 scrolls. While the 30-scroll capacity may seem somewhat extravagant, the anti-magic attributes it bestows are undeniably essential for Lin Li. Had he not worn the Robe of Fury during the banquet of Lord Isaac, he would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. After selecting the mage's robe, Lin Li rummaged through the Endless Storm Ring, only to find himself in a rather awkward predicament. Given his prior wealth in the Endless World, he had completely forgotten to prepare a set of equipment for his mage alt. The Robe of Fury turned out to be the sole item he could present. Consequently, Lin Li had no choice but to retrieve the Staff of Winter, the only piece of equipment gifted to him by Anduin. Although the staff's head was merely adorned with an 8th-level Frost Behemoth magic crystal, for Lin Li, who has always favored ice-based magic, it proved to be a rather suitable weapon. As Lin Li extracted the Staff of Winter from the Endless Storm Ring, he unexpectedly laid eyes on two familiar items, a soiled canvas and a ring set with a black diamond. He vaguely recalled that these items were contributed by the Leviathan gorilla during the rescue of Ina. The dirty canvas was swiftly discarded by Lin Li, as he could not decipher the drawings upon it. However, the ring brought him a momentary thrill, for it exuded a potent magical aura. He had recognized its significance when he discovered it within the hollow of the Leviathan gorilla, knowing it to be of at least the same caliber as the Robe of Fury. Yet upon arriving in Galro City, he had neither the opportunity nor the time to investigate it further. And in the ensuing days, he had completely forgotten about it. Now, having retrieved it, Lin Li resolved to study it meticulously. He began by attempting to channel magical energy into the ring, hoping to activate its inherent magical properties, a piece of wisdom imparted by Anduin. If one encounters a magical artifact of indeterminate purpose, the most effective approach is to infuse it with magical energy. Under such stimulation, most magical items will reveal their attributes. Anduin's principle proved accurate. As Lin Li commenced channeling energy into the ring, the black diamond embedded within began to emit a soft, eerie glow, a peculiar luminescence that was both profound and shadowy, reminiscent of the eyes of a legendary abyssal demon. Observing the ring's reaction only bolstered Lin Li's confidence. He gradually increased the intensity of his magical output, a process that demanded considerable patience. Excessive force could easily destroy a rare magical artifact. However, it soon became apparent that he might have been overly cautious. As the intensity of his output escalated, the radiance of the black diamond grew ever more brilliant, yet the true nature of the ring remained concealed. Lin Li felt a rising sense of urgency, and the strength of his magical output began to amplify, transitioning from careful increments to a full-fledged surge. Yet, the enigmatic ring continued to resist any change. What an absurdity! Lin Li, fully aware of his own magical prowess, found it bewildering that, even at near maximal output, such an immense force should fail to activate a magical artifact. Had he perhaps taken a misstep? The path of infusing magical energy had proven unfruitful, but Linley did not succumb to despair. After all, this was merely one method among many to ascertain the properties of a magical item. Albeit the most commonly employed, there existed myriad other activation techniques, and some creators even deliberately inscribed traps upon their magical apparatuses. Gently, Linley grasped the ring adorned with the black diamond and began to experiment with penetrating it using his mental energy. Akin to the technique he employed when crafting the gold point staff, this subtle infusion of mental energy would forge a delicate bond between himself and the ring. Mental energy is sensitive and intricate. Through this connection, Linley could accurately gauge the ring's inner workings. The moment his mental energy permeated the black diamond, Linley sensed an anomaly. It was an eerie sensation, as if his essence had become one with the mental energy. Transforming the small black diamond into an entire cosmos, the realm within the black diamond mirrored the deep and shadowy glow it emitted, imbued with a peculiar aura. As Linley's mental energy entered, he immediately detected something amiss. The surroundings were engulfed in an endless darkness, and no matter how his mental essence traversed, it seemed perpetually ensnared by the shadows. The powerful allure surged from all directions, chaotic and violent, as though it sought to rend his mental energy asunder. That instant, Linley realized he had committed a grave error. The act of mental penetration was inherently perilous, especially with an artifact of unknown origin. Should his mental essence be utterly obliterated, no subsequent advancement in magic could rectify the deficits it would leave behind. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The overwhelming force of attraction rendered his mental essence irretrievable. Linley could only strive to steady his thoughts, cautiously maneuvering his essence through the abyss, his objective being the solitary glimmer of light amidst the encroaching darkness. The light lay far ahead. Faint yet flickering, yet in the midst of this pervasive gloom, it appeared extraordinarily radiant. The relentless pull from all sides continued to tear at him as the endless darkness swept past, accompanied by whispers that seemed to oscillate between murmurs and chants, hoarse and muted. Reminiscent of dreams, with these voices came a plethora of emotions: sorrow, joy, laughter, and tears. These myriad feelings surged into Linley's mind in an instant, nearly overwhelming his already formidable mental fortitude. After barely managing to stabilize his thoughts, Linley was drenched in cold sweat. This assault on his mental essence was far more terrifying than any magical attack. A single misstep could plunge him into irreversible despair. This moment, he regretted risking the penetration of his mental energy. A torrent of emotions had suddenly inundated him, violently tearing at his psyche. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Oscillating between laughter and tears, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain, pure suffering that could not be diverted or alleviated, ravaging his mind without restraint. Under the relentless torment of this inhuman suffering, Linley felt himself teetering on the edge of madness. No one knew how long this agony persisted. It could have been a mere second or perhaps an eternity. Just as he approached the precipice of despair, a beam of light pierced through the suffocating darkness. It was akin to the darkest hour before dawn, as a brilliant sun rose in the east, flooding the cosmos with warmth and vitality. Linley's sensation mirrored this, as the light shattered the endless darkness. A boundless radiance surged forth, instantly dispelling the shadows and rendering the world pure once more. The dreamlike voices faded from his ears, and the myriad emotions vanished without a trace. Through that slender thread of mental energy, Linley could clearly perceive a profound tranquility and serenity. Beyond the dazzling light, the surroundings remained an infinite void, devoid of time and space, embodying the most primal essence of nothingness, as if all existence were merely a vessel for this brilliance. After a brief respite, Linley extended his mental essence once more, cautiously probing the radiant light. Having learned from his previous lesson, he approached with utmost caution, meticulously dividing his delicate mental energy into numerous tendrils, each testing the unknown. In the luminous depths of Cesanet, there seemed to reside a certain power and order, steadfastly resisting the faint tendrils of mental intrusion from Linley. This resistance rendered the invasion exceedingly arduous, compelling Linley to maneuver his mental energy in search of minute openings through which he might penetrate. It was a process steeped in patience, and after countless attempts, a sliver of mental force finally succeeded in breaching the barrier. The instant this mental energy infiltrated, it fused with the radiant light, and concurrently, a resounding echo reverberated deep within Linley's mind. A profound amalgamation, akin to a branding iron imprinting an indelible mark upon the ring, signifying Linley's singular essence. This imprint was far more definitive than that on a gilded bar, which merely facilitated control through residual mental energy that in this instance, Linley had wholly inscribed his mental signature upon the ring, transforming it into an integral extension of his psyche, requiring no magical impetus or mental connection. A mere thought sufficed to activate the ring's properties. Upon branding the ring with his essence, Linley comprehended the true nature of this remarkable magical artifact. He had never anticipated that a level 8 magical beast like Leviathan the gorilla could yield such a formidable treasure. The ring's true strength lay in its ability to conjure an elemental conduit instantaneously, directing any potentially harmful magical elements into this unique passage, where they would be preserved in their entirety, unaltered in elemental arrangement or magical structure, when the need arose. The ring's bearer could unleash this stored magic through a surge of magical energy. The only drawback that Linley found somewhat regrettable was that this conduit could only be created once per day, and the magical elements it could guide could not exceed his own level by more than 5. Yet, aside from these two limitations, this ring, adorned with black diamonds, could undoubtedly be deemed flawless and impeccable. Not only did it provide an opportunity for magical immunity, but it also generously bestowed a potent spell. If wielded adeptly, with Linley's current prowess, he might very well stand a chance against even a grand magus. With a contented smile, Linley donned the ring, his eyes narrowing with joy. After reveling in his happiness for a while, he suddenly remembered that such an invaluable magical artifact had yet to be christened. Since it served to immunize against magic through a conduit, he decided to name it the Elemental Torrent. With the Elemental Torrent ring in his possession, Linley felt he no longer needed to seek out Gran. The magical guild had been impoverished for years, and the few magical items it could boast were likely those contributed by the Manus family on their last visit. The artifacts stored in the guild's repository were either intended to enhance mental fortitude or provide magical energy. What good would that do for a creature like Linley, who resembled a magical beast? A glance at the Ring of Endless Storms revealed no usable equipment either. Thus, Linley naturally turned his attention to potions. After selecting several commonly used herbs, Linley hesitated momentarily before carefully retrieving a petal from a black lotus flower. This exemplified the adage that character shapes destiny. Had Gran been in his place, with his notoriously arrogant demeanor, he might have approached a once easily defeated opponent without even wielding his staff. However, Linley had always been prudent. Even when facing the formidable Crowan, whom he had previously bested effortlessly, he wished to be thoroughly prepared before the duel. Though the black lotus petals were precious, they paled in comparison to his own life. Furthermore, he would not naively assume that this duel would be as effortless as it seemed. Old Merlin had observed everything that transpired within the Emerald Tower that day. With his keen insight, how could he fail to recognize that Crowan was no match for Linley? He was no fool. He would never send the sole heir of the Merlin family to certain doom. Fully aware of the disparity in strength, given the myriad of inconsistencies, Linley was nearly certain that the Merlin family had a formidable contingency plan in place for this duel. And the Crowan who would appear in Dawn Square the next day would undoubtedly be far stronger than the one he had known. In the potion laboratory, shrouded in mist, Linley busily focused, his expression grave. He was currently preparing a bottle of Prophet's potion, a genuine master-level concoction. This marked Linley's first foray into using a master-level formula since his arrival in this world. Previously, whether it was arcane potions or awakening potions, they were merely intermediate formulas. Even the two awakening potions that had so decisively impressed old Merlin outside the Emerald Tower were only products of advanced formulas. The master-level potion, enhanced with black lotus petals, was incomparably superior to any he had concocted before. Even Linley, who typically relied on his fire hand for heating, had taken the rare step of igniting an amethyst lamp today, a true luxury reserved for genuine potion masters. Amethyst is inherently sensitive to magical energy. By inserting a low-level fire-type magic crystal, one could achieve precise temperature regulation. Perched atop a lampstand woven from eternal golden silk was a small half-beaker of serenity flower juice. As the temperature of the amethyst lamp gradually increased, the half-beaker of serenity flower juice began to boil. Linley gently shook the test tube in his hand, ensuring the wild steel flower juice inside was well mixed. Meanwhile, he meticulously calculated the boiling time of the serenity flower juice. The Prophet's potion is a delicate composition that allows for no margin of error. If the boiling time of the serenity flower juice is too prolonged, it will result in a significant loss of its medicinal properties, thus diminishing its efficacy. Conversely, if the boiling time is too short, it may fail to fully achieve the calming effect, potentially transforming a potion that foretells the future into a lethal concoction that drives one to madness. As the wild steel flower juice was completely mixed, it coincided with a moment when the serenity flower juice transitioned from murky to clear. Linley swiftly poured the wild steel flower juice into the beaker, and the combination of the cold and hot liquids not only enveloped the potion laboratory in mist, but also immediately calmed the boiling liquid within the beaker. The wild steel flower, which thrives in dark, damp environments, possesses a naturally cooling property, making it perfectly suited to temper the boiling serenity flower juice. After adding the wild steel flower juice, Linley refrained from adjusting the temperature of the amethyst lamp. According to his calculations, the liquid in the beaker would require at least 30 seconds to reach a boil again. Though 30 seconds is not a lengthy duration, it was ample time for him to complete this potion. With a gentle slice of his silver knife, Linley cut 4 strands of dragon's bloodgrass to an even length, followed by another cut that halved a taro fruit. Half of a tai luo fruit and 4 strands of dragon bloodgrass were gently placed into a beaker, drifting amidst the clear liquid. After completing this task, Linley unleashed another ice explosion spell, conjuring a mist of icy fog that exuded a chilling aura across the potion table. The small black lotus petal was enveloped by this frost. And as the two contrasting elements interacted, a soft hissing sound echoed, followed by the instantaneous dispersal of the icy mist, leaving the potion table still radiating heat. Linley remained unfazed, casting another ice explosion spell. The black lotus, which thrived only in extreme temperatures, inherently contained vast amounts of fire magic elements. While it appeared unremarkable at first glance, once its properties were released or collided with other magical elements, it could unleash intense heat in an instant. Should it be placed directly into the beaker without proper treatment, it could evaporate the entire contents in a heartbeat. After 3 successive ice explosion spells had cooled it, the black lotus petal was finally frozen. Under the light, the frozen petal revealed a crystalline and mysterious allure, yet Linley had no time to admire it, for those 3 spells had consumed 9 seconds of his precious time. As the shimmering ice flower descended, the liquid within the beaker, on the verge of boiling, suddenly came to a standstill, devoid of rising steam or swirling magical elements, instead emanating a refreshing clarity. The previously transparent liquid bore a deep crimson hue, the true color of the black lotus, as fiery red as its innate attributes. After all was said and done, Linley let out a long sigh. This was perhaps the most exhausting potion he had concocted since his arrival in this world. Although the techniques required were not particularly profound, they demanded the utmost precision and timing, with every step calculated down to the second. Especially within the final 30 seconds, the cooling of the black lotus petal had to be executed flawlessly. Without the aid of ice explosion spells, he might not have managed it in that time frame. However, gazing at the full beaker of the prophet potion, Linley felt the exhaustion was worth it. This was a master-level potion using black lotus petals, capable of producing effects akin to time distortion that a mere sip could grant foresight into events set to unfold within a 20-meter radius over the next 10 seconds. Even among master-level concoctions, the prophet potion was undoubtedly a true gem, forcibly bending the rules of time to some extent, approaching a realm of the miraculous. With this potion in hand, Linley was confident that in tomorrow's duel, Cromwell would find it difficult to inflict harm upon him. Lost in thoughts about the impending duel, the door to the potion chamber swung open unexpectedly. Oh, Fei Lei, are you brewing potions again? Graham's head poked in, wearing a somewhat obsequious smile. Please spare me the pleasantries. Linley rolled his eyes, fully aware that this old fellow would come snooping. Ever since the incident involving the arcane potion, Graham's senses had become unnaturally sharp. The moment he caught a whiff of something brewing in the potion chamber, he would rush in, eyes glued to Linley as he awaited the completion of the potion, eager to pocket a few vials for himself. Given the old man's thick skin, no amount of shooing would deter him. After a few encounters, Linley decided to ignore him. Besides, waiting for the potion to boil could be rather dull, and having someone to chat with made the time seem to pass more swiftly. As for the few vials that Graham pocketed, he considered them a fair price for the conversation. However, this time he was crafting the prophet potion, and after much deliberation, he had finally resolved to brew a vial. So Graham was not to be involved. Thus, Linley shook his head, refusing before Graham could even voice his intentions. This time, don't get any ideas. I'm preparing for tomorrow's duel. Don't be so reserved. Graham retorted, his scheme laid bare, his face flushing slightly. Yet, true to his nature, he could not simply concede. After a sheepish laugh, he persisted, I merely wanted to see if you needed anything after spending so long in the potion chamber. You could sell that line to Kevin, Linley scoffed. You little brat really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm genuinely concerned for you. Gran huffed in indignation before reluctantly confessing his true intent. So you really only brewed one vial? Linley felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. If it were truly only one vial, that would be one thing, but seeing Linley's expression, Gran likely realized there was no hope. He then deftly shifted the topic. I don't know what's going on these days, but the more I think about it, the more I feel something's off about tomorrow's duel. Do you think that old bastard Matthews has set some kind of trap for me? Traps aren't just laid out without sufficient strength. Even if they are, they're futile without the power to back them up. Linley countered, dismissing Gran's concerns. The current situation in Galros is too clear-cut. You've already got your foot on old Merlin's neck, and that old coot is too cowed to utter a word. What are you still afraid of? But no more buts. I've come to understand that the reason old Merlin forced me to duel his son was merely to hope Cromwell would eliminate me in the duel. Linley extended 2 fingers as he spoke. This serves 2 purposes. 1, to weaken the Magic Guild's strength, and 2, to rid the Merlin family of the threat posed by potions. Gran still seemed skeptical. Does Cromwell possess that capability? He might very well have it, Linley replied. After all, he is the sole heir of the Merlin family. If I were to accidentally eliminate him, the Merlin family would be crippled, if not entirely destroyed. Old Merlin isn't that foolish. But thankfully, I'm not foolish either, and I've had some good fortune. After several days with the Green Mage, I inadvertently reached the 12th level, and no matter how powerful old Merlin is, he probably wouldn't expect me to have attained the rank of 12th level mage by now. Who could have anticipated that? Gran exclaimed, feeling a pang of unfairness that we're all mages, so why can that little brat progress so quickly? Besides, I've prepared a few tricks to surprise him during the duel. With the elemental torrent ring adorning his finger and the prophet potion in his possession, Linley truly believed that Cromwell would find it difficult to contend with him. Yet, what if something unforeseen occurred? Gran's expression betrayed his lingering concern. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and produced a necklace from his pocket. Perhaps you should wear this tomorrow. What is it? Linley paused for a moment before reaching out to take the necklace. Be careful. This is a valuable item. Don't break it. Gran's heart raced as he watched Linley handle the necklace nonchalantly. This green crystal contains a purification spell. Activate it with magical energy when needed. It can help you cleanse any negative effects from magic below the 10th level. Just be cautious when you use it. This is the only gift I received from Teacher Osric, and I've never dared to use it myself. I'll lend it to you for tomorrow, but remember to return it after the duel. Thank you. Linley nodded solemnly, tucking the necklace away securely. Oh, and take this as well. Gran rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a stack of scrolls. Choose a few that might be useful. They could come in handy. All right, just set them aside. I'll take my time selecting later. After retrieving these 2 carefully prepared items, Gran still seemed uneasy and began to reiterate some advice on what to pay attention to during the duel. In that moment, he appeared less like the arrogant president of the Magic Guild and more akin to a loquacious elder. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Linley assured him, while the 2 were engaged in conversations. The door to the potion chamber creaked open. Linley approached to find Kevin had returned. What brings you back? Linley was taken aback, observing Kevin's haggard appearance. Let me catch my breath, and I'll explain everything. Kevin replied, having rushed back from the Demon Slayer Valley. After taking a moment to recover, he began to recount the purpose of his return. I came back regarding the matter of the captives. Linley vaguely recalls that it was approximately a week ago when the Shadow Nest launched a sudden assault on the demon-slaying valley, not only demolishing 2 watchtowers but also capturing several guild mages. As soon as Gran received the news, he instructed Kevin to exhaust all means to ensure the return of those captives. If exchanging the captives was not feasible, then they should simply offer a greater sum of money. Eshel would not agree to an exchange. No, he was willing to negotiate, but not in the manner Kevin had hoped. Kevin shook his head, a hint of resignation in his expression. Eshel's intention was clear. He was open to a swap, but insisted on exchanging potions instead of captives. What the hell? Gran's temper flared instantly. What an audacious dream. Just as the old man was about to erupt, Linley intervened. How could they possibly know the Magic Guild possessed potions? Perhaps it was news that leaked from Gallows, suggested Kevin, who recalled that the middle-aged man sent by Eshel had mentioned an auction for arcane potions. How many do they want? Did they specify which types of potions they needed? 10 vials per captive, explicitly requesting body enhancement potions. That's too simple. Linley pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. You will respond to Eshel, informing him that we, the Magic Guild, Accept his terms. 40 vials of body enhancement potions will be delivered to the demon-slaying valley by the day after tomorrow. Tell him to prepare to send someone for the exchange of captives. No way. Kevin remained silent, but Gran was agitated. How can we casually agree to such terms? That scoundrel Eshel is clearly asking for too much. I genuinely hope he is. Lindley smiled enigmatically. If he doesn't ask for too much, I might struggle to devise a plan to outsmart him. This time, the fellows from Shadow Nest must learn that potion masters can be lethal, and the more formidable the potion master, the more deadly they become. The following day in Gallows City seemed to be shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Except for the Merlin family and the Magic Guild, the leaders of the other 16 factions arrived early at Dawn Square, donning their finest attire as if attending a grand banquet, regardless of whether they were the heads of assassins or casino magnates. On this special day, they appeared to coexist harmoniously. The square radiated a sense of unity as they discussed the unpredictable weather, the chaos in Gallows, and the gains from the arcane potion auction, but they refrained from mentioning the impending duel. As dawn broke, several streets surrounding Dawn Square were cordoned off, a mandate issued by the Lord's office and executed by the 18 factions. In Gallows City, no one could resist this force. Merchants and residents were temporarily relocated, leaving only the empty expanse of Dawn Square. The only individuals authorized to witness this duel were the prominent figures of Gallows City, including Lord Isaac and his entourage, numerous leaders from the 18 factions, their trusted aides, affluent merchants, and notable figures from various fields. The least among them was still someone worthy of attending a banquet at the Lord's Manor. This grand spectacle even left the assassin leader Old Odin feeling regretful for not securing a few assassination contracts before arriving. If he had, he might have earned some gold coins to supplement his income after witnessing the duel. However, such thoughts remained only a fleeting notion. After all, this was a duel between the Magic Guild and the Merlin family. Even if Old Odin had 100 lives, he would not dare provoke these two titanic entities of Gallows City, especially considering that the current Magic Guild was not someone he could afford to offend. Thanks to the financial backing of the 18 factions, a temporary grandstand was constructed overnight at the southern end of Dawn Square, featuring smooth marble seating arranged in a semicircular formation. The previously cordial atmosphere of the square became distinctly stratified as the influential figures ascended the stands. The 6 major underground factions in the 10 magical families occupied the top tier of the stands, enjoying the best views in their midst. 3 prominent seats were reserved for Lord Isaac, President Gran, and Patriarch Matthews, the 3 most powerful individuals in Gallows City. Even Isella from the Manus family and Reuben from the Saruman family did not dare to encroach upon those coveted positions. Among these factions, a strict hierarchy prevailed. Within the magical families, Isella and Saruman were closest to the 3 prominent positions, while among the 6 major underground factions, Old Odin, Gran's old friend, had subtly emerged as the leader since the rise of the Magic Guild. The various wealthy merchants and notable figures naturally took their places beneath the 18 factions, reflecting their subordinate status in Gallows City. What followed was a prolonged wait. The Magic Guild and the Merlin family seemed to have arranged it so that neither made an appearance at Dawn Square. Although the faction leaders in the stands grew increasingly anxious, none dared to voice their complaints, including Marxus from the Blood Brotherhood, while he had the audacity to curse the 2 powerful leaders behind closed doors. Once seated in the stands, he would not have the courage to disrespect them. In the midst of this impatient and helpless waiting, 2 figures finally appeared at the street's end. Clunwell donned a gray robe, tightly gripping a staff adorned with magic crystals. His youthful and handsome visage radiated boundless confidence as he strolled down the street, his smile exuding vitality. In contrast, the elder Merlin appeared somewhat aged and weary today, his smile tinged with a hint of bitterness. As the old and young entered the square, the most formidable figures in the stands, such as Reuben from the Saruman family, Isella from the Manus family, and Andrew, the mage attendant of Lord Isaac, simultaneously sensed that today's Clunwell seemed somewhat unusual. As the sole heir of the Merlin family and a renowned young genius among the mages of Gallows, Clunwell typically attracted the attention of both the Manus and Saruman families. They had to admit that Clunwell was indeed impressive, having achieved the status of a level 7 mage at such a young age. However, upon witnessing Clunwell today, they suddenly realized they no longer recognized him. Is this truly Clunwell of the Merlin family? Isella and Reuben exchanged glances, unable to believe their eyes. If this was indeed Clunwell, how could he emanate such an aura that even they found terrifying? Both were powerful individuals, It was inconceivable for a mere level 7 mage to instill fear in them, but at least a level 14 dark-robed mage. Andrew's voice echoed nearby, startling Isella and Reuben once more. Aside from Gran and old Merlin, Andrew was undoubtedly the most authoritative mage in Gallows. Since even he acknowledged Clunwell's prowess, it seemed the young mage had undergone a remarkable transformation. How is this possible? Although Reuben specialized in spells, he was acutely aware that the elevation of magical rank was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 beyond the accumulation of magical energy and the honing of skills. It required substantial time for research. Clunwell's extraordinary rise of 7 levels within a month was something he had never dared to dream of. In that moment, the expressions of the two family heads grew complex. At the arcane potion auction, they had been among the first to side with the Magic Guild. To a certain extent, they had already bound themselves to the Guild's fate. Clunwell's newfound level 14 magic rank was undoubtedly bad news for them. Just as their expressions turned complicated, two more figures appeared at the far end of the street. Again, it was an old and a young pair. However, unlike the previous duo, the elder exuded confidence and vitality, while the younger one wore a resigned expression, shaking his head with a sigh. Gran's entrance always seemed to be filled with humor. Even before reaching the square, he called out to old Merlin from afar. "Good morning. Matthews, you must have had a sleepless night from fright. Judging by those dark circles under your eyes, the leaders in the stands nearly fainted at that moment. Could this old man be any more brash or lacking in decorum? Gran, you are like a fly." Old Merlin's face turned ashen as he shot a cold glare at Gran and strode directly onto the temporary stand. "And I say, Matthews, don't rush off. Can we chat a bit longer?" Gran, however, was relentless, and soon after, old Merlin ascended to the podium. As he settled into the seat prepared for him, he discreetly gestured towards Lord Isaac in the center, signaling him to make way so that he and old Merlin could engage more closely. Standing at the heart of Dawn Square, Linley gazed at Gran's corpulent silhouette, shaking his head in resignation. Since both parties had arrived, I, as the notary, shall take the floor. Isaac ignored Gran's provocations, rising from the marble seat, his robust voice echoing across the square. "A month ago, the Merlin family and the Magic Guild jointly agreed upon this duel, and I, Isaac, am honored to serve as the notary for this event. I shall strive to uphold the integrity of this duel. Now, allow me to introduce the contenders. They are Fry from the Galros Magic Guild and Crinwell from the Merlin family." As Isaac's words resonated, thunderous applause erupted from the spectators, directed towards Crinwell and Lin Li. In the chaotic city of Galros, respect was afforded only to the strong and the courageous, regardless of one's status. Any challenger daring enough to step onto Dawn Square was deserving of the audience's acclaim. Amidst the applause, Isaac returned to his seat, yet a profound worry marred his expression. After this duel, peace in Galros was likely to be shattered. Old Merlin, bearing an air of fatigue, rose to address the crowd. His voice, though somewhat hoarse, rang clear to all. "I wish to convey this. Those who insult the Merlin family must face the consequences, regardless of their identity." In response to old Merlin's veiled condemnation, Brian naturally stood, his rotund face still bearing a smile, yet his voice, amplified by magic, boomed like distant thunder. "Damn the Merlin family. What of it if I insult you?" Suddenly, silence enveloped Dawn Square. Bewilderment etched across the faces of all present. No one comprehended the unfolding drama, their expressions a mix of confusion as they gazed at the two great magicians. Old Merlin's face turned ashen, his eyes fixed on Gran, seemingly ready to unleash fiery wrath. Had Lord Isaac not been seated between them, it was conceivable that before the duel had even commenced, a fierce confrontation would have erupted among Galro's mightiest sorcerers. "Very well, I shall refrain from educating you for now. I will settle the score after the duel." Despite having just spat vitriol, Gran feigned victimhood, grumbling a few curses before reluctantly resuming his seat at Isaac's urging. That a farcical scene unfolded on the podium. Yet Linley's attention remained steadfastly on Crinwell. The Crinwell before him appeared markedly transformed. An aura of power emanated from him, a strength that Linley had never before witnessed. The magical energy radiating from Crinwell was even more potent than Linley's own. Indeed, the Merlin family is formidable. Sensing Linley's astonishment, a cruel smile crept onto Crinwell's confident visage. For days, he had awaited this moment. Relishing the surprise in Linley's gaze, he yearned for the subsequent duel to elicit expressions of despair and fear from this mage who had once insulted him. A desire fueled by the humiliation etched in his memory from the water curtain impact within the Emerald Tower. He vividly recalled Linley's disdainful glance, as if Crinwell were merely refused cast aside. "Long time no see, Mage Fry. Crinwell greeted Lin Li in a manner reminiscent of their initial encounter on the steps of the Emerald Tower, his heart brimming with anticipation. He yearned to witness fear etched upon his opponent's face. Much like the moment he lay vanquished on the steps. A pity it's been so long, Mage Crinwell. Unfortunately, Lin Li's response disappointed him. The flicker of surprise in Lin Li's gaze was fleeting, swiftly replaced by a smile that Crinwell loathed, a polite yet condescending smile that instantly rekindled the memory of his former humiliation. I hope you can still smile after this. A glint of malice flickered in Crinwell's narrowed eyes. Mutual sentiments. Just as the tension escalated between the two, Lord Isaac rose once more. As the notary, I hereby declare the duel to commence. No sooner had Isaac's voice faded than Lin Li felt a surge of magical energy. He then witnessed Crinwell raise his staff, a fireball hurtling towards him, trailing a long tail of flame. Damn it! Lin Li simultaneously conjured an elemental shield, mentally cursing himself for having previously ambushed Crinwell with the water curtain, which had incited this battle among Galro's most formidable sorcerers, while also granting Crinwell the cunning to strike first. As the fireball collided with the elemental shield, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Lin Li's heart raced. When had Crinwell grown so powerful? This single burning fireball nearly shattered his elemental shield, indicating that Crinwell was nearing the strength of a great magician. After enduring the impact of the explosive fireball, Lin Li dared not exhibit any further carelessness. He readied two blades of wind, refraining from unleashing them just yet, waiting for Crinwell to begin his incantation. Following the fireball, Crinwell's smile widened. Though that initial strike had failed to breach Lin Li's shield, it had allowed him to accurately gauge his opponent's strength. In the realm of magic, a mere two-level difference could signify overwhelming dominance, and Crinwell was now fully confident in his victory. He too cast an elemental shield, then began to chant his spell in a booming voice. As the shield's glow enveloped him, Lin Li couldn't help but grimace. Crinwell had indeed grown wiser. Yet, with no choice left, Lin Li unleashed the two wind blades, their slicing whoosh cutting through the air as they crashed against Crinwell's elemental shield. Without any hint of uncertainty, Lin Li was acutely aware that these two wind blades would yield no results. With Crinwell's prowess nearing that of a great magician, his shield could likely withstand even level 15 magic, let alone two level 1 wind blades. Thus, Lin Li refrained from harboring any hopes for success. The moment the blades were released, he commenced a protracted incantation of his own. Utilizing his immense mental fortitude, Lin Li barely kept pace with the spell casting, and they completed the incantation for the 9th level spell. Raging Flamestorm. Almost simultaneously, boom, boom, two thunderous explosions resonated together as a blaze erupted at the center of Dawn Square. The sheer magnitude of their clash elicited gasps from the audience. Aside from a handful of individuals, no one had anticipated witnessing such a battle at this level. Prior to arriving at Dawn Square, most spectators had merely regarded them as talented young mages, possessing both skill and potential, albeit limited to the younger generation. They had not expected this to unfold as a confrontation rivaling that of great magicians. Observing their adept and rapid spellcasting techniques, as well as the formidable magical energy they released, many entertained the fleeting notion that perhaps Gryan and Matthews were substituting for the two duelists. Both were struck by the raging flame storm almost simultaneously, yet the outcomes diverged drastically, due to the overwhelming disparity in magical levels, compounded by the earlier fireball's impact. Lin Li's elemental shield shattered almost instantaneously, while Crinwell, enveloped in flames, maintained a faint aura of protection. The two-level gap was starkly revealed. Can you still smile now? Cromwell revealed a hint of a cruel smile, his celestial staff pointing ominously towards Lin Li. The staff's magic crystal pulsating with a surge of blue light, followed immediately by a whistling ice spear. In that fleeting moment, the hearts of half the spectators tightened with anxiety. Most of them were affiliated with the Magic Guild, and particularly the figure seated to the right of Isaac, Gryan, who clenched his fists tightly. As a Grand Magus, he perceived the unfolding events with greater clarity than the others. The instant Cromwell unleashed his blazing fireball, Gryan recognized that his opponent was nearing the strength of a Grand Magus. Following that, the two fiery storms clashed, and indeed, Cromwell held the overwhelming advantage, now that Lin Li's elemental shield had been shattered. Even with the application of ice armor, enduring the impact of the ice spear would prove to be a considerable challenge. Yet, Gryan observed as Lin Li indeed raised an ice armor before him. Though for reasons unbeknownst to him, Gryan felt something was amiss with that armor. Just as the ice armor was formed, The ice spear, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, shot forth with a sharp crack. The moment the ice spear made contact with the ice armor, a piercing sound reverberated throughout the Dawn Square. Gran exhaled a heavy breath, for he had witnessed that the ice spear did not penetrate the armor as he had anticipated, but instead skimmed across the crystalline surface, merely stirring up a flurry of ice shards. At that moment, Gran suddenly comprehended why he had felt that the ice armor was somewhat peculiar. By altering the arrangement of the elements, Lin Li had adjusted the angle at which the ice armor was raised. This clever maneuver provided a distinct advantage against the incoming ice spear, the seemingly inevitable ice spear went astray. And Cromwell's smile froze in disbelief. He had never expected his adversary to employ such a method to deflect the ice spear. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands, yet Lin Li maintained a smile upon his face. Perhaps only he knew that he could have easily withstood the ice spear without raising the armor, thanks to the potent anti-magic properties of his Inferno robe. He simply wished to keep the secret of the robe hidden until a more decisive moment. Intending to surprise Cromwell then, after enduring a brief cycle of spells, Lin Li summoned a brand new elemental shield, and at least on the surface, both parties appeared to be back on equal footing. However, a significant two-level disparity still existed. Just as Lin Li re-established his elemental shield, Cromwell initiated a new wave of attacks, this time employing a myriad of low-level spells, upon reaching the 14th level. Even if his mental prowess could not compare to Lin Li's, Cromwell's absolute advantage in levels ensured that the spells he could unleash in an instant would be no less than Lin Li's. Waves of wind blades and arcane missiles rained down incessantly upon the elemental shield, sending ripples cascading across its faint luminescence. Amidst this tempestuous barrage, Lin Li's counterattacks were equally incisive, utilizing mental control to sow chaos. A variety of distractions compelling Cromwell to divide his focus between establishing a mental protective field and occasionally launching wind blades to steadily erode the elemental shield surrounding Cromwell. The new book rankings are about to be updated. To be honest, the achievements of this past month have exceeded my expectations. That I tend to be quite introverted and am not adept at expressing gratitude, so I can only say thank you to everyone for your support over the past month. By the way, I will release another chapter at 12 o'clock in an instant. The square was filled with surging magical elements, vibrant lights dancing as magical runes scattered and various spells collided, igniting dazzling sparks within the Dawn Square. President Gran, the situation seems rather dire. Izira's voice trembled with concern as she observed the chaos unleashed by Cromwell's spells, while Lin Li struggled to survive behind his elemental shield. Do you think fear will? What do you mean, Will? Keep your eyes wide open. In less than a minute, fear will obliterate that fool Cromwell. Gran shot Izira a glare, his temper flaring, feeling an overwhelming frustration at her ill-timed words amidst such a critical moment. Gran, what good is your shouting? The current situation is evident even to a blind man. That mage of yours, Fear, is on the verge of collapse. The indifferent voice of old Merlin pierced through Gran's thoughts, igniting a surge of anger within him. Matthews, you imbecile, I don't wish to stoop to your level, but you best keep your mouth shut unless you want to incite my wrath. Your family's turtle shell might not save you. Upon hearing the words turtle shell, Arimathias, seated below, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Gran, there's no need for your theatrics. Power is power. Your anger changes nothing. I am the center of Dawn Square. Cromwell had established an undeniable advantage. A multitude of low-level spells formed an elemental storm, relentlessly consuming the faint glow of Lin Li's elemental shield. After enduring a long period of restraint, today finally bore fruit, bringing great satisfaction to old Merlin. To the point where he disregarded Gran's insults, Cromwell's advantage was overwhelming. The ceaseless magical onslaught had rendered Lin Li's freshly summoned elemental shield teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the prior magical feedback buying him time, he would have already been struck directly by Cromwell's spells. Amidst the brilliant display of magical lights, Cromwell's laughter took on a mad quality. The humiliations of the past month seemingly purged within this unending elemental storm. A feeling of sheer delight enveloped him. He even wished for Lin Li's elemental shield to withstand a little longer, allowing him to revel in the process of destruction. That if one were to merely observe the battlefield, even Gran would have to concede that Lin Li had fallen into utter despair. An overwhelming advantage left no room for retaliation. Initially, he could employ some auxiliary spells to counterattack, but once Cromwell established his mental protective field and unexpectedly activated 2 scrolls, Lin Li found himself without any opportunity to strike back. Now, All he could do was incessantly switch between ice armor and the elemental shield, occasionally utilizing the magical feedback to buy time, while merely watching Cromwell unleash spell after spell, each illuminating the elemental shield with brilliant flashes. Boom! Another fireball detonated against the elemental shield, and under the tremendous force, Linley was forced to retreat several steps. As flames roared around him, the glow of the elemental shield dimmed, and amidst the inferno, Linley seemed to hear a sharp sound slicing through the air. With the elemental shield collapsing, ice armor's magical feedback also waning, Linley could only watch helplessly as a wind blade grazed past his leg. With a soft hiss, Linley felt a sudden numbness shoot through his leg, followed by an intense pain, as if his right leg had abruptly lost all strength, and he collapsed onto the square. Cromwell emerged from the flames, his gaze fixed on Linley kneeling on the ground, his expression brimming with vengeful delight, the smile on his face, illuminated by the firelight, twisted into a grotesque and sinister visage. Resembling a serpent poised to strike its prey. "Long time no see, Mage Fear," he taunted, a manic laughter escaping him as he launched another wind blade, this one aimed at Linley's left leg. In an instant, blood splattered, and without the support of his left leg, Linley fell like a lifeless log. Gasps of horror erupted from the stands, including Isaac, the city lord, and various affluent figures. Everyone could see that the duel had decisively determined a victor. Many had not anticipated that Cromwell, rather than the young apothecary from the Magic Guild, would emerge triumphant. With the outcome now certain, old Merlin finally stood in triumph, applauding Cromwell in the square, all the while casting a sidelong glance at Gran. As if to say, "I told you, anger changes nothing. Power is power." Listening to the obnoxious applause from old Merlin, Gran's face had turned an ominous shade of blue. Yet, even Gran, who possessed boundless confidence in Linley, had to concede that the duel taking place in the square had already determined its outcome. The disparity of 2 levels was insurmountable. The only reason Cromwell had yet to eliminate Linley was to savor the thrill of the hunt. "Lord Isaac, if the Magic Guild concedes, can this duel be halted?" As Gran uttered these words, nearly everyone believed they had misheard. Could this truly be Gran of the Magic Guild, the same Gran who had never bowed to any power? Even during the Guild's direst days, faced with the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gran could only manage a bitter smile. With his keen insight, he could easily discern that the duel had irrevocably established a victor. With the only question remaining being the life or death of Fry, conceding offered a glimmer of hope. Refusing would lead to certain death. Over the past month, despite their somewhat irreverent exchanges, Gran had always regarded this young mage with a fondness akin to that of an uncle's love for a nephew. He could not bear to watch him perish in a desperate bid to save him. Gran was willing to set aside his dignity and lower himself before the Merlin family for the first time. However, Isaac's response was brutally harsh. "I regret to inform you, Chairman Gran, that I must uphold the integrity of this duel. To terminated. The consent of both parties is required. In other words, if Patriarch Matthews agrees, Gran, if you were to kneel before me, perhaps I might consider your request." Old Merlin roared with laughter, reveling in the pleasure of tormenting Gran. It had been ages since he had enjoyed witnessing Gran bow before him. Ever since that battle outside the Emerald Tower, the Magic Guild had completely overshadowed the Merlin family, and Gran had seized the upper hand in their encounters. Gran fixed his fiery gaze upon the laughing old Merlin, his eyes seeming to blaze with fury. Just moments ago, he had even released a trace of magical energy, longing to send a fireball crashing into that detestable smirk. Yet in the next instant, he caught sight of Linley's bloodied legs and the advancing figure of Cromwell. The flicker of magic he had just unleashed dissipated into nothingness, and the rage on his face gradually transformed into uncertainty. Cromwell's face was a mask of sadistic delight. Fry the Mage, Linley had endured great hardship for a prolonged period, all in anticipation of this singular opportunity. Almost at the moment the staff of the celestial skies was raised, a surge of magical energy emanated from Linley, suddenly magnifying and activating the elemental torrent ring. In an instant, the surrounding space warped, and a tempest of violent lightning elements erupted, with an endless cascade of electric arcs resembling golden serpents dancing wildly. It was as if they were abruptly redirected by some mysterious force, swiftly drawn into the elemental torrent ring. The smile on Cromwell's face froze. His right hand, which held the staff of the celestial skies aloft, became motionless. After absorbing the final vestige of lightning into the elemental torrent ring, Linley, without a moment's hesitation, invoked a thought through the mental imprint on the ring, unleashing a formidable spell of level 14. All while identifying as a level 12 Magus, the storm of thunderclouds once more ravaged the skies above the plaza. Yet unlike before, Cromwell no longer possessed the elemental torrent ring. Endless bolts of lightning descended, and the golden serpents rampaged. Even with Cromwell's prowess, which was perilously close to that of a Grand Magus, he was almost instantly engulfed by the thunderstorm. The elemental shield crackled with arcs of electricity, emitting a series of faint hisses as the might of the level 14 magic was laid bare in that moment. It was a scene that left all spectators dumbfounded. No one could fathom how a duel, which seemed to be nearing its conclusion, could suddenly take such a dramatic turn. Cromwell, who had previously held the upper hand, was now swiftly consumed by the thunderstorm. Among the hundreds of spectators in the stands, perhaps only the leaders of the 18 factions could discern the intricate changes that had transpired. Beneath the flickering arcs of electricity, the black diamond on the ring emitted a faint glow. Undeniably, all of this was the result of that ring. Once they grasped the significance of this ring, nearly all the faction leaders expressed similar sentiments, yet what truly instilled fear in them was Linley's stoicism. He was a figure capable of sending chills down the spine of anyone. Having been thoroughly suppressed by Cromwell from start to finish, seemingly devoid of any ability to retaliate, ultimately enduring a barrage of dozens of wind blades. Though not fatal, the torment inflicted was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. In such a dire predicament, the young magus remained unperturbed, enduring patiently until Cromwell unleashed the thunderstorm. This almost perverse level of restraint sent shivers down the spines of numerous faction leaders. It was only at this juncture that some among them began to grasp the true nature of the terrifying monster that had emerged from the Magic Guild. This was a genuine monstrosity. At merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the level of a magus, and moreover, he was well versed in alchemy. However, for the leaders of various factions, this was not the most alarming aspect. What truly sent chills down their spines was the young magus's exceptional ability to endure. Such an enemy was undoubtedly the most fearsome. He resembled a venomous serpent concealed in darkness, patiently awaiting a fleeting opportunity. The moment one exposed a weakness, a lethal strike would be inevitable. Cromwell, who was now engulfed by the thunderstorm, appeared to possess an absolute advantage in terms of strength. In battles between magicians, a disparity of 2 levels rendered it no longer a contest of equals. Yet, the young magus named Fei Lei, through sheer perseverance, had managed to severely wound the far more powerful Cromwell at the critical juncture. Among the leaders of the various factions in the stands, who was not a shrewd individual, no one wished to cultivate such a terrifying adversary. Among them, Isella and Reuben silently rejoiced, thankful that they had distanced themselves from the Magic Guild early on. Under the might of the thunderstorm, even Cromwell, who was perilously close to the level of a Grand Magus, could not evade a grave injury. It was only due to the elemental shield absorbing the majority of the damage and the anti-magic properties of the soul imprint robe that Cromwell narrowly escaped calamity. Even so, his injuries were hardly less severe than those Linley had suffered from the barrage of wind blades. After delivering a thunderstorm that gravely wounded Cromwell, Linley staggered to his feet. Blood seeping from the wounds inflicted by the wind blades, staining the Dawn Plaza crimson. His knees felt weak, yet with the support of the Frost Winterstaff, he stood resolutely. The previously one-sided battle had, in an instant, been utterly reversed. Observing Linley slowly rise, all present in the Dawn Plaza were convinced that victory would undoubtedly belong to the Magic Guild. Only 2 individuals felt otherwise, Old Merlin and Cromwell. Although this duel had subtly slipped from their control, the greatest secret of the Merlin family, the Staff of the Celestial Skies, remained intact. As long as Cromwell possessed the staff, he could unleash a spell of up to level 19, thereby securing victory in this duel. Old Merlin's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the plaza. Meanwhile, as Cromwell struggled to rise from the ground, a smile of triumph, characteristic of a victor, adorned his face. Despite being gravely injured by his own thunderstorm, Cromwell believed himself to be the victor of this duel, for he still wielded the Staff of the Celestial Skies with a surge of magical energy. The level 18 magic crystal atop the staff began to emit a dazzling radiance, as immense magical elements surged throughout the Dawn Plaza, overwhelming every spectator with an unparalleled sense of awe. Whether it was Grand Magus Gran or the Chief Mage of the City Lord's mansion, Andrew, at this moment, they all felt the terrifying magical fluctuations emanating from the staff. This force far exceeded their expectations. It was more potent than that of Old Merlin or Gran, and they perceived it to be nearing the level of Greenburnside. The relief Gran had just experienced vanished in an instant, as this power was simply too terrifying. Even he, with his own strength, felt a slight tremor in the presence of such power. What of the injured Fei Lei, lost in the immense magical force? None noticed the empty glass vial left at the spot where Linley had once fallen. As Cromwell's incantation rose to a crescendo, Linley, swaying slightly, approached him. He did not activate a magical feedback nor summon an elemental shield. He simply relied on the support of the Frost Winter staff, taking measured steps towards Cromwell. Had he lost his mind? Everyone was perplexed, unaware of his intentions. Then, all eyes beheld as he retrieved a dark metallic rod from his pocket, gently tapping it upon the apex of the staff of the celestial skies. As the energy source at its tail activated, all 13 magical nodes on the rod sprang to life in an instant. And the pure red ruby atop it shimmered with radiant brilliance. The deep silver-hued rod was astonishingly sharp. In the blink of an eye, it restored the magic crystal at the top of the staff to its purest essence of magical energy. The level 18 magic crystal, which had only just begun to release its terrifying power, came to an abrupt halt beneath the rod, and the vast magical elements that had enveloped the area faded into silence almost instantaneously. The overwhelming pressure that had astonished all present vanished without a trace, leaving Cromwell, who had been chanting his spell in an elevated voice, suddenly, as if someone had seized his throat, that a crystalline radiance swirled at the tip of the rod. And in its glow, Linley could distinctly see the astonished and despairing expression on Cromwell's face. This was impossible. From the certainty of victory to utter despair, it was akin to a fall from paradise to hell. Cromwell found it impossible to accept the harsh reality before him, his voice laced with a maddening fervor. The backlash of the 19th level magic was, for Cromwell, nothing short of apocalyptic. Almost instantaneously upon the failure of his spell, his magical prowess collapsed entirely. The act of casting beyond his capabilities brought forth consequences that far exceeded his endurance. He stood there, dazed, devoid of any magical resonance, a complete shell of his former self. Although he desperately chanted his incantation, not a shred of magic stirred within him. An overwhelming sense of despair surged from the depths of his heart, and even in his hoarse voice, there was a hint of sobbing. The stands were enveloped in a deathly silence, as the scene unfolding before them surpassed all imagination. The magic just witnessed was terrifying beyond belief, a display of power bordering on divine. The mere residual waves of magic stirred an elemental tempest in the Dawn Plaza, causing all present to tremble with fear under its oppressive might. As Cromwell's elevated chant echoed, visions of apocalyptic destruction filled the minds of the onlookers. Rampant magical elements surged forth, instantly obliterating the young mage. Then sweeping across the plaza with cataclysmic force, tearing the sky apart and rending the earth, leaving a profound scar on the city of Gallows. In that moment, time itself seemed to stand still. As the audience sat in awestruck silence, their eyes fixated on Cromwell's incantation. Then, they witnessed a scene that would be etched into their memories forever. With a mere gentle gesture, the entire world fell silent. After witnessing this spectacle, nearly everyone was left with an empty void in their minds. While Cromwell's magic instilled fear, Linley's subtle motion plunged them into an abyss of terror. No one understood how he accomplished it, nor did anyone grasp the mysteries contained within that single gesture. Yet, the consequences of that gentle action were painfully clear. It halted a magic of near-divine caliber and rendered a formidable mage powerless. At the instant Cromwell's magic dissipated, a chilling dread crept into the hearts of all present, emanating from the deepest recesses of their being. In their minds, the magical guild represented by this young mage transformed from an insurmountable behemoth into an incomprehensible monstrosity. They perceived the guild as even more fearsome than a fire-breathing dragon, at least a dragon allowed for the fanciful dreams of dragon slayers. But facing such a monstrous guild afforded no dreams at all. How terrifying was Cromwell's magic, only to be shattered in an instant by another's strength. What else could it be but monstrous? Who among the 10 great magical families or the 6 underground factions would dare to oppose such power? Aaron Motzes was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. How reckless he had been to even criticize Gran. Although those words were merely spoken in private, the magical guild was a force that defied logic. Who knew if those words would reach Gran's ears? Fortunately, Gran was currently too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Gran was busy humiliating old Merlin, laughing heartily while clapping Isella on the shoulder. Casting a sly glance at old Merlin. So, Isella, I wasn't mistaken, was I? That worthless Cromwell, no matter how much he consumes, will never amount to anything. Did you see? In less than a minute, he was dispatched by fear. A waste is a waste. Even consuming won't save him. Listening to Grain's crude metaphors, the refined young patriarch felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he was compelled to force a smile in agreement. You see, Isella, sometimes heredity truly matters. With such a worthless father, naturally, a worthless son will follow. But you, my boy, are quite impressive. Your future son will surely surpass that waist down there. Need me to introduce you to a few ladies? That's unnecessary, Grain. Don't go too far. Faced with Grain's blatant provocation, old Merlin could no longer remain seated, springing up abruptly from his seat. Damn you, Mateus. I'm speaking with Isella. What business is it of yours? Grain regarded old Merlin with a challenging glare. Stop waving your hands in front of me. If you're dissatisfied, come at me. I've been tolerating you for far too long. You? What do you mean by you? Grain shot back. If you lack the guts, just shut your mouth that you're a damn fool. Your son consumes. And you follow suit, resulting in your own impotence. Mateus, I'm not even going to say it. You've wasted your life. As Grain raged, Lord Isaac wisely turned away, while several wealthy merchants instinctively shifted their bodies, fearing they might get splattered with blood. Even a few leaders who previously maintained good relations with the Merlin family hurriedly feigned deafness, not daring to speak up for old Merlin at this perilous moment. In Gallows City, everyone knew that once Grain opened his mouth, his words would be increasingly venomous. Now that the Magical Guild held the upper hand, those in power were eager to curry favor with him. Having no time to spare for past friendships. As for the Manus and Saruman families, who had long since sided with the Magical Guild, there was little left to say, although they hadn't yet reached the point of openly gloating. They certainly took pleasure in old Merlin's predicament, their glances filled with barely concealed malice. That I can answer those questions now, Linley said with a smile, though the ferocity in his eyes mirrored that seen on the steps of the Emerald Tower. Cromwell had no doubt that his opponent could easily end his life with a mere gesture. Firstly, I am indeed an apothecary for my potions. Linley glanced back at the spot where he had fallen earlier, where an empty glass vial lay quietly, once filled with a full dose of prophetic elixir. Even now, he felt a sense of relief for his earlier decision to brew a vial of prophetic potion before the duel began. As the celestial staff unleashed a tremendous surge of magical energy, Linley had hesitated not for a moment, reaching directly into his pocket.